벌크루 사른 러버밴 고시생처럼 전부 올인해 나 안 해보지 나와 get it 네 팬들 출처 only OG stacks 안 해 pretty boy 내 코밑에 powder higher than the 로또 탑 라고 너 출교 Damn it, real again. Pull up, gang, chest, last. Let's get it, let's get it, let's get it, let's get it.
Welcome everyone to the first ever Worlds Swiss stage, live from the KBS Arena in Seoul. Can you already see us?
Look where we are.
Korea. And today we're gonna kick off all the action with 8 best of ones. That's a lot.
Yeah.
All 16 teams. I'm Shox here on the desk with Kobe and with Jat to kick us off. Oh, I'm so happy to be here.
We've got a good spot.
Yeah,
This is the best spot.
best spot in the house.
It's like the top
yeah.
level.
We have the full
We have
field of
3
view.
screens.
For 16 teams, 8 games, it's good. We need a good position. Yeah.
Better strap in, because
Yes.
it's going to be a long night.
We will. But the tournament, of course, you want to say hi? Who are
Yeah,
you
I
saying
just
hi
wanted to figure out where
There's
we're
someone with a
going.
faker sign there. They've been
I
here
didn't
for
even know
a
we had
long
a
time.
camera up there.
We do?
This is great.
Great. Anyways, let's get into it. This is the start of the Swiss stage. We already saw the play-ins, though, and it was in the end Team BDS and GAM from the VCS that ended up making it, Kobe.
Yeah, and honestly, I mean, GAM had a little bit of a sketchy run at the beginning, and then having to go through Team Wales that were the team that originally beat BDS, who also had a bit of a rocky start.
Reverse sweep.
But reverse sweeping, coming back through, Adam on his God's Champions kind of became this overarching story that is combined with the world song and really given life to some of this BDS lore.
Yeah, I think it was a really cool run to see from them. 4th seed, of course, coming out of the LEC. And I want to say growing, especially throughout that last series where it looked like they were counted out, but they weren't.
It actually feels a little scripted when he is 7-0 on the Gods Champions when the Gods theme is for Worlds.
Does it? Have we?
Seems very fake.
What do I remember? Phoenix.
I have to say, they're laying it on a little thick with
They are.
gods.
It's a little much.
I do want to give a shout out, in between the gods anthem to Lebrov as well,
Yeah.
because I really think he deserves a lot of credit.
Agreed.
It's so much work setting up all of the members of BDS, keeping Crownie safe. Really, really good effort from him.
And some special action as well in terms of the Pentacles.
Yes,
What's,
the Pentacles was the best part of play-ins. I picked 3+ for my pick'ems, and I'm already packing those points. Those are safe in the bank. It was so exciting. We're getting this Kai'Sa Xayah meta, and a huge priority, especially on the Kai'Sa part of it. And it's just been really exciting to see. Now, a lot of people I know for pick'ems, because of last year only being 2 pentakills, only picked 1 or 2, and
That's
so
dumb.
they're probably whoa. I was gonna say sad for them, but fair enough. This year, is already surpassing that. So I'm very excited to see what the Swiss stage can bring, because now we've got so many, especially amazing AD carries, which are the most likely to rack up these pentakills, entering the arena.
I think we're in for some longer games as well as we move through the Swiss stage.
Oh,
I'm hoping
Did
for
you pick 45 plus?
I picked the 45 to 50 because there's a
okay.
50+ option, I believe, as well. But I feel pretty good about that one. And then most banned, Orianna, I think, is going to stay that way because generally speaking, it's the best mid laners that are the best at Orianna. And if it's already the most banned, I think it's going to stay that way.
I was talking to some of the mid laners, and they feel like, as powerful as Orianna is, some of them are already starting to prefer the dash that Azir has. And you can never get away from Azir in some of these cases. But I definitely agree. Orianna, Syndra, there's so many good mages right now in the mid lane.
Yeah, it's a good reason why I think BDS also was successful in making it for the mid lane. But in any case, for your crystal ball picks, they are already locked, so you can't change that, unfortunately. For your pick'ems, though, you do have time until the end of this pre-show, so like 10 minutes from now. So if you want to add or change your Swiss stage pick'ems powered by AWS, you have a little bit of time left. Speaking of the Swiss stage, though, it is the first time that we have had this, so I think we need to explain it again, Jack.
Yeah, so there was a 4-group system from 2014 until last year. The things that stay the same is there's 16 teams fighting for 8 spots, but the way they get there is completely different. For those of you who haven't seen, today we literally have every team playing a best of 1. The winners will then play the winners, and the losers will play the losers tomorrow. There's a draw show at the end of the day. As for the rest of this noise that looks very confusing, the simplest way I can explain it is if you beat 3 different teams, you advance. If you lose to 3 different teams, you are eliminated. And any advance or elimination game will be a best of 3, which does make, to me, these first 2 days possibly the 2 craziest days we have ever had at a World Championship.
And those are my favorite parts of a Swiss stage bracket, because Swiss stage, it basically starts and it includes its own seeding process. That's what these first games are. You're choosing your opponents for the real meaningful knockout games, and any game where you either get eliminated or promoted is going to be a best of 3. So you are going to have that, more of the control in your hands.
Yeah, I love the way you put that, though, because it is a very exciting format to have. have, especially those first 2 days. And it's also really crazy if you are the teams playing, of course, because you definitely don't want to drop the ball in this first game if you're a favorite.
It creates uncertainty. When I was talking to all the NA teams, I'm like, really make sure you sleep, because I know you want to grind, but you literally just have to be good for these 2 days, and you put yourself in such a powerful position, because there's also the disaster situation. Let's say you lose the first round, then you end up playing the loser of KT versus BLG, and then suddenly you're in an elimination game, and you'd have to win 3 best-of-3s in a row to advance. So it is very exciting.
It's pretty crazy.
A little nerve-wracking, but
very nerve-wracking,
yeah,
I would say.
this is better for NA than last year. You're not in a cage match with KR and China. Some randomness could happen.
Yeah.
Are you saying we're going to get filtered to the bottom, or we're
Either
we're
way,
going to be at the top? We're going to be in the 1-0 bracket? Yeah.
Yeah, we'll see indeed. Before we get to the match intro for our first game, can I get some excitement, a barometer about the fact that we're going to see the best teams in the world take to the stage in best-of-1s and best-of-3s and in best-of-5s possibly. That's the hope, of course, for some of the EU and NA teams. But overall, you know, the storylines are so abundant.
I mean, I just love the part where we aren't going to have a lot of dead games where teams have already been eliminated or it doesn't mean anything.
It's true.
Because Swiss Stage is self-filtering, every game is going to have so much more weight to it.
Exactly. If you lose the first 4 games, you're eliminated. You would basically be eliminated in the old format, but then they still make you play 2 more games.
Yeah.
So it's way nice. It's a, you know, humanitarian efforts going on here. It's really nice.
I love that. Can I get a couple of, you know, we don't even have to say it, some favorites going into this tournament? I mean, the Golden Road is looming for JDG, but that can be dangerous.
Yeah, I mean, energy as well. Like, we don't really have to say it.
So, legitimately, though, I think JDG has a better chance of completing the Golden Road than RNG did in 2018, because I feel like the meta hasn't changed to a point where their ability to be basically a perfect team with 2 amazing laners in Knight and Ruler and an amazing weak side top laner in 369, unless they don't perform to the level they have this entire Worlds, I think they're the favorites.
Yeah, I just think that team is built to play the game the way that the designers built the game to be played right now.
This year, exactly.
Which is around team fighting around these objectives. And with 369 being the greatest tank player in the world, supported by 2 of the best carries in the world, it's a very, very strong setup, you can
There
say.
is a possibility, but Worlds is crazy. We don't have to all have to remember just last year. You know, it's about percentages here at Worlds. And let's start with some of those in T1 versus Team Liquid, which is our very first matchup of the Swiss stage. Let's start with the story of T1, perhaps. For people that are not familiar, they had a rocky road this year.
They really did. I think their continued inability to close the deal in the LCK finals or at international tournaments weighed on them a little bit. They had a very shaky summer, 9-9, with Faker missing 4 of those weeks with a wrist injury. But it is still T1. It is still the number 2 seed from the LCK. And in terms of gameplay, they did have the highest first Herald percentage in the LCK playoffs. So they are an early game team.
Yeah, I think the most perplexing part about this team is the absolute collapse when Faker had his wrist injuries and had to take some time off. You know, Keria is making so many mistakes. Owner is making so many mistakes. You know, Zeus was trying his hardest and carry some of these games, and Goomba as well. But T1 had an absolute collapse without him. The good news is Faker is fully back.
Yeah.
And since he rejoined the team, they looked a lot better in playoffs. I will say that since they had limited time, it did seem like they were limited on champion pool, and Faker pretty much just with the Azir and the Nico finding success and getting countered on some of the other stuff. So they have had a lot of time since then as well, since we have had such a long time between all of the leagues ending and World starting to be able to rebuild everything.
Yeah, and I've been memeing a little bit. The last 2 times Worlds was in Korea was in 2014 and 2018. Faker wasn't actually at those Worlds.
No.
So Faker has never won a Worlds game in Korea. But I will say, when he's played LCS teams in his Worlds history, he is 12-0. And overall, in the Worlds group stage, which is kind of what Swiss is here, 38-6 is an absolutely godlike record, never losing more than 1 game in the entire group stage in any of his Worlds appearances.
That is insanity.
You could say they're slight favorites.
You might say that. Also, 12 wins, 0 losses versus LCS for Taker.
Yeah.
But has he ever played against APA?
You know what?
Only in
don't know what's
Champions
gonna happen.
Queue.
That's
And
it.
let me tell you, APA has a winning Champions Queue record versus Faker.
Oh.
There are a couple of other positives for Team Liquid. They are currently fielding 2 players that have beaten T1 in Worlds Finals. Of course, Pioshik last year, but also Core JJ. So honestly, Team Liquid have been stacking their roster specifically to attack or to give T1 the chance to get some 2-in-1 revenge.
Yeah, a quick rundown of Team Liquid's year as well. It wasn't a very dominant year for them. They had very strong early games, very weak late games actually. So the number 3 seed, they were 10-8 in the LCS Summer Split. But as you mentioned, they do have the defending world champion technically with Piosik in the jungler. CoreJJ also making his 7th Worlds appearance, beating Faker for that World Championship back in 2017, and APA joining halfway through the Summer Split to the starting roster.
Also an interesting story.
And if people didn't really watch APA and didn't watch LCS, he had a very specific champion pool, which is one of the special things about him, playing a lot of Ziggs mid, a lot of Cassiopeia mid. Didn't have a very good time on the Jace. And so there are some restrictions, plus the fact that it's a language barrier that they've built into the team with English combating with Korean, basically. So we'll see about how it plays off. I think it's really important, these synergies that we've seen between like him and Piosik, though, and the bonding that this team has had outside of the game.
And how do you feel about the match?
Speaking of Piosik, I think he put it best. Piosik in his recent interview had an amazing quote saying that God has abandoned us, but we will enjoy it.
I love it. They're fully playing into it.
Fully embracing it. They knew who they're going up against.
I think that's a good way to approach it. But you said it already. Maybe they have a, special. You have 2 players that have had the pleasure of beating Faker before in those important matches. So they're playing the long con. That's why this roster was put together.
Yeah, listen, I was talking with Atlas earlier, who's very familiar with T1's game. I am very familiar with TL's game.
Yeah.
I was putting it at 90-10, but let's talk about the 10.
Okay.
Let's talk about the.
Where is the 10?
Legitimately, it's T1 versus the number 3 seed from North America. But Summon and Piosik, very explosive early game junglers, and their weakness has actually been mid and late game. But if you actually, of the teams at Worlds from North America, TL might have the best laning phase. So if T1 has a slow start and Team Liquid is able to play without pressure, the way they would win would be an explosive early game. Summit really trying to dominate lane, Piosik getting a lot of early ganks off, and then they are able to snowball that. But if they don't get, to me, if they don't get extremely far ahead, it's not good.
It's a classic tale, I think.
I think it's also very important to get a good champion select, especially for APA. He is such a momentum type of player, really builds off of early leads. He likes to all chat a lot. He likes to, really get in there. So
I did ask him if he was going to all chat Faker, and he doesn't know what to say. He says you can't do it to Faker. He just...
No, you have to. Come on.
Broke him. I don't know what he would say, but he said he wasn't going to do it. Anyway, for those of you who aren't familiar with APA's game, as Kobe mentioned, he has historically been a dominant solo queue player, extremely good in team fights, not amazing in lane. But Ziggs is really his signature pick, and I'm actually very curious what level of disrespect or looking past T1 would actually have for Team Liquid because of Faker's history of always beating NA teams, 12-0. So if there's a time that you would give Ziggs over to him, it would be when T1 is looking past them. Because when T1 approaches the Swiss stage, they're thinking about what they're going to do against JDG, what they're going to do against Genji, BLG. I think Team Liquid's down here in terms of what their preparation.
So they're not
going
to see him coming.
Like, where are they?
But legitimately. Oh yeah, this guy plays Ziggs. Sure, nobody plays Ziggs. It's not good.
Sure.
Yeah.
Right? That could happen.
So you're saying Ziggs is the win condition?
It will be proven or disproven 5 seconds into champion select because it should just be the first ban for T1. But if it's not, watch out.
APA's also been practicing meta, a bunch of Orianna games in solo queue and everything.
Yeah. I think, but we need to see. I want him to play his trump card. I want him to do it in the first game because you got to throw everything in, as you say, because this best of 1 win could be so valuable going forward.
Exactly. And a quick note, every 1-0 team will play every 1-0 team tomorrow, and every 0-1 team will play that. There's a draw at the end of the day to see what happens, and I really hope that we get some excitement today.
I do, and I'm actually completely sure that we will. It's going to be amazing, and history is being made today. As we're kicking off the first ever Swiss stage at a League of Legends World Championship, it's time for T1 versus Team Liquid.
붉게 물드는 가을빛과 함께 서울이 서서히 깨어납니다. 꿈꾸는 이들, 그들의 하루가 시작됩니다.
Last time Fnatic was in Korea, they made it to finals. I'm here to continue their legacy.
사실 저번에 우승했을 때 한국에서 이제 월드를 하게 되었는데 10個5年我又回來了
Các bạn sẽ thấy chúng tôi tận hưởng nó từ đầu đến cuối. This format looks chaotic, but for me, it's never been a downside.
이번에 NA의 새로운 모습을 보여드리도록 하겠습니다.
Something inside of me was telling me, you will go back towards one day.
It took me a year and a half to learn this role, but now I finally got it. Korea is my last chance.
옛날의 초비는 긴장했지만 지금은 그럴 때가 지났다고 생각합니다. 새로운 세대의 시작입니다.
G2 Esports, they failed at the final hurdle.
I've always dreamt of winning the World's Trophy. There was just a lot of disappointment.
일단 작년에 제가 월드 챔피언십에 진출하지 못해가지고 되게 안타까웠는데
Big mistake there from Ben. I'm suiting are falling apart.
在过去的2年中，我也有很多遗憾吧。
过去的已经过去了，更重要的是现在的挑战。
We've always been the underdogs. We've always been doubted. But look who's here.
절대로 포기하지 않고 앞으로 나아가겠습니다.
한 사람이 짊어지기엔 너무나도 큰 짐이지만 잊지 말아야 합니다. 그들은 한 팀입니다. 골든 로드 스프링, MSI, 서머 그리고 월즈 우승을 한 팀에게 주어지는 영광입니다. 그 어떤 팀도 아직 달성하지 못했습니다. 징동 그들이 도전합니다.
새로운 동료들과 다시 한번 트로피를 들어보겠습니다.
아무도 보지 못한 스테이지. 더 이상 실수할 여지가 없습니다. 모든 시합이 중요합니다. 더 그라인드, 더 글로리.
골든로드 저희가 맡겠습니다.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the world's Swiss stage. I'm Atlas. I'm joined by Chronicler here for the first 4 games of Swiss for Worlds. And we'd like to extend a big LCK welcome. Because of course, this is the first time LCK commentators have been on at Worlds, and this is our home territory, Chronicler. We're defending champions this time around. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. Ever since I joined the LCK, we've not been doing a whole lot of winning. So yeah. I was very happy with 2022, and we'll see if it's the same this year, Atlas.
We'll see whether it's going to be this team as well that can retain some glory. T1 making their way out, thanks to caster Sung K for introducing them as well. Faker with his first Worlds in his home country. Chronicler?
And T1 have had their ups and downs. A lot of other teams will be happy losing in finals, but if it happens again and again at some point, not going to be feeling too good about it. Faker, of course, not with the team for a little bit, but when it comes to Worlds, T1 seemingly always delivers. And the fact that they made it to the LCK finals in the first place was, I think, a really big surprise to many of us.
Yeah, beating the entirety of the LCK All-Pro for summer. That's how they made it here, taking down KT. They were then swiftly dispatched by Gen G, but we don't like to think about that if we want to big up T1 moving into this matchup. But on the other side, we've decided to prepare at least two players with some experience in taking down this team. It's Team Liquid.
And Team Liquid going through some changes themselves this year. Their spring, we're not going to mention because it wasn't great, but with APA coming in and the rest of the team seemingly meshing together, I'm very happy to see Summit back in particular.
Oh yeah.
I was a big Sandbox fan, where he of course was a pivotal part. But as you mentioned, Bioshik and Core, two players that have bested, and the fact that Bioshik is a world champion to me still feels surreal.
Yeah,
I can't quite comprehend, because he's such a lovely guy, but the fact that he actually won it is mind-blowing.
Yeah, I like that you had to put he's such a lovely guy in front of that, because I think we're all still a bit gobsmacked by what happened in 2022. But this is the time once again, Chronicler. This is where the magic all happens. It's Worlds. We're here in the Swiss stage, and we're ready to get into our very first game of the day. The desk summed it up beautifully, just letting you guys know exactly how this new format works. There is a video. I'm pretty sure it's got a guy with a weird accent that does the voiceover for it.
It's okay.
But basically all you need to know is exactly what Jad said. Beat a different team 3 times. That's all you need to do. And then you're out. And then you're fine.
It's very straightforward. It also means, and this is something that I'm particularly excited for, every single match matters, particularly in week 2 with the group stage. We had a lot of matches where it kind of felt like a foregone conclusion at the beginning. No longer. Every single match that you play matters, and we have seen volatility in best of ones, and I think the TL is going to be try and make the most out of that. But as the desk also mentioned, the record for T1, even though this isn't the group stage anymore, it's Swiss, still, they've been a paragon of consistency.
Yeah, I mean, the maximum games that they've lost is 1 in the group stage.
Yeah.
That 1 hasn't happened yet. That 1 could be Team Liquid right here. You never know. However, it is definitely a tough ask. And the biggest issue here is because we've heard already, you know, Faker went through, you know, his injury with his wrist. Things were a problem. Came back into the team and was instantly the deciding factor, the game changer, the thing that made all of the difference. And now he's had a bunch of weeks to really recover. And so I have a feeling that T1 are going to look even more revitalized moving into Worlds. And speaking of moving into things, we are into the pick and ban here for game number 1. Let's get this underway. And Zig's already banned. I can hear Orc somewhere shrieking his... It's just despising this whole situation. Zig should never be banned.
And what I think is this is a great sign, because what the desk was talking about as well, how much is T1 going to respect TL? Because APA on his champions has looked great domestically. Yeah. He is known for an eclectic champion pool, and coming in to this series, it was kind of the question, is T1 going to respect that? Thus far, the answer very clearly yes. With the Ziggs and the Nico already being taken away. Caitlyn is not something we saw a lot of. It was played, I think, once in play-ins and wasn't very successful there, but it's Gumayushi, and he is a big fan of the champion. And the second thing that I want to look for in this draft, generally between play-ins and the group stage, or in this case the Swiss stage, we see a really big switch up in the priority of champions. And I'm wondering if we're going to see any of that here, if we're looking at maybe an Orianna that made it through the draft this time around, if we're going to see the Rel priority, but no!
Yeah,
it's
I mean,
Ori B1.
It's got to be the Orianna, right? There's a
Faker.
certain play that, you know, I think people retroactively have now given to Wolf, but
sure.
I mean, that shockwave was pretty incredible against EDG. Faker hasn't played a lot of it this season, but of course, Orianna is like most mid laners just have an Orianna, right? And Faker's is one of the best in the world. Speaking of orbs, though, the Syndra is going to be locked away here as well for APA. And Pyoshik, oh my, he's hovering the Hecarim. This is, of course, what gave T1 nightmares. He's beginning at least the emotional warfare, Chronicler.
And I really appreciate the Lee lock-in. I think that the Lee Syndra combination obviously has a lot of power in the 2v2. And I agree with the desk as well. I think T1 or TL rather needs to try and go as hard in on early game as you can. Because when you get to late, things might become a little bit dire. And it also picks it away from Owner. Owner has, I think, been the consistent weak point for T1 in summer, as the Ashe is locked in here now. There are, of course, some possibilities for that to be a flex. With the Renata locked in, we will, in fact, be certain of where this is going. And it's going to be Renata and Ashe. And the Renata is not something that was high in priority.
No, we have seen a little bit of it, but the thing is, Renata is often used as an answer pick, not a blind pick.
Yeah.
It is something that Carrier has been absolutely fantastic on throughout his career, but not recently, and definitely not in this situation, as there is Aphelios locked in for Yun, and I'm not a huge Aphelios fan at this particular point in time, but we'll see what they have planned for this Ashe Renata lane, which is extraordinarily face-up.
Yeah, I wonder if T1 is going to try and look to ban away some other enchanters, because the point of the Ashe Renata lane is to just bully, right? You want to try and play as aggressive as possible. Depending on the build, we can see Ashe do some decent damage, but you will always be threatened. I think the Syndra in that way definitely is something that they're going to have to take into account. As the J4 is banned away, J4 Orianna, classic combo, has been around for the longest time, and J4 in general is in a really good spot right now. T1 though not looking towards the bot lane, seemingly happy with the dominance of that Ashe and Renata. Instead, banning away some picks here, which is, it's looking like it might just be a blind Renekton here for Zeus.
Well, we'll see whether he is going to be able to get his hands on it. Of course, it will be Summit that has the first option. Speaking of Summit champions, two of them have been taken away, the prehistoric Yordle and the electric one. See whether it is going to be more Summit tax that's going to get paid. Things like the Aatrox are coming to mind, but there is the Blitzcrank taken away, protecting that bottom lane just a little bit. And I do think that there is a Crocodile in our future. It's what I'm kind of feeling here. Cassante, of course, still up and available as well, and did see a lot of priority, but instead, looks like Core JJ thinking about a favorite here, as Tarek as well. Tarek a little bit of a sleeper at this point in time, but right now Core is still considering his options.
Yeah, shouldn't come as a surprise. Rel, though, going to be the lock-in in the end. Rel, obviously, I think one of the strongest picks of the tournament thus far. Incredible.
A flex pick as well. You just put Lee Sin top lane.
Yeah, I knew you were going to bring it up.
I mean, it's in my pick'ems, man. I need Lee Sin to be played all over the place.
We'll see whether that will come to fruition. It is looking like a blind pick here. The Sejuani, I'm sure will pair with whatever Zeus is picking, but outside of that, not really the greatest when you look at the rest of the comp of T1. Not a lot of ways to activate that. You don't have a melee mid or a melee support to try and play with this.
Jax.
It's looking like Jax or Renekton, yeah. Cassante could also be an option, but I do think that with Ashe in particular, Cassante maybe doesn't quite have the pressure, and you would be leaning a lot more on just the Orianna for late game damage, as that's one of his champions.
But like, this is the problem. We see this all the time, and it's the Sejuani without any permafrost friends. And I don't know. It bothers me quite a lot. Of course, you can go into hammer form as Jace to try and help out. Half of Jace, exactly. So Ona has half a help with his passive and getting that one stacked up. But of course, Sejuani is just good in general. There is a Cassante on the R5 for Summit. I can see a smirk there, a wry smile on his face as he manages to get probably the most successful top lane champion of the play-ins, at least, we've seen on this patch here at Worlds. So I do like what TL have put together, but T1, I mean, this is the most slow and steady T1 composition. Like, we're gonna team fight you and we have all of the engage in the universe and we can follow up with everything and the kitchen sink. But I don't know whether they're necessarily answering TL, at least in this draft, in the early game.
Yeah, I think that for T1, playing around that bot side is going to be really important. And in that light, I think a Renekton would have made a lot of sense because you can leave him alone on an island and be fine. However, the Jace might be drawing some attention. Obviously, the 2v2 with your Lee Sin is going to be good in both mid and top. And as mentioned, the Sejuani, I don't know how good you're going to feel about that unless you're playing through Zeus, but with the pressure that Gumayushi and Keria are expected to have, I think T1 is going to try and leverage that to set up early objectives, and it is really hard to engage into the T1 comp, and I do think that there is a lack of range on Liquid. The Renata in particular actually working out really well there, but if you can catch the T1 comp off guard, right, particularly with something like the Jace, can definitely be a big problem. And I do think TL have a very well-rounded comp. That said, if they're not able to make anything happen around that mid-jungle or mid-top, or a top jungle rather, I'd still be worried for them.
I feel like there's going to have to be a lot resting on Summit's shoulders this time around as well. But it is time. Let's get into our very first game of the Swiss stage here at Worlds 2023. T1 taking on TL. Their acronyms so very similar. We'll see whether the gameplay is going to be on a similar level as we get into it. Any expectations for level 1, Chronicler?
With these, you could try. I think that Ashe can be really punishing, right, if you're able. But if this was like a Braum instead of a Renata, you know, you're going ham.
It's Keria's Braum. I don't want you to say that ever again.
Hey, Keria's Braum, when he's not engaging, is great. When he is engaging, it's not necessarily the greatest. But no, I do think that the first action we're going to see more so towards the Dragons, the Heralds, and again, particularly for TL, I want to see how well Pioshik and APA are able to try and play. And how are they going to relieve pressure? Because with this Ashe Keria, or rather Ashe Renata lane, my expectation is that T1 is looking to start bullying very early on and never really relents. And we have seen that T1, this goes back to spring, but that was the style that they were extremely dominant in and allowed them to snowball games in a very unfun experience for their opponents.
But now the Ashe player has changed.
Very true.
In this lane, as of course, Keria moving over to the Renata this time around. Ashe not necessarily a sport as much as she used to be. As logistics program is being read out to Yun, and he didn't like it at all. Not into it.
No, not an enjoyer of the program. Did go Fleet Footwork, so we'll be able to sustain up a little bit, but do have to be ready for the amount of pressure that's going to come out from this lane early on. And especially when you're playing engage support. Renata is a bit of a, middle of the pack because she's an enchanter, but also really good in terms of counter engage. Is that you want to really respect the level 1 so that you actually have a window to go in. And if your health bar is already too low, then that's not really going to be the case. Case in point.
Yeah, there's a bit of a handshake there from Keria. Is going to get cleansed. So gets a cleanse on a level 1 Aphelios. Things not necessarily going TL's way here at this stage, but as you already illustrated, this is to be expected in that lane. Zeus is going to go to the skies, and Summit is going to look to try and fight back here, but Conqueror procced, and the Jace is having just a great time.
Oh, and Owner actually changing his
another one
pathing.
comes through, and now the flash. Keria is just throwing out abilities and getting summoner spells.
Do note though, Pioshik starting top side of the map. We're going to have opposite sides here, as there might be a dive onto Summit, but Guma and Keria, are they going to be okay with Pioshik moving in?
Yeah, Summit trying to deal with this minion wave, but it is just too big. They do manage to get a teleport out. Can they kill him in time? That is going to be the 1-for-1 as now the stun comes in. It's a 2-for-1 and TL trade up. Now Pioshik making his move towards the bottom side. The Q's going to land. Gumayushi's in so much trouble, and Core JJ just said, I take down this team. It's my job, man.
And TL coming up huge early. Yes, Yon and Core get pushed in, but it seems like T1 wasn't ready for the gank coming in from Bioshik straight from his red buff down to the bot side. And then here, I think Owner just a little bit slow. It actually gives plenty of time for Summit to level up, regain some health, and then level 3 this early on. You just can't tank the turret. And if that's a 1-for-1 trade, maybe you take it, but now it's a big win. And then here as well.
Oh, the flash. That's very unfortunate there for Gumayusi. Getting caught in the CC regardless. QuartJJ just crashing down on him, and we're starting off with a 3-1 in favor of TL. And I want to go back to a conversation that I had with Jat. He referred to this earlier on. And we were having the chat, and I was telling him, like, if the game goes, TL gets an early lead, and then T1 stabilizes in the mid game and wins, do you think that that's an expected outcome? And he was like, yes. But the other option is TL just keeps up the pressure. They just keep going, and then they win. Or they, you know, there could be a throw situation or something like that. Zeus is fighting against Summit here towards his top side. Still, Summit not having the greatest of times up here, but Ona, I mean, he's got a pretty nice tent up here, as it turns out.
He does. And we'll see if this dive tent is better. Bioshik will get spotted, so I think that should be enough reason to maybe call it off. But I think the goal for T1 here is just to deny as much CS and experience as possible. Maybe pick up a plate as well, and they will be able to do that. But with Bioshik having to top side, dive not going to be repeated here. And yeah, T1 clearly came into this game trying to play as lane dominant as possible. And I think TL's response thus far, not too bad, but when you look at the CS, even with that play towards bot side, you do see that the dues are still being paid and that this Ashe Renata lane is still really oppressive to play into because Yon is still very far behind in CS, and when we look at the actual gold, it's been equalized.
Yeah, it certainly has. In this mid lane, APA has been playing fantastically. Of course, didn't play a whole lot this year for TL. And there's a Shockwave. As I say it, he takes a whole bunch of damage, so perhaps the caster curses could just stop. And Pioshik looking for an opportunity here onto the Sejuani. He's going to be spotted there on the control ward, and Ono just says, no thank you, not again. Gumayusi is going to find some frost shots onto QuartJJ, gets the crash down, but Pioshik is still just trying to run away from Ono. Doesn't get the Arctic Assault over the wall. Faker was coming down. Not going to be able to find him. So far, relatively smooth sailing here for TL, but we haven't seen any more of those aggressive plays that T1 tried to pull off in the early stages, and I think that we're probably just going to see some cool, calm, and collected gameplay, try and get these lanes worked out, and then set up for some of these objectives.
And I think that's the biggest difference. Even with the early gang or the early kills going the way of TL, we already have 2 plates down in top, 1 plate down in bot as well. So T1 are able to still trade pretty decently in terms of gold. Pioshik also, the constant attention that he has had to pay to his lanes has been working out, right? Forwarded the gank on top side, forwarded the gank just now on bot. Because I think that Owner might have otherwise had an angle with the complete vision denial, but it also has meant that he hasn't really been able to have the early impact, and with Lee specifically, particularly against something like a Sejuani, you're really trying to be on the front foot. You're trying to be proactive. Once you're playing reactive into Sejuani, it's not the end of the world. We have seen Lees be able to still have a big impact when we get to the later stages of the game, but it does mean that TL, playing mostly responsive, are still going to suffer when it comes to these plates and to the CS.
Yeah, and here on the bottom side of the map, you were talking about plates going down on the top side. Minions just being denied here. The Ashe Renata, of course, pretty good at it. But Gumayusi Carrier, oppressive early games, kind of their bread and butter. And it looks to be going just fine here at this point. Summit, good ward, should be able to spot out Owner as he moves on in, and there it goes.
Maybe a 2v2.
Ward down, but this could be some Summit baiting here towards his top side as Pioshik is making his way in. The back is going to come through, and now Pioshik's going to know that he'll have an opportunity. Full vision in this area. Zeus is going to move his way down. Feels a little bit frightened as to what could be the possibilities. Pioshik paying some attention. No Shock Blast going to make its way into the Tri-Brush just yet. Zeus does turn back up again. On vision.
Summon his ult.
There it is, and now Pioshik is coming down. There, the all-out comes through. The Q's going to land, and Zeus, he knows that he's dead. The Q's going to land beforehand, and Pioshik gets another.
Really nice setup there. The early ward from Summit showcasing where Owner is. And Summit with the Cassante has the capability to drag Zeus back, set him up for Pioshik. Much needed kill. TL, I think, needs to make this game as fast as possible. Needs to try and throw T1 off. They are now on Vision, starting up this objective. Core and Yon are already here, but with the wave that's being built up on bot side, I wouldn't be surprised if T1 just goes for the blades. Arrow coming in.
Yeah, Ona is going to get blocked out, so Pioshik is going to be able to take this one. The arrow's going to connect, but Yon is going to be able to cleanse that one away. Ona's still looking for more. As the shockwave lands, Pioshik is going to try and safeguard his way out for the hostile takeover. Will cancel that, and Faker will grab his first of the game. TL trading the Rift Herald for just a kill. You're probably all right with it.
Alternative, Summit also went and caught that bot wave. Now they are continuing to play. APA does have teleports.
Yeah, 4 versus 3 potentially. No more shockwaves, so they don't have to worry about that orb quite as much. So APA will be able to keep his friends alive for now. Very nicely done, and I'm starting to feel like, you know, TL doing okay. I was a bit worried about that Herald play, absolutely. But right now, the goal is very, very even.
And we'll see where they place down the Herald. Haven't really been able to do a whole lot of damage to turrets outside of a plate in mid. APA, at least in the laning phase, doing a good job here. And if they can actually use that to maybe set up a dive right towards that mid lane and go from there, could be big. As we take another look at this, I really like the setup for this play. Zeus went to pick up some fruits, comes back and is delivered into the waiting arms of Pioshik. And this is basically a zero-risk play for TL because they knew where Owner had been. And then here, you know, you end up giving up a kill, but I do agree with you. I think you take that any time. The value that Herald provides is going to be very nice. And with the mobility and a core standing guard, even though they do have to invest 2 flashes, giving up 1 kill, not the end of the world. The flashes, though, if we do have another fight coming up soon, that might be a problem.
We'll see when that fight is going to occur. Currently, no dragons have been secured. Of course, there's only 1 dragon at this point in time. However, has not been looked at just yet.
Yeah.
JJ looking for this top side of the map as Ona is in position. Bit of a lane swap has come on through as Summit getting punished here underneath the turret. Another plate could fall, but no, the minion is going to be dealt with. Kamushi's going to have to wait for the next round, but I don't know how much more of this Summit can actually take. And he just used his teleport to get down there.
And I think Summit should still be relatively safe, but if he's not getting any help, he can try and clear. Zeus might be targeted here again. Does have flash available.
Yep, Q going to connect there from Giannis. Now Zeus realizing that Core JJ's there. He's going to flash out of the way. Oh my goodness, Core JJ almost falls, but not quite enough there from Zeus to make him take 2 turret shots. Could have been a disaster. However, no one is going to fall, and Zeus does have to use his flash.
We do have Pioshik making his way over, even with Owner being there. Looks like TL, at the very least, is going to drop the Herald here.
Yep, there is the Glacial Prison. Yun is going to be able to get out of the way. The arrow is going to sail by majestically, and the Rift Herald is going to slam its way through. Moonlight Vigil comes down, still a lot of damage offered back here by T1, and that will deter TL from coming on through here, but still, Plate Gold does go over.
Such a good response, though, by T1, because TL trying to overload the top half of the map, not actually getting the kills. I hope we get some replays, because there was a lot of nice work done there by TL, or T1 rather, to dodge all the skill shots, make sure that Zeus stayed alive. But on the flip side of the map, Guma and Carrier can just keep going. Carrier just went for the offensive ignite, just to keep Summit as low as possible. And it does mean that even with the Herald, gold will be slightly in favor of T1. But thus far, early game has actually gone even, and I do want to highlight, I think T1, the reason why, although we'll talk about it after this, because again, I want to highlight, we don't get to see Zeus sidestepping the Magnet Storm, that was really cool, but here they're able to clear out the wave, and even though the arrow doesn't actually find anyone, Zeus gets the knockback, and Owner then makes sure that he catches the Moonlight Vigil to keep his top laner alive.
Yeah, the knockback right as the kick is coming through as well to deny any sort of follow-up. Really cleanly played there defensively by T1. Not going to be able to net them any kills, only a 500 gold lead here, which is nothing to write home about whatsoever. Although postage pretty easy currently for most of the players on the Rift. Some are just clearing out waves. I do want to see TL keep up the tempo
I agree.
here in this game, and I want to see a little bit more out of APA. Of course, the Syndra fantastic for just one-shotting carries, things like this, but as the game goes on, the utility that Orianna provides is going to give a little bit more from that mid lane.
It's hard to match. Also looking together how we can sync up with Core. I think that the Crash Down combined with the Scatter the Weak can single-handedly win you a team fight. As Yon does have red-white.
Yeah, Q going to connect there from Pyosik, but Owner is going to be able to Arctically assault his way out. And now this Dragon is getting some attention. Wards everywhere. Arrow going to connect onto APA. The hostile takeover comes through, and there is the chaining of CC. I don't know what you're supposed to do in that moment. I think you just have to accept that you're going to die. That's precisely what happens.
Yeah, I think you have to flash the arrow.
Yeah,
that's really the only outplay on that one. APA unfortunately going down. Summit gets himself a snack. First Drake is going to go over to it's setting up for a Cloud, which I am loving.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Oh, Earth, Wind, and Fire?
I know.
To
That's
start
your
off
favorite.
the Swiss stage? It's not my birthday,
So
though. Come on.
Yeah, as we take a look at the Muscat lane economy snapshot, the big benefactor of everything that has happened thus far is Guma, because while Yon has been dragged around the map, right? They did the lane swap, they get the Herald, they tried some aggressive plays, but didn't quite work out. Guma has just been in bot, fired 2 arrows, that was about it in here, yeah. You have to flash it, otherwise, especially with Owner right there, just gonna get taken down 100%. And that is exactly the type of plays you want to try and avoid. Give T1 as little as possible in this mid game, because come team fight, I don't even think TL's comp is bad at team fighting, but trying to out team fight T1.
Yeah, with the composition that they have, especially on top of everything, they've got so much non-committal CC as well as teamfight utility.
It's a risk.
There's just a little bit too much here. So TL going to be able to look at Shirley here. Going to be able to take her down. Looks like T1 not too interested in fighting for this one, as they have some backtimers to take care of beforehand. So Pyosik going to get his second Rift Herald. And TL should be able to try and use this to break open one of these lanes. Currently, they haven't taken any turrets just yet. The bot lane outer has fallen, so first brick goes to T1, contributing to their gold advantage that they do have to the tune of about 1,000. Arrow going to fly through, hits Carrier, hits Owner, and almost hits APA. This time he's going to flash it.
That's very unfortunate, because even though he stays alive in this instance, they might try to go for a play on Zeus here.
Wait, yeah, there's the Scatter the Weak onto Zeus, taking a lot of damage. The Unleashed Power comes from Pyosik's going to take away the kill, just barely. Not enough there, so requiring the Sonic Wave, but really nicely done here right after he had to burn the flash.
He was necessary, okay?
Absolutely.
Pyosik was essential to that play. Really nicely done by APA, able to get the best out of a bad situation. Zeus going down a third time now. And means that TL still remaining close in gold. And because top lane turret was already low from the continuous pressure that was applied there by TL, they're able to get the top side turret. Might be looking towards play on Faker. Pyosik does have his ult.
Yeah, there is the Warthog flash. Scatter the Weak not going to be able to get the stun there, though, as Pyosik is going to be the target here. Faker wanting some revenge, gets the flash out of him in trade for the shockwave, as now Zeus is looking to put in some support as well. Not going to be able to catch up. TL with 3-man strong here in the mid lane against the 3 of T. Oh! The flash forward from Zeus is going to be scattered. APA doesn't have a flash of his own, though, as the shockwave was looking to grab Pyosik, but they'll get the free kill on the Syndra. APA not able to make his way out.
And particularly on such a long lane, between the speed up from Faker plus the speed up from Jace, as Cole goes in.
Storm, that is going to be the hostile takeover, though, with Gumayushi's just raining hell down on Core JJ. He's going to be the first one to fall, but Summit does get the all out onto Carrier. Not going to be able to bail himself out of this one. Bit too expensive, but the Q3 is going to connect, and now Gumayushi's in trouble. The arrow's going to connect onto Young, but it was Summit that was the problem. And TL will answer back beautifully in mid.
And TL, not scared of what's happening in topside, immediately pulled the trigger in mid. You saw Guma there as well. I think a second of hesitation, like, oh, can I maybe help Carrier? Can we try and chew through this Cassante? The answer would have been no, but that moment of hesitation, Summit is able to completely capitalize on. And initially, it's a bit of a question, do you have enough damage with just the Cassante there? But fortunately, even with Carrier able to stall out the play a little bit, Summit able to make his way over, get on top of Carrier. The bailout not going to be enough to save him. And actually predicting, right? Gumayushi trying to dodge the Q free, coming up huge. Well done there, and it means that still 18 minutes in, gold looking even.
Now Core JJ will find Owner. going to get a Shattering Strike off as Goshik looking for Faker underneath the turret. Is going to get kicked into the wall as APA will just unleash the power and is going to reign supreme as far as the Orb Lady is concerned in this game. Summit be able to get himself into this mid lane once again, but that one is not long for the world, especially with this large minion wave. Summit's just going to have to watch it fall down. Ona just provide some support as well. And the map, something that TL hasn't necessarily paid as much attention to as the handshake does come through. That's going to be a miss on the Glacial Prison though. And so Summit's going to survive, but the inner turret is not.
Yeah, T1 is really playing with reckless abandon. Like, we haven't seen this since spring. They're just giving up people left and right just to try and get these objectives. Owner might be in a tough spot.
Yeah, there's the scat of the week, but TL not wanting to bite it off more than they can chew, especially with Yun not quite there yet.
Dragon will be big, and T1 is set up around this objective. Not the best weapons here for Yun. See if he can get, but there's no Faker, right? No TP available.
Yeah, that's going to be Pioshik locking that one down. It is going to be a Cloud Soul this game as well, so I guess it is my birthday. I don't need any more of those, though. I'm getting old.
I'm loving it.
Yeah. Earth, Wind, and Fire, everyone. Let's groove tonight as Gumayushi going to be clearing out this mid wave. Let's have a look at the replay once again. There's quite a few things to get through.
And the big thing here is that, as we wanted to see from TL, they are continuously going for plays. And you see here the power. Like, what do you do as Faker? Particularly if you don't have flash or any backup. You can't outplay that. The moment that Pioshik lands the kick, APA guarantees the scatter, and the damage is always going to be enough, Merc Treads or no. And it's the kills where TL really has been able to get the better of T1. Now, both these teams have a habit when it comes to Barons.
Yeah.
And
very recently, it's been far more TL that have been going for those. In their playoffs, they were reminding us of some T1 of old. Just, it's hit 20 minutes, Barons on the map. Let's go there.
Why
and
not?
Let's try and kill it. It hasn't necessarily been T1's MO towards the end of this year, though. But of course, they've had a fair few struggles there, so maybe some of the confidence played into that. T1 now going to have the opportunity to look over there, and they can at least clear out some vision. So as it stands, I want to pull us back a little bit, Chronicler.
Yeah, there's been a lot going on.
Jad said 90-10 on the desk.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Current game state, where are you putting it now?
Knowing the two teams, I don't know, like 70-30?
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
Look at us. It's like we've busted together before and we know a bit about each other.
TL thus far, really been able to keep it together. Now, what I'm worried about is the burst from, I think, the top half of the map. Summit, Pioshik, and APA right now is enough to take down anyone on T1. But once we get into the actual team fights, the fact that Yon is really far behind, I think might actually end up becoming a problem. It depends on whether or not TL can get access to Gumayushi, whether they can deny Keria a big ultimate, make sure that Guma doesn't get bailed out by the Renata, because I do think that when you look at the damage, T1 definitely has so much burst available to them. But then also on top of that, you have the sustained damage of an Ashe, who even with the deaths that Guma has sustained, picked up, I don't know how many plates it was, but
a lot.
It's a lot.
And that's a 50 CS gap basically for Gumayushi as well. And so he's just happy Ashe. Died a couple of times, but it doesn't really matter because the bank coffers are still full. Faker with control of this Baron area, going to make his way towards the jungle. It is extraordinarily empty at this point in time. Ona finds Summit. And Summit just going to go back towards this bottom side of the map and try and clear up these minion waves. Core JJ finds Faker once again. Shattering Strike going to come through, but he's going to be pulled back by the Shockwave. The Dissonance comes in. There's the Magnus Storm as Faker is pulled forward. Can he find the Clockwork Wind-Up? He doesn't need it because he's got Command Attack, and that is going to be the kill going over. Carrier gets an assist as well and managed to get the shield down, but I'm going to almost give it a solo kill as Yun going to have to get out of the way of that one once again. Glacial Prison in trade for the cleanse.
And T1 not pulling the trigger, so it's just going to be a kill. Not the end of the world for TL, but if you do this a few minutes later, if maybe more members of T1 are in the area, I don't think you're going to get away with just a kill in that situation. And this is where you see Faker went for Ludens as well as Void Staff. So even against one of the tankier members of TL, you just shred through him in seconds. Faker actually investing in his flash here, otherwise the arrow might have been enough. if Guma can get that as the teleport here.
Yeah, now Faker, as you just mentioned, does not have his flash available. The Dissonance doing a fair bit of work there because of the damage. Build as Scatter the Weak is not going to quite find the man in the mid lane. Kosha going to get slowed down, but he connects the Q, and I have a feeling that even Faker's not going to be able to make his way out of this one. He's had some daring escapes before, but without Flash, Orianna doesn't exactly have too many methods, and now the TL Baron that we were just talking about, they're going to consider it here. The rest of T1 are in the area. Faker has teleport. There's 30 seconds on TL to make this play, and if they can lock this down, it could be a huge advantage for them. They need to keep Owner out of this pit, though, as APA, he's going down low. QuartJJ looking for his opportunity. Can he play bounce so they get him out of the pit? And it's going to be pyosik that locks down the Baron. Can they win the fight, though, is the question. The hostile takeover gets the kill, utilizing Yun to kill APA. It's a disaster for TL, and Zeus, he knows it. He's flashing over walls. Yun's going to be able to pick up one, though, with these chakrams. Have a feeling that that might be all he's going to be able to get, but let's see what he can do here. Uses the last of his mana on the moonshot. And yeah, he's in an alcove, and I don't know whether he's getting out unless it's via the death chamber. So there it is. Going to be the kill lockdown by Zeus.
Faker TP to bot.
Oh yeah, he knew that one was done.
pyosik and TL are able, I think they actually played that really well. The initial setup around the objective is amazing as, this is so pyosik.
Oh, is
the
he
teleport.
the last Baron? Is he
I don't
the
know if
last
they win
Baron?
this.
Okay, let's see what can happen here as pyosik's trying to safeguard his way out. Summit is here, but it's a little bit late as pyosik, he cannot contribute to this, but it is a Kasante in melee range, but Gumayushi is just so dangerous. The volleys are connecting, and Summit's going to be okay, so is T1, and I guess nothing really happens.
This is the type of game I want to kick off Swiss stage. Atlas.
Absolutely.
A lot is going on, and it starts off, if you're a T1 fan, you've seen this one before, but this time around, there is no cross-map play. There is no grand plan. Faker just dies. And I really like the proactive use of teleport here from Team Liquid to then set up the Baron. The downside is there is still 4 people for T1, and a lot of resources have to be invested to take out Owner. The poke from Ashe and Jace is so pivotal. I actually would have loved it if TL here just go all in on the engage, right?
Summit's all out was absolutely fantastic.
It was,
there to get rid of Owner.
because the follow-up engage from T1 is a disaster for Liquid, right? And if they also had gotten the Baron, it would have been a complete wash. But instead, I think TL, the fact that they are able to hold on to one of their Baron buffs is nice, but I don't think, it's a minus 600 Baron power play. The Rebel Baron power play has seen better days.
Yeah, it's somewhat. It's not exactly the greatest debut of the Rebel Baron power play for the Swiss stage. However, we'll see what can happen here as pyosik still has the buff for another 40-odd seconds. Scatter the Weak not going to find Owner there. Proving himself strong, I guess. And Summit going to clear out this mid lane. Still Outer in the mid lane, up and available here. TL going to have to try and break that one open. The map really has been their worst enemy as T1 have really opened it up for themselves. And I think that's starting to provide a bit of a problem here for the North American representatives.
And for TL, not getting anything out of this Baron is unfortunate. It goes both ways, right?
Hey, they take it off the map.
That is true. And that against T1 in particular, I think that is valid. At the same time, though, the standing gold can be a blessing and a curse. If you ever do get a decisive teamfight win, you immediately can balloon up to pretty ridiculous amounts, particularly if you would have had the Baron buff still on anyone that wasn't pyosik. But at the same time, it also means the map control and safety that T1 still has because of that mid lane turret makes it really hard, because I do think TL, every fight should start with a pick-off. Maybe on Faker.
Yeah.
pyosik deep in enemy territory.
Going for it there as the kick does come through. Of course, Sonic Wave is going to connect as well. QuartJJ looks for the opportunity, but the hostile takeover is there. Carrier always takes care of his friends. It's pyosik. He even goes golden, going to be able to avoid the arrow with that. The rest of TL gets into position. This is 2022 Worlds pyosik. Like, this is incredible.
He's doing it!
He's doing it again, Chronicle.
No, it's just an inner.
I mean, and it's also just one play.
Yeah.
But, like, we like to get excited about these sorts of plays.
We should.
Exactly.
Man, we've been deprived the pleasure of casting pyosik for a full year. You know what? I'm gonna enjoy it.
Same.
Hey,
are you going to enjoy it, Chad?
This is intense.
Yeah.
I just have to say, I think TL has a small chance of winning this one, but it's small.
I don't
want to destruct the challenge.
How are you feeling?
We upgraded to 70-30. Where are you going?
So my heartbeat is currently at 125 BPM, according to my
I think
watch.
mine's 140.
And that's probably lower than what some of these TL guys are at right now. But Piosik is playing out of his mind. He actually feels pretty calm to me. So this is the problem with Team Liquid, though. And I hope they've been able to overcome it in the last 2 months. They've had so many early games where they were ahead or behind in gold. And this feels like a classic NA versus Korea game where they feel like they're getting all these kills. But no matter what, they are behind in gold. They get Baron, they're still behind in gold. But I will say, that does give you that slimmer of hope. And I had to express my excitement.
No, yeah, of course. You're sticking around, right?
If you want me to, I don't want to lose the cast.
Absolutely. No. This isn't we're going to hear from Jat standing by. This is now it's a tricast. So welcome. And we'll see
for the Jatless reunion.
I feel like
it was 2019 the last time.
You've been doing an amazing job, but look at this. This is rare that after 25 minutes, TL gains gold on T1.
Yeah. The goal difference, overtime powered by AWS, letting us know that, yeah, T1's macro is still pretty good.
I'm going to be looking as well towards the death cap finishes. Both Faker and APA are getting really, really close. And at that point, if anyone gets caught by anything, be it a stray out from owner, be it Piosik going insanely deep as he has been doing throughout the entirety of this game, and you're going to get blown up in seconds. And we'll see whether the 80 carries are able to really make their mark on this game.
And I really do have to wonder about Jan at the moment. He's been on the back foot this entire game. I feel like they banned the Caitlyn really early on in the draft phase because they were scared of the laning phase, but then they had to go with the team fight pick for CoreJJ because I don't think they felt like they'd be able to win this game with Core on something like Lulu against Ash Renata where they might lose the lane anyway. So he's down 60 CS, he's been on the back foot the whole game, and he has to worry about Shock Blast and Orianna Shockwave. So it's such a difficult game for him, but the fact that he has 2 summoner spells up right now before this next Dragon or Baron fight would be the window where he has to execute in a team fight to give TL an advantage.
I want to reiterate again, the best of ones in Swiss are so important because it seeds you for the rest of the bracket, right? A win here today means that you're only a single win away from making it towards those best of threes, the ability to win.
And right now, TL is looking to peel. They're hoping to get the teleport and then peel. They do not want to flip this.
Aria is just going to get caught out of position. CoreJJ is there, and that is going to be the pickoff to start this one. Even the Rift Skull is going to stay with the kick on the Faker from Piosik. It does not stop from this man today. And Ona down to 50%. Of course, Summit's got the Q3, and it's a double for APA, and that's going to be a Baron for TL.
Piosik is legitimately the defending world champion, getting 2 kills for TL. No jungler for T1. That's the second Baron of the game.
2 for 2 for Liquid. I'm giving it at least 50-50 now, boys. 100%. That is going to be the secure of the Baron. And I have a feeling this Rebel Baron power play is going to be a bit bigger than the last one.
And Piosik in the quote says, we're going to have fun. You know, when it's not looking good.
It looks pretty fun if you're not an
He's
LCK
having a great
fan.
time.
I will say, one of the Achilles heels of Team Liquid during the regular season was their execution of Baron power play.
Get out of here,
I have to watch this. I have to keep hope low. That's how we got here in the first place. But right here, CoreJJ never showed. T1 did approach because they didn't have perfect vision on the Baron. They get the first kill. And Piosik on the TP was godlike.
Man. And he's got the GA ready, so he's able to get that resurrection through as well. And so Ona just going to be caught out. T1, once the cards start falling down, this composition can fall apart. And TL, as you can see, understandably losing their minds.
And they know what this means. Look, with this new format, this one win, as Chronicler was mentioning, is way more important than one win in the 6-game group stage because it will actually catapult them in to being 1 best of 1 away from a qualification match. It's actually much more important.
And that's going to remain true for the next 2 best of 1s, right? Like, if they do win here.
We know there's always crazy upsets at Worlds, right? Every year, pick'ems are never the way that you'd expect. Never. But to open the Swiss stage, if they can make it happen, will be incredible. Right now, though, Baron power play actually working out okay.
Summit has to be able to escape this.
Trying to get out of the way, but the Glacial Prison is going to connect. The arrow is going to sail wide. He tries to all out his way through. Does still have a bit of a shield, but Faker will finish him off now. Still needed a lot of resources to lock that one down, as Baron is going to be utilized to try and take down this inner turret as well. But T1 going to get themselves into position. The volley is going to tag them. Not going to push into the fog of war is T1. They're trying to just holster their guns a little bit here.
Yeah, Jon cleansing the slowdown just to ensure that there was no follow-up, that he's able to make his way out. And Piosik still going, still looking continuously for this backline access.
Faker does have no TP, so it technically is a 4v4. which I think is why he's trying to play aggressive, and they don't want to lose this Baron. With Summit being dead for another 20 seconds, he'll join once he has teleport, but that's actually been the issue. Summit led the LCS in isolated deaths, and so many of those did happen in situations like this, where he's pushed up, and the team isn't able to counter the play of T1 sending everybody for Summit, so that completely stops the momentum of this Baron power play, and it's been a problem all year for TL.
That one goes back a few years before that as well. I say as an old Sandbox fan, as you point out, Jet, it's the fact that the rest of the team is backing while he is this far up, and this kind of takes out the pretty decent Baron power play they were setting up. They were about 1,500 up here, maybe could have gotten another inner if they synced it up a little bit better, but now, for all accounts, gold 2K at this point in the game, not going to be the big difference maker.
100% irrelevant. 2 dragons apiece now, as well as TL were at least able to collect themselves their first Cloud Drake of the game, so we're not talking about a soul just yet until this next one is going to be taken down in 2.5 minutes. But the Baron is going to be the conversation at that point in time. TL, we'll see whether it's 3 Barons that they'll require as these shock blasts, man.
They hurt so much. Jan working on what looks to be a Guardian Angel. It'll allow him to play a little bit more aggressive, but you can see he's just so far behind the curve of Ashe. Chronicler, I'm having a hard time being unbiased with my analysis right now. Who do you think has better scaling? Just champion-wise.
Arrow. APA just walks out of it.
I'm leaning T1 because I think Orianna right now is the best team fighting mage you can get.
Fair.
But if Pioshik can find an angle, like I think it's pretty close. I'm leaning T1, but I do think that Ashe has a much harder time with having a high impact in fights than Aphelios. A single blue ultimate with crits combined with like an auto or two can basically single-handedly win a team fight. And I think for Guma, he actually needs to have the space. Did go with damage build, which I'm very happy about, because otherwise I think T1, they don't have the scaling as Pioshik.
He might need to just try and kick Zeus away from this one. Doesn't have to use his flash though, as Keria was looking to make his way in. Shock Blast not going to connect quite as well. And continue on, gentlemen.
Yeah, I do think it's close, because what I see a little bit of is just the fact that T1 doesn't have a true front line. It's just one Sejuani who's starving gold, makes them very squishy. So if APA can land any stun, there's a chance he one-shots, and they actually have a much better front line with Summon and Core if they play the fights correctly.
And I think as well, that's why Keria also going for Radiant Virtue here on the Renata, trying to build the most tankiness.
Scat of the week trying to come forward here as Summit just by himself, finds himself, and Q the Magnus Storm onto 3 is gigantic, and Summit's going all out. He's going to get out of the fight as well with Gumayushi. He's taken down Yun already. And Core JJ, both of them are going to go golden, and it's T1 that just roll over the top of TL, and even Summit will not be allowed to escape as Gumayushi looking to chase after him. He's got the ward in the brush, and I have a feeling Summit, by going the wrong direction, is probably still going to die.
After a 35-minute nail-biter with 2 Barons going over to TL, T1, well, they don't get the clean ace because Summit stays alive, but
they were winning until they weren't. Chronicler, and that is going to be the Nexus turrets falling down. Our observers following the story of Summit, but it's the Nexus that needs to be addressed, and T1 are going to take the game, the first game of Swiss. We're going to need a ladder for you, Jat, by the way, to get back up to the analyst desk, I think.
That's a great way to start Worlds.
Yeah,
it actually is. It was an amazing game. TL played their hearts out. T1 clutched up when they needed to in that final team fight. And you guys did a great job. Thanks for having me.
Oh, thanks for coming, Jab. We needed you.
Glad you were here. And if you thought that after the World's Finals, the nightmares of T1 players were going to be haunted by Pioshik, I know they won, but I guarantee you,
I think I think it's perfect. I think it's absolutely perfect, because this is actually kind of what we were thinking. We thought, like, we knew, like, Summit's always just a god of the early game. Teams that he's in are always just really good at the early game. It's how TL have been so good in the victories that they found. They were successful yet again, but T1, all they need is one team fight. They've done it from behind, more gold than that.
Yeah, go back to MSI, right? The wins that they were able to get against JDG were in situations like this, where it looks like they might actually be on the back foot. I do want to, again though, particularly for APA, it's his first game.
Oh yeah, he was amazing.
Stage, right? The aggressive use of teleport in particular, and the fact that Liquid was playing their own game is something that, even though it wasn't enough to get the win, I really want to highlight, because I think that even more so than losing, one of the big issues that people have had for North America is just that the teams don't look like themselves. They might not have won here, but TL, they gave it the best shot.
Or like this is an incredible way to start the Swiss stage. I hope you guys absolutely loved it. We did as well. But it's time to go to a break. Afterwards, we'll preview the featured matchup presented by Mercedes. Ben, C9's Blabber versus Mad Lions El Yoya. Don't go anywhere.
In the latest installment of EMEA versus NA, El Yoya and Blabber will meet in the jungle in our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz. In their grind for glory, both junglers have seen the highs and lows of competition.
Where is your team? He's at 200 HP! That is the worst Scuttles take I have ever seen in my life!
At 16.5 minutes, the Nexus turrets are being destroyed!
Now, they will be looking to lead their team to victory with the whole world watching. Any EMEA versus NA matchup has the gravitas of a world finals for the Western crowds. And with the pride of the region on the line, El Yoya and Blabber cannot afford to lose.
A team against a king. Seeing against believing. A moment against a moment for the ages. Countless battles, one arena, the realm. The only thing capable of powering the game, the stage, the broadcast, and the worldwide spectacle we know and love, aka the Cisco Network.
bias does turn back up again on Vision.
Summoner's
There
ult.
it is, and now Pioshik is coming down. There, the all-out comes through. The Q's going to land, and Zeus, he knows that he's dead. The Q's going to land beforehand, and Pioshik gets another. But Summit does get the all-out onto Carrier. Not going to be able to bail himself out of this one. Bit too expensive, but the Q's where he's going to connect, and now Gamushi's in trouble. The arrow's going to connect onto Young, but it was Summit that was the problem. That is going to be the pickoff to start this one. Even the Rip Skull is going to be the kick on the finger from Pioshik. Summit just by himself finds himself, and the Magnus Storm onto 3. It's gigantic, and Summit's going all out. He's going to get out of the fight as well with Gumayushi. He's taken down Yun already. And Core JJ, both of them.
So close yet so far, Kobe.
My adrenaline is still pumping from that one. I had a feeling they just... okay, good banger opening game for Swiss Stage.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Could have had a better ending, but no,
No.
that was amazing.
Such a back and forth game. It was amazing to see. Good things out of Team Liquid, but in the end, T1 just saying, no, you actually are not going to get this game from us.
I especially like how proactive Pioshik was. Pioshik was all over the place, creating plays on Lee Sin. So, yeah.
I mean, the Pioshik Worlds buff, you have to question, is he back in form? You know, like, I'm excited to see. TL, I think, have given us a great intro into what they're capable of, and I think as the tournament progresses, we're only going to see better and better things from them. At least, that's what I'm hoping.
That
sounds good to me.
That sounds good to me as well. Let's move on to our next game. It is the Mad Lions up versus Cloud9, so we had to add Vedius because grudge match, he's not here, Ender, but this is just EU versus NA. You love to see it, and we're going to dive straight in with our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz, which is in the jungle, Blabber versus Elyoya. Who wants to kick us off and talk about how good Blabber is? Jad?
I mean, I feel like he's the NA GOAT jungler. I gave him multiple MVP votes throughout the year. He didn't end up winning one, but he led the league in kills plus assists at 14 minutes for the LCS. He's been able to play many different styles for Cloud9, depending on how the meta has moved, and he's just a student of the game. So I'm a huge Blabber fan, and I'm hoping he has a good showing at this World Championship.
He has a huge champion pool, and he plays a very efficient jungle style. He does not like to drop a lot of his own farm to spend time ganking, but he still pulls off very successful ganks.
Yeah.
So he's one of those junglers that looks for the best of both worlds, tries to bridge the gap, and also focuses way more on bottom lane, and usually will leave Fudge by himself.
That sounds fantastic, because Elyoya not had the best year overall. Mad Lions started off strong at the beginning of the year, you know, finishing second into first place. Going into MSI, though, since then, they've kind of been struggling. A part of it has been an identity issue where the team has kind of struggled to fit into the meta. But Elyoya, that guy who is like very dominant in the early game, a man who consistently synced up with his mid laner, we haven't really been seeing much of that Elyoya recently.
No, that's what we will need to see. When it comes to Cloud9, Jad, I think a lot of people that have been watching also the LCS playoffs think, where does this leave them? The fact that they got blown out of the water a little bit by NRG in the finals. So how do you come into this first game?
They were very close to having a three-peat. So I feel like they're hoping that finals was a blip rather than the new indication of their current strength. They've had about 2 months since that game. They've had a long Korean boot camp. I think they can come in with a lot of confidence. And much like Mad, Cloud9 was happy that they were able to draw the team that they're playing today. So they're very confident coming into this matchup.
And in talking with the team, Cloud9 after finals, they really took that as a wake-up call and kind of channeled that into practice for Worlds here. So hopefully that amount of time will actually bear some fruit here.
We'll see for the Mad Lions as well. They're the team still the same from when we saw them at MSI. You know, you love to hate them, but sometimes they just win. Right?
Yeah, I mean, Mad
Lions
continue to surprise when going into the summer season finals, or rather the season finals, because they didn't even qualify for the summer playoffs. The season finals, they really showcased something that none of us were expecting. 3-0ing XL, who made it all the way to the finals. Mad Lions demonstrated a brand new playstyle. Their bot lane, Kazi, was absolutely popping off. This is a team that you never really know what version of them you're going to get, and that's why I'm very curious as to what kind of Mad Lions we're going to get today.
I'm glad you brought up Karzi, though, because he has been insane. I mean, I want to say even carrying the team at some points. And on the other side, of course, he's up versus Berserker.
Who definitely does a lot of carrying for Cloud9. A large portion of Cloud9 games really do revolve around getting some early kills onto Berserker and sweeping over the team fight. So a really, really good featured matchup here between the two AD carries because they're both so important to the win cons for these teams.
I mean, Kazi, you can see him on your screen right now. He's a player that I think has had a lot of criticism throughout his career, question marks around how strong of a player he actually is. But again, when you look at how he performed in those season finals, he had a monster performance. And having watched a lot of Cloud9's games, it's fascinating because sometimes when the chips are down, you kind of look at Berserker as being that player for C9.
Hey, didn't that guy used to be on Mad Lions, the Berserker's killing right now?
Yeah, he
Like
did.
Berserker had several plays like that throughout the split where it was just so clear that he was better than the opponent AD carry. Flashing forward at the right moments while still having the fewest deaths of all the AD carries in the league, so he plays safe when he needs to. But pretty much everyone in the LCS just talks about how hard it is to kill Berserker. Like, they just know he's good. Statistically, he actually didn't have amazing stats, but that just didn't matter because his presence in the game was so high.
Yeah, I think it's it can be similar for Carzzy as well. It's also in moments later in the game where you really need your ADCs to turn up and turn around the team fight. So I'm really excited to see this bot lane in action. Overall, though, we talked about it already for NA and EU generally, for Cloud9 and for MAD. It's going to be hard. These are the best teams in the world, so they can be happy with the first team that they are facing, Kobe. And as we see the Mad Lions there, they always have a hangover from international tournaments most of the time.
Honestly, hearing all the EU pundits talk about Mad Lions, I always feel sorry for them as an NA representative because, yeah, Mad Lions are 1-5 versus North America. And I
love that team.
That's why we're happy to pick them, but I always feel bad for them also because they always get flamed so much.
I know why you love them. Look at this stat line, Jack.
So listen, we can cherry pick and say that they're bad against North America, but Mad, I feel like kind of gets done dirty by EU fans.
I mean, to a degree they do, yeah.
The last two teams to make it out of group stage at the World Championship are Rogue and Mad. Not G2, not Fnatic. Seriously,
but getting out of groups is not what we're happy with.
But they're
in
also
EU.
the only organization.
It doesn't happen that often for EU, actually.
Yeah, sure, but I'll take
All
a final.
I'm going to say is that Mad, when they're in the group stage of the World Championship, they've always been able to get out that one time that they were there.
That's true.
So statistically, I'm optimistic. You know what I mean?
I love it. It's
I
like
think EG did them a favor, eliminating them.
You think? That's what you think?
Anyways, we have, of course, a lot of storylines going into many of these matches. I think in this one particularly, Niski, who is up versus C9. I mean, I love it.
It's funny because I was on the plane with Jack, and I was talking to Jack about it and kind of the reunion here, and he said literally right after they were picked, Niski DM'd Jack and was like, I hate to inform you, but Cloud9 starting 0-1. So the trash talk is definitely there. It's definitely in his mind as well.
I mean, Niski is a player that when we look internationally, there's often been a lot of criticism towards him as a player. Can he really contest with the big dogs? In Europe, he's always seen as that gatekeeper entry into the top three. If you can beat Niski, maybe you can contest for that top three spot, but only on occasion is he really considered one of the top three mid laners in Europe. So eyes are always on him. He definitely feels the pressure, but more often than not, he feels about proving himself on the international stage, and I think that he's looking to do that in day one against M&S.
Yes, we will see if he's able to versus Cloud9. A little bit of extra motivation as the teams are getting ready. Overall, though, as we have seen these two teams play domestically, I'd love to hear from first our LCS analysts about Cloud9 and the way they approached most of their games, because they had a phenomenal season, right, overall, if you take out those finals. How they won their games, and how do you think that style is going to fare at Worlds?
So the weird thing about Cloud9 for me is throughout most of the summer split, they kept saying that they were trying to be more versatile. And they're trying all these kind of experimental drafts. And to me, they never actually found the sweet spot for how the team should succeed the most.
One of the big parts about it was Sven has never really become super comfortable in the support role. And so he talked about in multiple interviews, they would do 1 week. Oh yeah, all right, I'm going engage supports. And they're like, whoa, okay. We need to get some wins, get back on some, some Lulu there, buff up Berserker, get the dub. And then they also, of course, had to, change mid lane. They brought in M&S, Diplex getting benched. Really, though, a lot of our hopes are that in the time since LCS finals and now Worlds, they've been able to patch up a lot of these issues. I think that it's still a solid game plan for Blabber to do an efficient jungle path towards bottom lane, try and protect that bottom lane because that is going to be your win con for later. M&S, I've been hearing some pretty good things actually from Scrim, so we'll see. I know there was definitely controversy right when they came over to Korea initially. And so, hopefully the mental is good on this team.
Let's hope so indeed. I see that you do go back to Blabber. Again, though, we started with it as our featured matchup, and I think it's going to be so instrumental in the start of this game, and that makes me circle back to Elyoya. And he's also emblematic of how Mad Lions is going to perform usually.
Yeah, I think that when we look at Mad, they are inconsistent in the form that they have a lot of players that thrive in very specific ways. Niski has always been known as a player that loves to impact the rest of the map. Hylissang is a big engaged support player that loves to find weird opportunities, sometimes top lane, sometimes in the team fights, and sometimes the meta doesn't always cater to them to just play that style all the time. So they have to kind of carve a way that allows them to really enable a lot of their players. And going into the season finals, they were able to find an identity that allowed them to push Fnatic all the way to Game 5. They were able to dominate against XL. And into this World Championship, the question is, have they been able to find a meta where their style can flourish? And that ultimately is going to be my big question mark today.
For me, I feel like if I watch the bottom lane for the first few minutes of the game, I'm going to be able to tell a lot about how this game is going to play out. If Sven feels comfortable on like Alistar, Rakan, Rel, I feel like these are huge support picks at this tournament. So many of these engaged champions. And you know, Hilly goes to the wall with his play style and looks for a lot of kills. And
is that how that goes?
Not very.
Just to the wall?
He goes to the wall.
Oh, he just goes to the wall. Okay, I see.
Through the wall sometimes.
Through the wall. Okay, I see. Anyways, we're about to go. Do you have faith?
Always.
I got a little bit.
Yeah.
I got a little bit
Mad
left.
number one.
Yeah.
EU number one.
Okay.
Nobody doubts on this
I
guy.
have faith for the TL game, and that's how it turned out.
Yeah,
So
that's
I'm just staying really cautious right now.
I think you jumped the gun. There was a little curse situation there.
I don't know what you're talking about, Kobe.
I'm confident. I mean, I'm going to have blind confidence for all my EU fans, teams, all of them. I mean, as much as I'm pessimistic, as a fan, all I can do is believe in them, right? Like, I think that that's the best thing I can do. As an analyst, this is the best possible matchup you can have in terms of round one. Cloud9 has looked shaky. They have looked inconsistent. The team fighting is going to be one of the big question marks for me. I think North America's weakness is their ability to make good decisions around when they team fight. And I think that Mad Lions is a team that Hylissang, when he sees a window, he'll take it. So
but he sees every window at all times.
I mean,
so
that's
he's like
also
in a palace of mirrors. He's just always
But
going
he's looking for a window, and he will jump through it if he can.
Hey, John and Kobe, do you agree with that? Is it a fault of NA that they don't always choose their moments right in terms of those team fights?
I think that's too broad of a brush
Okay.
to paint a whole region.
Well, I think specifically for C9, it does apply when Sven has been on engaged champions earlier on in the year. I think towards the end of the year, he got a little bit better. And then a lot of it, to me, is actually M&S. I know we haven't talked about him that much, but he's a very inconsistent player for me. So if he's actually in the right mindset, playing well, he could dominate Niski in lane and make this a much easier game for Cloud9. But he's also been known to go 0-8 on Jace against Gragas. So my eyes are going to be mid.
Nice prospect.
This is one of the best parts about there actually being a long break between all of the finals and worlds is that so much of this we're just listening on the edge of our seats for these scrim rumors and how much do you trust them?
Gotta get into the game, Kobe.
Yeah, we gotta get into the game. Let's go.
Thank you so much, Shox and Chad, Kobe, and Vedius. No one fully sure as to how this one's going to go, but I am sure that C9 is here because, as you can see, they are on your screen right now. Making their way through, of course, the expected first seed out of the LCS, but that was not the case.
No, and it's always a question of how you're able to bounce back. There's been a fair amount of time that has passed since that result. And I think C9 is still going to be one of the teams that a lot of the NA fans are going to look towards for hope. Although, you know, after last game, I'm sure a lot of people...
I'm looking at TL for that one at this point in time, but we'll see whether C9, like, it's now their shot to let us know how it's going to go, and they're up against this team right here, the Mad Lions. So much doubt surrounds this team, but it's mainly from people involved in the LEC that I hear it.
Mad are a team that really, and I think that they are very true to Hylissang in that regard, as Vedi was highlighting as well. You never know what you're going to get, right? I think that the player that I'm mostly going to be looking towards is Karzi, to what extent he can actually have an impact on this game. How is the early bot lane going to go? And I'm expecting both junglers to path towards bot side. Another question, especially after last game, where we saw something that we saw for basically the entirety of Worlds 2022 as well, which was a really heavy focus on bot lane prio, right? With that Ashe, with that Renata. Now, TL showed that you can punish that. Yoshik with his early pathing towards the bot side was able to make a lot of early kills happen. Are we going to see something similar here, or are we going to see Berserker and Karzi being put on hyper carries in an attempt to try and carry the team when we get to the later stages?
And I felt like watching the LCS, it was pretty crazy because their playoffs, it felt like any team could win in any given moment. The fact that, like, you know, TL falls out of contention after like a 20-minute like Game 4 win is kind of mind-blowing to me. And the fact that NRG were then able to take down C9. But I feel like C9's playstyle sort of helps with the slow and steady approach. So they can just wait for one of these moments from Mad to capitalize, take advantage, and then get some items on Berserker, and that's all she wrote. That feels like a game plan that could be set in motion. But Mad Lions have certainly shown that they've got some tricks up their sleeves as well. Do you want to know something very, very cool, Chronicler?
Hit me.
There is a way for Mad Lions to either get to knockouts or exit the tournament by only going against teams that they have former players on.
That's very cool. What's the pathing?
So you could have Niski now up against C9.
Okay.
And then you've got Hilly against Fnatic.
Yeah.
And then Chasey against D+.
I like it.
And I don't know whether it's going to be going up or down. We'll have to see, because it's going to remain alive regardless of the outcome of this particular game. And it will be the next best of one that we'll have to look towards to see whether they can get seeded against one of the other teams. So just a cool tidbit. I thought I'd let you have that one.
I really appreciate it. I always like little facts. It's always one of the coolest parts about Worlds, seeing players face off against their former organizations, seeing these rivalries that have been built over the years come true. And in this draft, I am again going to be looking, what are the priorities going to be? Previous game was a little bit of a diversion from what we've seen thus far in the play-ins. Are C9 and Mad going to hold true? Or are we going to see something different?
We're seeing some foliage at this point in time. Maokai could be a follow-up ban here as well to stay on the tree theme that we are looking at. Of course, Ivern, not something that we've experienced a lot of in the LCK. Of course, we've had a few fringe cases, as Mad Lions will not ban anything to start this one off. It's just, that was not my expected first ban, Chronicler. Over to you.
No, that's generally Sabato might be, given the fact, might have a lobby restart. I think Chasey was maybe waving someone down. Well, we'll see when we have more info. We'll make sure to tell you. Yeah, I think the Ironman does make a lot of sense. From an LCK perspective, we've seen some Iverns. I still think back to Peanuts every now and then, and not in a good way. But the champion was insanely successful in the LEC. I think we also saw a lot of tree versus tree. We saw BDS use it as well in their reverse sweep.
And it wasn't just used with double 80 carry compositions, which is where we saw it predominantly utilized, was if you get Tristana, that's when you have to worry about an Ivern possibly coming through. As soon as that was banned away, we didn't need to worry about it necessarily. That is not the case elsewhere. And so certainly doing their homework here, make sure that they don't have to worry about it. Of course, Elioya really does like the long-legged tree as opposed to the other one. Maokai certainly very, very strong this tournament as well, though, so could see a look in there if we are going to see the ability to ban champions provided
it's
to
it's preferable,
yeah. So obviously something went a little bit wrong there, and we're going to go back into the pick and ban to make sure that we can have even bans. It's not like you think we've deducted a ban or anything like that.
And hopefully this will be fixed soon. And again, as we saw in the last match as well, best of ones are such an interesting microcosm to me, because in a single game, like one bad pick, right, your draft can immediately set you off for a game. And then in a best of three, you can be like, okay, that didn't work, we pivot back. But in Swiss in particular, I'm going to keep highlighting it because it really can't be overstated how important it is. Need to make sure, get every single win that you can get. And for both these teams, it's probably looking like one of your best angles to get a win.
I got a little bit of an update. League officials are just looking to remake the lobby so we can get in and make sure that buttons can be clicked and pressed and things like that, and things can be banned away. And it looks like we're going to get there relatively soon. Speaking of relatives, we can talk about my shirt, Chronicler, for a second, if we're not quite into pick and ban, because this is a gift from you.
Yeah.
And I really love this one.
It's really nice. It's a traditional Indonesian shirt.
Yeah.
And my mother-in-law was like, "You're bringing them for your friends." I'm like, okay. I did not have a choice in the matter.
And I was the benefactor of it. But here we are. And no surprise, the Ivern is once again going to be taken away. And we wait with bated breath to see whether the Mad Lions are going to be able to take something off the Rift as well. And it is the Orianna. So here we go. Kalista taken away as well. We've seen this one be a very popular ban away. I'm feeling a little bit weird though, Chronicler, because we haven't seen Kai'Sa so far in Swiss.
True. In the one-game sample size.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know
You love your one-game sample sizes. Orianna makes sense. We saw the power of the pick again in the last game, even though it didn't really come down to Faker. Being that Powerhouse was still enough to get some damage down in the late game team fights. LeBlanc actually showing her face. Obviously, after approximately 20 rounds of bans, or nerfs rather, we've seen the Shiv variety kind of drop, but been played AP every now and then. I'm not going to speak of the cursed Hullbreaker builds, hoping that there will be spared those. Yeah, I am aware. Azir also going to get taken away here, so a lot of mid lane focus here. And I do think that makes sense. The desk already highlighted as well. MNS has been kind of up and down. In the spring, I think he was a lot more consistent, but in summer in particular, not necessarily having the best showing. And I do think that when Mad are able to, you know, get Niski on something that he's comfortable with, he has been known to be a really big carry for the team, as this is something we saw in play-ins a lot as well. High priority on Taliyah, flex pick, you can pick like a Renekton, put her in the jungle, have the synergy there, can shove her mid against a lot of picks that are popular right now.
They also have the opportunity to pick Tristana for what feels like the first time this tournament. I don't think it has been permanently banned, but it's felt pretty close. The Rakan being the consideration, of course, another extraordinarily popular pick, can be paired with the Xayah right here if they would like to, but that does mean that Tristana could go through, and like you're saying, Blabber can head towards the jungle with the Taliyah or something like that. Has certainly been something that we've seen coming back.
Hilly going to be picking up the Rakan here. Rakan, obviously a champion that feels like the most well-rounded support, just does everything very well. We are starting to see some drops in the Rel priority. I think Rel very early on was something that we saw a lot of. The Jarvan, though, going to give LUI the opportunity to make an early impact on the map while still scaling in a decent threat. I do think that picking a Jarvan this early, though, when you don't know what the enemy is going to be bringing to the AD carry role, can backfire. We'll see if C9 actually wants to lean into that, or if they're just going to pick something stationary and say, hey, it's fine. We'll find a way to deal with the cataclysms once it gets to that.
Yep, you come to us, and that is going to be the Cassante locked in here for Fudge, his most played champion overall this year, and has an incredibly high win rate. Of course, they're not really strangers to high win rates. C9 have done very, very well. And the Xayah going to be picked up here, so not even looking at that Tristana that I guess I mistakenly spoke about a little bit earlier on. Niski hovering some stuff, but we'll see where he is going to land as we get this first round of picks finished up. So the Star-Crossed Lovers, a little bit of a sad situation there with Rakan and Xayah.
Also means that, unfortunately for Berserker, not going to have the best of times. And this is the Ezreal. Now, this is no slight to Karzi specifically, who does love the champion, but I think Ezreal has been pretty underwhelming thus far. In theory, it makes a lot of sense, right? Ezreal is a very self-sufficient pick. Rakan, as Haley likes to do, will be able to have a lot of impact on the map, particularly when you pair him up with Jarvan. And Ezreal is fine on an island, outranges the Xayah, but in practice, just hasn't really felt like the Ezreals that we've seen thus far have been able to pop off, and particularly into something like the Cassante, who gets really beefy. Finding high-value Mystic shots can be somewhat of an issue.
Certainly able to lane relatively effectively against the Xayah, does win that range battle with the Mystic shot. So next round of bans going to come through here as the Nautilus going to be taken away from Sven. Makes a bit of sense there, of course. Often just paired with Xayah in general, but just not wanting to allow that engage to come through from Sven towards the bottom side. We'll see whether he does go with a Rel like you were talking about, which is still up and available. Might get a look at here in our next round of bans. Rumble taken away from Chasey. Of course, watching Fudge in the final, didn't look like he was too worried about Rumbles. Renekton just looking like a counter pick, which is not how I was used to seeing that matchup, Chronicler.
Yeah, my Pickham's also not too happy about that one. I was expecting a little bit more Crocodile. What I do like for the C9 draft thus far is that this Taliyah still can go either to mid or to jungle, so I haven't really given a lot away, and I think the flex potential, particularly, again, you get one shot, right? This is your first round of Swiss, one opportunity. And making sure that you try and give your opponents as hard a time as possible. to respond to your draft in kind is definitely a big one. Now, expectation would be to see something picked for Chase here. You already know your matchup in the top lane, and then save that counter pick for Niski.
Or you pick Tristana and then last pick Gwen.
Sure.
I don't know whether it's a good idea.
I don't mind it. I think Gwen into Cassante, obviously a very comfortable matchup. But
they're going to do
you
that
are your
half
half right.
But that means that the Tristana are going to be more difficult because, of course, like you were talking about, the flexibility of the Taliyah could come through here. The Alistair going to be the option first. And this pick, I'm expecting to see a lot of play, or at least a lot of attention in the draft in this stage.
Love that.
As that's a Jax look in here for for Fudge. And that would mean that Cassante is going to head towards the mid lane, something that M&S has done before. So very melee heavy as far as solo lanes, but with the Taliyah that we can now flex into that jungle, they can make up for a bit of that. Where is Sven going to go now?
Do like the initial setup here though for C9. It means that you have a lot of lanes to play through, and what the Heimer would do if it does get locked in is not allow Hilly to actually roam as much. Gonna be Alistair instead, which I do think works really well with the comp. It also means that in every single lane you have Taliyah set up, right? So no matter where Blabber is gonna go, you're able to make plays off of that. Now for Mad, knowing what you're playing into that Cassante, a lot of options still open here, although as mentioned, a lot of the high profile picks have been banned away. But Syndra has been perfectly capable, and I think particularly into the Xayah, I always really like, I think having some form outside of the Ezreal poke of ways of dealing with a champion like the Xayah, forcing maybe defensive cooldowns early on in the fight, always going to be really valuable.
Yep, it does mean that the Cassante gets to dodge the Gwen matchup by flexing it towards the mid lane. Another really cool thing here. So Mad not going to quite have that ace up their sleeve necessarily, but with another melee matchup in that mid lane for the Syndra to kind of prey on. Of course, laning phase early should be something that Niski can really take advantage of. And then in the later stages of the game, their long-range pick is actually very, very high with Scatter the Weak, and then the follow-up with True Shot Barrage, things like that. Elyoya can then get on top. You can engage from about 1,000,000 miles away as the Jarvan. So opportunities here for Mad to make things happen, but I think the ease of execution isn't the lowest on the Mad side of things. They're going to have to really be on point here in this game.
Yeah, that's my main concern. I think the Mad comp does have a ton of agency, a lot of damage, a lot of upfront burst and power, plus I think a 1-4 setup, maybe even 1-for-1, you know, with the mobility that they have with the Ezreal, the Jarvan, the Rakan, and Gwen in a side lane. But executing it, then I think I really favor C9. This is a very straightforward front to back. You have a good mixed damage profile, high damage threat into Taliyah. You have the Xayah with a ton of front line, and Jax, the matchup that I think Fudge is not going to be too unhappy about.
No, exactly, and you mentioned 4-1, something that Fudge can definitely execute himself. The fact that Weaver's Wall can get a Taliyah there, very Nocturne-esque, who is one of the most popular 1-3-1 junglers to have. It's a very similar thing with the Taliyah as well. You're always pretty close to getting into that lane to help things out if you would like to. So I think eyes are going to be pretty glued towards that top side of the map. And of course, it does come down to the junglers as well. And with just these two beefy boys in the solo lanes, Blabber is going to have a lot on his shoulders on this Taliyah. But here we are onto the Rift for our second game of the day. C9 trying to take down the Mad Lions. C9, I always just expect to be saying first seed out of the LCS. That is not the case this time around. And so far, no shenanigans in this early game. And our featured matchup is, of course, happening right now. Blabber versus Elyoya, presented by Mercedes-Benz. Blabber already just threading the volleys. And there it is. That's the matchup right there. It's perfect.
He already got hit by a flag post.
Yeah, that's an... Oh, yeah, that's a big advantage
well,
for Mad in the matchup. But the threaded volley came back as well and also hit. I missed the start of it.
Didn't really do a whole lot, unfortunately. The downside of Taliyah, particularly in the form that she is currently, right? If you go back a couple of seasons, then she was actually really strong early game. Picked often was, as we mentioned, point-and-click stuns like the Renekton. not nearly so much of it. Really needs to get her items. I think at the very least you're looking at picking up your Mythic before you really start to become a threat. And that does mean that Oyoya has a ton of opportunity to try and make things happen early. Also, Jarvan, one of the few junglers that can actually get really, really scary level 2 ganks off. We'll see if Matt is going to try and leverage that. Also do note Chasey going for the Ignite, Fudge also going for Lethal Tempo, so a lot of aggression expected there in that top lane between those two.
No, 100%. Not going for, we've seen like some of these ghost options as well from the Gwens, but the Ignite very, very aggressive, like you were talking about. In this mid lane, we have seen Cassante matchups actually work out relatively well against some of these mages, especially the skill shot based ones, if you can use your dash effectively to get out of the way of things. And Elyoya is going to bring the flag down. Blabber wastes no time flashing out of the way of that one. And he is just going to get about his business, just going to get away from this whole situation. Elyoya feeling like the damage has been done though, so Blabber going to be able to still take his chickens.
Yeah, and nice to get the flash there from Yoya, but because of the mid lane situation, MNS actually able to get a little bit of early damage down and was able to already path towards those Raptors, so Elyoya not wanting to risk. Also, Hilly was already moving up in case we did get a longer play. Ended up not being the case. Does mean that Elyoya is going to be a little bit delayed. And outside of the flash, not get a whole lot. We're going to see if he's actually able to get a lot going as, yeah, trading into an Aftershock for the Syndra, not a very fun experience.
Yeah. And so far, MNS actually looking really good as Hylissang is already here. Just seeing whether there's going to be an angle. It looks like that is not going to be the case as Fudge jumps in, or leaps in, I should say, onto Chasey. Looks like the Gwen's going to be all right for now, evening out the CS. It was looking a little bit dire for a moment there, but of course that is just a wave moving towards the Gwen. Chasey's going to be able to at least do his best in this lane. There's another dive forward here as Chasey does put down the mist, but it's not exactly an immunity situation against a point-blank Jax.
No, the extra resistances are going to help you out a little bit. It's particularly with the lethal tempo, like longer trades just aren't really an option. You see as well, MNS actually doing a great job here aggressively, keeping Niski on the turret, and particularly with Doran Shield and Aftershock, like the ability of a Syndra to bully out Xante, not really looking too hot. Might be a double scuttle situation here, so C9 actually able to absorb the early pressure from Elyoya and then get out ahead. Although, as long as Blabber doesn't get punished for his lack of flash, which could, of course, still happen.
Yep, and he can move relatively quickly around the map and things like that. As long as C9 keeps some vision control, Blabber should be absolutely fine. He's going to ride the wall and look to head back down towards this bottom side. It looks like the Krug camp, as it is going to be coming up relatively soon, is going to be his first port of call.
And we also see Blabber already picking up his lost chapter. Actually wasn't able to get a look at his runes, but particularly something we see very often with junglers that are looking to get their Mythic as soon as possible, or are very reliant on initial item spike. Can be Lost Chapter, can be Dirk. See Futures Chapter used a lot.
Yep.
In this case, though, Blabber already has his Lost Chapter, meaning that he is going to be completely fine in terms of mana, and also, as mentioned, the current form of Taliyah really looking to get to the Mythic as soon as you possibly can. And despite Elyoya trying to introduce some delays, not going to have too much slowing down now. Could be an angle here, will get spotted.
Fudge is going to immediately back away. Did have that ward there, but Leap striked a little bit early. That is going to be the flash to follow up. Still gets the knock up, and that is first blood with the last tick of Ignite for Chasey.
Amazing follow-up there from Elyoya. If Fudge is able to complete that Leap strike, able to flash out.
That was very close to a botched one as well, because that was right at the end of the flag and drag.
It really was. And if you don't have that flash and that play doesn't work out, it's a disaster. Instead, really big winner, because the kill goes to Chasey as well. So Chasey, in a matchup that I do think leans towards Jax, but is by no means one that if you get far enough ahead, is unwinnable or unplayable for the Gwen. Not going to feel too bad now. Chasey did have to back. The shove in from Blabber means that we're going to have a little, maybe 2 minions gone, but with a cannon, not going to be the end of the world. And Fudge here, crucially, didn't use one until the end. And then Elyoya doing an amazing job there. Maybe if you flash upwards, could be a little bit too far off for Elyoya, but Fudge not able to get out of that one.
I mean, I feel like Fudge did almost as much as he possibly could do because he waited until the most opportune moment to get that flash off, but the reaction time from Elyoya
was really good.
Incredible to make sure that he still gets the knockup. Blabber in position. We'll see whether he can find himself a seismic shove.
Chasey has ult.
Onto Chasey, exactly. Gets a ward down as well. Blabber had vacated the area. Leeching Lear is in his back pocket, though. He is pretty scary on this Gwen. Closer and closer to this Riftmaker. More devastating you can get as these snips really do start to take their toll.
I don't think they have the damage, especially with Gwen having ultimate available. And looks like they're going to decide against it. Chasey also clearly knew that something suspicious was going on. As Hilly running towards top lane, as he does. And particularly without flash, Fudge can definitely be a somewhat susceptible target. Also not sitting on the ward right now. No pink in the inventory. Is about to hit it.
It's a pretty large minion wave, but Chasey is going to push this one in. So Hilly, I don't think is going to have too much of an option, as Fudge probably not just going to dive on top of Chasey in this moment. But still, full lane control here for the Gwen. And like you were saying, this is a flippy matchup. This Hilly is just expecting something to happen. He's like, I'm going to leave, but before I do, let's see.
Hey, you got a cannon stack.
Yeah, there we go.
That's not going to be the best because as a result, Carzzy is still going to get zoned off here. He's going to get Berserker his first plate. This is something you do expect to happen. We did see, though, that C9 not actually being able to like deny a huge wave, not able to get more than one plate. I think playing it safe as well because they didn't actually know where Hilly was. Paying the respect that he does deserve.
Yep. Hilly is, shows himself right as the wave is going to disappear. So should be fine. Sven on a ward here. Hylissang is not going to worry about the presence of the cow towards the mid lane and is just going to mosey his way down towards the bottom side of the map. Blabber now towards this top side. The first Rift Herald has spawned. We call her Shelly in the LCK. Second one is Shirley, just to catch you guys up. Try not to use too many LCK-isms because they can be confusing. But sometimes we can't help it.
Yeah, there's a whole lexicon at this point.
Yeah, there is. Knock up onto Sven, though. He does have the Unbreakable Will, so no real threat of dying. But if they put that ultimate on cooldown, it could be a problem as Berserker going aggressive on the Carzzy bottom side. Just laying down the law for the moment. Carzzy not exactly feeling the happiest as the Ezreal in this matchup at this point in time.
Also seeing, Mad, what do they want to do? Do they want to contest with Hilly moving back up? Looks like that is indeed the angle here. Might be looking at a 4 versus 4 here. Fudge does have prio towards top side, so should be able to rotate through earlier. And we'll see. Picking up an early Herald would be big here.
Chasey moving a little bit late, can actually go back for that one minion. Fudge comes on down, that is going to be C9, locking down the first Herald. M&S going to collect that one. Just the tankiest one, had the most chance of survival. He's going to be able to get out, not going to be able to collect the crab. And Mad will back away as well. So still, just the first blood in this game. And C9 back on the board as far as their ability to make some gold this game. So it should be a very even situation after that charge does come through.
Yeah, would expect them to use it towards the mid lane. Try and crack that one open as soon as possible as Blabber. First time, no success. Save the second time hits here. Of course, Chasey not having a flash or ghost makes ganks all the more exciting as there we go.
Yeah, there it is. The Unraveled Earth comes down. Chasey going to try and get himself out of here. The Counter-Strike doesn't quite work, but he doesn't have too much more. Cataclysm going to come on through. Can he get any kills back? Elyoya not going to be able to find it. Sven just uses the ultimate beautifully to survive everything, and C9 are on the board.
Really nicely done there, even with Blabber not able to actually find a knockback because Chasey used the W, Blabber wasn't in range. The follow-up is enough. Zwen immediately grabs turret aggro, which ensures that with his ultimate he is fine. Fudge might have to pay the price here, though.
Perhaps Hylissang looking for his opportunity. Grand Entrance does come through. There's the Counter-Strike, though. One heck of an ability. The Ignite comes through. Quickness going to be utilized as well. They do not want to leave anything to chance, and Elyoya is going to skewer the Jax for a second kill from that.
And the roam from Hylissang working out this time around. As Berserker and Carzzy, they're still here, guys. Don't worry. They're in this game, I swear. We saw like one ultimate from Carzzy, maybe as
Speaking of ultimates, yeah, the Weaver's Wall going to come on through here. Is Carzzy going to try and get himself out of the way, and he does so beautifully. Seismic Shove has to land if he's going to make that one work. True Shot Barrage connects as well, but he's overstepped, and Carzzy's going to get punished by Berserker. We could say baited by Blabber, but unfortunately, I think it was more of a Carzzy stepped a bit too far forward.
Desperately wanted to get the kill there on Blabber, who still had his flash available as well. And into the welcoming arms of Berserker. Xayah getting an early kill, particularly in a setup with as much frontline as this, always going to feel great. And Mad, able to get that topside kill was nice, but one of the reasons why the Ezreal is seen as such a safe pick is because it's so incredibly hard to consistently lock him down. But the moment you start falling behind with a pick like that, particularly if there is frontline in the form of Alistar and Cassante, you can definitely run into some issues. And that's going to be a lot of CS missing. Now, the plate not going over to C9 is nice, but in by itself, not enough. And I think that you just have to accept, right? You absorb the gank. Maybe your team has an opportunity to go extra aggressive on the top side of the map, get some extra damage down.
You understand exactly how he was feeling, right? Like, you see that health bar, I'm like, that's 1Q. That's 1Q, and I get him. Not the case.
Flash as well. So still getting caught by the root, unfortunately, as Chasey.
Yeah, Blabber is going to spot him out. And he says, nope, you're not going to be able to steal this one away from me. I'm going to overstep as well, as the Gwen is pretty scary. Does just have his steel caps completed after that leeching lead that he's had for quite a while. So due a shot, perhaps. Blabber's going to move himself towards his bottom side. So first rate goes to C9. As all right, that is going to be M&S finding Hilly. He's looking to try and get himself out. Ground entrance going to be enough in order to do so. Does have to burn the flash. Not exactly the favorite thing for a Rakan who wants to use that to get these fights started.
Yeah, overstepping a little bit. Mad was also invading the top half of the map where they have great vision control. So Hilly then trying to also apply some pressure, get down some vision in the bottom half of the map. Will end up getting punished. Does get away with his life, as M&S does have to tank a little bit of damage, but will be able to pick up his little cannon there. And Carzzy, obviously, Ezreal, you're always going to be fine. If it's one, maybe two of those kills. If they start stacking up, though, you're definitely going to be in trouble. And we do see Niski, as mentioned, early game, I think Cassante does have a lot of agency in that 1v1. The moment that the Liandry's is done, really changes. Niski is going to be able to whittle down M&S, as we see there, as gold lead here for Berserker. It's not insurmountable, but for a guy who has been great with leads and very pivotal to C9 on a hyper carry, still going to be feeling pretty good.
Yeah, he's looked incredible. Just get Berserker the items that he needs, and he reliably carries. Has been a bit of a mantra for C9. Another Weaver's Wall going to come on through here as Blabber's going to show up. Chasey in a whole host of trouble. The Needlework doing a fair bit, though, here as Fudge going to try and get out of there. Sven going to be the one to lock it down, though. And a bit of the question mark. I think the answer to that question is you got to kill.
And this is a lot invested, and the problem for Mad is that there is no cross-map response, right? Elyoya was actually backing, not able to make anything happen. There's no dragon on the map, and the rest of C9 playing respectful as well. We don't see Berserker overextended or by himself, and even with the vision control that Mad have in the enemy jungle, doesn't actually end up being enough to find a counterplay. C9 pulling ahead. Going to be able to pick up first brick here as well.
Oh, great little pickup there. Sven going to have to blow the flash, get himself out of the situation. Does have Hex Flash, so getting that flash on cooldown, very, very important. Something that I've spoken about many, many times. As Carzzy be able to take down the turret on the bottom side of the map. And the lane economy snapshot provided by MasterCard is going to show us things going well for C9 outside of support and mid lane. Otherwise, it is all blue.
And this is exactly the same combo they used earlier, right? The trio of Blabber, Fudge, and Sven. And for Chasey, even with the sustain that Gwen has, there just isn't really enough you can do. They don't even really need to rely on Sven tanking, right? Fudge is able to take a few hits, then drop out. The Ignite not going to be enough. Riftmaker is now done. I was kind of wondering if we're going to see any of the Rocket Belt, Gwen, which also has been a really popular build, but instead it will just be the classic Riftmaker, really strong in the 1v1 and makes Gwen feel like a real champion, able to win these longer fights and make those iconic 1v multiple people Gwen plays where with your ultimate you sustain for everything.
I'm wondering what a top laner has been playing a heck of a lot of Akali in solo queue, but solo queue doesn't give us a lot of information.
Okay, Chasey knows.
We're ganking the turret, exactly. It's out of turret, it stands no chance. Where's your flash? Fudge is going to be able to take that one down. Sven, of course, making sure that no one's going to turn up. Chasey is going to do so. Getting information. Sven's not going to be there, but still, Fudge is going to be able to take this one down. So 1-2 as far as these turrets are concerned. Things working out as far as side lane priority for C9 as well. Feels like the Jax is working out here for Fudge.
And we did see the Herald being taken on the other end for Mad. And they will be able to get a charge turret very low, and picking that up going to be a big boon for them. Niski, now we're starting to see Mad actually pick up some standing gold on the map, equalizing these objectives, making sure that they don't fall too far behind. And honestly, very similar to the previous game. We actually see it going very even.
Yeah.
We'll see if C9 can build themselves up a Drake lead here.
That's going to be that Hextech Drake, and it will be secured there. Good smite from Blabber, as Niski's going to have to flash. Fudge is going to flash immediately after him as well. Blast Cone, he wants to get over and he'll find it! Beautifully solo killed by Fudge. Locks down the Syndra, and the Jax is only going to get worse from here for Mad.
Really big win. C9 get the dragon. Niski gets caught on the opposite side of the map and invests his flash as well. And that to me is the biggest part of that, because for Fudge with Leap Strike and the innate safety it provides, it's actually really hard to consistently take down the Jax. But yeah, the moment that you know you're in a long lane alone, I think some of the members of Mad actually being spotted, Fudge knows he can go in. You're never getting away from that Jax.
Yep. Beautifully played by Fudge. Even gets a ward there that is now very useful. Like, it's just success after success. Chasey, though, going to try and answer here by pushing in this bottom lane. Side lane pressure here for both of these teams is working out. And Blabber wanting to clear vision. Elyoya wants to steal away this Brambleback. The Seismic Shove's going to pull it back. That is going to be Blabber locking that one down. Elyoya actually takes a little bit of a journey as well. He will be all right. C9 just trying to keep themselves with some control of their jungle. Because, of course, the mid lane, it's sort of pseudo-safety in the fact that their tower is very, very low. Headbutt Pop does come through. That is going to be all the CC and provided to make sure that the Seismic Shove is going to work out. But Hillsang not going to dash through the rocks.
No.
Absolutely fantastic.
Just looking at them, you don't have enough damage.
Yeah.
I'm fine. No bother. The main thing, and I do think that this is another situation where you can claim that both teams have really good elements of scaling. I think that Ezreal, once he hits a certain point, can take over team fights. We have the Gwen, who, even though into the Jax, particularly with the Jax having a lead, I don't think you're going to be super excited about, still is a really big team fight threat. But for Mad, the execution is a lot harder, right? Because you don't have a traditional front line. You have Elyoya, who, sure, is a bruiser, will be able to take a little bit of a beating, but particularly with the itemization, right? Kraken Slayer, we have the Liandry's as well. Divine Sunderer isn't really going to provide you with the safety that Niski and Karzi might be looking for. So it all comes down to initial setup, initial engage from Elyoya and Hillsang. Whereas for C9, like Sven and Amanus promote so much frontline and counter engage that if they're able to just keep Blabber and Berserker safe, I think it's going to be hard for Matt. Now, Matt's vision control, though, has been really, really good, and I think that is pivotal as a little
Weaver's
cancel.
to stop the backs. You
yeah,
love
a
that.
little cancel.
It's going to work out. We do have Baron spawning in 3 seconds' time. Don't think anyone's going to head over there just yet. As Chasey still demanding some respect here from Fudge. Will leap his way out of what could have been a precarious situation. Things, as far as CS are concerned, are very, very close between the two top laners. Outside of that, Fudge with the extra kill, so still feeling all right as the Jax, but not wanting to take any risks. Didn't have full information, not wanting to give away anything here. As M&S just spending some time towards that top side. But I want to go back to what you were talking about as far as setting the stakes for what's going to happen later in this game, because this looks like a very quintessential C9 composition of, it's all right, Berserker, you do your thing, we'll get in the front and cause a ruckus, you kill everyone. And that could just be what happens as we get later and later in this game. Mad's going to have to really focus on eliminating the Xayah. A thing that can be difficult, given the safety that Featherstorm provides.
I think you see some in the building as well. Blabber going for Rylai's second. Obviously, Talia, I think, applies it very well, but it's also another extra angle of safety. The slow combined with the normal peel that you can provide for yourself, but also for Berserker with the E is something that C9 might have to rely on too. Now, Matt's vision control, again, I think goes really deep, and I'm hoping that they can deny the dragon stacking, because if Matt start picking up a couple of Infernal Drakes, it really tilts, I think, the ease of execution, because if you just press your buttons on someone, they will die, right? If you get enough AP, if you get enough AD, and even especially if you're actually able to get an Infernal proper.
They're going to look for Berserker here, who Ice Cold just going to stand there, and he will say, you don't have enough. Much like we saw on the other side of the coin previously.
I wonder if C9 want to set up a situation where they're like, okay, Matt, you go for the dragon. We don't care. It's only a single dragon for you. And then we just
rush Baron?
Hard run. Yeah, it's Baron, which is up, and they have, you know, Leandri's Talia. They have Isaiah that's sitting on 2 items, Quick Blades and Kraken Slayer both done. So Baron definitely going to get shredded very, very swiftly.
He will. Abyssal Mask also completed here for M&S, so Blabber is going to be doing a lot of work if M&S can get himself in there. And of course, Talia as the solo source of magic damage. It's not going to be a lot of magic resist built this game.
It also works both ways, because I think that Mad actually are pretty reliant on their magic damage for a lot of their burst and sustained damage, right? Karzi obviously is going to be able to burst, but M&S with Abyssal and Merc Treads, I think can just keep stacking these resistances. He goes!
That's a flash right on top of Niski. It gets a flash in response. Good reaction there from the Mad mid laner to get himself out of the way. Weaver's Wall going to come through here. It's in trade for that one, but the knockup does come through here from Sven, who wants to make a fight out of this. Hasn't actually ulted just yet and is now looking to potentially go for a reset, get the health back. Just take the trade. They've got Flash and Ghost out of Kazi.
Now, the summoner trade favorable for C9, but the positioning much better from that. They have control of the river, and they will be able to deny the dragon stacking, not allowing C9 to pick up a soul point 23 minutes into the game, getting it for themselves. So in the short term, a favorable trade for Mad. We'll see if C9 is able to maybe go for an aggressive Baron play and then use the fact that Niski and Karzi don't have Flash available. I actually like this. I think playing aggressively in this way is great. That ward, though, not blocked by the pink, I think. Or actually, no, it is. We're fine.
M&S is going to be able to see that there is a ward in this pit, but I don't know what they're going to be able to do about this because it's going down so quickly. Berserker's even the one that gets the last hit on the Baron because he does so much damage. Chasey now looking for the needlework here onto M&S. This is the matchup that he wanted in the first place, but of course Casante's got the dash. He'll get himself out of there, and Fudge is just doing Jax things in the bottom lane. Oh dear, Mad, they deny the dragon stacking, but the Baron stacking, Chronicler.
Yeah, you take that.
It's feeling good.
Not going to be sad about that one. C9 identified a Mad after being able to pick up the dragon, not in a position to actually contest that Baron pit. And Red Bull Baron power play for C9 should be huge here. Fudge already picks up an inner. They have the buff on every single person. They didn't have to give up anything besides Blabber's Flash, which you're going to be very happy to pay. We'll see if they're able to really break open the map, because Mad, I do think, do have a decent amount of ranged wave clear, but these outers definitely all going to fall. Already the mid outer that is still up, 100% going to get taken down here by Berserker and M&S.
Yeah, Hillsang was looking for some sort of follow-up angle. Niski not really close enough, doesn't have Flash. So, could be dangerous, absolutely. Chasey here towards his bottom side, just doing the Gwen things, but so much harder. It can be so snowbally if you have 1-for-1 compositions pitted against one another. As soon as one of these side laners gets the advantage, it puts on way more pressure. See whether Mad can find themselves some team fights, get themselves back into this one. Of course, Jax and Gwen, both great team fighters as well. But with the fact that Fudge has this edge, especially with the Baron, can really be a worry. And like you were talking about, the Red Bull Baron power play sitting at 2.2k. I think we're just getting better and better as far as these...
scaling.
Yeah, power plays are concerned.
Now, we have seen last game, getting a Baron, no guarantee that you're going to end up winning the game, but what I think has been a consistent trend in this, a pattern rather, in this game, is that even though Mad are still making plays, right, they're trading aggressively, in the long term, a lot of those plays still favor C9. If we look at the CS leads, right, even with the early ganks and the pressure that Oyoa tried to put on, Blabber, completely fine, absorbs it, flashes, is okay. Fudge, yes, he gets taken down by Oyoa with a really nice early flash flag and drag gank, but then by the end of it, C9 just go in hard, Sven goes to top twice, and they're completely fine.
Well, Scat of the Week does come through. There's a headbutt pulp, though. Still, he's not scared as they have the seismic shove. Elyoya able to get himself out of the way. Keeps the cow alive there with the ultimate, but now Fudge has found the backline. The quickness and the grand entrance having to be used by Hilly. Get himself out of dodge, but still C9 are pushing. They are not stopping. And with this Baron, this tower is not looking long for the world. And Sven, still just fine. The Unbreakable Will working out so beautifully, and Blabber just heads towards the top lane. They are taking everything from Matt.
And for Mad, not a lot of options remain at this point in time, right? C9 in full control, very straightforward teamfight composition. And it's again, yes, Elyoya gets out, but he has to invest his flash. He has to, together with the rest of his team, disengage. And as a result, C9 picks up a turret, and now the gold lead, 5K, definitely a very, very sizable one. Sven has been very, I think, impactful on this Alistar. Because even though Blabber, I think, having a great game when it comes to the damage output and absorbing the pressure, it's been Sven who has been making so many of these aggressive plays. The cancel there on Elyoya's flag and drag is what sets up that play.
Nicely done by Sven, and it's the power of this Alistar that we, you know, we're already talking about is very, very strong, but Rakan as well has had a lot of these moments already in this tournament, and just throughout his lifetime in League of Legends. Hylissang might be able to find something. We know he's provided some magic in the past. It's a bit on his shoulders to try and make sure that Mad can get the fights that they're looking for as well. But right now, it is looking tough here. And C9 looking like they should be able to get off to a 1-0 start. However, the win rate for teams that pick up Baron is currently 0%. So, let that
teleport
prove.
from Fudge. Deep teleport will get spotted.
Yeah, immediately. However, his position is still good. As Mad looking to try and get themselves out of the way. There's a flash headbutt to come through, but Hylissang, he just gets himself out of the way. It's not really the target that they want. The needlework now being put forward, but the stopwatch going to be utilized here by Fudge beautifully to keep him alive. But there's a lot of resources used by C9.
We'll see if this is an opportunity for Mad, if they can get to 2 dragons. Maybe try and punish the indecision there from C9, right? The moment you know you're spotted, doesn't end up working out. The wall is going to be enough to keep him away. It looks like it is.
Yeah, it is. Flag not going to do enough damage to contest the smite, as Hylissang taking a bit of damage here as well. And M&S just going to be able to press that W. CC not something that he's too worried about. Kazi is going to be pressing that E forward, a dangerous move, but not going to be able to find any of his targets either. So Mad just have to watch as Soul Point goes over towards C9. And Chasey have to get back towards this minion wave. Has a lot of work to do as far as this one is concerned. Getting any sort of map pressure here for Madden. We're approaching even larger gold advantages here for C9. And if that Infernal Soul comes through,
oh yeah,
I mean, it's looking pretty dicey.
Very much so. And additionally for Mad, as mentioned, I think that so much of it rests on actually being able to be the one that is on the offensive. And I think that Mad have been able to do that in specifically a 2v2 skirmish 3v3 sense. When it comes to the team fights, feels like it's C9 that's pulling the trigger every single time. It's Blabber getting a catch, it's Sven going in, and even though the last engage didn't quite end up working out, Dragon still goes over to C9, so I don't think it's going to be too sad. The cancel!
Oh yeah, it's going to get cancelled. Seismic Shove going to come through, and I guess you can just engage onto Hylissang if he's that far up, and C9 now with a 5v4 advantage and a Baron that has just returned to the Rift. They're going to look to grab their second, and that might be the final nail in the coffin for Mad. And it's going to be another engage. The headbutt to push Elyoya away. Not going to be able to flag, drag, flash, or anything to steal that one. As M&S, he's also able to keep himself alive. Kazi going to push forward one more time as Elyoya looking for it, but Berserker's just flashing after him. The seismic shoves. They've been amazing this game from Blabber. That's going to mean that Elyoya can't do anything. And Chasey just wondering why his kill feed's just red as he's dealing with an inner turret.
And C9 looking to take a decisive victory here. Slow and steady. I think Sven, again, having a wonderful performance here on the Alistar. Blabber absorbing the early pressure from Elyoya. And Mad just not able to really generate any type of aggressive pressure. And the trades that work out.
Hylissang looking for an option here, but Blabber is just going to go gold, and Hylissang is going to go down as well. The first Nexus turret has been taken. North America in their first showing here in the Swiss stage against the what is it again?
LEC, EMEA.
Yeah, let's go with the LEC. They're going to be able to take them down. It's LCS that are ahead Chronicler.
And you know, best of ones are inherently volatile, but after the first two, I gotta say, LCS, not looking too bad.
Not looking too bad at all. I mean, it was almost TL taking down T1.
You know it.
And now it is C9 giving hugs to Niski as well, of course, formerly with C9. They are going to move to 1-0. You already said how incredibly important it is to find those advantages, find those 1 wins in these very volatile BO1s in the Swiss stage. C9 already being able to collect their first W here at Worlds.
Again, it means that you are going to get seeded against one of the powerhouse of the tournament. You might end up playing a JDG, right? The tournament favorite in your next one, but it builds so much more safety. It builds the momentum that I think, particularly in Swiss, are so important.
And I have a feeling that Kobe and Jat want to start a bit of a conversation over on the desk. So let's throw it over to Shox to see what these North American representatives are feeling like.
Well, we thought he wasn't going to join us because he's too
Benny showed up.
embarrassed.
Just in time, Benny showed up.
What's up?
Unlike Mad Lions.
Did you want to avoid the scrutiny of what's going on?
They didn't do anything. I'm very disappointed. It's 1-6 versus NA now.
See, that's why you didn't want to join. Anyway, on the other side of the coin, though, Cloud9, I want to almost say expertly done in terms of the macro, right? Making sure that you don't really give Mad a chance to pull out those team fights and just play the map, Jat.
Yeah, I was initially a little bit worried when I saw the Gwen because I didn't feel like there was a great entrance for team fights for Cloud9. But then, as you say, the game really wasn't about team fights. Blabber was 30, 40 CS up pretty much the entire game. They consistently found picks, and they always had the first setup for the objective. So this was like the least stressful NA versus EU win ever, Kobe?
Yeah, so I actually started laughing so hard in the control room when we saw the flash blown from Blabber. Elioya invades, blows his flash, but I'm laughing because I know Blabber will happily trade his life for double Scuttle Crab. Just a flash, that's a bargain, that's a deal. He was so far ahead off that. It was 2 extra camps of time worth for Elioya to go for that invade and try and surprise him there. But really, one of the unsurprising little things was kind of the bait play on bottom side that led into these dragons that then Cloud9 was able to utilize the dragon sacrifice
Where
for Baron.
Carzzy did a classic Carzzy.
So I have to whinge about this draft.
Okay.
Okay.
Because
Whinge? What is that?
Yeah, what's
whinge is a British word for complain. I think the thing that I think is really smart from Cloud9, I thought they were actually going to ban Jace or Gwen in the second rotation after they banned the Rumble. They banned Ahri, which I think was a really great read from them because when we look at what Mad wanted to do, they have early rotation Jarvan and they wanted a mid laner that had agency. We talked earlier about how Niski, his identity is very much about getting out on the map. Ahri plus Jarvan is a fantastic mid-jungle duo that gives you so much control in the early game. By going for Syndra and then nullifying the matchup with the Cassante in the mid, C9 pretty much mitigated any early game options that Mad really had. Their only plays were through topside where they found a couple of ganks, but outside of that, Mad had no ability to build any early game lead. And I think that C9 just had a great read on what Mad wanted to do. They adapted well in the draft. They played the game patiently like they needed to do, eventually outscaling and dominating Mad.
Yeah, there's barely any notes, it seems like.
Good job. I mean, really, Cloud9, they're at the same tier as T1 at the moment.
Oh my God.
They did both win their first game.
Actually, their win was cleaner.
And I'd say Cloud9 is better than TL. So if they play the next round, it's really not that bad, right?
Is being in the 1-0 bracket a blessing and a curse? Because then you're going to have to play against some other 1-0 teams.
Yes. Actually, nothing's positive, but this is positive. It was a beautiful win. Let's take a look at some of the top dives. We didn't get to spend that much time talking about top lane before Kobe, but C9 clearly did.
So these were some of the few plays that we did see in the early game, and I had a magnifying glass on Sven specifically with these melee supports in our pregame with the Alistar, with the Rakan, with the Rail possibilities. And although the dives weren't exactly the cleanest, they still were successful both times that they sent jungle plus support up here for Fudge. Even though a couple times, Fudge stays after and they give back, one extra kill, they snowball so much off of getting the top tower, first tower down, getting the Jax to be able to rotate again and swap that lane. That allows them this counterplay where then having 2 dragons stacked, they can throw it away even though, they back off and give up their dragon stacking, rush down the Baron.
I was upset with Mad.
It wasn't the Mad that we know, right?
I mean, what? So
we know love and hate.
Yeah, it's one of those things. The first thing I said to you in the game was, oh, they're actually attacking top. When we think back to spring, playing through Chasey was how they won a split throughout the year. So I thought, okay, this makes sense. Get the Gwen ahead, make her an unstoppable force in the side lane. This is great. But as you rightly said, huge credit to Sven because he really did pick great windows working with Blabber. And the fact that Blabber just kept power farming on the Talia, they had a fantastic game. And then really what was beautiful was the way they played around that initial Baron. Like they caught Mad completely off guard with this play.
Yeah, and every second counts. And thanks to the reliable Cisco network, C9 get the perfect setup for that first Baron gen.
Yeah, and this was about after C9 gave up the Drake. So Matt is really happy because this is going to put them to Soul Point. Cloud9 had got the first 2 Drakes, and that's a little bit of relief when you're Mad Lions. You think, okay, we got the Drake, nothing bad has happened, let's reset, get back on the map. But Cloud9 knows they have very high Baron damage. They know they have a control ward already on the Baron, so they're basically thinking that this is clean, and they just take it. And because they have good vision coverage, this swings them ahead in goal.
So the beautiful thing about this is just that you need, it's like a great awareness of exactly how much damage you need because there's no way for Mad to respond. And what makes it even better is I hope we get a pan over to the bot side of the map as well because they only commit 3 members here, which means that as Mad tried to get something back, take a couple of Barons away, you've got Fudge just pushing bot with a now Baron buffed up minion wave, fully stacked. They've just committed a TP elsewhere, so he also gets the tier 2 in the bot lane. Just a really great response from Cloud9 and nothing but positive comments for them coming into
I would be a little bit of a strict parent and have slightly negative comment here is that work on the timing for the Blade Caller Smite combo. That was pretty close. It was pretty distinct. I was like, we got it. It's fine.
It's a practice run. It's practice run.
Comboing those abilities for Baron Securus is going to be really important because we've seen so many flips. And, you know, if the Syndra Scout of the Week or something steals that, then we have a bit of a different analyst set.
True, very different.
Let me ask you guys something in terms of kind of C9 and their approach to the macro in this mid game and this full game.
Right.
We saw in NA that they thrive well off their lane leads as well. They can do very well. But is this also emblematic of how C9 likes to win their games? Do they make these decisions often?
So I'd say C9 has won in a lot of different ways. The thing that would be most emblematic of the way they won in NA compared to this game is Berserker's reliability. Okay. You can see here, he only did 9.8 thousand damage, but he was always the strongest member on the map, and he was there when he needed to be. So they enabled him as best as they could, and then they just played smartly around Fudge and his awareness of side lanes.
I think the other thing is Blabber power farm with the Talia. This champion is so good right now. If you can power farm, and having MNS play his Cassante mid, which he's played tons of games on, allowed them that kind of pivot point from mid. You know, getting that first Rift Herald also super big in getting him ahead.
NA's first 2 games have looked good. I'll give them that shot.
I agree.
NA has looked good so far in this
tournament.
Good
start. This is a good start.
Thank goodness we don't count those Golden Guardian ones that were not part of
Worlds.
We don't count them. Yeah, but we can't overstate it enough how important it is to get that first victory. Really big deal for Cloud9 and Immaculate Play. We're also going to talk to Blabber. That'll be after the break, so hang around.
Fudge is going to immediately back away. Did have that ward there, but Leap striked a little bit early. That is going to be the flash to follow up. Still gets the knock up, and that is first blood with the last tick of Ignite for Chasey.
Okay, nothing. My bad. I need help. Go for it. Get the bucket. Go. Oh, he's dead, actually. Nice. Really good, Dragon.
As Niski's going to have to flash. Fudge is going to flash immediately after him as well. Blastcone, he wants to get over and he'll find it! And as M&S, he's also able to keep himself alive. Kazi going to push forward one more time as Elyoya looking for it, but Berserker's just flashing after him. The seismic shoves. They've been amazing this game from Blabber. That's going to mean that Elyoya can't do anything.
See the prize and it's mine, ain't no option. I am on fire, you just tired, heat exhaustion. Yeah, boy, you fired, yeah, surprise, I'm the boss now. Re-strategize, you can try, this is high. Impact, feedback, erase, better retract. Used to kill, but I gave it up, but you stepping up on my relapse. Let's get it going, start the show. Tell your king came to overthrow. Next thing you know, I'm at your throat. Didn't even see me coming, did you though? Ain't no way you can keep up. Hey, keep up. I've been waiting. Come and get me. Ain't no way you can keep up. Nah, I've been waiting. Let me see. Make them holler, make them bleed. How you gonna keep up? Come and get me. Come and get me. If you can keep up. 1 and 2 and 3 to the 4. I won't be staying long, I just can't let you know. Ain't playing with you puppets, y'all can't mess with your pet toe. I drop in Mary Poppins, ain't no stopping, so let's go. Let's get it in, let's finish this. When the game tired, just send me in. Whole crew, we militant, we just come through and break ligaments. Your crew need medicine, y'all big dogs and we elephants. You don't want trouble, don't let us in. You ain't ready now, you ain't relevant. Ain't no way you can keep up. Keep up. Said I've been waiting, so come and get me. Ain't no way you can keep up. Waiting, let me see. Make them holler, make them bleed. How you gonna keep up? Come and get me. Come and get me. Only if you can keep up.
And welcome back to the Verizon post-game interview as C9 grabs the first victory for the LCS in North America against Mad Lions. And Blabber, thank you so much for joining me after this one. Decisive gameplay, draft seems to be on point, but for me it reflects what you've been saying during a recent interview with Laura Lunardi for Dexero, the fact that you've been in Korea for a long time, you had enough time to prep. Tell me about this bootcamp and how much you feel like you've learned from it since the last time we saw you play.
Yeah, I think this bootcamp is something that we probably really needed after our performance in summer. I think we were all really disappointed we didn't win. And it's just given us like a lot of time to prep and really figure out what's good for us. I think in this tournament, you probably won't see many junglers play Talia. You'll probably see more supportive junglers. I mean, maybe they will, but I think it's just something that's been working for us. And we were able to, kind of discover what was working for us because of the extended bootcamp. I
think it's an interesting approach because historically, you never shy away from playing off-meta picks, and especially what you feel is strong for you and not especially in the meta. How much room do you feel like there's in the jungle right now for these wacky picks that you might play?
I'm not sure there's that much room for super wacky picks, but I think there's you can really play different styles. For example, the match before us, you were able to see Pyosik play Lee Sin, Owner play Sejuani. Now I'm playing Talia, right? You can play tanks, you can play bruisers, you can play mages in the jungle, farm heavy champs. So I definitely think there's a lot of different styles you can play for sure.
You've been expressing that you got a lot of good scrims, especially against the LPL and the LCK teams. A lot of good results against LPL, not so much around LCK. Could you elaborate on this, and which region did you learn from the most?
Honestly, probably not LCK, because we were just getting stopped so much. I wasn't really learning anything. Right. I was learning, obviously, right? And I'm sure my laners were learning their matchups, but yeah, we're definitely struggling versus them, especially KT, I would say. We had the hardest time against, but Probably like LPL has been the best practice for us this tournament.
It's looking really good so far for C9 from what you've been saying, and the fact that you feel like this time feels different. For your teammate, your confidence and everything. Could you elaborate on this and send a message to North American fans for what they can expect for C9?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think like we had the hardest opponent in the first game. Not that Matt is a bad team. It's just like the Asian teams I do think are a bit stronger. So I think you guys should be confident in us. You know, hopefully I was able to show it in game 1, my team as well. And yeah, hopefully we can keep showing it going forward in this tournament, and yeah, I'm really looking forward to keep playing.
Love the confidence. Thank you so much for the interview.
Thank you very
Congrats
much.
on the first victory once again. And casters, back to you for game 3.
Thank you so much, Law, and humble Blabber just accepting the victory and looking to the future. KT fans out there, what he said, not something to take to heart, just a warning. And now on with the show. We have our next matchup. It's going to be Gen G taking on GAM. And I have a feeling that the Vietnamese representatives might be in tough spot up against the Korean first seed.
Yeah, there's no way around it. I think that GAM had a really nice story arc in play-ins, right? Underperforming at the beginning, and then able to, I really think, grow. The players were talking as well about how the initial pressure and how nervous they were a big factor in why they were not able to perform to their level. Then eventually making it all the way, defeating Team Wales, of course, in a VCS rematch was really cool. And I think that in of itself, that's already an achievement to be proud of, particularly given that rough starts can be really hard to come back from. As any region, I'm sure, can attest to. But it's Gen G, and this team has been maddeningly consistent over the last year and a half, as we have been witness to.
Yeah, we're going to just omit MSI from that whole conversation.
Oh, that was bad. Yeah,
we're just going to
domestically.
Yeah, domestically.
Yeah.
And of course, in summer they looked absolutely fantastic. So coming off what looked like a breeze in the summer final, Gen G may just be going from strength to strength. But do you know what gives me hope, Chronicler?
The first game?
Team Liquid, exactly. Because that was way closer than I was expecting. And we could see some fireworks here.
I hope we do.
Me too. Because otherwise, it could just be some exemplary gameplay from Gen G, and again, that will not be able to keep up. First, it's time to introduce the players, starting with the LCK champions for 2023. It is Gen G. And yeah, you might say that they lost Ruler, but they gained Paze, and things have been looking all right, Chronicler.
Yeah, when you get a 17-year-old prodigy that doesn't feel like the step down that many would expect after losing one of the best AD carries of all time, it's not bad.
Yeah.
It's pretty good. And I think that the really key thing for Gen G is that obviously last year in summer, they were the clear favorites. They were able to deliver on that, made it to semis at Worlds, then got knocked out by DRX. DRX actually ended up winning, but I think given the expectations of the LCK first seed, still was stark. You already mentioned MSI also not looking too hot. And we'll see if GAM today can find the upset.
Yeah, GAM wasn't actually in my pick'ems list, although I was so tempted at the very beginning because this team has been one that we've spoken about many, many times in international competition. And they are going to now make their way onto the stage for Swiss. Their first game, very, very difficult. But if they manage to get the upset victory here, my goodness, would that get them off to an incredible start here for Swiss. And you can see some smiles on their faces as well. You know, Levi showing everyone around, making sure that they're all comfortable. And we'll see whether Slater can have more of those incredible performances that we saw in play-ins.
Yeah, especially towards the latter half. I think obviously at the beginning, struggling a little bit against some of his opponents. But near the end, definitely, I think, a lot more consistent from him and Pallet. And I think that you can see as well the smiles. I don't think these players are expecting anything today. And sometimes that can be the best. I want to draw your attention, and I'm going to bring this up. That man there, Delight, he was in Brion. You know who 2-0 Gen G just before they won the LCK finals. You know which team did? You know.
It was OK Man Bro.
It was OK Man Bro.
It was.
They 2-0'd the LCK champions in the last week of playoffs, or in the last week of the regular split.
So you're saying
possible.
The power of the blue shell
is the only
friendship
weakness.
Atlas.
Yes. Against the Gen G that has free back-to-back LCK titles and has looked like, by far, even coming into the beginning of the year where a lot of teams were expecting either T1, obviously, or DK, actually, to be some of the front runners. I think only T1 predicted Gen G. And then Gen G was obviously able to get the upset back in spring. And then in the summer finals, definitely able to also benefit from KT having a tough one.
Indeed, and yeah, wasn't an upset. Definitely not going to say that as far as the summer season was concerned. Gen G were just monstrous. Of course, KT making a late surge in the regular season. Playoffs was a very, very different story. So, GAM with their work cut out for them. Now Gen G, with Score at the helm, are already off to the races as far as these bans are concerned. Syndra and the Callista both taken away, and Peanuts Poppy getting some respect. Of course, it is a flex. Doran's played a bit of it as well. See what else they're going to be taking away here, because Delight, oh man, GAM have done their homework.
They know. They know. I wouldn't even be shocked if they end up not necessarily banning, but at least prioritizing an Alistar pickup very early on, because Delight on that champion is simply not fair, as we have seen many a time. I like the Maokai. I know that Maokai is kind of dropped in priority in the first couple of games we saw today, but Maokai to me is a great equalizer. It both allows you to offensively play for objectives, use the ultimate as a way to deny your opponent access to the area, while simultaneously, particularly against a team that in team fights is as decisive as Gen G, kind of slow down those snap engages. Oh, okay, well... Yeah, and, we're not surprised.
No, and with the fact that Xayah and Kai'Sa are both up and available, you're not going to need to worry about taking away one of those. Of course, Slater has played a wide array of champions in Kai'Sa and Xayah so far at Worlds.
Hey, they work.
They do.
They're great champions.
If it ain't broke, you do not fix it. Kiaya is, speaking of which, going to lock away one of those. This is the most played for Slater. So it gives him a lot of safety there towards that bottom side of the map. And it means that Delight's going to have to find his angles. But what is going to be the next pickup here for GAM? We'll see whether an archetype is going to come into fruition here or begin to take form for GAM.
Of course, GAM have had some more off-the-wall picks. I love this. I think that denying from really any I'd say Eastern jungler, Lee is always a good call.
Deny jungler? What are you talking about?
Deny Lee.
Yeah, from Chovy.
Okay, well, Atlas, we're not
quite
there yet. I know your pick'ems are riding on this. I'm trying to focus on the game.
Okay.
But as I was going to say before Levi interrupted me with the Lee pick, has played like Wukong. Obviously, his Nocturne is a very iconic champion for him, but instead it's just going to be a classic. As Gen G, this draft tells us nothing. This could be...
It tells us that you should probably ban Ahri.
Yeah, that's really the only takeaway here, because that's going to be locked in, and then Doran's probably going to play Renekton, and that's it.
Yep. And,
maybe Jax, you know, if he's feeling spicy.
Cardi's going to probably just lock Nautilus or something, I guess. What are we going to take into the Alistar?
Rel.
Yeah.
Ooh, I like Nico. Yeah, Nico is definitely still a very strong pick here for Kati.
Something that I was expecting to see a little bit earlier on today.
Yeah.
Because, of course, APA and Faker both played in our first game, and they really do love this champion.
It was, I think it was because they banned Ziggs
and Nico. They did
definitely
ban
it, exactly.
That was going to be one of the things that I was ready to look out for. We are going to see it here in the third game of the day, though. And bans now to come through. So Ahri, the only one that I can say is mandatory. But Talia going to come out first.
Not a bad one either.
Yeah.
Talia, Ahri, I think, are definitely ones that we would think of when it comes that Vi-Ahri combination, something that Gen G in general are a slower paced team. I don't think that they're slow by any means when it comes to making moves around the map, when it comes to like playing macro and getting objectives, but when it comes to kills, they're pretty low key. Unless Peanut and Chovy get like Poppy Ahri, Vi Ahri, that changes things, and I think you want to try and avoid 2v2s like that, especially because with Lee and Nico, they're no slouch, right? The setup is really good for Lee follow-up if you're able to hit a root, and once you get Pop Blossom available, it can become very hard for some picks to do well, but it's going to be LeBlanc instead here.
I mean, there are a lot of things that you do have to ban away.
Yeah, I mean, Azir is like also hasn't been contested yet, but it's easier said than done, right? I don't think that there are wrong answers, but it's just Gen G with their champion pools are always hard to prep for, particularly in best of one.
Yep, and Renata going to be denied here as Set is just going to be slammed Of course, Gen.G, no stranger to set support. Life, of course, on the team for a very long time, is the one that makes the set support very famous. Still, a flex could be thrown towards that top side if Kiaya would like to get it up there, but probably going to be in the hands of Pallet because he actually looked pretty damn good in it in the play-in stages. There's the Ahri. Don't need to be a rocket scientist to figure out that Chovy was angling towards that one.
And often we see that champions that are highly prioritized in play-ins, then once we get to groups, now Swiss, the priorities really change. The complete and utter lack of Crocodile is really noteworthy, particularly with how much we know that a lot of Korean teams, second of which that we've seen today is Gen.G, love the pick. It's going to be the Cassante Jax matchup, one that we've seen countless times. Nothing too surprising there. Jax obviously in the side lane very strong. Cassante can bear the brunt, and the amount of front line for pace and the plasma activation coming from his entire team definitely going to be something that GAM has to look out for.
Yeah, and I'm looking, down the line as far as what Gen.G managed to pick up for themselves. A lot of mid-game fighting, a lot of pick opportunity as well, and also an incredible amount of comfort. Like, if you were to ask me what the most played champions this year, I'd say that, like, these picks are in the top 3, top 4 for all of them. Delight, of course, because Alistair made it into the meta a little bit late, but we saw in the playoffs he was just incredible on that champion. So, bit of a blind pick roster here. However, you look on the side of GAM, and what you need, I think, in order to try and challenge LCK teams, like, the biggest weakness is often if you're going really, really fast in the mid-game. And GAM do have the opportunity to up the tempo in the mid-game and try and form themselves a snowball. It's by no means, a path to success, but I think if you're gonna win, it's a decent way to aim for it,
Additionally, I do think that the Gen.G composition is very short range, and you do have a lot of champions that kind of prey on that, right? Seth loves it when people are trying to jump into him. Great counter engage. Xayah is self-explanatory. And then the Nico can also be used defensively. Use the Pop Blossom as a tool when Gen.G jumps on top of you. The problem is, can you execute on that? Because as mentioned, Gen.G generally pretty slow team, very active on objectives, but not necessarily in kills. With a setup like this though, I expect them to try and put a lot more pressure to GAM, and we'll see how well GAM is able to deal with that. Because if you get to a position where your Xayah maybe picks up a couple of kills, anything can happen.
Absolutely. I think mid-jungle is where our eyes are going to be glued for both of these teams, to be perfectly honest. Like, if a Nico gets a large advantage, these Pop Blossoms can be game-ending. So that could be something to play around. But Vi Ahri, I mean, it's pretty synonymous with not only strong mid-game power, but also just Gen.G as a whole. It's how they've been able to get a lot of their advantages in the LCK, something that could be quite difficult to come up against here for GAM. But you can see they're still in high spirits here on the desk. And if they can make their mark this early on in the tournament, my goodness, it's going to be some pretty amazing things to take home.
Hey, if DRX can do it,
exactly.
Hey, everything is possible.
Hey man, I'm starting to believe in TL.
Oh, after today's game, like, I don't think that's no stretch.
Nope, not at all.
Pretty reasonable. We'll see. I think we have a pretty good idea once we get into mid-game. 10-15 minutes is where I expect one of these teams to have broken open the game to a certain extent. But if we get to late game, even though I think Lee and Nico aren't necessarily the best late game characters, maybe GAM can make something happen. But we got to be honest as well. It's the LCK #1 seed against the play-ins team, so the expectations on Gen.G are that they will be able to swiftly dispatch of their opponents.
Yeah, there will be a fair bit of doubt if Gen.G don't manage to lock this one down, but GAM, they've got a chance. They are on the rift right now. Here we are, getting into our third game of the day. The LCK first seed up against GAM from the VCS. A tall order here for GAM.
Yeah.
But it was a tall order. It's been a tall order for other teams in the past, and they've been able to come out ahead.
Hey, LCK team in the game.
There we go. Got that pause. This is the in-game pause variety. We did see in our previous game that we had the pick ban pause
classic
variety, and we here at the LCK have a bit of a reputation when it comes to pauses, and we wanted to make sure here on the first day of Swiss that we demonstrate what those things that we're known for are.
We have to give, the authentic experience.
No, exactly.
We've actually not been doing a great job because we've mainly been talking about the game and the teams.
I know, it's really
which,
sad.
That's not normally what we excel at.
And I actually missed out on a really cool tidbit from the last game that I really wanted to talk about, but I couldn't.
I think we should.
But we can't do it now.
No, you have to save it. But it is a great tidbit. And like you guys, when Atlas inevitably is going to talk about it, it's going to be great.
Yeah.
If you get to cast the team again, which is by no means a guarantee.
No. But,
otherwise
if
it's
it
a
does
missed
happen,
opportunity.
I'll be very, very happy about it. And then maybe I'll put out an X.
It's a lesson. That's what it is. Don't.
I don't even know what they're supposed to be called.
Atlas, I'd like to enjoy the game, the two games that are ahead of us.
Well, speaking of the game, I think we're going to bring up the draft and we can have a look at where some of this power is going to come from these teams. We've already mentioned mid-game power and things like that both teams are going to be angling for. But what's your take? If there is a theoretical GAM victory before us, where does it come from, Chronicler?
I'd mainly be looking at either trying to, which is the riskier of the plays, right? Try and get an early point of pressure towards Peanut and Chovy, because I do think that the Vi Ari specifically spikes extremely hard at 6, but pre-6, obviously if you land the charm in the queue, it can have some power, but it doesn't really become nearly as life-threatening and as big of a problem to deal with until that point. Maybe get an early kill until Levi try and put Genji on the back foot. But then the problem is that has to be in a 2v2 because trying to invade Peanut, as we have seen many a time, it just doesn't really do that much. I think Peanut, out of any LCK jungler, by far is the most consistent at absorbing pressure, much in the way that Blabber did last game, right? He's fine, flash down, maybe you give up a camp or two, which in last game didn't even end up happening. And then outside of that, I think the one place where PaYS, in particular, delight to a certain extent, but the one criticism that you can levy towards PaYS is that his laning phase hasn't always been impeccable. And if we go back to, for example, I want to say it was MSI 2022, Gumayushi and Karya versus the Saigon Buffaloes in the first game of that MSI, they actually got pressured hard, right? So maybe that's the angle. Maybe you try and just force an early all-in, have Levi take a creative pathing, and really put the pressure to PaYS in the light, because if you get to mid-game and PaYS isn't behind, it's bad. It's not good. It's not good. You have to keep him down.
Well, I have a bit of an update, ladies and gentlemen. We have a slight peripheral issue. I believe it was Levi, if looking at the referees on stage tells us anything. And we got things upside down. BDS fan in the
BDS and K-Corp fan.
There we go. And I had something else that I wanted to talk about as well, and it's gone. It's just gone.
Did I make you forget it?
No.
Oh.
No, it's my brain. My brain, not you. Not on you at all.
Forgot it yourself. You wanna trace back the thoughts?
Yeah, there was something that I don't. Oh yes, it was this. In fact, it was this wide shot. I'm really glad that we get to check in with the Korean broadcast when we get this shot.
One of the largest reasons why I am excited to have Worlds in Korea, right? Obviously, it's really cool for us to welcome everyone here, but it's also as a Chovy, he's rebooting. That's normal.
Yeah,
Faker started it, and everyone is joining in.
All energy is expended on the Rift, not off the Rift.
Using the energy to keep your eyes open
for a second
is a waste.
It looked like he was actually asleep, and I don't think that's the aim.
As I was saying before, I interrupted myself.
Yes.
A habit that both of us find hard to shake.
Yeah.
The fact that Caster Jun is here, everyone gets to listen to him. A living legend, it's so nice.
No, it's absolutely fantastic.
It's amazing.
We actually get both. We get both Sunke and Caster Jun was here earlier on as well. Had a chat to him backstage after the T1 victory. And we were both very worried together for a few moments. So we're just trying to make sure that we can get everything sorted out. I assume it might come down to a turn it off and on again situation, but maybe it's more than that because I'm entirely guessing as to everything as Delight is trying to let the cameraman know something.
There are very few people that are as aptly named as Delight.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Because he's just always having a good time. He's always happy, always looking like he's enjoying himself. And as much as I think a lot of the narrative focus for Gen G this year has been on PaYS, which makes sense because of everything surrounding him.
Yep.
Who we followed up on, his experience early on. So we have some Weibo fans in the audience, of course, going to be playing later today against NRG. Delight's journey with Gen G and T1 Academy / Challengers into Brion, where he was a really large part of why the roster was, I think, started the Garner fans last year, and then now to, depending on Carrier's form, what many might call, and at least in summer, the best
Carrier,
support.
Lehens, and Delight that are the 3 best supports, and on any given day, the order could change.
Yeah.
And that is a crazy thing to think
Hey, Fleur from Sweden.
Just to see T1, and they saw like a banger T1 versus TL game.
Yeah. Lucky.
I mean, after the result, it's
yeah,
halfway through, it would have been like, I'm flying
bit
back.
rough.
Yeah, but nope, it's all right. Everything worked out, and as it turns out, it all depends on whose Nexus falls down.
I am just glad that we do. I said it before, but this is the LCK experience. You know, both in gameplay and in pauses.
And I have found out that it is in fact a mouse issue. We are trading the mouse out and making sure then afterwards that the mouse does in fact work. And so that is what we're battling right now.
Would you rather play with only mouse or only keyboard? If you could find a way to make League movement work with just a keyboard.
Only.
So you have to click every skill. I think it has to be mouse, right?
Yeah, I think it has to be mouse. I think it'd be very difficult to play with only a keyboard unless you're allowed to use a trackpad. In which case,
well, that's just.
I'd go with that.
A trackpad.
Like if you say you've got a laptop and you don't have a mouse, you'll have a trackpad.
How often have you done this, Atlas?
Never.
Never?
No.
Oh, okay. I was wondering if that was the reason why you play the way you do.
I mean, I play terribly with all of the equipment that's perfectly set up for me.
It's not the equipment's problem.
It's not the
exclusively a you thing.
However, if you were to take away said equipment, it'd be an absolute nightmare.
It'd be worse.
Yeah, we're not. I don't even want to give that any thought because it will really deflate any self-esteem.
Look, we got.
Yeah, that's what I was saying before.
Desk, yeah, but look, there we got Shocks waving as well.
Oh, hi,
hey,
we've got
Jet.
all of the desks.
Kobe's not waved. I don't know why.
Yeah, there he goes.
Oh, there we go. Hey, we got the whole gang.
I assume that they're also up there, just in case this particular pause goes for an extraordinarily long time. But now we're on screen, so we don't actually...
Maybe we're going to talk to them? I don't know.
We could do that.
It's
anything's
first, possible.
I mean, let's just throw it over to them and see what they want to do. How about that? Take it away, Shocks.
Oh, thank you. We were actually trying to talk to you, but I don't think... Hello.
I was hoping they could hear us.
Yeah. Oh, now you can.
Yeah,
Hello.
now we can.
Yeah.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi.
Hey.
So we just wanted to remind you that Cloud9 just beat Europe.
Oh, my gosh.
So they brought us back.
It's true.
We decided to pause Worlds for a second, just so that everyone can just kind of sit in that.
When you're up, you're up. 1-1. Let's go.
Let's go. I mean, Genji can't say
Can
they're
it
up
get
1-0.
any better than 1-1?
Can it? That
For
would
NA,
be,
I'm not sure.
That'd be crazy. Hey, yeah, we do have a little bit of a delay, peripheral issue on stage. League officials are working on a fix. I'd love to get your take maybe on Gen G. We didn't get a lot of time to talk about favorites in this tournament, but when you look at Gen G and the fact that they have been so successful in the LCK, let's set the stage a little bit about it now that you have the first draft that they're choosing to field, Jet.
Yeah, I think Gen G is just a fascinating team because they've won 3 LCK splits in a row. But unless you really follow the LCK, you don't think they're very good.
What?
Unless you follow the LCK. No, I'm serious. So listen to this. Like, I've heard so many people talk to me.
We let him cook.
Let him cook.
I've heard so many people talk to me about Chovy, who only watch Worlds. And they're like, that guy's not very good.
What?
He's saying other people say.
Because literally, if you only watch Worlds in MSI, he doesn't do that well.
Wow, okay, you heard it. Jat said that about Chovy. Back to the casters.
He got to play. Yeah, we're done. I don't get to explain myself.
This is actually the best point that Jack could ever be cut off in the middle of. 100%. He's actually going to come and invade our desk again just to finish his point in the middle of the game. That's on my bingo card, by the way, now after game 1.
We were playing bingo?
Yeah, I don't even want to guess what the point is that he was trying to get to.
Who are you playing against? I'm not playing bingo.
I'm playing with myself. I can always win if it's just me.
What's the point?
Pride? All right.
No!
Okay, did someone go and talk to someone about letting Jat finish his point?
This is because of you. This is because it's who plays bingo by themselves.
I don't know. It might just be me. There might be other people as well. But I'm the only one I know of. I don't know that many people, Chronicler. Get off my back. Can we throw it back to Shock so that Jat can finish his point? I think we can.
I don't know. I would actually, before
they're going to be with us.
Yeah,
we can all speak
I want to
together.
share a very fun story about Doran with you guys. It's the Shiv incident. So I don't know if you guys know about this. So what happened in the LCK? We had in the first week of summer, we had KT versus Gen G, which was thrown off. There was a
Aiming
bug.
built Static Shiv when it was
wasn't
a banned
allowed
item.
to, right?
So it was a banned item, and then they had to remake
Bad
the
boy.
game because he built
Bad
this
boy.
item.
So that was very unfortunate.
Naughty.
Then what happened? Because he wanted to build Stormrazor because it was the same path, but then he accidentally built the wrong item. Had to pause the game. It was a whole thing. Then what happened a week later is a couple of weeks later, Doran actually pauses the game because he's playing Quinn, and he built a Shiv, and it's not proccing. It's not working.
Yeah, and so he paused it, but as it turned out, he only had a Kerchase shard in his inventory.
He hasn't finished this item.
Yeah, and he paused the game for like a minute, and we're like, whoa, what's happened? Has he built a Shiv? Is it illegal? And then we look at the items. He hasn't built anything, as it turns out. Anyway, Jat, about Chovy. I heard he was a bad player.
Yeah, what's going on? Did he also forget to build something?
His level at international tournaments versus his level in the LCK is just wildly different. No?
I mean,
I agree.
Yeah. I agree. Yeah. I think that he hasn't been able to show the potential that we've seen in the LCK internationally yet.
And I loved the Worlds teaser that we got to see before the show. If you haven't seen it, I'm pretty sure it's going to be up on LoL Esports YouTube.
It is.
But he legitimately said, like, I'm not going to be nervous this time. So his potential, Chovy, like, is the best mid laner in the world, potential world champion. But, like, for me, JDG comes in as a big favorite. Yet we see, like, I swear, if we were to break down the last, like, 7 or 8 years of Worlds, there's been so many years where people are like, yeah, LPL's got like 4 of the 5 best teams, man. And then you see Korea win every group. And last year we had a Korea versus Korea final. So I just really want to see Gen G almost like reach their full potential, or Chovy reach his full potential at Worlds, so he can get the recognition that he's garnered from LCK fans.
But is this only in like the key, like the final matchups that they can play, or are you brushing this like all his international performances? Because I feel like it's mostly in recent memory.
Yeah.
In like, you know, whenever they get knocked out.
Well, like MSI, they just didn't even make final. Right?
That's a good point.
So I just wanted to make a counterpoint, but maybe we're in game.
You're the one that's allowed to talk, Chronicler, because we're in the game.
Well, yeah,
so
but
you
I
can
was having a fun
They
time.
can still hear you. It's okay.
Okay, yeah, but it's not the same, Atlas. I want to hear what their thoughts are.
They can always just come over to the desk, as
I was
Jat
saying,
proved already.
And you were with me on this one, because I know you were a fan of this particular lineup. I'd actually argue that when Chovy had the least expectations on him is when he was the best internationally, which was Hanwha Live 2021.
Yep. Let's not think about 2020 DRX, which I always do, and now I'm doing it again. But here we are, into the game. Let's
loving this from Levi.
Yeah, go back again. Levi is just going to be stealing away Peanut's jungle. Peanut is going to know what's going on, but we'll see what's actually going to happen. Peanut's going to miss the Vault Breaker, but it doesn't matter because he's able to walk back, grab himself. Okay, that charm didn't miss on Ducati, who's going to find a Blooming Burst as well, so not too bad. Able to even out the trade.
So I think because of the bot lane situation, Levi didn't run the risk, and he also he wasn't aware of whether or not Peanut have smites. But with red buff, like, and especially with Peanut missing Q, he wins the 1v1, right? So then it comes down to, do you think that Palat can roam in time? And I think the Light did already have the move, so they didn't want to run the risk as the Light being a nuisance. And unfortunately for Levi, I think the invade, good idea, that doesn't end up actually working out or making a difference. And now Peanut instead is going to double scuttle. It's the same as last game.
Well, Facebreaker is going to come through here. Good headbutt to try and disengage from the fight. But already, Gam showing some aggression here towards the bottom side. You like to see it. And like you were talking about, double scuttle to come through here from Peanut. And Levi walking over Vision as well. It looks like Gam playing through a bit of a power point here, as his bottom lane is in a pretty good spot. Although it is a stacked wave that FaZe should be able to get done here, as there is the Hex Splash into the Facebreaker Delight. Just going to pulverize. The Haymaker does come through, but the cow is going to be okay.
And with Levi not actually getting the early invade really working out as, oh, this is very valuable poke. Doran is stacking a big wave. And Peanut looking for the gank here. Levi's on his way, but I don't think he'll be in time. Look how low the health bar is.
Yeah, Doran already having that chain. That's why it's so much damage to come out. The Q3 is going to connect as Levi just going to walk into the brush. I think Peanut was, I don't know, maybe he was just hoping that he'd be able to get the back off, but doesn't actually happen there. He's going to be able to get himself out of the way. So no dive. And now, Chovy here in this mid lane, looking for a charm opportunity. There are 2 Nikos, though, and that can make things difficult. Doran just having a heck of a time here.
And Kiaya definitely needs to be careful with the health bar. Has been able to farm really well, though. We see a lot of trading happening towards his top side, so with the jungle buffing of both junglers being a little bit wonky due to the invade, we do see that Peanut heading up there again. I was about to say is, oh, the ultimate!
Right. Yeah, there's the all-out. Level 6 going to get gained here by Doran first, but doesn't find the opportunity, and now Kiaya will be able to get to that level 6 pretty safely under his turret. You would assume. Peanut moving on over. He does not have the ultimate just yet. Vault Breaker going to come through. He's going to connect it this time around, but there is a counter-strike, and Peanut tanking the turret. He has to flash to get out of the way, and Kiaya's like, bring it on. We'll see what else you can do, but there it is. First blood comes down, but it's immediately answered.
Doran overestimating his tankiness there, and really good use of Counter-Strike there by Kiaya. Peanut actually using his E-empowered auto attack. That missing damage ends up costing them, and that's a really hefty investment. Might end up being worth it. I'm not sure what the wave state is. If it ends up pushing away from Kiara, Doran can catch it, not miss too much. Might be somewhat worth if you add the first blood to it, but definitely not the cleanest dive there from Genji, and Gam going to be happy that Kiaya is able to pick up a counter kill as well, and he holds on to his flash.
Yep. Going down the line as well. Things pretty even in the other lanes, but let's have a look at this replay.
As we do see Kiaya using the leap strike, then even with the Q hitting Peanut, I think could have tanked an extra turret shot, really early flash there, but he doesn't want to get caught in the counter strike with the turret on top of him. And then Doran's like, yeah, maybe
it almost was really good.
Yeah,
but then
he's
the
not
tower
tanky enough.
does come through. All right, we are going to be able to find the snare, and Peanut going to go down. Levi collects a second here for Gam in the early game.
And this is exactly what we have been talking about. Want to see Gam try and play as aggressive as possible in this early game. As Doran, again, both these guys just trading perpetually, both sitting on about the same items as well. But getting these type of picks onto Peanuts does take away a lot. I think post 6 is going to change some things with Chovy and Kati actually both flashing as well. I don't think that was caught on cam. That does mean that the offensive pressure for Chovy specifically definitely going to be somewhat mitigated. Will have access to his ultimate, so definitely still going to be able to apply some pressure, especially once Peanut hits 6, but it's interesting to see that all across the map there is a lot of X, and I think that type of volatility, really what you're looking for is, yeah, Peanut goes in here, they feel like they have an advantage, but crucially, FaZe is behind this play, and you can't just walk past that set.
Yeah, I mean, Chovy was behind the play as well. I mean, it was Gam collapsing way faster.
Pretty well done.
Really like to see it. And Peanut just back to his farming ways here. He is ahead by a couple of camps, but honestly, gold entirely even. Gam's going to be pretty happy with how this game started. Doran be able to find Kiaya here, but E, one heck of a button to press when you're playing Jax.
But remember up, I don't think Genji can contest this, and they're also not really in a position to try and play for the cross map. Maybe they look to get a kill on the exit here. The light's on his way.
Yeah, Kiaya is an opportunity as the Vault Breaker being charged here for Peanut is going to come on through. Pallet going to be fighting Doran. Peanut still just in the fog of war. Doran's going to deliver them. The Haymaker comes on down, and Peanut, he's going to finally start fighting, but he's straight into a Pop Blossom. He manages to pick up the kill onto the Jax, and now it's Delight. It's Chovy, and it's Genji that are striking back in the battle. It was almost so good for Gam. But Genji reigns supreme in the end.
Well, Genji really playing with fire there. As, oh, love this.
Kati is going to look for the snare, but doesn't quite get it. Dash just long enough for Doran.
And yeah, that was very narrowly timed around the arrival of Delight. But Genji definitely cutting some corners there. And Gam also got the Herald. So even though the kills are favorably traded for Genji, Gam will have the opportunity to maybe try and get some plate gold back will equalize the play a little bit. What is big, though, is who were able to pick up the kills. A kill going over to Chovy this early on. Really going to accelerate him in the Ahri. Also, do note Pace going for the lethality Kai'Sa build, trying to really amp up the aggressive pressure. We've seen the Duskblade and Umbral Spike be very unfun to play into, and Umbral Glaive, obviously, as we've seen countless times, incredibly valuable at controlling early vision.
Yeah, the rush is actually kind of oppressive here from Gen G, as Pei is able to clear out any vision that is left in lane. Means that all of the brush control is there all of the time for Gen G. First Infernal going to be taken down here. It looks like Peanut won't be contested for that one, as Delight is playing Cow Bouncer. Should be able to get them out of there if they do want to come down. So there it is. Skewer does come through. Hextech going to be our next one. A few different options as far as souls are concerned, but Hextech and Infernal are probably people's favorites as far as the added power. Oh yeah, Levi could be in a little bit of trouble. Pallet is in the area. Slater could come on down, but there's the Vault Breaker to connect onto Levi. Headbutt Pulp does come down, and it's all about picking your poison, choose your target, and Peanut has said, Pallet, you are dead. And that is indeed how it is going to go. Doran also pushing Kiaya away in this top lane. As Chovy doing a little bit of a drive-by, but that is not the real Nico. In fact, Cardi's moving towards that top side of the map. Doran wanting to get towards this plate, but it might be decent bait here for Gam. Not going to overextend, though, as you can see.
And this is where I think a lot of the opponents of Gen G always run into trouble. We're seeing it happen to Gam as well. Off of that skirmish, that Gen G, they gave up Herald, but they were able to win the fight. They then are able to path as Doran. All
right, there's the all-out. Doesn't get over the wall, though. So Doran is just going to say, here's my R button, and just pay it no mind.
We'll be able to get another turret. Might also die. Does spot Levi here, so he should be playing respectfully. He's Cassante with flash, though, so...
Oh, there's the flash kick to land onto Doran. He gets stunned up as well, and Doran's now trying to escape, but it's not going to happen. Levi going to lock down that kill, as you were saying.
You knew he was there! Doran! No. Yeah, it's classic Doran. I mean, I'm not surprised, but I am a little bit disappointed, nonetheless.
I'm not.
You're not?
No.
Desensitized?
Yeah, I mean, these things have happened before. He was playing to his limits, you know?
Counterplay.
Something like that. As, yeah, Chovy is going to teleport in. Looks for the opportunities. Burnt the ult already. Kiaya out of mana almost entirely, and there's the charm. Kill going to go down, and that is going to be Chovy's second. Pays here towards his bottom side of the map as well, looking to be aggressive towards Slater. You can see Slater paying him a lot of respect. Spade's doing his best to make sure he denies as much as possible. With this wave, will push towards the Xayah, and Slater should be able to catch the wave in this 1v1.
Yeah, what we are seeing, though, and this is, well, Gen G, I think, really only does this as hold up.
Another headbutt pulp is going to come through, and another charm will land. Cardi's going to be able to get that flash off, but there's the cease and desist. Pop Blossom going to come through, but Peanut is going to be tanky enough. He wanted to give the kill to Chovy, but it is not going to happen. Oh, another turret shot, and Chovy will survive. So it's fine.
I love how Delight just sets up a perfect, you know, standing there with his Unbreakable Will, tanks it perfectly. Chovy's rooted on the turret, and Peanut's like, peace out, hombre. Good luck with that one. If you die, you die.
Hey, there was no one else there, you know? And if he died, he was going to die anyway, no matter what Peanut did, so he may as well exit. I think it's fine. 2,000 gold going to be the lead here for Gen G. Nothing really to worry about just yet. However, it is the tempo of the game that is the problem here for GAM, because it is slowly but surely slipping out of their control more and more. Kiaya going to be able to grab a few plates here, though, on this top side. The Jack's absolutely a win condition here for GAM. Kiaya has also been a big power point for this team throughout play-ins as well. So some options to play around, but it's looking more and more dicey.
For GAM, the main thing now is to try and get like one big fight around the Dragon, ideally, where you're really able to play off of Kati, where Levi maybe gets himself an early pick, or Pallet can try and absorb the engage that inevitably is going to come through. We've seen Gen G playing very aggressive, very dive-heavy, really happy to scrap and skirmishes. Delight does not know that Levi is behind him, but this is an Alistair with ult and flash, so not the juiciest of targets. And they seem to be looking towards trying to make a play on Pace, but he's playing very respectful with the light hovering as well, and Chovy making his way over. Isn't really an opening here for GAM.
Yeah. Have a look at the MasterCard lane economy snapshot. Of course, in lane, Chovy does focus on economy. That has been his thing. Glad that we're seeing that represented here pretty accurately. I don't necessarily know whether it tells the story of how this game has been going, but you've seen that Cardi has been first on the roam a few times, which does go back to what Chovy of old used to be like. But what we've seen from Chovy has actually been a vast improvement on supporting the rest of the team around the map and not necessarily having as much of that lane priority, which absolutely is not represented at all in this game thus far. Just a bit sad.
Peanut gonna start up the objective here. I do think that Gam, once you start falling too far behind, it becomes really hard to find consistent win conditions. Doran going in again.
Yeah, not going to press the R button just yet. And Chovy looks for the Everfrost. Oh, just barely. The heels of Pallet were in trouble there. And Peanut will be able to lock down this Rift Herald, of course. Gam with full information. Levi looking for that opportunity. There's another safeguard kick onto Chovy, but it's an Ari. So he's able to press R, get out a few times, but they do put it on cooldown, and it could give an opportunity for Gam to get themselves their first rake of this game.
Yeah, would have loved to see Pallet maybe go for a Pallet.
All right, yeah, Pallet is just going to get knocked into the air, and Pei is going to be able to lock that one down. My goodness, the Acathian Rain is terrifying from this Kai'Sa. And they're going to push this Rift Herald through 2 turrets, as it turns out. Kiaya also getting down relatively low towards this top side, but Doran going to find the flash. The all-out comes through, and he just chops up the Jax.
And after some early attention from the rest of his team, Doran says, I can take care of it by myself now. And this is really where I think a lot of teams, as we have seen, Gen.G's mid-game, particularly when they are not falling behind in any of their lanes, is so oppressive. They're pushing you in mid. They're forcing defensive summoners, take down Pallet, turn that into an immediate double charge of the Rift Herald. And yeah, Doran is just off on his own, doing what Doran does.
Yeah.
And actually, I think really nice setup here. Knows that he has the damage available. Goes for the Q into flash. Guarantees that he's able to take down Kiaya. And everything kind of starting to fall apart for Gamer. It's no surprise, but given how the early game looked, as we can see here, pretty even, it's quickly getting out of control.
The thing that I do want to see is that Gam continue to try and go for these plays, though I don't know whether it necessarily gets better as this game goes on. And so Levi, I think, has had the right idea in a lot of occasions. Chovy in the side lane here towards the bottom lane, looking for this outer turret. Should be able to lock that one down. It's the last one remaining. The map is just wide open at this stage, and it is so scary with the amount of pick potential that Gen.G has. I mean, if you walk towards Delight, then there could be so many players that could just nip over a wall and collect you, and the chain CC is terrifying.
We've also gotten to the point in the game where the level 2 for Killer Instinct is available, so
yeah,
every single play that you go for, again, every member on Gen.G can set up plasma stacks for Pei, so he can join at a moment's notice. Going to have a fat back here as well, able to pick up, was just sitting on a Duskblade for quite a while, or rather a Dirk for quite a while there, able to immediately pick that Duskblade up. And when there is no frontline on the enemy team, this build, very impressive. Double TP coming in.
That is a solo lane sandwich here as the charm point blank range is going to connect onto Slater, but he's going to be able to cleanse flash to get himself out. But is it going to be enough? The answer is no, as Peanut comes on through with the cease and desist. And the Zyre is going to be taken down. Pallet's now trying to stay alive. Doran will be able to lock that one down. And meanwhile, Gam is being disintegrated. They do manage to take down Pays, but I think that is going to be the end of the good news for the VCS squad. And Gen.G will find all but Cardi in this one.
And Cardi unable to join the play there. I think might have a teleport available at the beginning, but even if you do, by the time that you teleporting in, I think the fight was already lost. And it's the early aggression, or the way that Gen.G plays. As mentioned, Chovy going in here, catches Slater immediately, forcing a defensive summoner. And then even if Slater is able to press his R button here, you're not making it out. But due to the Ocean Rift, he actually never sees Peanut come in. Has no opportunity at all. And then Pays actually ends up staying alive for a little bit longer because of Duskblade. Doesn't end up mattering though. Like, it's nice that Kiaya gets a kill. But while all of that is happening, Doran also killed Palette. That was kind of a side story. And the gold lead that was somewhat manageable is now Not.
Less
No, I'd
manageable.
say not. I wouldn't say less. I'm saying it's not manageable.
manageable?
Not manageable, Atlas.
Whoa.
You know me, I'm not one for strong
And
words.
Slater is now not going to get vault broken here by Peanut, but the Featherstorm does have to come through, but he's not going to get caught by the Pop Blossom. No knockup from Delight. What was that? They do manage to get yet another kill for Kiaya, but it is once again not the story they were looking for, as he will eventually go down. It's a double for FaZe in the end of it all, and this time it'll be the ace for Gen G.
And Baron about to spawn in 5 seconds. Gen G took some time to get going, but looking like GAM has been unable to keep this team down. Shouldn't come as a surprise, as the Baron's going to get taken, and I don't think we're going to be in this game for much longer. And unfortunately for GAM, looks like the 0-1 pull is waiting for them.
Yeah, I just want to say, like, with pulverizers like that, like, Delight, man, what an incredible start to his Worlds run, because he was one of the players that didn't necessarily perform as well when we got to MSI. So it's good to see him starting things off with a play like this.
Iconic to see Peanut miss his flash Q, but it doesn't end up mattering at all, right? The amount of CC damage available. Gen G is so far ahead at this point in items that even if they lose 1 or 2 members, you can probably clinch out that fight. But if you do get everyone grouped up, it's rough.
It certainly is. Kaya, certainly hats off for always being the one that's able to at least take something away from Gen G in these fights. But like you say, it's just not looking all that close. The Baron going to be secured here by Gen G. They can grab themselves Soul Point if they would like as well, but I imagine that the base is at the forefront of their mind right now. And our Red Bull Baron power play is not exactly all that healthy at this point, but I have a feeling it's going to grow.
I wonder
not right now, though, because Kai is going to get some money.
Yeah, it's a bounty.
Heck yeah.
That's valuable. I wonder how aggressive Gen G is going to play. I think Levi's showing on Vision now, so definitely. And actually, you know, I don't hate the cross map from GAM. It's not like you can fight this team, so you might as well try and hope that they just back off.
Yep, getting
That's
anything is definitely a positive. As Kiaya is going to keep going, and he may as well, but these inhibitor turrets will fall. At least 2 inhibitors will go down. And defending Nexus turrets is certainly going to be a priority, and as you can see, Kiaya agrees. He's going to be heading home now. We'll see whether they can hold on, because Gen G, it looks like they don't want to be here for all that long today, Chronicler. Looking to try and end it as soon as possible. The Vault Breaker going to be channeled here. Picking your target is going to be important, as Peanut is just going to use it in another direction. And yeah, there is a headbutt pulverize onto Cardi, and into the backline goes Pallet. The Haymaker does buy a little bit of time, and the Pop Blossom's decent, but Gen G, the wallets are too heavy at this stage of the game, and they are just going to rip through GAM. Slater, the last one to go down. It's a double for Chovy. They'll deal with these Nexus turrets and the Nexus. And they'll call it a day here, 22.5 minutes.
And Gen G, I think I saw a JDG icon there at the end as they dove into the side, into the fountain, because Gen G looking good here today. The fact that with the Swiss format we can have a Gen G JDG best of 1, provided that JDG beat BDS, of course, our next matchup. That'd be something. Unfortunately for GAM, the same fate for them as many an LCK team.
Yeah, I don't know how much we necessarily learned from this one. This was always going to be a really, really difficult game for GAM, but we certainly learned that Gen G still look really good. And as we've been hearing, you know, around Korea at the moment, when you have whispers of scrims and things like that, certainly Gen G still on a little bit of a tear, and with JDG staying with them, makes some sense that they're getting some decent practice in, seeming like it hasn't necessarily been unfruitful thus far. GAM going to be going 0-1. I think the games might get progressively easier from here.
By design, they will, because that's how Swiss works.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to end with
I like
note.
You know, I like a positive note. Yeah. For GAM, as mentioned, I think that the story arc they had from play-ins by itself, you're always going to be happy. I think that for many a team from a minor region is always going to be the goal, right? Make it out, make it to the Swiss stage. The fact that you then end up going against the LCK #1 seed, or might have been, you know, any #1 seed of one of the major regions, was always going to be an uphill battle. And as we saw in the gold graph, very straightforward game.
It absolutely was. But as we head to break, let's check out exclusive behind-the-scenes footage of your Worlds teaser brought to you by the Oppo.
지금 월드 티저 촬영을 왔는데 와 저희 뭐야 저기 딜라이트 찍고 있고요.
Unlock extra loot with the Worlds Event Pass. Every Event Pass purchase will add to the prize pool for Worlds 2023. There's a lot to celebrate at this time of year.
Huh? What is this?
Bringing in a new roommate to save money, is that the plan?
Say hi to Glenn from work.
Yeah, I think I have a much better plan. We switched to my plan from Verizon.
That is a good plan. Glenn?
Get my plan starting at just $25 when you bring your own phones. Plus, save when you add perks like the Disney Bundle. It's your Verizon.
I'm your type. 누르게 되지 like. 다른 애들은 swipe. Double tap this site.
사랑하지 내게 아트를 준 모든 애들 my friend 얘네들이 상응해줘야 돼 움직여 바삐 double tap 우리 사진 간지 공연 보러 온 누나들은 손가락을 만진 답변 반지 스토리 올려 대결선 건강 남자애들 껴 만들어 moshpit 한국에 있는 애들 DM 아직 come to Korea 가자마자 벌려해 기대한 것이 발을 뒤져 비껴나가 내상어리 피규어처럼 smooth sailing 시대 얼음 우리 신경을 안 써요 너 응원하는 애들 숨죽이지 이제 시간은 금이고 우린 bank ice 다섯 배로 벌려 우리 몸값 21세기 boys 우리 못 가는 데가 없어 목소리를 퍼져가지고 worldwide Room is my planet I can go everywhere worldwide internet international to Instagram worldwide double tap worldwide 야 이제 우리는 virtual 가고 싶은 대로
tight 누르게 되지 like 다른 애들은 swipe double tap this site
이제 달라붙어 우리한테 double team 레이블에서 연락 마치 hurricane 무시하던 새끼들은 어디에 얼른 숨어 미리 사나 1plug 이제 우리 노래 어디 가면 들려 몇 년 전에 비웃었지 그래 바로 너 생각보다 우리들의 덩치 너무 커 이제 와서 빨아봤자 아웃기억 어서 움직여 넌 어서 뭐 백날 재미없는 노래 뱉어봤자 사자 새끼 어디서 네 명함 내밀어 너를 퇴치하지 우리들은 let's go on a new level keep it on the low 너가 전화할 때 나는 수신 거부 flow 안 멈추지 마치 Rolex non-stop racks on racks 못 벌면 난 죽어 bounce we got the juice no time 낭비할 수 없으니까 나는 항상 work baby working hard 맨날 twerk bounce we got the juice no time 낭비할 수 없으니까 나는 항상 work baby working hard 맨날 twerk
tight 누르게 되지 like
What's your play?
welcome back everyone to Worlds 2023, where we've got JDG versus BDS in just a little bit. So we've got a special guest. Hysterics has joined us, and in fact, it is the very first time we get to see you on a Worlds broadcast.
Hey, it's my absolute pleasure. I mean, honestly, building up to this moment has been great. Being on the desk with you guys as well, I feel like I don't know, I'm such a small fry. I'm not worthy, man. It's like Wayne's World. I feel like I'm just in the presence of legends.
Wayne's World.
Whoa, now we feel
Yeah, now I feel out of place. But hey, we're so happy to have you. You absolutely deserve to be here, and we're super happy that you're here. Also, as an LPL representative, we need you dearly because I think we're pretty excited about the field that LPL is sending to Worlds.
We've been waiting a while to see LPL as well. Again, you know, we've got a little taster to warm things up, and I feel like so far, we've had some slower games as well to start off the Swiss stage, so I'm kind of excited to speed things up a bit and get some teams that really punch the metal in the first 15 instead.
Yeah, 4 of the next 5 games are going to have an LPL representative. How high are the expectations since it was an LPL versus LPL final at MSI?
I think even higher than then, right? Because LPL has leveled up massively. I know we'll be talking about it across the day and when I jump on cast as well, but LPL has since become such a dominant region. With our 4 seeds, I'm being confident that all of them make it out of Swiss, but of course I'll tell you more about that later.
Yeah, we can. Here we see a little updated bracket, of course, the 1-0 pool. We've got T1 and Gen.G and Cloud9, and then we got the 0-1 pool with the Mad Lions, GAM, and TL.
Yeah, and as a note for those of you new to this format, which is all of us, the 1-0 pool will have 8 teams at the end of the day because 8 teams will win. They will then be drawn at the end of the day to say who plays who tomorrow. Same thing's going to happen with the 0-1, and we're going to have 8 more best of ones tomorrow as well.
Yes, it's interesting. I think you can't really grasp yet. Of course, it's great to have a win. It sucks to have a loss, but it's only until you actually see those opponents.
You could still get a good matchup.
Yeah, exactly.
In the next round.
Or a bad matchup.
And make the run.
Yeah.
So you're not up against the wire yet.
The other thing that's really we're grasping it now is how little time teams will have to prepare for each other tomorrow.
Yeah.
Because you can't just have like 15 prep docs ready that goes into detail about every single possible opponent, but that's actually what's happening depending on the results today.
I mean, it's hard. You got to prep in advance. That's what makes this format so exciting. So the teams that are more adaptable are going to be better in the end of the day.
So we prepped for all the teams at Worlds. The coaches for these teams have prepped for all the teams at Worlds, is all I'm saying.
Just let me
coaches
tell you,
earn their keep.
You're cramming the night before. Like to do deep prep on 15 teams is impossible, especially when you have no stage knowledge of them from the last 2 months.
And that's why we always give a lot of the advice, especially for early in international competition, for teams to focus on what their strengths are and just build that on their strengths.
Caps' dad is just yelling at us.
What a legend.
I'm a big fan, big fan.
Big fan.
We'll talk him up,
We're
mate.
smiling, exactly. Anyway, he said smile for BDS, and that's good. He's moving us along.
He is.
We need it, because JDG versus BDS, possibly the most lopsided matchup on the first day Worlds.
No.
The one we just saw was really lopsided.
That's true.
But this will be more. I'm just going to tell you right now, this is going to be more. I'm really confident in JDG. I mean, not only the way they finished the split, yes, going 5 games against LNG, but the fact that this team is so adaptable. This team is just so good in best of 1s, best of 3s. Of course, they don't play too many. I am so confident in JDG, and I could talk them under a bus because this team is leading up to the Golden Road, the MSI Championship, of course, spring before that to lead them as the first seed, and then summer reversing against LNG, against that 2-1. How can you not be against our first seed?
Yes, and we have a Golden Road attempt graphic here, and you know, what is it that makes it so elusive, even if you stand head and shoulders above the rest, seemingly?
Yeah, it's just incredibly hard because the meta does change pretty significantly throughout the year. You get basically no breaks, and you need to always be the best. That's one of the reasons it's so hard. JDG, though, I know you can always say this about recency bias, but they seem very well positioned. I think they are a strong favorite, and a lot of that has to do with just the strengths of their players and what I feel like the current balance of the game is.
And to your point of changing metas over the years, this year it's been fairly consistent in that need for supremacy in team fights, which is one of the things that JDG brings above all. Having Knight and Ruler, creating space for Knight and Ruler, having 369 in the top lane, probably best tank player to ever play the game.
I love it. I love what you say, creating space, because that's what 369 is so good for. That's what Missing is relegated to Rakan duty for. You know, 369 with the Orns as well. JDG have a system that works, and as you said, the meta not being too far off, we can still see that here in Worlds, even with more diverse picks as well.
As we see the arrival footage of the teams, of course. Now, you brought up 369 already, and I want to bring up Adam as well as we get into BDS, of course, a team that we saw in the Worlds qualifying series and in the play-ins. Usually in LEC, they do a crazy arrival video, though, but I guess...
Wait for the surprise.
I guess it's too stressful.
Wait for it.
This is just their normal arrival.
Yeah.
And the clown.
Okay. Maybe the game is like the joke. I don't know. Hopefully not. There he is, though. Adam, let's talk about him and his gods, the champions that he's played in Garen, Olaf, Darius, and Set during the play-ins, and how this has taken on a life of its own.
So a lot of people are still waiting for the set, but technically he played Sion, and that is an S champion also.
Counts.
So I think it's completed the gods already. Boom.
I agree. He's also really good on those. But it's cool how this in the Korean community as well, Jad, this has taken off, this meme.
Yeah.
They were really cheering for it on the lock-in.
I mean, absolutely. He has so much flair as a player. He brings you a unique style of play. Winning on Garen top lane at Worlds, something no one had done before. And I also think he's very good at understanding space and how to play the map from low range. So that's one of the reasons I think he's drawn towards these champions, because they are so strong from close range, but it's about how he sets himself up before these fights happen for the fairly easy to execute champions to succeed.
And it's that setup that's unpredictable. That's what I love about Adam. You don't know what to expect. For me, it was so great when he talked about wanting to verse the Shy, because I see this guy as EU the Shy right now. He's unpredictable, he's crazy, and he will flip an entire game because he knows he can, because he's confident that he is the better player.
We love playing him, but as you say, sometimes it is about flipping, and we mentioned it already. 369, greatest tank player at the tournament, perhaps. So how is that going to work, Hysteric?
It's going to be interesting because, again, it's not like he can't play carries. I think people have it in their head that 369 only plays tank. Well, yes, in the system of JDG and how they currently function. However, 369 in the past has taken after players like the Shy with his champion diversity as well. Things like the Quinn, things like the Renekton. That's in the wheelhouse. So my biggest question is he going to match? Because, of course, he hasn't really played much of these other champions that Adam's repping as well.
I love it, the gods.
Doesn't he have a pretty good relationship with a Garen player from the LPL, though?
I believe so. You can't quote me on that, but I still know that he's never touched the champion.
Yeah. And also never lost versus it, so that's a plus.
There you go.
Yeah, not
100%.
everybody could say that here at Worlds. That's how that works. In any case, when we talk about BDS as well, I think Adam has gotten a lot of the spotlight because of the meme and everything, Kobe. But for instance, the support is also someone we can give a couple of flowers to after their reverse sweep.
Yeah, I definitely think Lebrov deserves a lot of credit for the work that he put in so far this tournament to get them here. And BDS is a team that's been underestimated their whole year. Every step that they've taken has been a very difficult one, and they've been able to do it, with the reverse sweep. So this is, again, as you set it up, trying to go against Goliath. JDG here with a tournament favorite, but that is a big moment for this team.
Yeah, so. I think for Lebrov in particular as well, he was he was finding his way a lot, I think, in the EU ecosystem, and he didn't have the best showing, for instance, on Vitality as well. And this was a player that we, before even he joined the league, heard a lot about. He is so promising. He's going to do so well. And it's really nice to see that he can show it now. And at Worlds, that's kind of a great opportunity to do so.
And because of the priority on these engaged supports, primarily the Alistar, Rakan, and Rel, it becomes so incredibly important for your support to be able to set up these plays and control the battlefield like he has done for his team to get them here.
And this is still against JDG, who I've talked about as having almost the perfect team setup, with 369 being a weak side tank player, Knight and Ruler being the best laners in their respective roles.
Yeah.
How have they lost?
It's a great question, because if you go back to some of their few losses, again, one against Weibo coming off MSI, I feel like you discount that because it was off the back of MSI. LPL split started really early due to Asia games, but you go to their IG loss in the regular season and you're like, well, attack 369 on the top side, limit his impact. When in team fights, look for that pick off as well. Use your engaged jungler wisely in that respect. I think that's a great place to start. However, when you start looking at the weaknesses of JDG, you're like, well, that's so niche and it's so hard to pull out. Like, IG did that, but can BDS do the same thing? Can they really double down on topside and take him out of the running? And is Kanavi having a great day is another thing I'll slip in.
Oh, there's so many questions indeed. Dylan Falco commented on kind of scrimming and playing versus JDG, and he said they're the hardest team to play, full stop, even if you get a huge lead. They are so good at taking those small percentage plays, and you can never feel safe. The question is, you know, is BDS even going to get in a position where they can get those advantages? Because we talk about the top lane a lot, but we just have to kind of throw a dart and that lands in the mid lane, and you look at Knight, who had an unbelievable year as well. So it's just a mountain to climb.
First All-Pro team as well for Knight. As you said, individual skill, top 2 in every single lane across not only the LPL, but I would say world. I don't know if that's too biased for you guys here.
I mean, that's all right.
You asked me to be on the desk as LPL representative. I truly believe top 2 in every position, and we also have the best player in the world currently in AD Carry.
They're on the golden road for a reason.
Yeah.
You know? They have won everything. I think that one of the things BDS can do, one of the things I actually really like about Adam is how sometimes he just abandons top lane, and he will roam to mid lane. He will roam to bottom lane. He will sacrifice minion waves to try and upset the normal trajectory of a game. So maybe that is a way to upset Giants.
Maybe. We'll see. Upset gods, you mean?
Ah, yes.
Yeah,
Stay with the Brandon Covey.
We'll see. There is, of course, that little thought in the back of my head sometimes about JDG and LPL favorites.
I mean,
in big tournaments, and they're super hyped, and they're the most hyped ever, and they're the best ever, and they're the most likely.
I like this.
Literally last year, the LPL won MSI, and then it was 2 Korean teams in finals.
Yeah, true.
It is a struggle
It's
to carry the MSI hype towards Worlds year over year for the LPL.
And I think what's, we can talk about it in a bit, but it's very hard to win a world championship because it's a long road, even if it is golden. But we'll see if they stumble at the first hurdle. It is JDG versus BDS.
All right, they brought up some of the worst memories of my career, but that's okay. Hysterics and I, we can console one another. Just talking about 2015 in any way just really bothers me. Hopefully JDG are not the team to worry us.
Both EDG and Deft eventually won Worlds.
They also won MSI that year.
Yeah, did that help?
Yeah, well, like, no, nothing really helps salve
I don't know,
burn.
I want to try.
Yeah, no, but let's see whether BDS have anything up their sleeves. They do have a little bit more experience in the tournament thus far, you know, feeling a little bit more stage warm perhaps
play-ins
than
effect.
JDG. Play-ins effect can work out. We saw Levi actually make some pretty good plays against Gen G, at least in the earlier stages of the game. And as far as JDG and who they're looking at, it's probably Gen G as the team at the top of that list of most wanted teams. But speaking of, let's welcome them to the stage now. JDG, the team that everyone's out here to beat. They are looking, and I agree with Hysterics, right? All bias aside, this is top 2 in every role. Ruler is probably the best player in the world right now. And I think the last tape that we got of this team, except for missing, I think, was Asia Games, where it felt to me like the parts of JDG were what helped Korea get over the line.
Yeah, JDG, incredible. And what I want to highlight as well is the same reason why Jet mentioned that winning so consistently over a year is so hard is the same reason why JDG is so feared. It doesn't feel like they're tied to his style. I think a lot of LPL teams, when they've shown, it's because they are very good at one specific style, but we've seen already today, TL, they brought it to T1, and BDS do the same.
And speaking of style, let's invite BDS out onto the stage, and Korea's favorite non-Korean player in Adam. They love this man. They were the World Qualifying Series, LoL Park could not keep its roof on because of how much these players loved Adam.
And for BDS, obviously, going to be a gargantuan task. But I do agree with you, particularly in a best-of-1 scenario, having the stage experience, having already played a lot, being able to kind of define your own meta, what works for us, that is going to be valuable. It boils down to, is it enough? Because
that is true.
The LPL is very full. Obviously, 17 teams means that you face so much more variety in playstyles in what people try to throw at you. And JDG able to deal with almost all of it. And that is a very, very scary thing to go up against.
It certainly is, and you know, Knight has had some woes at Worlds in the past. Ruler, of course, has won Worlds. Also, in his debut year, looked pretty good as well. But there's a lot of consistency on this roster, and I think that hearkening back to those times where the LPL has all of these expectations coming into Worlds and then they fail to deliver, I just don't think that that is going to be a thing that's going to happen with this team, especially this part of the tournament. We'll have to see what happens in knockouts, but I think that you can pretty safely look towards that stage of the tournament for JDG, because this team is just so good.
Particularly after MSI, and of course, as the desk also mentioned, MSI has been very LPL favored for a while, but due to the new format, the double elimination bracket, BLG making an incredible run, and then running into the team that has been the only team worldwide to consistently beat them was definitely an ending. We're going to see BDS. What do they have in the tank, and is it going to be enough to throw off JDG? Or are we going to see something similar to the last game where a #1 seed from the LCK took on a play-ins team, and it was a rough affair?
It was, but T1 also took on TL, and that was close. I'm
very close.
I'm hoping that that one's the one that happens. Darius going to be the first one banned away here from Adam. Normally we'd say the team name when there's a ban that comes in, but no, that's an Adam ban. He can have that one all to himself. Talia going to be taken off the board here as well. Kanavi following in the footsteps of some phenomenal Talia players, and he is certainly one to watch out for as well. So good flex ban. Knight, of course, fantastic on that pick also. The Orianna feeling a little bit like a ban that will have to come through throughout this tournament. I think Orianna bans are going to ramp up as this tournament goes on, just given some of the names that we are going to see here. And 369 not allowed to play the cannon. Certainly, it's one of his picks that he does still like to go to that isn't of that tank variety like they were talking about. And Adam gonna probably flash a few more options here.
Oh yeah, oh he will. So what I'm looking towards is Xayah and Rakan, or one of the two of that combo. Because I do think that Ruler, my point, letting Ruler play Xayah, no. You know, maybe you have a counterplay. Is it much better to face up against something like a Kai'Sa? It's always going to be choose your, you know, least. Yeah, choose your exactly. So I don't think you're ever going to feel amazing, but I think the Xayah, particularly for him, both in the LCK and in the LPL, is such a standout pick. Obviously, also where he got his world skin. So denying that, I think, is a great start here from BDS. The only downside is I am wondering if JDG is actually going to keep the counter pick, given that they're red side, all the way to the end. Because if Adam is forced to blind pick, for example, on Renekton, like they did many a time, that's when we've seen BDS struggle a little bit more.
Yeah, Viego being hovered here by Sheo, I feel like that could be an early Viego pick. Rakan up and available, they can lock in the Xayah Rakan if they'd like to, but the Vi going to be taken first, a very red theme. I do very much like the color coordination thus far, not giving too much away. In a composition like this, you have a lot of engage via the Vi, a lot of pick opportunity, things like that as well, but you can kite back with the Xayah and the Rakan. So Jarvan going to be locked in here. Man, I'm feeling like I'm back in the LPL, which was so many years ago now, but Jarvan certainly a staple.
It's just Jarvan. You know, he's been virtually unchanged for like, what, 10, 11 years at this point?
As soon as Ambition retired, though, I felt like Jarvan fell out of the meta forever in Korea. So I've missed my opportunities. Yeah, apart from support. Please stop.
I don't want to be reminded of that. What I do think is that JDG already have a very strong core. I do like the Rakan and Vi. I think that having an aggressive dive duo like that really allows you to reliably put threat on Ruler. Now, with missing playing Alistar, consistently getting on top of him might be tough, but we'll see if BDS can try and find an angle. You can add like an Ahri on top of this. I'm wondering if JDG want to just not risk it and ban it away, even though I don't think Knight in 1v1 will have any issues, just to ensure that there is not too much backline dive, because eventually can kind of hit a point where no matter how good Ruler is positioning, they're going to be able to get on top of it.
Yeah, you don't even need to ban it because they have the first pick opportunity. You can just pick that one away. Knight, a fantastic Ahri player just in general. So they are going to run out the very end of this clock, and it will be the Olaf taken away. So the O and the D from the gods, it's just GS now. That's all we have. It's a convenience store here in Korea.
It is.
Fun fact. There we go. The last ban from BDS. Going to be the last one here. And then we're going to be getting into what the next options are. Both of these teams just have so much flexibility. We don't really know what the identity is going to be just yet.
It's going to be the Renekton Banaway. Pick has dropped in priority throughout the first half of the day, but it has been something that BDS has kind of defaulted to. Wonder if we're going to see them just pick up Cassante. That feels like the obvious pick here. A pick that can both dive aggressively. Obviously, as mentioned, 369 I think is very capable of playing carry matchups. There's Garen it as well. Yeah?
Why not blind Garen? Does 369 have a blind Teemo prepared? That's the question. We'll see where Adam is actually going to go. And they're just going to walk it in. Okay. Blind Garen, not something that I would recommend.
There we go.
And Cassio going to come in as well for Nuke. Yeah. I think, like, honestly, I love this approach from BDS. They're like, guys, what do you want to play? Let's just make sure that you're as comfortable as possible. We'll see how it goes. And Sheo, of course, 13-4, I believe, on the Vi at this point in time. Extraordinarily dominant on that pick. And Ornn is going to be the consideration here and will be locked in for 369. He's pretty good at this champion.
Very much so.
Yeah.
But I don't love the matchup into Garen with the amount of true damage that he is able to do. The main worry that I do have for BDS is if you look at the JDG composition, this is a composition that at any point in the game is able to find a teamfight win, right? It is very short range, and that's in theory where picks like Xayah and Cassiopeia should have a field day.
Yeah.
I don't expect Ruler to go for the AP build. I think that would lead the team being way over-indexed on AP, makes itemization very easy for BDS. So Ruler is actually going to have to come close, and even with his level of positioning into Xayah and into Cassio, that can be a risk. If BDS can, make it through the laning phase, try to keep good track of Kanavi, with that Garen wildcard, even though at this point it shouldn't really be a wildcard anymore, right?
No,
We've seen them go
it's just an
very
Adam
consistently. I think this is as good of an angle as you're going to get if you're BDS.
No, absolutely. And I just love the amount of comfort. I love that they have just over-indexed into that, not really worried about what JDG are going to do. And JDG have a pretty stock standard composition, right? But they don't have an overabundance of damage, and there could be an angle here, like you were talking about. Damage and range, as far as where this mid-game's going to come around. Ari's notorious for not necessarily having those high damage builds, what with the Everfrost and Horizon Focus and things like that coming on through. Ruler is, of course, going to be a massive problem, but we'll see whether they can mitigate that with something that they've prepared earlier. Let's jump onto the Rift. Here for the fourth game of the day. JDG, definitely tournament favorites up against BDS, a team that honestly I doubted up against Golden Guardians in the World Qualifying Series, and they have been just crossing out our doubts over and over.
We were there. We were expecting it to be a long day.
Exactly.
It was not a long day.
When PSG was up 2-0.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, that was also a time where the doubts came in. But remember, guys, you can connect your League of Legends account with Prime Gaming to grab the exclusive experimentation emote. So make sure you do that. Just free stuff, It's just the best. We almost saw a Heimerdinger today as well.
Adam went Ignite as well.
I mean, you have to. No, any Garen, if you're ever going to play Garen, you have to take Ignite.
I know.
It's like, so you know how Huni gets really bothered by Rumbles that don't take Ignite?
Same principle.
It's
I
worse.
understand.
If you don't take Ignite on Garen, it's worse.
Yeah, of course. I understand. Just maybe, you were not a play-ins watcher, which probably the best play-ins we've had. The format change, I think, a rousing success. A lot of competitive matches, a lot of cool storylines, both for teams and in between the regions. But this is not. This has happened a lot. We've seen this not just in the LEC, Adam going for his Garen, but it's been wildly successful. And at the same time, I do think for JDG, neither of these two picks, the Garen and the Cassio, should come as a surprise. It mainly becomes about how well is JDG able to deal with it. Because if all goes evenly with the team fighting capabilities that JDG have, it's hard to imagine them losing, right? Because of how dominant they've been throughout the entirety of the year. As a very early invade here from Shale, actually paths straight from his red buff to Kanavi.
The red I love this. It's just no holes barred. They're like, let's just try and get as much as we can for free, and see whether we can come out on top. As 369 adds some brittle to Adam, and Adam doesn't have the greatest time there. And there are just those times where some Ornn players just absolutely obliterate a matchup, and you're just sitting there wondering why not everyone just picks on all the time.
Yeah.
And it can just be some of those things that happens. We'll see whether Adam's going to be able to get through, because right now things are relatively even. Adam on the push, and Kanavi going to get the bad news that his blue buff has been taken away.
Oh, yeah. Kanavi definitely should be suspicious. I like this from Sheo, though. If Kanavi does make a mistake, walk up, might be into deep trouble. Oh, they're trying to get the jump on him.
Yeah, the Vault Breaker does come on through here. Let's see whether Nuke can get himself in, but it's going to be the charm, and the flag drag is going to get Kanavi out. So in the end, you know, some buttons being pressed and some damage being exchanged. Sheo not going to find too much, as he is just going to try and deny the opposite side takeaway of that blue buff.
And that's really important, right? And this is where the Garen actually does a lot. Garen or Adam should be able to run, although right now actually is down a level. So 369 has been able to maintain control over this lane. And if Sheo doesn't have Adam with priority, then Kanavi can actually play way more aggressive. Same for Knight.
Well, Sheo's just going to immediately get towards this top side. It's a big wave stacked up, and Kanavi has now dealt with the crab. Could be a 2v2 incoming very, very quickly. Adam's just going to flash forward. They find the silence, and 369 will be put down. First blood to the Garen.
And the play from BDS was a risk. If Kanavi path stopped, they might be in trouble, but no! 369 gets caught off guard. Sheo gets the flash of Vault Breaker, and as a result, early kill to come through here for Adam at the cost of a blue buff. Considering Sheo invaded, gonna be more than happy to pay that.
I'm starting to think that if Nocturne presses E on any BDS player, it doesn't work. It just doesn't do anything. That's what I'm starting to figure, because there is no fear from this squad. And the KBS Arena, they're into it. This would be an incredible story. However, it is still very, very early on.
It's a kill. Yeah, it's good. It's
I'm going to celebrate it chronically. You best believe.
I like the attitude. As Adam does have to unfortunately peace out. Kanavi.
And that's a big wave.
Yeah, that's not only a big wave, but I think 369 is going to be able to get the cancel as well. And Adam, the virtue of his Ignite, does not have TP. So he's going to try and just eat this. He doesn't have flash. Oh, he doesn't have
courage. He's got courage. He's not going to get knocked up.
He's brave.
Oh, this time around. And this is exactly what we were talking about. He's not out of the woods just yet, though. And there's the knock-up. Does find the silence here onto 369, who may fall, but the damage to the lane is the biggest problem. He's not even going to go down. 369 expends the flash. Berserker's Grease now picked up for Adam, but this is in shambles up here. Oi.
Yeah,
okay. And as the dust settles, JDG have a decent advantage as far as money is concerned. The first blood, wasn't that something?
Yeah, so Kanavi ensuring that 369, his game remains playable by putting a lot of pressure early on here. Now, this will lead to a dragon being taken. That is the counter response. Again, this player, Sheo, actually sneaking out of vision, right? Not being spotted by Kanavi. They think that he is just in his own blue side jungle. Completely catches 369 off guard. But then we see 369 then gets to teleport back to lane with a full health bar. Adam, no such luxury, playing Ignite, and while the initial gank doesn't work, there is no one nearby, we see as well, and I think that it's the right call from BDS. You're never going to be here in time, and there is no way that Adam should be able to survive that. They get a Drake, but I think that JDG making sure that the lane doesn't snowball too far out of control, very big. Does that bother Adam? No.
I like how he gets a cheer from the crowd here.
They love him,
just for farming between turrets.
He's just proxying.
100% deserved. 100% deserved. 369 deals with the minion wave, and he will retain a slight lead.
They know.
Yeah, Kanavi. Oh, flag first. It's always what you do.
Yeah, that's good good read and
That's
good research by
Demacian
JDG.
sense. I think you get that if you play Jarvan into Garen. As Hepapov is going to come through here. Rob just getting himself out, but the call of the Forge God does come down. Adam says, I do not fear goats. And he is just going to walk out of the way. A ram? Is a ram a goat? I think it's a... Is the Ford...
Atlas, I don't feel like I am well equipped to speak on the topic of biology, so I'm gonna default and let you.
Fair enough.
Review that one's ruler.
Yeah, Crowny throwing out some feathers here, missing. Going to take a bit of damage. Ruler not wanting to take that one lying down, however the Void Seeker is not going to find its target. And if we actually check into how this lane is going, kind of fine, pretty even between the two. As 369, yeah, Adam just not really looking too worried about what the Ornn is doing and is consistently getting the shove as, okay, Kanavi now going to find a little bit of a knock-up. But with this wave being so large, 369 not going to be able to leave because he needs that money.
There is also the fact that Adam is now level 6, right? So both with Ignite and his ultimate, you really have to respect. Even if you trade evenly, I think the wave state at this point, you'd still be fine. Killing Alam at that point in time might actually be beneficial for 369, even if you trade 1-to-1, but you want to make sure that he doesn't get further ahead. I think that Garen actually is able to do a lot better in late game scenarios than a lot of people think, particularly against short range AD carries like the Kai'Sa. But I do think you are somewhat reliant on not being made completely obsolete, right? And I think the attention that both junglers are paying towards the top side of the map thus far in this game is testament to that. As everyone's roaming besides the AD carries. BDS look like they might want to still go for this. They do have LeBron there.
Yeah, Kanavi just immediately going to get ulted, silenced as well. It's going to be difficult as the ult comes down. Cataclysm is there, but Adam, he's not scared of a ring of rocks. 369 now using the Bellows Breath to try and deny the CC, but it's not going to deny the knock-up, and Nuke's going to grab that kill. It's now 3-1 to BDS.
And BDS not only are going to get the kills, they're also going to be able to take themselves the Rift Herald. And I keep on, we know what Garen does, right? Like, we know at this point, he silences you,
and then he goes around a lot,
and then he ults, and then with Ignite, you die.
Yeah. Zero counterplays, the best champion in the game.
And we have seen enough of JDG to know that this alone not really going to dissuade anyone, but it continues the trend, I think, that we've been seeing today that was started by T1. NTL,
yeah,
the best of one.
It just, Adam reminds me of one of my favorite Kobe quotes, which is, I think, in reference to Zatai, and he just says, he plays Garen on purpose. And Adam absolutely epitomizes that, and it's not even a meme. No. It's not even weird. He wins with this champion.
And I think Asterix mentioned this as well. In the rare instances where JDG does get beaten, it's when Kanavi's not having a great day. As Nuke.
Yeah, the Ram going to come through, gets the flash. Out of Nuke, good respect there, but no flash on Cassiopeia. Certainly an opportunity here for JDG.
Yeah, great roam there from 369. No flash on Cassiopeia, and particularly with the amount of aggressive pressure that's available is big. But that roam will cost him. We see here, right?
It's a lot of plays.
Yeah, he's up 1k gold. And he has a red buff, Atlas.
He's casually strolling out of like every button press as well. Just wanders towards the plate, collects
Sheo.
that. Oh yeah, Sheo gonna get knocked up here by the flag and drag missing. Just looking for that headbutt pole angle, he'll find it. Sheo lit on fire, is going to be able to get out of the Cataclysm with a Volt Breaker. And he'll be A-OK for now. Does have to expend the flash. Lebrov in danger, but he's Rakan.
Gonna be a good trade there for JDG. Sheo not having flash does take away a lot of the pressure, particularly of Ruler, in a fight that might be coming up. And JDG is able to stay relatively even. If Adam gets like first turret blood off of this, which is not very far off, Atlas, and becomes an unanswerable threat in the side lane, we'll see how JDG finds a way to deal with that.
They are going to be able to even out the Drake count. Next one going to be a Mountain Soul. Imagine if Adam presses W when he has a Mountain Soul. That sounds a little bit frightening. And JDG now just looking to defend around this map. I imagine that JDG have absolutely no worries at all. Like, I imagine the comms are still fine.
Oh, for sure.
They're not worried about how this one's going. But I tell you what, very proud of how BDS have played this early game out thus far.
And something I want to highlight as well, BDS is known for their dragon stacking, right? They really love playing towards that objective. If you pick up a ton of defensive resistances, MRM armor, where does JDG damage actually come from? Because when we get to late game, it'll just be Ruler. Like, obviously, we joke a lot about Ornn and his ambient damage. Same for Kanavi. Jarvan isn't really a tank, he's more of a bruiser. But I do think that champions like the really entire top side of JDG don't really get to be as big of a threat once you do stack a ton of free resistances, and particularly with some of the builds, right? Obviously, you mentioned already, Adam surely going to be going towards at least a semi-tanky build with the W added to the Dragons, but they do actually need to get the Dragons, and we haven't seen a 5v5 yet, and that is where many teams are unable to match up to what JDG offers. This turret, though, is gone, and Sheo's here.
They're looking for the Demolish proc, and now 369 is in trouble. However, Kanavi, Knight, both of them moving on up. And Adam just gets himself out of there. Did you know you can press Q and you run fast?
Sheo actually, the reason he gets out there, I think 369 knew, is because of the empowered Herald recall. Otherwise, he would have died.
Yeah.
Able to make it out, and now BDS will have the Heralds. If they can leverage that Herald into a Mountain Drake early on, setup's going to be amazing. But again, we need to hold off on any really big judgment until we see a 5v5.
I want to see Ruler do some things with some champions in the area.
Has dropped it for.
All right, not going to get the knock up onto Sheo. He's going to answer with his ult. The Everfrost is fantastic, and now the Ram comes in. Petrifying Gaze comes down, though Kanavi's in trouble, but he survives for so long. 1-for-1 so far. The Bellows breath coming through, and Nuke will be pounded by the hammer of the Blacksmith, and LeBron just headbutted out of the fight. JDG striking back.
Case in point there. JDG sending multiple members towards the mid lane. Able to punish BDS. Little bit of greed there from Adam. Could have just gone for Kanavi straight up, but instead tried to get the kill on Knight. Knight's able to get out. As a result, 369 can just keep going forward aggressively. But still, even despite this, I think that with the topside turret, gold lead is there. Now, again, I'm going to be looking towards the Dragon. If BDS get to like a soul point in this game, you can leverage, as we see in the MasterCard lane economy snapshot, that 1300 gold lead on Garen in a situation where JDG have to answer you every single Drake could be really valuable.
It's this is not how I was expecting this game to go. However, JDG have had slower early games in the past. This was just really nicely played. I really like the Everfrost from Knight, certainly demonstrating that he's still got it. Petrifying Gaze was good, but with 369 turning up the right time, just a bit rough.
Yeah, Adam there also. Actually, in hindsight, I think go for Knight might have been the right call there. I don't think you ever kill 369. Also, importantly, the fact that Kanavi not able to hit the flag and drag there could have made that play a lot more secure, because then you don't have to go as deep. Can use your ultimate in a more defensive way. Knight immediately gets the setup. Not gonna end up being the case. And Rift Herald about a minute away as Adam roams towards the bot side. And I expect, just trying to make the play here towards this turret. Take that down before Dragon spawns, and Ruda can't do anything.
Yeah, Adam just gonna demolish that one. His Stridebreaker has been completed. Even more ability haste on top of that. He's looking for the Black Cleaver. And look at this man. He's spinning, walking into the enemy jungle like he owns the place.
And because all these plays are working out for BDS, Adam isn't actually falling behind, right? 369 is able to farm his way back in the game, actually has an experience lead. Ruler does have ult. Is that enough?
Yeah, Stridebreaker is not going to connect, but he is going to be able to get himself out. Does have to expend the Killer Instinct. And JDG, also on the other side of the map, going to collect themselves a Rift Herald. Second one being Shirley. Not exactly as high value as her sister Shelly, but still going to be able to try and break open some of these turrets here for JDG. As Crownie in this mid lane will be securing the minions, getting everything sorted out. Still, 2,000 gold lead for BDS is nothing to scoff at whatsoever. They'll be aiming for this Drake that is just spawning 1 second's time. There it is.
And now, this time, JDG actually are the one who have the Herald available. Might want to try and use that to generate prio in mid, force response out from BDS. Nuke obviously has his teleport available, is sitting on a lot of gold though, has been sitting on this just needlessly large rod for a while. It looks like BDS is going to at least give initial control over, and it makes sense. They want to give the time to Nuke, who I think is going to have an item finish. A lot of TP wards available, particularly that controller there in the jungle.
Yeah, Adam just standing on vision. He's not too worried about it, but there's the Hex Splash. Pulverize, and he's just going to be taken down back to the Drake that they'd started earlier, and now it's a 4 versus 5. BDS just going to have to get out of here. They will have to give that one up, and Adam, unfortunate, didn't have his flash available or anything like that, just got a little bit too overconfident.
Really big win there for JDG. Able to get, they're going in.
Yeah, looking for missing as their opportunity. He just presses the Unbreakable Will. and he should be all right. 369 on vision, gonna try and get over there as well. Puts a rock down. That is going to be enough to stop this one from meaning too much at all. BDS not gonna really find an angle there. So back to the drawing board for BDS for now. As JDG, of course, like, this is what we have to talk. We got really excited about this early game and it looked really, really cool and things like that. But, I mean, to place a little bit of gravity on the situation, JDG, I don't think there's any team, like, so many people said that team fighting is pretty good, Chronicler. And we're at a stage of the game now where the game becomes about the team fighting aspect of it. So I don't know whether BDS are quite ahead far enough.
Yeah, very straightforward replay. Adam just gets caught, doesn't have his flash, can't walk that far up. And JDG, they do have basically an infinite amount of CC, including Ruler, whose former CC is deaf. So trying to walk up too aggressive, it is. No counterplay to that one. The moment you walk up too far, particularly without flash, you don't really have anything that you can do against that. And I think BDS, their instinct was right, but you do see any mistake you make against JDG and you will get promptly punished. TP is going to get channeled, will be finished. BDS is respecting. With missing there, I do think that's the good call. And you see, this is where I'd expect BDS to really have to overperform, right? Because this is where we get into the JDG competition. Yeah. Yes, they're down a little bit of gold, but in the grand scheme of things, doesn't matter that much. Ruler hasn't been put behind in any noticeable or significant way. And you still have Knight, who's in an awesome spot, sitting on, I think, 5 stacks on the Dark Seal. Might upgrade that, going for a more damage-focused build as well with the Sork Pen boots. And you're going to have to find a way around that duo in Missing and 369 who are going to keep the access to the backline very, very tight-knit.
Yeah. One thing that is definitely going well for BDS is the fact that Crownie is just even with Ruler right now.
He is.
Just having a pretty good time. Those quick blades are going to be coming through in a few moments' time. 369 turning up mid lane, but not going to be able to find Crownie as Knight. All right, will he get the bad news? Flash is available for Adam, and he will not need it because cease and assist does come on down. LeBron looking for Knight. He's burning, he's ticking. It's not going to be enough, but Sheo's there with a flash smite to take down the Ahri. In the meantime, though, the Rift Herald's going to crush this outer turret in mid and is possibly going to get another charge as well.
So you kill Knight, you'll probably be able to get an inner as well, so I think by the end it will be a net positive. If they can get this turret, it'll be a positive gold trade for BDS. That is 2 flashes, 3 ultimates invested. Give up a lot of mid control. The fact you're able to get that inner though means that in terms of gold, not the end of the world. Sheo going in really aggressively here.
Yeah, really aggressively. It's going to get knocked up. Crownie and LeBron are going to turn up here. Sheo should be taken down, but can they actually stand a chance in this fight as the Ram is going to pass by Crownie? They will be able to escape. Of course, pretty slippery is good old Rakan, so Lebrov's okay.
Yeah, I do not think Sheo thought that all those people were there, which kind of explains, because he did have reinforcements on the way in Crownie and Lebrov. That is really rough, because that is now flash gone on Sheo, but also Crownie's sums and ultimate are gone. I wouldn't be surprised if we see JDG try and put a lot of pressure here. And we do see that Ahri is incredibly slippery here. BDS also not quite able to get the clean CC layering right, the silence into the ultimate into
I have to say, the Everfrost again was absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, Knight plays that as well, as you could reasonably expect. And then Sheo here, misjudging how many people, I think, are in his own jungle. They don't have a lot of control. And JDG actually, I think, in the long run, might call worth on that trade. What's important, though, is to what extent is JDG actually going to be able to walk up to any of these objectives? And are they going to be able to make use of the fact that BDS is down a couple of summoners?
Well, the win probability, powered by AWS, is still saying that it is BDS favored, but not by a large amount. And I have a feeling that that is probably going to continue on a downward trend unless we see something else, unless we see a little bit more of these coordinated plays that BDS have been able to put together. That kill on tonight, that is great. But doing that while JDG are grouped in mid, ready to destroy 2 turrets, that's when things can get a little bit more worrying.
Just the fact, though, that we start off the day, T1, obviously the second seed of the LCK, but still, it's T1. It's T1 at Worlds, right? Like, the org is always going to have insane expectations. Being very, very tightly matched by Team Liquid, and now the 4th seed of the LEC, who had to fight their way and reverse swept
PSG,
in play-ins. is having a performance such as this. It's a wonderful start to the Swiss stage. Regardless of the outcome here, I think this soul point for JDG is so big, and all BDS, you need to either get a pick or start the Baron about 15 seconds ago.
Yeah.
Because now time has passed and JDG is really starting to punish, I think, some of the hesitation from BDS.
Yeah, BDS, I think, struggling to figure out what the next step is going to be. And like you were talking about, this next dragon going to be extraordinarily important, and even the resistances that you gain from the Mountain Drake. But okay, we've got the Baron started. Kanavi is obviously right here.
Are we flipping?
I reckon that sounds like a decent idea.
Don't know
this
about
time Adam is
Adam.
on top of his own ward instead of the enemy's one. And let's see whether Ruler can keep himself alive, because he is going to base check the brush. There's the silence. He killer instincts to get himself out of the way, and he will survive with the cleanse now down. Adam also has to flash defensively. It's a trade of summoners. Not exactly end of the world from either team. That could have been worse for JDG, though.
I think BDS wanted to make sure that JDG would fall for it, but if the rest of BDS isn't ready to follow up the moment that Ruler has the killer instinct out, that play is not worth it. The flash on Adam is incredibly valuable and allows him so much more backline access. And yeah, I think if you're JDG, start it up.
Well, immediately it is going to get spotted here. Lebrov getting himself towards that backline, as Sheo immediately turned on. His Vault Breaker's on cooldown. The charm comes in. The layering of CC is perfect, and Knight says goodbye. Enemy jungler. It's time to take down the Baron. And that is some pretty clean setup here from JDG. Missing now, just acting as gatekeeper to deny the rest of BDS, and stopping this Baron is going to be a heck of a tall order. 369 taking a bit of damage, but he's just buying space. Adam's spinning, but I don't think he's winning, as now Ruler's on the board with a kill on Crownie. Lebrov goes down as well, and Adam's just going to have to get out of there. Petrifying Gaze. It's not named quite well enough at this point in time, as now Ruler's looking for a little bit more. Noxious Blast not connecting. The knock-up is there, and Nuke goes down as well. JDG, they just kill all of them.
It's a clean ace. A little bit of delay there. Sheo dying obviously earlier, but this is the reason why JDG is so feared, not just domestically but internationally. You can't make mistakes. Sheo here just steps up too far, thinks they're on the Baron, gets caught out by Missing, who's having a great game again on the Alistair. And with the jungler gone, JDG feels extremely comfortable. Crownie isn't even able to get up an ultimate, right? Like, I think he did have it available, not 100% sure with Spectator Client, but just gets 100 to 0. And even if he did have it, there was never any opportunity. It's that layering of CC that JDG have perfected over the year, and it's a 5-0, and they get Baron to boot.
They do. They get everything, and it look like the setup. This is the thing, the way that JDG play around this vision, it looks almost like it's just a textbook being read out to you. By the way, this is how you take a Baron, PS. You get a cooldown from the enemy jungler, and you kill them, and then you take Baron. Look at how easy it is.
Baron power play is big. Runa doesn't have his flash available, but
5.6k.
Yeah, without Garen, I don't think you're killing a lot of people here.
Well, Garen is trying to kill a turret. We'll see whether this Demolish is going to help him remove that, and he does do so. Close to a 6,000 Red Bull Baron power play until that turret goes down, which, like you say, is at least going to be a bounty. But trading a bounty for your Nexus is never really something that we would recommend. And now the win expectancy has gone from a little bit in favor to BDS to 90%, close to almost touching the bottom in favor of JDG.
And BDS fought valiantly, might be trying to go for one more play here. 369 isn't here right now.
Yeah, there is the cease and desist. The silence is down onto Kanavi, but he just turns it immediately. The Jarvan going to be the first one to go down. Sheo trying to get himself out of there. Lebrov is going to be the sacrifice, and Nuke's going to go down as well. And now Ruler kind of taking matters into his own hands alongside Knight, who collects a triple kill, tidying up the fight.
And you get Kanavi, but at what cost? At cost of your Nexus Atlas. JDG gonna push on here. With a draft like this, you're given some leeway. And man, did they use it.
Well, I tell you what, BDS, they at least made it interesting, especially in the early stages of that game. And, you know, there's that Xerxes moment. There's the gods can bleed, that sort of stuff. They're not bleeding as far as their scoreline here in the tournament, but they at least did in the early game of this one. JDG's team fighting though, man. I think you're going to need a lot more gold ahead in order to be in a good spot there.
just isn't enough. We see, and this is the biggest difference I think that we see here. BDS, there's a couple of moments of hesitation, right?
Yeah.
There is around the Baron when they started up, but only after the Dragon is already taken. There's a couple of mistakes left and right from Shea, who I think still played a great game. A lot of what it made the team look great was his early game on the Vi, but you can't afford any mistakes against this team. One
hesitation,
misstep, one moment of hesitation, one misstep, right? Getting caught out by missing. Those are the type of stuff. Even, you know, Adam and the gang being able to get Knight, but at such a hefty cost that it's not even really going to be worth it. The cross map is already set up before you've made the play.
And what it feels like when you're playing into the best teams of all time, right, is that default state of the game is enemy team is winning.
Yeah.
Like, that's how it is. Like, as the game goes on, it just naturally trends towards that team taking it, and it kind of felt like it here with JDG. I think the early game, kudos to BDS.
Yeah,
also,
absolutely.
the draft, just do what you love, do what you're good at, and hope that it's going to be okay. And as you can see, from the goal difference over time, it was good for a bit.
I also think Ruler's the first one that's made Stormrazor Kai'Sa look like it does stuff. Because
I didn't really want to mention it.
Yeah, we haven't seen Stormrazor Ginsus do a whole lot, but in that game, it was great. Well done.
Whew. Man, that was a
good game.
That was one heck of a game and honestly, didn't have a lot of expectations. BDS, though, I think any other team that's going to lose in this round needs to certainly give a little bit of respect to that one. But now it is time, I believe, to throw it to a short break, and then we will have the remaining half of the day immediately afterwards. Don't go anywhere.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Don't need no time, watch. I don't know how I got you in my pocket spot. You on my mind a lot. Don't need no time, watch. I don't know how I got you in my mind a lot.
하루만 더 그렇게 하는 듯 무의미해 다음 룹 그분이 안 가듯 그가 원하잖아 dream my dream more can't play don't wanna try to get me
I see you 신기루 또 원하는 more and more 현실과 미치 못는 그 끝엔 반복되는 word Check your lord 고개를 숙여 low I won't beat you hard and hard 그대로 환상 속에서 너
It's you in my eye You just like a satisfy 알고 있잖아 It's you in my eye We fly high like butterfly 날개처럼 Really 신경 쓰지 않아도 you 도망치지 마 우린 어쩜 같은 색깔 이제 난 믿어 천천히 허물어져 너와 내가 아니면 다 뭐든 버려 Oh, welcome to the wall, ah yeah Oh, 눈치 못 챌 사이에 Oh, 따라와 if you want it Oh, wait, oh, wait
Mind a lot. Don't need no time, watch. I don't know how I got you in my pocket spot. You on my mind a lot. Don't need no time, watch. I don't know how I got you in my mind a lot.
How can I so why can I 그렇게 하는 듯 Meaningless time loop 생각이 많은 듯 아직 모르잖아 dream you're my dream More can't play don't wanna try to get away
눈물은 도시 속에 블랙홀 끝이 없는 고해 돌이킬 수 없는 비극 이대로 비극해도 중요한 건 지금 찾지 Lord 고개를 숙여 Lord I wanna beat you hard and hard 그대로 항상 속에서
It's you in my eye. You just lie but satisfy 알고 있잖아. It's you in my eye. We fly high like butterfly 날개처럼 Really 신경 쓰지 않아도 you 도망치지 마 우리 너처럼 같은 색깔 이제 난 믿어 천천히 허물어져 너와 내가 아니면 다 뭐든 버려 Welcome to the world yeah 눈치 못 챌 사이에 따라와 if you want it Alright we feel alive so check it on your mirror See the light so 중요해 like a silver Alright we feel alive so check it on your mirror All the things you want 내 숨겨본 미래 익숙해 나와는 눈빛을 마주치네 That's what about it That's what about it
What about it Get it
Just feel What's your play?
Welcome back, everyone, to Worlds. We are halfway through the day. 4 best of ones already, 4 still to come. And the first one of those is G2 Esports up versus D+ Kia. And of course, we got Chronicler straight from the cast on the desk because we need you.
Yeah, actually, I'm very pleasantly surprised. I think you know the Genji Gam game was maybe not the best, but all the other games were actually really back and forth.
Yeah.
Very close affairs. I was impressed by BDS.
Been having fun.
Yeah, Team Liquid looked pretty good. Lost.
Really good.
Really good.
C9 looked really good.
Won.
Even I think BDS was pretty competitive in that last game, but this big one I think is really gonna tell the story of how EU's first day goes at Worlds, because it's a matchup that if G2 is for real, they're definitely looking to win.
Yeah, I think that's a great way to intro it. And in terms of kind of the relationship between these two teams also, Kobe, it's shaping up to be quite a rivalry internationally, specifically at Worlds, where for G2 it was really only 2019 where they got the upper hand, and after that it went away.
They started out throwing the first punch, then Damwon got really angry and kept on punching back. And this is actually one of my favorite of all time international rivalries. We actually don't get that many where we get to see them meet up in consecutive years, but the peak of Showmaker and Canyon being able to come back and absolutely destroy was just so fun to watch. And that's what I really want for D+, to be able to see them get back to that point, because they're 2 legendary players. And as for G2, of course, everybody in Europe was, this is the team for Europe with all of the results, getting to finals, you know. They really, really want to be able to retake control of this rivalry.
It's a great point, and I think, Jat, that was a masterful setup as well, because we can skirt around it a little bit and go like, you know, it's hard, it's the LCK 4th seed, but if you want to say you have a genuine shot, this is a game you have to win. And I think when we look at how G2, as you already put, went about this season, it was fantastic for them. Of course, big changes. Yike in the jungle instead of Jankos. A different approach after MSI, which was very disappointing for them, Jat. But the question is, can they do anything right now against D+ Kia?
I mean, looking at the stats that are on your screen, the answer would be yeah, because they were absolutely dominant in the LEC, but then it just calls into question what you think the overall strength of the region is and how G2 was able to improve shadowboxing themselves, because they were dominating everyone they played against in the LEC. But I've also heard that they have been very competitive in all of their scrims and are very confident coming into this game.
And they basically did have a really big goal after MSI. I think we hear this from many teams when they come back from an international tournament and didn't have the result they wanted.
Yeah.
But they wanted to have a lot in their wheelhouse. They wanted to not just go off early leads. They wanted to make sure that Yike, who they have been growing as this jungler, could approach a lot more. But this is a hard matchup for Yike.
Yeah, I mean, Yike is an incredibly exciting rookie here, you know, coming from Europe with the success that he's had. The Belveth speciality with is an extremely powerful champion right now. He's going against my personal jungle GOAT of all time, even if this wasn't the best year for Canyon, and he did have some INT games as well as some POG games.
Yeah, it's really, so I was, first of all, very impressed by Yike and his individual performance. Even though G2's MSI wasn't too great, I thought he was a shining light during that tournament. For Canyon, if you didn't watch a lot of LCK, he was almost near the standing of puck points. I forgot what he ended up with, but he was only like 100-200 behind. So 1 or 2 games where he didn't get enough done. But in the games where he wasn't, he was actively the reason where, as a G2 with their usual swagger.
I think
looking great here.
It's connected to their, their K-pop band release situation. That's why they're swagging it out, probably.
And they have to, because I do agree. D+, every single time at Worlds, I think the team. Last year was a great example. They overperform, right? We know that these players are good enough, Deft, Showmaker, and Canyon in particular. But if you look at their form in both playoffs and throughout the year, in a best of 1 in particular, I find it really hard to know which form of the team you're going to get.
Yeah, I'm especially kind of heart-wrenching moment when you listen to Showmaker's interviews.
Oh, don't remind me.
And he's talking about how, League of Legends is much more a job, not as fun for him anymore. Sometimes he gets nervous now when he goes against big-name players in the mid lane. And these sorts of things, especially when you're going against Caps and Caps' current form, where he has had a huge change. And that's been one of the biggest things that you're talking about, changing from MSI and the lane dominance that he has come up against.
Yeah.
The mid lane matchup is also incredibly important.
But I feel like we have a bit of a question mark if we are going to see an uptick, because a lot of the things that we desired from D+Keo, I think in the Gauntlet, for instance, we saw glimpses of that, and the question is that page now turned?
Yeah, and that's, I think, what we're going to find out in this first game as well, because we will have very early an idea, because if they fall behind, I don't think D+ in their current form are really a team that is going to be able to do the Gen G thing and come back, or what JDG did just now, right? They need to be ahead early, so I'm expecting so much explosiveness, and we'll get an answer very early on as to what form they're in.
And Canyon can be that jungler again. He has it in him to be the best jungler in the world. I have a clip from regionals that they had a lot of success in. I just want to focus purely on Canyon in this moment and kind of fanboy. He is so good at controlling the jungle, and he is on Rel. He played a whole bunch of tank junglers this season, like so many other junglers, but he's going to do, because he has a pushing bottom lane here, he's starting topside as well. And then they made a recent change where a lot of the gold went into these small raptors, and with Rel you can EQ to steal all of the small raptors away, and then he uses his pushing bottom lane come up to ensure that he also counter jungles the red away from Grizzly. But what's really cool is how he covers the possible responses, because he jumps over the back of the wall, waits around for the Scuttle Crab, and then he goes and he burns mid lane mana to make sure that Showmaker and the bottom lane will be able to defend the counter from his opponents and defend his blue buff, because he's working off the assumption that Grizzly has nowhere else to go except the bottom side of the map. And so he's able, by just burning the mana of Zeka there for his gank in the mid lane, ensure that he has bottom lane plus mid lane to protect that side of his jungle. And then as long as you go back and you take out the top side as well, there are no camps for your opponent to get back into the game on, and it allows Canyon to here get a reset and then get the first dragon for them as well. And that, even though there's no kills there, he did so much to control the state of the game purely through jungle, and yes, a very nice tool of pushing bottom lane.
And then in other games, he walks in as Diana and dies twice, right? And,
exactly.
And we won't know. What I do want to very shortly touch upon is that Kalin, to me, is going to be the big difference maker. I think Kalin, his development, and the fact that DK has prioritized him as the main support is big. He was, to me, the biggest change in consistency for the team. And particularly against G2, with how with how good Mickey has been playing. If Kalin doesn't uphold that level, then I don't even know how the rest of the map is going to look like.
I like it. There are a lot of questions. You do mention it, of course. Mickey was crowned as the MVP, of course, for the whole year that was in the LEC, which is a big thing in terms of his resurgence also in career. He's also not been at Worlds for a long time. He's really looking forward to that. There's so many questions, but I'm going to find out what the fans predicted. Maybe that helps us guide us through it in our MasterCard fan predictions. And of course, every day you can head over to @MasterCardGG on X to cast your vote. But they went for G2 with 60% and D+Keo with 40%. You know, we know that the G2 fans are very loud on X, Chat.
They absolutely are. And I am still fascinated by this matchup. I mean, we talk about Showmaker not having confidence this year and how when he was at his best, he was the best mid laner in the world in 2020. And we also look at someone like Caps, who the story, if he was able to win Worlds this year, would be so unbelievably amazing because he was a World Finals 2018, World Finals 2019, and advanced from groups in 2020. But it's been 3 years now since he's been able to make any level of noise at Worlds, and I do feel like G2 is better this year than they have been since 2020, which gives them the biggest chance. And the fact that they're just up against this team of like former world champions in D+. Deft won it last year, but their form is so questionable. Like we've been talking about it this entire time. There are just more unknowns in this game to me than there are in any other matchup. So I like that this prediction is 60-40, but that's pretty close to 50-50.
Close, yeah.
And I understand why, because this G2 team has so many of the things that made fans fall in love initially with the success of G2, which is the attitude behind it. They have the flexibility of champion pool as well. Everybody remembers the Pyke days, but now you're getting the Lissandra counter into the Rakan from Mickey. You're getting all types of stuff from Broken Blade in the top lane, pulling out the top lane Swain and everything. They have the creativity, they have the swagger to back up being by far the best team in Europe.
And let me pose a simple question then. Jat said it already, you have to dare to call yourself a favorite in this matchup if you are a G2 supporter. But what does it come down to? If we see a Showmaker and Canyon with great synergy again, I don't want to say of old 2020, but on a very good level, does that immediately kind of dispel that notion? And does that make D plus Kia then immediately a favorite, or how does that work?
I think with best of ones, it's going to be hard to tell, but I would say if you're trying to measure the peak of either team, I would say peak D+ would beat peak G2, but that is literally not how League of Legends works. It's about what form you have on the day and what happens, and in that case, I would actually give a slight edge to G2.
All right, let's see what happens and head over to our casters for this really exciting matchup.
Thank you very much, guys. It is an absolute pleasure to be here alongside a legend of the European scene. We had to start properly. If we're introducing the first seed, we may as well introduce Vedius. Myself as Sterix, part of the LPL, but you're more important.
It's an honor to finally have you here at the World Championship.
It's my honor.
Friend. No, it really is. We've enjoyed your commentary for the LPL for a while now. You're going to start with a bit of EU versus LCK.
Which is great.
And it's a bit of an interesting rivalry. The desk has already broken it down so much. We've seen these two organizations fight throughout the years. In recent history, it has been D+. There has been the victors. But as a European, I'm feeling confident about what this G2 roster is bringing to the World Championship.
I think you should. Again, you know, I've kind of coined this as like my favorite team in EU simply because they play a little bit more like the LPL style, right? They're versatile, they're bloody, they're crazy. You never know what to expect and like what lane to look out for in G2.
It's very true. Like in terms of draft, I'm very excited to see what they will be bringing out. But we're going to get introduced to the teams as they make their way onto the stage.
I mean, again, you're looking forward to seeing the debut of these two teams at Worlds so far. G2 first out. This is a team with high expectations, Vedius. Very high expectations, and to renew what was done to them last year.
Oh yeah. Young rookie Yike joining the roster in the place of Jankos, kind of the GOAT jungler of Europe. A lot of weight was kind of put on his shoulders.
Yep.
But so far he has lived up to those expectations and he is delivering. The return to many staples. Broken Blade doesn't have the best international record.
Nope.
Caps definitely does. Back-to-back World Finals in 2018 and 2019. Hans Summer, the last time we saw him at the World Championship on Rogue, he was an absolute monster on things like the Misfortune. And Mickey, our MVP, our standout player of the year, the player that even managed to make some top 25 lists.
A lot of them. I think people were kind of crazy for not putting him in at that point where Western players are usually left out. So again, high praises for G2, but the first seed of Europe is now going up against Korea's very own Dam1 Kia, or D+ Kia, excuse me, to correct myself. And straight away, you can say that this might be the fourth seed, but after last year's Worlds, I'm not sure that the weight of that goes down any bit.
What an exciting opportunity. They did struggle throughout summer season, but as we got to the gauntlet, it really did feel like this team found their form, and we've been hearing scrim rumors for both of these organizations that they're looking good, they're in form. We've been hearing interviews from D+, It's going to take us a while.
I did too, man.
Saying that they have found their form, they're finding their synergy. and now we're going to get to see it here. Best of one between G2 Esports and D+ Kia.
And a quick transition note there as well. You know, throughout the season, we've seen Bible a little bit coming through when they needed a stronger voice. Seeing Kellen back in the role as well with the hands, and especially when you're alongside someone like Deft, it makes a lot of sense. That world champion from last year on the DRX roster, old reliable, I think, to be said, for D+ Kia, that they can look towards with the experience at a world championship like this.
Oh, yeah. Oh, it's an exciting one, Hysterics. We are kicking off our casting debut with an absolute banger. I'm curious as to what the draft is going to show us, because you already mentioned it earlier. G2 are the chefs of Europe. They love to cook up some crazy stuff. Top lane in particular, we saw some Swain, we saw some Kled. We've seen some Lissandra support out from Mickey to answer things like the Rakan. They've kind of wanted to build this level of, we want to be able to play any style and answer any style. Let's see what D+ have been cooking behind the scenes, because these teams, I know for a fact, have not scrimmed each other at all. They are coming into this tournament completely blind as we get ready for draft.
Thank you, finally. Let's cook another one up here. G2 and D+. As we jump on in, I'm more curious about some of those picks. You also enabled the topside conversation, Vedius, which has to be things like the Yone too, I want to throw in, from someone like Broken Blade. Blue side for G2, D+ on red. And straight away, the Caitlyn versus Deft. That's respect.
That certainly is. Nico also going to be taken away from Caps. You have to imagine things like the Orianna and the Talia will make their way onto the ban table relatively soon. Jarvan going to be taken away from Canyon. So some of that early game playmaking going to be denied from him. The Kalista respect towards Hans Sama. When you think of Hans Sama, two champions that always come to mind, Draven and Kalista.
I want to see if the other one gets banned away. With the Nico off the side as well, something that we have seen in fruition so far in the World Championship. Will another jungler follow suit? A lot of Kai'Sa first picks have come through. The Xayah Rakan still on the table as well. Thaddeus, anything else you want to note that feels like it needs to be priority here for G2, at least it's also taken away?
I think Orianna, if it's up and available, they're just going to grab it for themselves.
Okay.
The question is, do D+ feel like it's a big enough threat? Do they think that they have an answer to it? And it seems like that they do. G2, will they prioritize this Orianna? Will they give Caps one of the best mid laners on the current patch?
I feel like on the other side, Showmaker, who started ramping up a bit towards regionals, is no fly to that champion either. Betty, she hit the nail on the head. Looks like that first pick going to be looked over in response of giving away maybe a stronger bot lane to Deft and Keller.
Well, bear in mind that the Talia is still open. We know that Canyon is very versatile when it comes to the jungle, but he's also someone that loves to invade, loves to power farm, someone that will often find ways to have scaling impact. But no, they're just going to answer with a high priority on the Alistar. We did see this a lot over in the LCK. They love their Alistar, but you got to be mindful because G2 Kog'Maw Braum, something that they love to pick into things like Alistar, gives them lots of range, a lot of scaling power, and something that they don't even have to prioritize right now. They may very wait. Oh no, they're going Draven.
Yes. You said it, there's 280 carries that you need to respect against Hans Sama, and one of them's left open, and G2 enter Worlds, so let's watch.
So at MSI, Genji did the same thing, and Genji made fun of them on the Draven. So Deft into Hans Sama's Draven is going to be an exciting one. The Maokai, an EU standard, something that we've loved to play throughout the season finals and summer. Going to be in the hands of Yikes, something he's been playing a huge amount of, so no stranger there.
I want to develop into how Yikes been as a player as we get into game, especially with a pick like this to open things up. On the other side though, do D+ go for jungle, or is it about cementing Deft in the bottom side before Deft gets banned out?
So Varus is a champion that has pretty good range, can play at distance when playing up against a Draven, but also ties in with the composition that they have with pretty solid poke and range, right? As Zia and Varus playing around these neutral objectives can be very difficult to close the gap on. And I think G2 is going to be looking at something like a potential... Well, I wonder what direction they'll go, whether they want something like a Leon or if they want a hard, super aggressive bot lane 2 versus 2. Maybe Rakan for a little bit more team fight prowess if they're worried about how many engage options they have.
Would something like Brom be okay here, Vedius? Because remember, again, you've talked about it in different contexts, but with a lot of engage options on the side, a lot of lockdown already I see from D+, I feel like some exemplified support options might be the choice.
It depends if G2 feel that Maokai is enough by himself to start the fights. Bear in mind, depending on what direction they go in top lane, you can already see the Jax being banned away from D+. thinking about what direction that D+ could be thinking, Renekton is, of course, still up and available. We know that Kana does love to play a number of carries, but when we look back at when he was making his way through the regional gauntlet, it was mainly Renekton, Cassante, and Jax that we saw from him in the top lane. With Cassante taken off the board and Jax, will they look to remove the Renekton as well? Or perhaps they're looking to leave that open so they can have a relatively safe line?
It's a great question. Again, Broken Blade could punish it as the Pyke against Vicky.
That's what I'm saying, man. The cooking. Like, there's so many random picks that you've always got to be aware
That's what
of.
makes it so hard to ban against him. You have to go in so many different directions at once, and that's why I was getting excited casting G2 coming into today, because, again, feel like they're my little LPL team over in Europe, as Rumble's also taken away, which has also been a strong pick rising up in the meta here.
So I wonder if G2 is kind of encouraging D+ to go for that Renekton pick. They're kind of saying, you know what, maybe you should go for this champion with Rumble taken off the board. There's not that many things that have that can be a good answer into it, but of course they have the Kled. They're ready for champions like that, and I think D+ is doing the smart thing here. Just lock in your jungle, get something that can give you a little bit of engage. Rel, someone that we haven't seen a huge amount in the jungle so far in this tournament, but still very prevalent, very strong, and I think is an easy way for D+ to have good engage and follow up when combined with the Alistar.
But it also means we've got top last pick here on red side, so Vedi is setting up Kana a little bit to deal with what G2 have to say. Now all cards are going to come onto the table. What does Broken Blade play?
It's a big question. Will it just be the Renekton? Will they play it safe? Brings into question then, will this be a Braum or will this be something that G2 want to go for a little bit more engage? I'm looking at the Rakan as an option, Renata as well. Very powerful lane, and they're going to lock it in.
All right, so the 2v2 strengthened up. We're already looking inquisitively down towards Han Summer on the Draven, but now it's for that R5. What happens up in the top side? We know solo queue, there's been a lot of Quinn going around, but here at Worlds, haven't seen it so far. Other explosive matchups we've been looking to see, like the GP. I'm theory crafting here, Bettis. I'm trying to throw some things out,
Jace
but it could be simple.
That's what it's looking like. Of course, we know that Connor is a very experienced Jace player throughout his history. It's been something that he's very happy to go back on, and you look at the composition from D+, range, poke, being obnoxious, it fits very nicely into their composition. G2 is very much about the bot side of the map. Don't be surprised to see G2 do a full clear bot side into early level 3 play from Yike. It was something we saw a lot from them during the regular season. You imagine that they're just going to leave Broken Blade largely on an island. Wouldn't be surprised to see D+ actually invest a couple ganks up towards the top side. But maybe Canyon's priority will be making sure the bot gets through laning phase largely unharmed. Because you look at the scaling, you look at the range that they have. G2, outside of Maokai, they don't really have the easiest engage tools unless Renekton can find a flank, which means that as long as they can get first onto the objective, force G2 to come into them, they have a lot of tools and options to just kind of chip away at G2's health bars and then go for the big fight afterwards.
So my further follow-up question is, if it's all chill from there, if they do get through the lanes, then are we just looking towards the later the game goes as well, the poke being unmatchable, unbeatable?
I do feel like that unless G2 can find big team fights. You look at their straight 5v5, they have a lot of damage. Renata can be so impactful in terms of space control. Maokai the same. Orianna Shockwave, you know how her scaling works so well. And Varus, with very limited mobility, if Renekton can get onto that backline, it can be chaos for him to actually play the game.
Very true.
So it ultimately comes down to the space that they all control, the pre-fight expectations. How much damage can D+ get with their poke composition? Will G2 be able to find a quick engage where they can gain access onto the backline? It's an exciting one.
Oh, yeah.
G2 versus D+. We're finally getting onto the Rift Hysterics. Are you excited?
Oh, my God. What a question that is. Of course I am. G2 versus D+. It's first versus fourth, and in the past, people would discount Europe. They'd say, oh no, it's against Korea. It's going to be too hard to ask for. But this team means business. As we talked about, they're trying to rectify the mistakes of the past and show what EU has to offer as their best team, and Vedius, may I say, their best team handedly. Watching back against Fnatic, this team is legendary.
Oh yeah, I mean, when we look at the entire year, spring is where they kind of dropped the ball. They had a bit of a meta crisis. Caps in a bit of, this is all about the mind games. He sidesteps it. Deft, mentally broken. Obviously, just looking for a bit of poke there. Showmaker able to get a bit of damage down. Running the Halo Blades on the Azir, so looking to go for some of those early quick trades. Looking across some of the other summoner spells, looking to see if there's anything too crazy from either side. Press the attack on the Renekton as opposed to the typical Conqueror. Once again for those short trades. But overall, nothing too crazy. And you can see the comment on Def suggesting that he is going towards the poke, but early information gained from G2. As don't be surprised to see this early push. And we talked about early clear from Yike. Something that he's often done on the Maokai is look for that full clear in bot into then an early gank. G2 as a bot lane 2v2 will also try and early shove in this wave so they can get a very early bounce back to then put that extra pressure on. Whether or not they'll choose to do that in this game, we're yet to see. Yike, though, already level 2 looking for a gank bot.
You're on the nose, but he's straight away walking in. But there is a defensive ward from D+ in their river, so Canyon sees it coming. Tried to redirect, but again, a ward from G2 to spot the same, and Canyon's already just forced off.
I mean, Hansama and Mickey already have level 2. They could use their pressure to offer some assistance. Yike actually stealing away the Gromp at level 2. Really leveraging the power of this level 2. Hansama can just keep them underneath their tower.
Wow.
Already getting a bit of chip damage. Caps not getting the best trades in the mid lane as Showmaker leverages that hail of blades.
And again, he's walking up for it too. At least getting the phase rush to get out of there, but Caps now at 1/4 of his HP.
So, Yike is able to steal away a camp. So a small advantage gain for him. Will now move over towards the Raptors. This will slow down Canyon just a little bit as Broken Blade looks to get a bit of a push in top. But the most important thing for G2 here is Yike has made it very difficult for Canyon to actually play around the bot side of the map.
Yep.
By already forcing him off his Gromp and knowing that he's going to be pathing towards the top side of the map, G2 have created a map state that they want, where all of the pressure is being thrown towards Broken Blade, and he can act as this weak side, while Hansama and Mickey can leverage their 2v2 strength to continue to gain advantage.
I love the stories we set up, you know, talking about G2 in their regular season, moving into playoffs, and moving into that final, of course, where the aggression you see by this team and the versatility in their playstyle is shown on the Rift in each and every game. Already there with a handshake bot, you can see Hansama continuing to push in, a CS lead building up, Deft and Kellen stuck under the turret, and a plate in under 3 minutes is kind of insanity.
Both mid laners are going to invest an early TP, get back to base, spend some of their money. Amptone picked up for Showmaker, along with the Dark Seal for Caps. But that pressure bot lane is unrelenting from Hansama and far. The Canyon will likely path towards bot. Will get spotted out, and that's going to be an annoying thing for D+ to deal with those saplings as the game progresses. This is why I talk about D+ trying to get on those objectives first as well, because when you're trying to face check into all of these saplings, when you're trying to get onto the objective, the amount of zone control they have, you're trying to walk through a choke point against a Maokai and a Renata, it's going to be very difficult for D+ if they are late to those objectives.
And if you don't pay the respect, then you get punished, right? Orianna, Renekton on top. I feel like there's a lot of tools, as you're talking about in draft, where even when it gets to the 5v5s, G2 can play that versatility again to repeat the point. Canyon at least getting the reverse scuttle on the bottom side after getting spot out on top. But apart from that, CS rather even as we go for first back through jungle. And just kind of optimize to see how bot will be played out and if there's anything that D+ can do to mitigate that loss so far.
Broken Blade really needs to grab this wave. Typically you'd be looking at a potential dive here, but Canyon already going back to base, not quite level 4 yet. He's a little bit behind. Broken Blade trying to do what he can to catch, but this is not an easy matchup for him.
Cannon's run out of mana a bit there. Broken Blade can get a bit of retribution holding out for now, but that's another CS lead to talk about up in the top side. So it is balanced out across the map. No gold lead to speak of here at 5 minutes, but as we go back to clearing, it's still important to know that Cannon's not the best top laner we talked about from the LCK, right? He's not the big outstart, a standout, I should say. I feel like Broken Blade is, though. On the other side in EU, Broken Blade has been widely aggressive. Fun to watch, to say that again. And, you know, Cannon showing up here to start off their Swiss tournament.
Yeah, and
it's pretty big.
It's funny that you talk about that because in this game, like, they've pretty much just left him to the wolves.
Yeah.
They've said, you know what, you do your best.
Sorry, bud.
But we know that you're going to get counterpicked. Our whole goal in draft is to play towards the bot side of the map, and Deft is no stranger to having pressure thrown on towards him. But we'll see how well he weathers the storm. So far, his farm has been spectacular.
Yep.
He's doing a great job, even though there is constant abuse underneath this tower. Alistair in the early levels, especially against a Renata, is not an easy lane for them to play, but credit to them. Deft and Kellen having a fantastic laning phase for the time being. And overall, nothing too crazy. So the gold remains even. We're 6 minutes in, and we're going to be looking at those potential early dragons, early heralds like this could be a good opportunity for G2 to go for that early dragon, and just as I say, they can start that one off.
So we're handshaking, right? We're expecting D+ to be hitting up Herald soon, Vedius, because I feel like, you know, with topside pressure that we've seen with a good lane, it seems like that just seems to be the deal, right?
Well, something you're likely going to see is a back soon from Hansama and Mickey, and then they'll likely send Mickey up to the contest, or they may even send Hansama up if they really want to make sure they get
Hang
that
on,
gold.
flash away from Caps. Canyon not even needed. Showmaker just pops the ulti, and that summon is gone.
Showmaker looking for a play in mid. You heard the desk talking about how it's been kind of sad to see the trajectory of Showmaker this year, how he's been kind of struggling, but I've only heard positive things for him coming into this tournament, and you can see that level of confidence. Looking for a play, working with this jungler to find an opportunity, getting that flash out of Caps, especially with the Herald looming in the near future.
Yep.
Definitely going to give D+ an opportunity and a player to look at for a potential pick.
Emperor's Divide, though, we'll mention, with that being down, Vedius not the shortest cooldown in the game, so with that ulti not being up, Shockwave in comparison for Caps as Yike versus Canyon. Just going to beef up a little bit for the Scuttle Crab. Yike has Smite, so does Canyon, zoning him away. Good handshake, waiting for it. No, it's stolen. And a nice little trade, Canyon getting the better of him. And in fact, with that, CS lead as well in jungle that's come out of nowhere after that early game.
Nicely done there by Canyon, very close to level 6. Should be able to get that after securing the Gromp. The problem for Yike is he spent a lot of time just hovering bot, making sure that either, well, looking for a gank or even just making sure that they can get that wave underneath the tower, which gave Canyon a huge opportunity to really do another full clear, catch up in experience. And Broken Blade also doing pretty well upside in the top side of the map. Herald now is alive. We can see that Draven's still pathing towards the bot side of the map. And it's Renata that you now need to keep your eyes on. We already saw Kellen looking for a bit of something as he moved towards mid and then contested that bot side scuttle. He's now in the bot lane 2v2, so Mickey's going to answer for the time. Flash!
Hang on, Broken Blade! You're insane! Flash burnt from both in the end, ignites down, Caps comes up and threatens topside. Now the Herald swing, let's just throw it back.
Very well played from Broken Blade. I was not expecting that, and I feel like Kana wasn't either. Notice as well that Broken Blade recognized that he could get out of that. I think it was just about getting those flash trades to set up for a potential play later. He E'd in, but then the second that the stun finished, he E'd back out again. You know, he didn't commit too much, and he just traded summoner spells, trying to make the laning phase that bit easier as Hansama now looks for a trade.
It's good onto Kellen, but once again, no cigar here for the finish up. But Herald restarted off the back of that, so Yike here on his Maokai, that mind you is flawless, of course, at the moment in 2023. 8-0, by the way, fun stat for you. Is pretty hot as Mickey setting up on a death, instant cleanse away, but will save his life, ignites down. Couple of autos too, Kellen with the flash away as well. And G2's bottom lane matches it. Oh my God! This team's pretty hot.
Hansama's Draven. At MSI, Genji left this champion up in their first game, and they made fun of Hansama. They said they didn't care, and Hansama has been furious about that ever since. He returns to the international stage, and he finds a 2v2 kill. First blood to Hansama.
And it's a big cash in as well. Look at the CS numbers there. Surely that item's coming on board, as that's huge for G2. When we talked about the win condition being bot in the early game, Fedius, it's online.
It's also just such a huge confidence play. Look at this, initiated by Mickey, forcing Deft back out of the fight. Kellen then does what he can to try and create space. But Hansama, he knows that with the number of stacks he has, that execute damage is more than enough. He has a level advantage. Flash auto ult, and they find themselves first blood. I wasn't keeping track. Did you see how much gold he got off the back of that shutdown?
I did not. I was too excited by the flash forward.
Unfortunately, I missed it, but that gold is going to propel him. Now Kana, no flash.
Well, he's in a bit of trouble too. G2 looking to replicate across the map. Just waiting as here we go. The Ents go marching one by one, and Yike says hurrah. With Broken Blade on top as well, that's stun out. There's no flash from the trade before. Cannon's like, just make it stop. And G2 with another with a 2-0 start.
He does get himself another plate. He realizes if I'm going down, I may as well get a bit of gold to compensate. This will give an opportunity. Are they going to use the Herald top? Don't see why not. Typically, you'd expect them to keep funneling that gold towards Hansama, but instead they're saying, you know what? Let's just actually give more damage to Broken Blade. Already in the bot lane 2v2, he was able to get that cash in. You were struggling earlier, Broken Blade. You forced that flash out from him. And now look at this. The early game gold is ballooning in favor of G2. 2K is the advantage they now find themselves with.
It's huge. Top bot, both winning out. CS lead there. Top is reciprocated with Broken Blade earlier on. Remember, we're talking about Canna having a lot of influence up there, doing well in the lane. No longer with 4 plates taken up topside. So really good to see that in their debut, G2 is replicating what they did in their domestic league, Vedius, up here against the LCK 4th seed.
They need to keep it up, though. We've seen a North American team and an LEC team get an early lead against these good teams and then not quite be able to convert it. And while you would expect G2 to be better at some of the lower seeded teams at being able to convert that, you've always got to keep that trepidation, you know? Especially a team like D+, you can't underestimate players like Canyon, like Showmaker at being able to find those plays.
Sure.
They've done it so many times at international events, and this is the duo that so many are excited to see return. So let's see. We get closer to the 14-minute mark. The second dragon of the game is available. Showmaker does have pressure in mid, moving into the bot river, and Canyon has snuck his way into the enemy jungle.
No top laner TPs available. We've got Caps and Showmaker if anything happens to return to the scene in crime as Canyon's behind enemy lines. No vision there, wondering where he is. This crash down could come through, and Mickey's unaware, but they're back in time. Never mind, Canyon waits it out, and Han Summer goes back for his Trinity Force.
Canyon showing great respect, and Caps on the roam here.
Wow. Most agile Orianna we've ever seen. Canna, his flash is back up and available, but he gets stunned up, not going to use it. He knows he's dead as Caps picks up his first kill, and G2 continuing to hold that top side.
Caps holding onto the shockwave in the event that Canna did flash so that he could bring him back in. Yike now getting engaged on.
It's just a crash down though. The Bramble Smash slows things down as Yike's okay, but look at top. First turret blood in under 14 minutes.
Not what I was expecting to happen. The TP as well for Caps can bring him back to mid so he can still catch this wave. D+ though know they have a window to start off this dragon. Caps hasn't had an opportunity to base, doesn't have his mythic. Do G2 still want to fight this? Yes, they do.
Yes, they do. With the ulti from Yike, it's there, but the Magnet Storm and the boot bag! Showmaker, playmaker! All you blinkers out there, stand down. It's a double over to death.
You can't underestimate the man in the jungle. Canyon finds a fantastic engage. G2, they tried to set up the play from the bot side of the map with the collapse coming from the mid lane. Canyon sees that opportunity, knows they have numbers advantage just by attacking the pincer, and they make it look clean. We're going to get a quick replay of this top one. An overall simple play. Kana chooses not to flash. The kill goes in favor of Caps. But look at this engage now. Again, look at the mini-map. Mickey and Caps are coming from the top side. Flash engage, the follow-up from Kellen. Draven doesn't get to move. The follow from Showmaker too. Just clean execution there from the 4-man of D+.
And Deft, who was down in lane, who got cashed in earlier on, or rather Kellen did, now has gold, now has the Duskblade as well. And all of a sudden, DK's bottom lane, Vedius, is quite relevant again. As we look at the Mascard lane economy snapshot, it is looking good for G2 and gold, but the problem is with that one play, DK are now a threat again.
I mean, the gap didn't seem as big as it was, that's for sure.
That is true.
But you're now looking at like, okay, G2 recognize that D+ is still a team you can't afford to underestimate. The momentum was in your favor. And G2 do have a tendency, the way they lose domestically is they get cocky, you know? When they get that big lead, they sit there, they take risks. Sometimes they'll skip steps, and sometimes they need that reality check, and D+ just gave it to them.
So it's a good thing what just happened.
Well, from G2's perspective, yeah, but it's also a good thing from D+'s perspective.
Everybody wins.
Everybody wins.
Everybody wins. Okay, I'll take that in mind as first items are coming across the board. At the very least, for DK, getting some gold on Deft I mentioned before. Talked about that first item, getting into transition as well, as he was quite behind. So see what G2 do now as they set themselves up on the second Herald of the game.
They'll likely use this to try and unlock mid lane. It can be quite difficult to siege against champions like Varus and Azir with the amount of wave clear and poke that they have at their disposal.
True.
But using this Herald, it gives you so much more agency to just break down that tower, especially with slightly shorter range AD carries with champions like the Draven, for example. They've now moved both mid laners down towards bot. Showmaker continues to have that pressure. Love how he's using the Hail of Blades to constantly trade onto Caps and then use that initial trade to then help clear out that wave and gain pressure. Kellen covering for his top side of the map, knowing that Herald just dropped. There's a potential risk there of Kana being in danger, but also covering in the event that Broken Blade oversteps.
And smart map movements, we all know from the LCK historically, still existent in the 4th seed here. As a quick note, Dragons up in 2 minutes, but right now, seems like DK are covering their bases with some vision bot side that's going to be cleared out by Mickey, who is once again moving as a 3-man unit. Well, DK are not willing to step up and get caught by this hard engage.
So G2 now bringing Broken Blade down into mid. They have numbers advantage, which makes it easier for them to siege onto this objective. You can see Caps joining the fray as well. Showmaker going to go back to base, has the TP.
Oh, Chains of Corruption lands. Hans Summer out with the cleanse. Arrow not going to hit. That's a good Renata ulti, though, under the turret, but it won't translate. Caps setting up for the potential shockwave as they just walk away, and the Herald won't open up the map.
Love the response from D+. I think they did all the right things. They hold on to the tower. They don't really give Hans Summer an opportunity to hit onto it. That ultimate from Def was exactly that, a zoning ultimate to try and force Hans Summer away. It connects, forces a big summoner spell out from him, and they keep that tower alive while Kana also gets the opportunity to push in that top wave. And you can see that CS discrepancy from earlier starting to build once again. So even though he is finding himself at 0 and 2, he's still not that irrelevant when it comes... Sorry, he's still relevant when it comes to the gold.
There you go, yeah. I mean, considering that Kana had a bit of an early CS lead, I guess that 20 does translate in some regard. I want to also point out that, you know, you talked about Chains of Corruption before. That's pretty much back up. I mean, this is the cooldown reduction, or rather ability haste for those new age people who aren't 40 years old anymore. How long ago was ability haste, or rather cooldown reduction?
I'm too old to remember.
Those are the good old days, though,
yeah.
eh?
We start talking about the good old days, we'll start talking about Garen again. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You got to be careful.
We have done full circle, though,
exactly.
to be fair. I'm
That's
just waiting
true.
for an LPL team to pull it out, because that will happen. Actually, the Shy's playing later.
That's true. He is. You think he's one of those players?
I think he could be. He's definitely a Quinn player.
I was going to say, doesn't he want to play into the Garen?
Oh, yeah, he does. Let's
Kana
pause on this
now.
one, though. You're right.
Does he know?
He does not. Ward down. Broken Blade going to try, but finish the job this time. Flash is available. Ulti with the Dominus. Broken Blade 2. Not going to pull any triggers, but again, showcasing his strength in the 1v1.
Yeah, just a quick trade there from Broken Blade, nothing too crazy. The Dragon now spawning in 5 seconds. Broken Blade has TP along with Kana. Small level advantage for Broken Blade, but you imagine Kana should be able to make that one up relatively soon. G2 with fantastic vision control around it. You can see control wards littered around the bottom sides. It should be very difficult for DK to force their way in, and we talked about D+ being first on the objective. There are now all the saplings in position that are going to be extra bit of poke coming out from the AP Maokai. And you know what? D+ is just saying, we're fine, you can have this. We already took one Drake for you. We've slowed down the Dragon stacking. And we don't need to fight Draven right now. Trinity Force, Collector, no, we're good.
No
we're
way.
fine.
Not touching that with a 5-foot pole. Hans Summer as well, just waiting for that next cash in. Remember, he did die once, but still built up a lot of gold. 202 stacks, you can see. Thanks to our little screen there. I love it. Unfortunately, LPL, I don't get that, Vedius. I don't get,
the
Draven stacks. I have to guess. I have to wait till Observer gets there. Showmaker again, threatening it. But Caps holds onto the flash. That's a big brain move as teleport going in. G2 want to die this, and with Yike ulting in, Showmaker has nowhere to go. Broken Blade forces his flash, gets booped away, but there you go. Adoration for the crowd again. One more to hit the boot as Hans Summer's already cashed in, but he's looking for more money. Trying to roll the dice as Mickey X tries to get them out of there. Berserk for the time being. Running back in, G2 want to re-engage.
It's chaotic, but it's going in G2's favor. They'll find another kill, make it 2. 4 down on the side of D+. Deft is continuing to push in mid lane, but it started with Showmaker looking for that play onto Caps. He doesn't get Caps to flash. They played that game of chicken, and I was a bit question mark paying the TP from Broken, but he was in the river, and he was sitting there, and he wanted, like, no, I got to get here for Caps. I got to make sure I can offer that assistance. And you'll see this initial play from Showmaker. He has Cannon waiting in the wings. Caps doesn't flash. Then the TP comes through, but the rest of G2 are there to very quickly follow.
I love the patience here, Vedius, as well, right? Like, again, G2 forcing everything in that out, then launching on top. And Hans Summer didn't cash in just once in that play. Cashed in twice. Draven with 3 items out of this replay, I feel like is the reality that DK are going to have to go against.
It looked like a good response from DK initially, but then the moment Broken Blade flashes in and Hans Summer picks up another kill. What is that, 3 now for Hans Summer? 3, 1-1. The BF sword completed. G2 is looking strong. 5K is the gold lead all of a sudden. And again, question marks came into G2. How are they going to look coming into the World Championship. What form will they show us? Well, they're continuing their season playoffs form. They're continuing that level of dominance and aggression. Zero hesitation play style, and huge props to Broken Blade. Kind of the unsung hero, getting that flash from top lane, the way he's responding on the map. Great stuff from him in his debut game here at Worlds.
It's looking like a dub. I mean, win probability powered by AWS before, showing that G2 might have this in the bag. Now, of course, you're saying they've got to get it to the finish line, but massive gold lead now to 5Ks. The flash forward from Kellen doesn't work out. Re-engaged by Yike. The ends are out, and here's Broken Blade for the stun down. That might be a tanky Alistar, but out of the farmyard he goes. He becomes a patty again. Hansama runs forward, gets more money in the bank. This guy's interest rate is huge.
You need to invest in Hansama stocks right now because they are going up. G2 see this as an opportunity to start the Baron, but it's also a great opportunity for D+. Here we go, the Baron is kicked off.
Well, no ulti from Deft as they're stoned out by the whirling death. Over the wall, Kana can't do too much, and it all comes down to
Are they
Canyon.
going to flip this? Are they going to flip this?
Be very
Please
G2
don't
to
flip
do
it,
so.
G2.
You're saying please no, but in goes Canyon looking for it. The all-in, oh my God! They've set up DK to smack him down, and they get the Baron! Betty has said no, but DK say, oh yes! Yike running for his life, he's next to go down. And all of a sudden, the tables have turned.
A triple kill for Kana. Canyon with another fantastic engage. G2 throw that 5K lead away.
Oh no!
And now D+ have themselves a Baron. Oh no, Caps, he may have just thrown his life away. Can he get to safety?
Turret still stands. He'll be okay for the time being, but Vedius, I shouldn't have said anything.
I saw it coming, man. I told you. I told you.
I thought I was safe because I'm not from EU. I could say those things, but I guess we're looking before the Baron, before it all went wrong.
It's, as the LCK casters would call it, the unique Europe Baron strategy. They get this initial pick onto Kellen, and they think with numbers advantage, they should be able to convert this into a fight, which is what they do. They try to be patient, but look at this engage. Canyon soaks her onto 3. Kana comes in. Showmaker completely safe on the backline. The 3 of them, Canyon, Showmaker, and Kana, just tear G2 apart. With Hansama dead, he's where all the gold is right now. And it's a clean team fight win. It's a Baron secure for D+. And now they're the ones knocking on towards the base of G2.
Let us begin the Red Bull Baron power play with a poke comp. Vedius, you set this up in draft. This comp has range. And what do we know about poke comps in League of Legends? When they have Baron, when they have priority and longer lanes, it is a nightmare to play against.
I mean, they're going to have to find ways to get good flanks. They're going to rely on these objectives to find good fights. They want to contest the Ocean Dragon. Here we are. D+ will start this one off. Broken Blade has gained access into the river. Yike has the ultimate available.
All right, as it starts off, it's real slow here is G2 awaiting on Hansama to get in position. He's got both summoners available. I believe that Cleanse almost up, however. The G2 are getting poked out. This is brutal. It's now Deft and Kana who are just so painful to deal with at the moment. Dragon going to reset, at least give them a bit more time, but time is so good for DK.
Look at Canyon finding a flank once again.
Broken Blade looking to zone him out. There's the poke again. Hits 3. He jumps in. Canyon flash for that. Won't get the steal and won't get over the wall. A bit of an oopsie as Yike's ult sets him away.
Canyon definitely fails his engage there. Puts G2 in a position to secure the Ocean Soul. And they've also been able to waste a lot of time. The Baron's going to disappear. But ultimately, it's brought D+ back into this game very comfortably. 2 items, 3 items being completed across the board.
Oh, G2.
I mean, I'm not sure what they believe they can find here. You can see that bot wave is in a very awkward spot. Caps is going to try and push that one out. Kana, though, is becoming lethal. Look at these Jace items. This poke, we already saw it in the last Dragon fight. It's only going to get stronger from here.
Yeah, the Impaler came out of nowhere here for the 3rd item. Sorry, Sorelda's grudge. I'm also living in the past. Remember Atma's
yes,
Impaler?
I do remember Atma's
That is not that item.
Very old school.
Yeah.
It'll be building Warmogs next if that was that.
Let's go for it. But the point is, Kana is 3 items strong, as you highlighted. Didn't even spend the time to upgrade the boots. That man is raw damage. And Broken Blade, who was once ahead of the curve, is now behind once again. G2 still up in gold, and as you said, the position of the Ocean Soul is great. But I'm kind of curious as to how these picks come through. These longer lanes, look at the vision control that's set up across the map. DK see them coming from a mile away.
Yeah, I will say that Azir and Jace just have a much easier time in these side lanes, right? Very safe in being able to push these waves out. Have plenty of tools to get away to safety. Also, Jace in a 1v1 should feel pretty confident against a lot of what G2 have drafted. He's getting very close to level 16. He pretty much has a full level over Broken Blade. And you look at the gold, like Hans Summer does lead, but in terms of everyone else, D+ have been able to very quickly catch up. Third item now being worked on by Showmaker, same for Deft. Death Cap, though, is finished for Caps.
It is.
But it means it will delay his third item by quite a while, because that is a very expensive second item.
It is indeed, but the power with the Dark Seal stacks as well is going to be quite relevant in this next fight. Baron up in a minute 30, that's what we'll look towards. That Ocean Soul in 3. So for now, getting set up, again, continuing that vision feels like what we have to focus on. And while we are talking about items, I just kind of want to highlight, well, Def got those picks before. Not relevant, is it? No, it's not. Just in case G2 decide to pull the trigger. But I will come back, Vedius, because 3 items on Draven. Hey, this guy is still big. I think Hans Summer can't be overlooked, even as we get to this point in the game, that Draven can still one-shot if he's set up on some of those visible carries.
Well, against range, it's just the question of can he actually deal the damage, right? Can he get close enough to hit the targets? Because this was the biggest concern of G2's composition. You prioritize that Draven. You got to remember, Deft is a Draven player himself. He's very familiar with how to play into, or the struggles rather, of what Draven can run into. And they're looking to take advantage of that. Great range on their side. They still hold on to this mid-tier 1. And G2's aggression has been dramatically slowed down. Now only a 1K, 1.3K gold difference. Baron spawning in 25 seconds. It is G2 that initially have vision around that objective, but D+ in a much better position to contest than earlier.
Insane that that mid turret on that note is still up at 28 minutes in the game. I mean, DK holding map control still as they push out mid in 10 seconds until we get towards the purple worm up in that top side.
Look at what they're doing now, keeping the push in mid to make it easier to control that top side river, get that vision control. The poke continues to chip away. Def, can he land it? Not this time, but still. The pressure is on G2 now to sidestep this poke, make sure that the Baron isn't being started off, and that they can still contest this river.
DK waiting for this next one, excuse me. Feels like, again, the times might sync up, but there's the poke landing onto Mickey, who tries to get that handshake out. But now Azir, Sun Turret's out, Caps gets hit by a shot blast. The trigger tries to be pulled, Canyon just walks up, and G2 walk back. It's this to and fro here from what seemed like such a successful game that is just now constant pressure that Deft alone can exert with a turret up.
Yep. D+ are using their range fantastically, and they're going to start this one off. Showmaker on the Azir will melt through this. They don't have access to the Baron right now. G2 have chosen to reset. They don't have any vision.
Yikes,
this
the
is
only
gone.
one nearby. It's just gone, Betty.
It's gone.
It's just gone. It's a blind Baron. G2 had an idea, but not in the position to do anything about it. Instead, we have to put the hopes there for 25 seconds of this Dragon Soul.
So now it's a question of can G2 find a good fight against D+. The Dragon will be the next point of contention. And if it falls in favor of D+, they will use their range, they will use their Baron to begin the siege against G2. And we talked about how they don't have the greatest engaged tools. With Renata, you ideally want to control space and find opportunities. Kellen, he should be able to spot this flank out.
Yeah, Broken Blade, the lens is there, and away he walks. Maybe the wrong target here as the Dragon now spawns. All G2 need is something to stop this Red Bull Baron power play.
But look at the levels as well. Like, you know, Yike not even level 13 yet. He needs one more creeper. He needs a bit of experience to get that level up. Caps a full level down against Showmaker. Broken Blade, 2 levels down, close to level 16.
True.
The flank, though, coming in from Broken Blade.
And look who's there. It's Deft by himself. Dominus now pop looking for Deft, and to stun him up, he cleanses the wave, but Broken Blade has brought the Armada to him, flashes away. He might have done his job as he goes golden, but he should be dying here, but Slice and Dice, he's out of there. But hang on, he needs the reset, and he can't find it. However, now with the Dragon up and the Renata ulti out, it might be okay as G2 bring it to a 50-50 and win it out. Ocean Soul there, as Yike, some reason, flashes upward, but G2 have a permanent buff in this game as there is also a grave labeled out for Mickey. as he drops down again.
That's 3 members dead though, and D+ have all 5 members alive with the Baron buff still for another 1 minute and 20 seconds. There's no reason why they shouldn't look to try and siege right now. Yes, G2 do get the soul. They can buy themselves a little bit more time, but I feel like D+, I'm a little surprised that they chose to go and catch that bot wave. I really thought they could have done some serious damage to the base of G2, but instead they're looking to catch those waves. Crucially, in that last fight, Hans Sama's ultimate went wide.
Yep.
I think he expected the flash out from Deft, but look at this, great damage comes from Broken Blade initially. But look at the ultimate here from Hans. He's expecting that flash, but Deft's hold his ground. He flashes upwards while the rest of D+ come to the assistance of Broken Blade. The snipe then connects. And G2, while they do get the Drake, D+ return in kind by getting themselves 3 kills.
And now might continue on as Caps is caught out between his two. Turret Shockwave's there, but it's late. There's the Magnet Storm. Chains the corruption. The Shockwave eventually comes through to correct myself as Caps flashes. No! Deft with the timing's huge. Kellen gets him out of position. I'm not sure Deft should have died, but it becomes a 1-for-1.
Impressive play there by Caps. In a 4 versus 1, he's able to trade Deft for his own life. It should have just been him going down there, but he makes it work somehow. Are they looking for the TP flank? Yes, they are.
Well, again, if they can win this, G2 might be able to flip things again as Yike sends out the ulti. Dominance from Broken Blade on the side. Canyon caught on the wing here. Showmaker puts up his turret, but it won't save Canyon's life. He's buying a bit of time, and Showmaker starts ordering away, but remember they have Ocean Soul. There's another cash in for Hans. Some of the flash from Broken Blade. It's a pulverize, but Kellen can't do a thing. Out goes Showmaker. In goes G2, and we've swung again.
It's chaos. G2 versus D+. This is what fans have wanted for so long. It's chaotic, it's all over the place. But G2, they found their window. This time D+ was spread apart. They had 2 members mid, 2 members bot. They tried to siege onto that bot tier 2, and Yike saw a window. He threw the ultimate down. But before we even got to that, Caps makes this miracle play happen.
Yeah.
He lands the shockwave onto Deft. The damage is insane. He stopwatches to buy time. Flash close, great reactions from Deft, but then he still gets the kill.
The ball sitting there waiting. Shutdown for shutdown as Vedius, this was the aftermath.
And then Yike with the ultimate. Kellen is zoned away by the Maokai ultimate. 2 versus 4 here. At this point, you just kind of have to count your losses. Kana should have been pushing in mid, but he comes back because he thinks maybe with Showmaker still alive, we can turn something here, but the flash in from Broken Blade. Kellen has taken too much damage, and the fight once again goes in favor of G2, as Vicky has been finding some nice bindings.
Yeah.
Handshake, I think the ability is called.
Yes, it is.
And it drags you back in, and G2 will definitely take that handshake.
I mean, Mickey, again, the leader of G2, it feels like when you talk about the successes this year, this split especially, that bot lane still coming up clutch. It was another cash in, by the way. I think 600 extra gold. There's 4 items on this Draven with a stopwatch. Hans Summer, he's been getting so much money this game. And every time it looks like G2 are out or they misstep, then they come back in, and Hans Summer is the one that benefits. So now with 3K again, as this game goes on, remember the Ocean Soul in their back pocket. We also look towards the next Baron, the Elder that comes up in 2 minutes. We're going in late territory. Yike flashes in for a twisted advance. Now pops the ulti, but where's that going, bruh? Not too sure as G2 get poked down from range, and Yike hit me with that ulti.
They get the flash out from Kana, but it costs Mickey and Yike's flash. Broken Blade now in danger. He's trying to escape, but I don't think he can get
But he has
far.
Ocean Soul. It depends. Can anyone help him out? The biggest question there is they all commit. He's going to be going into GA, though, for the time being. G2 say, no, you're too far away. The Hans Summer ulti giving leverage, but he gets out on his own. And DK pull back for now after pulling out the GA.
The Shojin working wonders there for Broken Blade, giving him so much mobility on the E. Chaos. It is absolutely chaos. There are good things and there are some really bad things from both sides, but it is delivering in some super entertaining league. Yike will begin the Baron. G2, for the love of God, don't let this one go.
It's going to flip again, isn't it? Well, maybe if DK aren't there, it won't be a flip. As Yike sticks on it, Baron's going to go down this time. No harm, no foul as Caps get poked in. Showmaker teleported in for this play, but G2 still hovering around looking for a pick themselves.
D+.
They just got to get out there. It feels there's the poke coming through. Nailed down in the corner as well. Caps owns him out. Change of corruption doesn't connect again. Yikes ulti to zone out has been fantastic. As G2 are heading the wrong way.
They're being corralled into the base of D+, but they have the Baron buff. They can get away to safety. If we'd gone back 10 minutes, I could tell you it was the same goal difference. It was G2 in this position. Oh my word. Hysterics, 30 seconds until the Elder Dragon. It's gonna come down to that.
Yep.
One more fight to determine the outcome of this game. Whew.
And I'm not sold either way on who wins this, Betty.
Oh, neither am I. It really could go either way.
So, let's quickly clarify. Poking out for DK, is it still as relevant with Ocean Soul? Or are we just gonna have to see them find a beautiful pick? Maybe it'll answer for me as Canyon zones off. Broken Blade first in line though. The charge continues on in as G2 look to make their way in with Elder now spawning.
The poke is doing what it can, but you make a great point about the Ocean Soul. The regeneration is coming up clutch for G2. The Elder is alive. Look at that mid wave though for D+.
Yep.
Pushing into the mid. TP is not available for Showmaker or Kana, but Kana could cook. Especially with the Dragon not being started yet. Showmaker trying to leverage his range. That TP flank!
Oh, it's a big one as well. That will be onto Showmaker. He's got the flash and ulti available though, so it'll be hard to find the pick as Yike sets up with an Aegis grab. Sets him into position. Broken Blade runs in with the Magnet Storm. Zones him out as Kellen looks for a flank angle and Canyon flashes out. Now, G2 have separated DK away from this Elder Dragon.
E+ is very scattered right now. Canyon has no flash available to him. But again, they're still very hesitant to start this Elder off.
They are. Mickey wants the handshake from behind. There's Caps on top as well. Kellen gets poked out.
But that should be the go signal to at the very least start a fight. Yep. Kellen losing all of his HP. Didn't use the ultimate yet. Mickey.
That's a big ulti as well. They've got to get away from it. Canyon the only one hit and enough space is drawn.
Here we go. It's being started.
But as you said, Kellen's still too low. The handshake zoning out. The poke coming through. G2 aren't letting them walk in, but Kana has an influence from the top side.
Look at the lifesteal from Hansama though.
Well, hang on, Kellen's just walking into danger though. Hansama cashes in. Kellen is meat to the slaughter again as that whirling death hurts. And thank you, says G2, for giving us the Elder Dragon.
They weather the storm from D+. They're able to mitigate the poke. Kellen with his low HP still tries to find a flank. He gives up his life. And Hansama now leading the charge. Elder Dragon G2, Baron buffed up, 5 more seconds. Will they finally break into the base?
Well, anyone's guess here as the Baron, the Red Bull Baron power plays 4,500 with G2 almost moving to 10,000 themselves. There goes the inhibitor. G2 thinking about the push and using that Elder timer, but they pull off for now. The game will go a little bit longer to see if they can get a more solid fight.
Whew. Wow.
What up here?
The crazy thing is, I still see a way in which D+ can turn this around. This game is far from over. Obviously, G2 in a much more commanding position with the Elder, with the gold lead that they have. And a big...
Ooh. Almost.
I was going to say, a big shout out to Caps. He's the only player that this game that didn't receive any support. No roams into the mid lane from either support or jungle. He's kind of been roaming himself, looking for opportunities. When he was getting collapsed on bot, he was still able to turn it into 1-for-1. And in team fights, he's been so patient as well, making sure that he's in the right position to land those crucial ultimates. He's really stepping up here in game 1. But let's see if G2 can finally close this out, because Hysterics, until the Nexus falls, I won't believe that G2 have won.
Yeah, we ain't cursing it again, that's for sure. On your note about Caps, by the way, I mean, the reason that they got Elder was Caps, you know, onto Kellen, that poke damage that came through. So significant. And coming in clutch, I've always wanted to cast Claps. I'm glad it's not the other one. You know, I know there's been some confusion through the year. That's a sapling, ladies and gentlemen. Bit of AP coming through from Yike.
That is a flat 50%.
That's been burning for 10 years. Stop it. How much longer must he suffer? Well, Yike makes sure it's a little bit longer to send him to the base as G2 off that. Say there's a free rotation to the top side.
20 seconds till the Elder disappears. Then the Baron is alive in a minute's time.
The third Baron.
G2, the third Baron.
Or is it
fourth?
the fourth?
It's the fourth Baron.
I can't count. But with the last pick of the Elder, once more, Yike sends out Nature. The Ents of the Forest don't find their mark, but at least it zones out for a second inhibitor, so the base is in complete tatters by DK.
I am very jet lagged, and this game is only making me more tired, Hysterics.
Oh, really?
At first, I thought the first Baron play was just me delusional, you know?
What am I seeing?
But now, I am very much awake.
So I don't know if I trust the 4. You said there's been 4.
There is.
Are you sure? Or am I the one who's delusional?
I'm delusional.
I don't know.
There was the one that got stolen.
Yep.
Then D+ took one for free.
Oh, yep.
Then G2 got one for free.
And,
now this is the 4th one.
You're right. Wow. I'm being outclassed by someone with jet lag. And I came from Australia. It's like 2 hours away. Over the wall, Mickey might be caught out. Hang on a minute, this Renata separated, but it might be okay. Magnet Storm out, but that Renata ulti is insane. Running forward is Broken Blade to zone out as DK is still looking for that clutch factor, but Hansama won't let Kellen anywhere near. Go back to the farm. G2 zoning them out continuously, and they might have it, Vedius. They might just with the shockwave, bringing back the playmaker. Hansama getting all the money, but Caps is getting my heart.
MVP Mickey. He sees the angle, the choke point. Broken Blade looks into the eyes of the reigning world champion and says, today is not your day. He'll force him into the G8 and then looking for the Nexus.
The first seed from the LEC holds on to their namesake. It was back and forth. It was a little bit messy, but hey, G2, they're versatile, they're volatile, and they're starting 1-0 in the Swiss stage against the LCK4.
What a crazy game. It was so dominant for G2 in the early game. Hansama's Draven was terrifying. But the moment, well, we saw 2 examples. Canyon's great engage around that second dragon, into then the Baron steal that came out as well. What an insane back and forth. What a crazy debut for your first WorldsCast.
Hey, absolute banger as well. G2 deserve this bow. As all you can say is, EU had high expectations, and Venice, I'm glad they're hitting it. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to send it back over to the desk to break down G2 versus D+.
Thank you so much. My nerves aren't shot at all. I never doubted them.
Not one
not
moment.
once, not one moment.
What a game. Oh my goodness.
Crazy. I mean, you don't even really have like a stake in it, right? Because it wasn't an LCS team, so I think you can be an honest judge of how exciting that game was.
I really wanted the D+ and G2 rivalry to be alive and well, and it is.
It is.
Yeah,
You know?
6-5 all time now.
Back and forth so much. The Dragons end up making a really big difference with the Ocean Soul healing coming in clutch. Man, Kellen had a rough game, though, from D+ for sure.
I think G2 should actually be very happy about this, because in this volatile best-of-1 Swiss format, to have a Baron throw happen and still win is very confidence-inspiring. I'm not even joking.
Yeah, let's look at the Baron throw, actually, now that we're mentioning it.
Yeah, because that one really threw me for a loop. I don't think this game should have lasted as long as it did, because I think that the D+ in the early game were unable to match anything, and then you flip against Rel, who, of all junglers, like not even going by the fact that it's Canyon, right, that you're playing against, Rel is so insanely good at stealing objectives, and clumping up in the pit behind the Baron, of all parts, right? Oh, the Baron is just shredding you with the spikes.
Just why?
So
why?
I think that made the series a lot longer. But for me, right, as an LCK representative, 10 minutes in,
it just felt like one of the bad DK games.
Yeah, it felt like the DK
G2 were stopping.
No, DK was just all around worse. The fact that they were kept in the game by, I think, G2 with one bad call doesn't take away from the fact that for DK fans, I think they were looking and hoping that the regional qualifier form would be maintained. In the case of at least Kellen, and I'd argue some of the drafting woes that they've had throughout the year, those issues still very much there.
Well, thankfully, G2 are entertainers at heart, and so they do throw at the Baron. They do make it a banger.
You know, they have this, they say it's for the content. You know, they need every Worlds, they need like a wombo combo where they just get completely rolled over, but
I will say one huge thing is that we have heard so much about, you know, the Draven getting all these bans and how crazy it is in scrims. That thing was terrifying. So for G2 to do that in game number 1, you can have long-lasting effects on the pick ban for the rest of the tournament as well.
And it also crowned Hansama as our Oppo player of the game. And Jada was as Kobe says, you know, you see why it gets banned so often, and it's such a classic for Hansama, and he'll be really happy with his return to Worlds on that champ.
And a really impressive first blood here, knowing he's hit 6. Kellen hasn't yet. Basically instantly executing him while he's at 75% health, and it just felt like he wasn't really dropping any axes the entire game, no matter what they were doing. So amazing performance by Hansama Draven here.
Yeah, wonderful. You know, there were some question marks. Sorry, I had something in my ear. Some question marks about him coming back, of course, and I think a lot of people have said, well, it didn't really mean anything that he couldn't do what he wanted to do in NA. There were a lot of reasons for that, but he really wanted to show that he could do it on
I mean, the big thing for me as well is that obviously afterwards the team was playing around him as they should, but the big thing for me is that that was already starting level 1. They abused the fact Alistar obviously level 1 non-existent. They went completely all in on Hans actually being able to deliver on the champion, and then when he got the solo without any jungle attention, anyone else helping him, you already secure the first big cash in, right? So even if he did end up, if you end up going down, which did end up happening in the Dragon fight where Canyon and Showmaker had a great engage, it doesn't end up mattering nearly as much. And you can see as well that once you get that first cash in, you feel so much more secure on the Draven. And the Dragons were another big thing that we were just, the three of us were just looking at, because look at the, does it feel like D+ did that amount of damage at any point?
This is the sneaky Ocean Soul advantage.
Yeah.
I don't think it was sneaky.
The poke didn't do anything because of the Ocean Soul. That was so clutch about this game, actually. When G2 did get the Baron stolen, they continued to keep their priority up on the Dragons to get the Ocean Soul, and it was maybe the difference in the game.
Yeah, and I want to circle back as we close out the segment, Jat, to what you said. You know, you said at the beginning of the segment, if G2 wants to call themselves or wants to hold themselves to a high standard in this World Championship, this is a team they have to beat. And it is good that they didn't let that setback completely derail their game.
Absolutely. They crushed this early game. And then they also got to challenge their late game, too. It's like 2 wins in 1, because they won the early game and the late game.
I'm just happy that they got a win, okay? It was not stressful at all.
Never doubted.
Never doubted them, not 1 second. You weren't in the green room with me. In any case, we will talk to Hansama, and that will come right after the break, so we'll be right back.
Ja, I see sitting on, so back up.
Guys, I can flash, look!
Okay, yes, stop watch.
Just kill front, sorry. Guys, yes.
Yeah.
Nice. You guys, good job,
Nice
good
one.
job. Guys,
Oh, what
good
a
luck,
game.
guys.
Oh,
Well played.
well played.
Nice pivot.
Get out the way 다음 생활 놀이 늦게 감리적인 듯해 견제로선 여길 냅다 씹어먹어 부패 내장까지 깔끔하게 마치 순대 씹어 먹어야지 백맨 작당 몰라 스펙대 올해는 나는 아냐 스루 랩맨 내 말은 또 듣게 안 들어 맵맨 버리던 냄새 세스코 불러야겠네 너희 따는 것이 오마시 내내 캣맨 Hop in the booth 여긴 없어 네 자리 She make it clap look at me daddy 내 말이 쏟아지려도 몰라 니 가랑이 혓바닥에 붙어 뜯을 것 같게 저래 사람이 built-in chopper best-selling motherfucker 하고 다리가 나랑 비비려 해 감히 사이코 형 죽일까 차라리 오케이 선배가 선방 칠게 우리 CB는 힘있게 비렉 시간라도 바로 가는 여유롭게 What's what? Whistle it, 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 whistle it. Whistle it, 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 yeah. Gotta check my squad 일동대기 시간은 bitch I'm ready 통신의 애들 사이에서 난 예리 갖다 붙여 deep working my studio 한 지출의 질인 the funniest shows gotta beat Millie 고트대 샤프는 baby TV 나쁜 습관이지 돈을 쓰는 거또한 푼도 너한테 난 쓸 일이 여선의 솜씨가 달라도 우리 같은 DNA 평정심을 유지하고 느낌이 혓바닥에 뜨뜨뜨뜨게 잘해 사람 나니 건반 나한테 말을 가득하지 mad line like 난 first one side stupid ass right 정신 차려 너야들 나선다 계속 내가 바라보지 마치 지붕 위에 chicken 단지 그렇게 생각할수록 느껴지는 this is 두 번 세 번 더해져 mission fucking another level So check my EP psycho with no P 손대에 뜨겁지 날아올라 no P fly hard take off 나와 아직 적지 놈들 다 번지 시켜볼 줄 없이 봐봐 헤이로 with the tat tat put the to down 소리 카프로 따라 하다 캣캣 목공강을 버린 수두로 백백 하지 마치 폐업지고 떠리 그래 너지 누구 두리번 거리기는 병 부정적 비백과 비대 세우니 10대 초순력 초순 원태 듣지 기체 한길을 돌파 중 easy easy 버려놔 old Whistle it, 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 whistle it. Whistle it, 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 yeah.
And we're back here in Seoul for the Verizon post-game interview after the very first win of LEC and G2. And I have Hansama with me to talk about this victory. We were not scared at all. Were you scared during the game?
Just a little bit after the Nash. I feel like before that, I was very confident to close out the game. And then the Nash happened.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, okay, that may be a bit tricky. And you have to play it really slow. But the moment I realized that we have Ocean Dragon against their comp, it has to be a win, you know.
There's a lot of game points that I want to mention here, especially the Baron call. As you said, it didn't go as expected. Tell me about the communication and what you did wrong during that play.
I think maybe we just didn't listen to each other. That was a bit chaotic during the moment. Maybe half the person didn't really want to go for Nash, half the person wanted to go Nash. And when that happened, we realized that we couldn't actually stop the rail correctly. Knowing that, I think we didn't exactly change the decision. Maybe we should just back off when the Nash is 6k, just leave it, just go back to base because we can't actually stop her. I think that was just chaotic there. I'm sure everyone tried to do something good about the situation, but I guess it happens.
Yeah.
It's been a while that we didn't play on stage, and I feel like actually playing on stage very feels different than playing on scrims. It's very slow, so yeah.
It gets time to adjust, especially when you're playing against an LCK team and maybe the venue is going to be cheering for the fans. Do you feel like the venue is going to be cheering for the team? I'm sorry. Do you feel like it's something that you felt during the game, the support of the crowd for D plus Kia instead of you guys?
Actually, I didn't really focus about that.
That's good.
I was really focused on what to do in the game, in the draft, in game plan. I was like too focused about that I couldn't even notice that there's the crowd cheering for them. I think we played. I played, and we played a good game, so that's nice.
And you decided to play Draven, historic champion for you, the one with which you won your last LEC title. Actually, Draven is not a champion that we've seen so much actually so far at Worlds, even in the playing stage. How do you rate the champion, and what was your choice here? Why did you think it was a good choice in this draft?
I think it's a good choice. like just Shongchen tried to get some early lead control. We got we got Dragon, I believe, got Herald, and I guess you just play for that, and every skirmish should be not bad. Yeah, not many people play Driven. I guess I'm one of the players that play Driven still. Hopefully people will ban it. No, I don't know.
Giving it that's good.
But yeah, I really I like Driven. I guess they banned Kalista. Maybe they are scared of my Kalista. Actually, surprisingly, Kalista is in the meta. It's been years. I feel like that she wasn't. Feels nice to see that.
Feels like it's a good meta for you, Hans. Last words here. Give some hopes to the LEC fans because it hasn't been the best day for us so far. Give us hope here, please. The rest of the tournament.
I mean, I guess we are 1-2 since after this game. But I guess there's still Fnatic against Weibo. And I'm sure that they have their chances to win against them. So go la share for them, and yeah, I still have hope that you can do well during these Worlds.
Hopefully as well. Hans, thank you so much. Merci beaucoup. Good luck on the rest of your games. And Shox, back to you.
Thank you so much, Laura. Great to hear from Hans. He deserved the props, I want to say, after that game. But we're going to get into our next one. I think it's going to be a real barnstormer. Is that what they say?
Barn burner?
Barn burner.
Yeah.
NRG versus Weibo. And it'll be the first time we see the first seed out of the LCS. So, of course, my big question is going to be, how are they the first seed coming out of the LCS?
How many barns will they storm?
Or
yeah,
burn.
barnstormers. I would say it was a very interesting year for them. They were not dominant for basically any of the year until playoffs. They were 9-9 in the LCS summer. For those of you who don't know, they did acquire CLG's LCS spot after the spring split, kept the roster together. Palafox has the highest kill participation of all mid laners at Worlds, so actually very active in their success. And they have some OG blood on this team, with Contracts making his first Worlds appearance since 2017 when he was on C9.
Such a beautiful story for him.
Really long journeys for a lot of these players.
Even their
on
coaching
this team.
staff, DeMonte, famously 0-6 on Clutch in 2019 Worlds.
Is that what you had to
Gets another
mention?
chance.
They do get memed on for having a surplus of coaches as well. More coaches than players on this team. But it gave them a lot of success. This is a team that was able to make upsets within the LCS, within playoffs, and they really did deserve to win that finals.
Yeah,
So,
and one thing that was weird about them all year is they consistently had a better record against the top half of the league, and they lost to the bottom half of the league. So I think that's good.
Which gave rise to, that plus purchasing CLG spot, gave rise to the non-rational gamers
Okay, I
moniker
see. I'm
for
learning
this
the
team,
lore.
which is something that is kind of shared by Weibo, where they are very unpredictable and sometimes will overestimate or underestimate, their ability in some of these plays.
But you can see in these highlights how active they are and how they were the ones pulling the trigger throughout the playoffs when they found most of their success, picking a lot of initiation in all of their team compositions and really buying into just having the engaged vision. Ignar's always been super crazy, Contracts very aggressive, and it took them a long time to figure it out. It did feel like they found their style really in playoffs.
And a lot of the stories really focus on Contracts and Palafox for this team. But big shout out to Dokla for adjusting his champion pool specifically in finals. He had not been playing Rumble, he had not been playing the Jax, then pulls it out and smashes them with it.
Yeah, speaking of Palafox, there's a quote from Xiaohu. He said, I have met him in a scrim. He's such a good player. My opponent, mid laner Palafox, he's powerful. He seems like a genius. Now, this may or may not have been a slight mistranslation.
So listen, there's also a Palafox quote that he said that, man, Xiaohu's the best mid laner I've ever played against, because they scrimmed them as the first LCK or LPL team once they were in Korea, and they got absolutely demolished. So Palafox versus Xiaohu, I think, was a big part of that, but they have learned since then.
That it's one of the reasons why they were laughing a lot when they saw the draw, because this is one of the teams that gave them the most trouble, actually.
Well, let's introduce Weibo then for our viewers who may not be as familiar. A little teaser there with Xiaohu. This is a team of superstars, Jat. And their year has actually not gone to their expectation or their caliber if you look at the pound-for-pound players, but they still find themselves in Worlds.
Absolutely. They clutched it out. LPL was so incredibly deep this year. So getting the 4th seed in LPL is still a huge accomplishment. They have the Shy. He was the world champion the last time he was at Worlds, and it was in Korea in 2019. Chris won the next year. That was really the birth. These two players were a big part of the birth of the LPL as the predominant region fighting up against the LCK, and Xiaohu was the MSI GOAT, still looking for that world success.
And Xiaohu is the one that I would focus on if we're looking at recency for this team. So much carry power in him, in addition to the respect that Energy now have after the scrims versus them. Xiaohu does so much carrying for this team. But I wanted to give like a special shout out because everyone will focus on Xiaohu and the Shy. They're super famous.
Yeah.
To Weiwei, since it was such a big pickup, changing junglers for this team and Carson moving over to substitution for them, Weiwei had so many really big games for them. I pulled this one because the Poppy game, he just completely popped off for them, spam ganking bottom and top lane. He does a lot, knowing that the Shy requires a lot of attention sometimes.
Even skirting around it. So, what can we expect? The Shy's back. How good is he?
We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah.
Because he's never met Dokla before.
Yeah.
Big Dokes, a.k.a. the Dokes.
The Shy really does seem to depend on the day because one thing Dokla said about the Shy from scrimming him is he's very impressed with his ability to harass under tower, actually. But if you just push him in, then you don't have to worry about that.
There you go.
Yeah,
That's a
so
good point.
I think that's
Just push
possibly
the Shy
play.
under tower, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
The other thing is that the Shy will always try and fight his way out of being on weak side. If you send 4 people up there to try and dive him at his tower, you're pushing him under his tower, he's not going to run away. He will fight you and try and get those counter kills and allow his team to get something elsewhere.
Well, you got me incredibly hyped. I hope the game plays out as we see it in front of us. So let's see. Let's head over to our casters.
Of course it will be, guys. Thank you very much, as always. Introducing what should be a favorite matchup to the audience. I'm Asterix. This is Vedius, by the way, to take you into this next one. Now,
be honest. Be honest. How excited are you to cast Weibo?
Very. There's no chance I wasn't going to come into this and talk up the Shy. However, what I've just seen is the first seed from LEC take down the 4th seed from the LCK.
Yep.
So by that logic, that means the first seed from NA can take down the 4th seed of LPL.
I mean, I think we've already seen some impressive games from both Cloud9 and Team Liquid today.
Yeah.
I'd love to see the 3-peat from NRG.
And I'm scared.
Are you?
I'm scared of NRG, like no joke, right? I think Weibo are a great team. LPL cast, by the way, if you didn't know. But NRG are chaotic. Like, they're insane. They're unpredictable, too. I think that's a catchphrase
I mean,
today.
I love the fact that the whole definition of what this game is going to be is unpredictable.
Yeah, true.
You and I are going to be like, so what's our prep? How about we just don't have any and see what happens? We're like,
Put our
sure,
hands
that
up.
sounds great. We're going to introduce the teams for the first time on stage. It's going to be our NRG versus Weibo.
Oh, yes, it is. And starting off with NRG, the first seed that no one expected from North America. This is a legendary roster. I mean, I used to cast Dokla back when he was on Sin Gaming, over back in the OCS, the OPL. FBI, I remember, coming up from the challenger scene in OCE as well. 2 guys close to my heart, but again on the desk, I love that they're really selling the story of contracts. First Worlds appearance since 2017 on Cloud9. So a bit of experience in this roster as well.
Yeah, excited to see the return of Ignat, a bit of a personal favorite of mine. He had so much success with Misfits. He's made a name for himself over in Europe. He was very prevalent, and was so impactful in the LCS finals, finding so many successful roams on things like his Rakan. He's a player that loves to get out on the map, and we know that who also likes to get out on the map? It's Crisp in the bot lane.
Oh, hell yeah. I'm so glad you set me up for that, because going up against the first seed of North America, look, that first seed has a lot of thinking to do, because using that same word, unpredictable, here comes Weibo, and he's back. Vedius, let's just start with the most important part. I know there's legends, but look at him. Look at that man. He's back on the world stage since 2019.
The Shy, an incredible top laner, former world champion, 2018. It was here in Korea where he found his last world championship alongside the legend of Rookie. But he has a new roster alongside him. The Spring King in Xiaohu, looking to make a name for himself. Obviously, he has a ton of experience on the international stage. The analyst desk already talked so exquisitely about the level of experience that exists on this roster. But who knows if any of that will matter. Game 1, we already saw D+ and G2 play into chaotic, crazy bloodbath.
Yeah.
But we didn't necessarily expect that from both those teams. We do from these.
by 1,000 times more. And again, if you're new to Weibo, at least I can give the perspective as an LPL caster. And I can tell you all that this team had high expectations from the start of the year. That's what's exciting about seeing them at the World Championship, even as a 4th seed. They were convinced to everyone that they were a super team because Castle was in the roster.
Oh, yeah.
We all know, so Castle, you know, another legendary MSI champion alongside the members of Xiaohu. Kaza was in this roster, and we thought we expect massive things, especially since Light came over from LNG, Crisp as well, FPX 2019 champion, and of course the Shy we already mentioned. But then it didn't work, it didn't piece together, and now we've got Weiwei with his debut at an international, and they're going to show us if they're fit for the standard of NRG. So we're about to get into pick and ban for this absolute doozy. What did Shox call it on the desk? Not a barn burner, a barnstorm?
Barnstormer. That's how I've also heard it called.
Love it.
The barn shall be stormed. Let's find out what is going to happen. Nico going to be taken off the board. Nothing too surprising there. Respect being given over towards PowerFox.
Yep.
Not something that he showed a lot of during the LCS playoffs, but still a strong champion on the current patch. With the Xayah also being taken away from FBI, the Maokai being taken away from Weiwei. Also something we didn't see a huge amount from him in their regional gauntlet, the qualification for the World Championship.
True, we did see more things like the Poppy though. Remember that in the back of your mind, even though we haven't seen too much in the World Championship so far, it is a big pick for that jungler on Weibo. So as Orianna gets taken away from Xiaohu, I'm also thinking about things like the Azir that he's been great on. The Tristana's also hovered around. Xiaohu, a great engage tool for Weibo. I think something you can't discount.
Let's see how they move forward things. Talia, of course, still up and available. The Rel gonna actually be banned away from contract, something that he did play a lot of during the LCS playoffs. You could argue big comfort pick for him. NRG, how will they round things out? What do they fear the most? All top laners are pretty much up and available. We've seen a lot of Jace throughout the day still. I know some fans of the Shy would love to see him back on the Jace.
They would. But another thing open is Cassante, by the way. He's loved this. He's been spamming it non-stop. So it could be an early pick option considering Weibo on blue side. Might just want to lock that one in. Various other options, maybe bottom lane for Light, who's been focused as well.
There's the Poppy.
Never mind, it's just Poppy straight out of the bat.
Of course, they can still flex this, right? They can flex it into top lane and jungle. There is the rarity of it going into support.
For the pick'ems.
For the
For the pick'ems.
For the pick'ems. Let's see how will NRG respond. They could just grab themselves the Kai'Sa for FBI if they want to. Something that he's very experienced on, something very comfortable. It's proven to be a very strong champion on the current meta. But do they want to prioritize that AD carry? No, instead it will be Alistar. 3 games in a row now we've seen that Alistar be super prioritized, typically from the LCK teams, but Ignar saying, nope, I want engaged support. I always associate him with Rakan, but maybe into the Poppy, he's not as excited about that prospect.
Maybe not. I mean, today, again, it's just been coming out left, right, and center as a priority pick. NRG options in the bottom side. Didn't see Kai'Sa last game, but we're going to miss it for a little bit longer as the potential flex here for the Talia gets locked in for NRG.
Definitely a potential flex. Glad you brought that up because PowerFox, no stranger to the Talia in the mid lane. More than happy to play that. And so both sides holding their cards close to their chest. But will it be the Rumble for the Shy?
Oh, I bet you it will be. This guy's been playing it non-stop. I mean, Weibo, again, with such a volatile top laner, he just goes, you know what? I'm going to pick Rumble blind.
He's going to blind it.
Instead of the Cassante.
I mean, he's testing Dokla here. He's saying, what have you got? You know, he is so confident in his Rumble. Look at the damage that Weibo have for themselves right now. Potential poke, depending on the build that Kai'Sa wants to go.
Yep.
Potential dive, depending on the build that Kai'Sa wants to go. A lot of options still here for Weibo, and NRG looking to answer with some aggression of their own.
Okay, about the 2v2 here. I mean, FBI has been one of the top tier NA 80 carries. And especially with the transition into this roster that used to be CLG, it's nice to see them putting presence on him when Weibo historically have been about the mid lane. We can talk more about that in game, but Vedius, I want to get into that brain of yours, if that's okay. If you'll let me.
Yeah.
What are we looking at now? What's a priority? No support right now for Weibo unless that becomes a flex.
Well, I mean, you praise my brain, but look at you predicting immediately the support bands coming out from the side of NRG. Weibo, they're likely going to be pinching some top laners. They may very well look to ban the Jace themselves.
Okay.
Something that we saw a lot from Dokla was things like the Jax in the finals, things like the Renekton as well, something that he's very comfortable on. Typically, I would have expected them to leave the Renekton open because I've seen so many Rumbles just dominate in that 1v1 matchup, and if the Shy is feeling confident, I don't see why they wouldn't, but I guess they're not taking the risk. Instead, they'll choose to leave that up. The question is, will NRG look to just ban away another support? They could look to get rid of the Rakan themselves. Maybe they'd be concerned about something like a Braum. We haven't really seen any Braum so far at this tournament,
True.
so I'd be surprised if they did choose to ban it away. Blitzcrank taken away from Crisp.
It's so funny because Crisp has been memed about in this last split in regionals. Hasn't been the best on Hook champions recently, even though historically fans of FPX, the 2019 champions, remember this guy's Thresh, this guy's Nautilus were insane. So at least the respect's given over by NRG, but still, we'll see where Crisp goes. Things like the Rakan are still up and available. Cassante also taken away.
Okay.
I guess another surprise when you consider that Rumble has been fine into the matchup historically.
So, will Dokla look to pick something like the Jace? And where is this Talia going to go? Will it be put into the mid lane? Are they going to keep it in the jungle? What direction are they thinking about here? Of course, they do have a lot of options.
You said it.
It's being hovered. And they're going to lock it in. All right, so Dokla going to be going for what I would say is a favorable lane for the Jace, but you are going into the Shy's Rumble.
Yep.
A man who is incredibly confident on that pick, has a very long history on it, and it's going to be no easy feat to come out on top.
I mean, this guy doesn't hard win the lane, but out CS's, outclasses a lot of the time. Someone you can't doubt, as this is a classic for Crisp. I mean, if we're talking away from Hook champions, engage here with, I said it before, Xiaohu on Azir has been exceptional. A real engage tool, more so than I feel like any other Azir in the world. And that just rounds out Weibo to a T.
I was going to say, when I look at this Weibo draft, this looks like comfort to me across the board. A lot of champions that a lot of these players are very familiar with. Even when I saw that Alistar, I was thinking to myself, would he just do a Leona here? We've seen him do it before. And it just so much great engage on the side of Weibo. Great backline access as well. Very powerful team fighting.
Wait.
Are they actually going to put the Jace in mid and then have Ornn go into the Shy's Rumble?
Is that too dangerous, Vedius? I need to obviously wait for the final
You
swap.
tell me, man. Is that too dangerous?
What do you think I'm going to say?
I think the answer's yes.
Yeah, I think it is indeed. But hey, Big Dokes, I mean, hearing Kobe's energy on the desk about this man, I can feel it. Might be an LPL caster, but Big Dokes lives in my heart now. And look, for NRG, walk me through a little bit, because I see very volatile lanes. I also see a bit of scaling added into the mix. I feel like there's multiple pairings here that need to be addressed.
Well, there is a little bit of poke on their draft when you always have Talia and Jace.
Okay.
There's going to be a presence of, when setting up around these objectives, there's going to be a lot of effective chip damage, but really they spike really hard on one item. You look across the board, Kalista, Jace, really potent once they get that first item underneath their belt. So you're looking at early dragons, you're looking at trying to skirmish and fight in the early game, and I think that NRG are pretty happy, because when we think about them as a team, they're happy to fight you in the early game. They're happy to go for these skirmishes. It's really just this top lane, how much pressure will be thrown that way.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, as we're about to get in, it's the first seed of North America. And today, you know, NA have come so close. They've done a lot of damage. Cast your mind back to TL versus T1. That felt close. But can they beat the LPL 4th seed? Weibo have been exceptional in some regard. The fact that they made it here to the World Championship. The fact that they're in this spot, returning the Shy back. But is it too much to ask for? That's the biggest question. Betty, it's got to be intense to get into this one. Surely we're just drawing it out. Because you kind of have to for this matchup. You expected explosions coming into this.
Yeah, you do. Mainly because the players just aren't afraid to fight. The analyst has said it. If you ever watched any of the games of these teams, it should be fairly obvious. NRG in their finals, I think their problem was that they got overzealous. They couldn't calm down once they got those leads, you know?
Yep.
They sometimes found themselves in fights that they just didn't need to take, and it was easy for Cloud9 to punish them. But Weibo is no stranger to that themselves, right? They're more than happy to take whatever fights they can. Sometimes they take fights that they just shouldn't. And that's why we just expect fighting from both these teams. Of course, your first game, day one, nerves can always be a factor.
True.
But if these teams want to win, they've got to play like they always do, because that's how they got here. We're jumping into the game. Game 6 of the day, Hysterics. NRG versus Weibo.
Absolute pleasure to see the 4th seed in action. But likewise with NRG's debut, let's see how they go, because I've noticed some real fun stuff about this roster. The level 6 roams from Ignar topside. Dokla appearing bot as a rumble with ulti. Can still do that with Yorn here in this game. And I'm excited to see how this draft works out for NRG. As you said, bit of pace to add in. As ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to give you a reminder now. Just remember that you can log into your Riot account on lolesports.com and watch Worlds live to earn exclusive Worlds emotes and icons for the entire event.
There you can. Free stuff. Why wouldn't you?
Do that right now. Go
Go
on.
do it.
Go on.
Off you go.
You won't. Yeah, you
I mean, nothing's happened yet. No one's dead. So you got time.
Were you surprised, eh?
A little.
Oh, it should have been over by now.
Obviously, you can see the runes on your screen. Conqueror for the Azir, for Xiaohu. We did see the Halo Blades coming out from Showmaker earlier, so a bit of a different approach. Phase Rush on the Poppy. Phase Rush on the Jace as well. Nothing too crazy. And already Shy. The Shy.
How dare you?
I'm sorry. The. My bad. I'm in the presence of greatness, as you and someone else I know would say.
It's crazy. Do you think he's outdone Shy, you know, the original Shy? I'd say yes, right?
You know,
Shy is better than Shy?
I'm old, I'm not that old. You know, that's what I'll say to that. I was around for those games, but I wasn't around to analyze them. So, you know, I'm going to pass on that question.
That's all right.
Now, early jungle pathing. Never mind.
It's an all-in, but the separation from Ignar is great. Light can't do any damage. FBI just takes a heavy trade.
Yeah, I mean, easy trade for Chris. Is he going to look for it again? Of
Yeah,
course
he is. Zenith Blade Ignite down. There's a cleanse away. Flashes there too. FBI has no summoners at 2 minutes in the game.
Hi there, my name's Callista, and I'm an early game champion. And
he's emoting.
And Crisp says, hi, my name's Crisp, and I'm an early game champion. Doesn't matter what he's on, he's going to look for something. Level 2 now secured. Crisp taking a strong presence in the lane.
That's a stance, isn't it?
Keeping my eyes on Weiwei. Is he going to look for a dive here? No summoners on FBI. He's making his way into the river. He's moving into the bot side jungle, knowing that they have the pressure. And he'll find 0 camps to steal away, which could very well mean, hey, you know what? No jungler presence means that we can look for a dive.
Very true indeed. Sees it, information gathered, and this is what made WBG so scary in those regional finals versus EDG. They made plays this early on, and with FBI at half HP, with no summoners as well, Weiwei stacks him against the wall. I'm seeing deja vu. And Weibo bring in first blood at 3 minutes in. Ignar now in trouble as well. Weiwei waiting for those cooldowns. There's the flash matched out. Ignar latched onto. Second skin about to proc. He bops him in. Weiwei might be in trouble, but he shoves him back. And Light gets the kill. A 2-0 start.
Excellent play from Weibo. They were able to force the summoners out from FBI in the straight up 2v2. And then the pathing from Weiwei meant that he could supplement that with 2 early game kills. 1.3k the gold lead already, Hysterics. And this bot lane is looking dire for NRG.
I mean, the Shy is zoning off the potential of a trade in Scuttle. Thank you, that's mine. So WBG get both sides of the map. It's now a 1,500 gold lead. And this is what we're talking about. The regional power of this team. The ramp up, they've become a quicker team, they've become a more aggressive team, and more successfully aggressive, Vedius, as this dive is the proof.
I mean, there's very little to break down here. Just a clean flash engage. Ignar does everything he can do to keep his AD carry alive. Unfortunately for him, Weiwei alone is enough to find that kill. Perhaps he should have considered flashing earlier, but frankly, I don't think the flash would have achieved anything. And just a nice play from Weiwei to walk away with 2 quick kills. Well played to Weibo. They're off to a fantastic start.
Respect from Ignar there. Like the little bop into the turret. Unfortunate about the cooldown that Weiwei was able to get out, but at least respect due there for trying to turn the play around, as Weiwei is now back in the bottom side, and this is, again, what we saw in regionals to add on. There's a bit of vision left over with Contracts trying to match a 3v3's potential. They're going to turn on for Contracts. Shove doesn't work, but against the wall it does. The bot back in. Chris teleports in that one. Ignar gets a double pulverize. Slight now runs on him for the damage. FBI out one way, Ignar the other. Summoners were burnt before, but at least Light can match as Xiaohu is now participating. He runs in without ulti. Ignar is slowed down, and Weibo are this deep this early on. Vedius, this is chaos.
I mean, it seems like a one-sided slaughter right now.
Constructed chaos.
I mean, things are falling apart very quickly for the NRG bot lane, and they need to find a way to stabilize because Weibo are running rampant on the map. 2K the gold lead now. First Dragon is available, but they're not going to start that one off just yet, as many members have gone back to base to spend some of their hard-earned gold.
I need to ask an earlier question, earlier than I'd normally ask. How do you stem the bleeding here this
God,
early on?
That's a great question. Well, the idea here is the Contracts is looking to relieve some of that pressure.
Right.
But the problem is Poppy is just so powerful in this early game, and Weiwei is showing you why. Not only is he so experienced on the champion, but it's a tough one, frankly. It is a very difficult thing to do. Typically, if this was a little later in the game, you could consider a lane swap, you know? When Weibo go for an early Dragon, you can then use your numbers topside to go for Herald. You can fund the Herald to get the gold back. But it's so early into the game, there's not a lot that can be done. And the fact that the jungler even came bot with a level advantage to try and stem the bleeding, and Weiwei turns it into another kill in favor of Weibo, it only just makes it worse.
When we saw the matchup versus EDG, I mean, again, it was that transition of pressure. Even add on in the LNG third match playoffs, or rather, let's get the wording right, ladies and gentlemen. The third seed qualifier match, got it in the end. It was about Weiwei transitioning to bot, which we didn't see during playoffs, during the regular season as much. A lot more about that top side, about setting up the Shy. And so again, I guess it's a flexibility, especially in a matchup like this, Vidius, where the Shy's confident, he's fine against the Ornn here. CS is even so far with the way pushing it.
Well, I was going to tell, when we spoke about Weibo coming into this tournament, you were kind of surprised in how they flipped their playstyle, right? Where they were playing so much towards this bot side of the map, and it was actually working very effectively for Weibo, especially with the consistency level that we actually saw from the Shy.
That consistency continues through here as Contract starts up the Dragon, but there's a control ward already there by Weibo, but Weiwei's on the wrong side of the map, so nice to see that NRG, there's a bit of balance of pressure here. However, Dokla in a bit of trouble. The Shy ready to overheat, and Dokla gets out of there, while the bottom side of the map is relieved somewhat, stopping any kind of objective lead on top of what we've already got.
A small bit of reprieve for NRG. That is not a good trade for Dokla. He's taking a lot of damage. He's at threat of a dive here. Again, look at the minimap. See Weiwei making his way up. The pings have come down. Dokla needs to do what he can to thin this wave out ASAP to make it harder. But the jungler's not going to be there quite in time. Ward going to be dropped. And you look at this vision control over the top side of the map. Weibo doing a great job of just gaining information and trying to keep track of where Contracts is at all times.
And if Dokla gets forced out with the teleport down, it is danger zone for NRG on another side of the map. As Herald with this top pushed in is just going to start off quite easily. You can see, I mean, Contract clearing up this top side feels like he's trying to mitigate any further play. Take some resources off the map so Weiwei's not just getting everything.
I mean, Weibo are playing this early game fantastically right now. The thing is, now that you've got that lead, you don't need to take any more gambles, or you don't need to take any more risk. Just control the map well. You can see Chris roaming up to mid to help get that pressure so that they can easily secure these objectives, maintain vision control. The resets can now come through, spend some of that gold. The Heralds can be used kind of wherever you want. You have so many options depending on what you're looking to do with it. And slowly but surely, this gold lead continues to balloon in favor of Weibo.
Equalizer down, Dokla just steps away, but it opens up the wave again. Vidius, those were valid points. You know, you don't have to do anything, but it's Weibo we're talking about.
Yeah.
They're not going to sit back and chill.
I mean, they're they're sitting back and chilling right now.
For how long, though?
For how long? Well, I mean, it depends if NRG can find an opportunity to force something. Our expectations were that NRG would come in and look to scrap, because that's what they did when they were in the LCS. But given how tragic things in the bot lane have gone, saying that, Weiwei.
Oh, you set it up again, don't you? Zenith Blade, but the Fate's Call gets him out. FBI, does he want to re-engage into Chris? The answer is yes, but no level 6 on this Alistar. Means the enemy shield ulting in his light right into the fray. Ignar survives for now, a little bit burnt as NRG get away with their lives.
Okay, a little bit more confidence coming into the back of the NRG bot lane. 3 versus 2 once again. Contracts has his eyes on Weiwei.
The all's there. We get the wall rather. English not going well for me, but maybe for Ignar, the play can stem out as he tanks up. Weiwei chunked a little bit, trying to kite it out. There's some slow there from NRG. So close to getting that jungler with a shutdown, but he walks away.
Yeah, Contracts fumbles on the execution there, ends up knocking Crisp away.
Yeah.
It could have been a big opportunity. but it ends up falling short. And NRG kind of doing what they can to bounce back after what has been a very difficult early game. But this is Weibo's game right now. Oh no!
Ulti,
Oh
hang
no!
on, under turret!
Oh.
The Spring King returns later in the summer as now for contracts. Hang on a minute, no way! He flashes away. Xiaohu doesn't burn his own. Come at me, he shouts, with the Herald going down as well. Yeah, that's so much gold.
Be rewarded with the plates after finding a solo kill onto Palafox. Xiaohu making a genius move of his own, finding that kill, and will be funneled so many plates. He's gonna get a third one. He's gonna get a third one. Xiaohu now out of control in the mid lane. Palafox is a level down. He's focused on clearing the wave, and Xiaohu is using his range to poke away at Palafox. But then the ultimate comes through. It's easy, it's clean. Palafox doesn't even flash. And then Contract's very close to losing his life as well.
Almost taken down with a flash down as well. Xiaohu holds onto his own. You said it yourself, Betty, the plating was obliterated in the mid lane. And all of a sudden, we are close to 4,000. Let's do some proper math, ladies and gentlemen. Say 3.5 for now. But 11.5 minutes with Dragon coming up in a minute. Weibo are going to be accelerated into this first item. It's looking good for the 4th seed of the LPL. But more so, I think both these mid laners called each other geniuses. We got from the desk. Smarter today seems to be Xiaohu, at least so far.
I mean, I would also describe Xiaohu as the stabbier and the more ruthless in the mid lane so far. Looking to build that Leandri's flash.
There's a play. It's matched though. Crisp out with his summoner. However, this is getting collapsed on Weiwei. In the right place at the right time yet again. The Fate's Call though saves the day. Weibo still looking to contest. Hang on, Xiaohu's running in. He's got his flash available. No way! They went to Narnia and back again in a couple of minutes! Contracts is down. Weibo cannot be stopped. It's like they've got their own personal train.
They see a kill and they will go for it to the bitter end. No escape for Contracts. His flash was lost earlier. And another is given over.
Ulti, Palafox is sent packing. He's got his flash available though. He's running for the hills. Chris looking for the Zenith Blade. It's out of range. At least Palafox holds onto the summoner.
They are relentless right now. Dokla being chipped away at as well. Another plate secured for Light.
All 3 lanes, Vedius.
The entire map, Hysterics. This is the debut that you wanted, I imagine. JDG looking a little skeptical in the early game against BDS, but they did come back with some fantastic team fighting. Weibo looking dominant, but Palafox TP's in.
Well, Chris is out of mana, trying to zone out Xiaohu without an ulti. It's a good time as Dragon goes down, but Weibo are looking for the re-engage somehow. They don't have the resources to play with, and Ignar knows it, but his flash isn't up and available. What can they do as Xiaohu has to flash over the wall without a Sand Soldier to give him a high five?
Weiwei Poppy. What do you do against
Please
him?
ban it.
This man is just, he's on fire right now. He's working so well with Crisp. This jungle support combo, like I don't think I've seen Weiwei top. You know, like there was one time where he kind of went there roughly, but look at this execution. Flash away from Crisp. Immediately Weiwei's like, I'm on the way, gang. Quickly there to CC Ignar into the wall. But does that stop them? No.
Look how far they go.
This is a team building exercise. They go in together, okay? Everyone land your crowd control. Come on, let's all kill him together. There we are. Morale now raised.
It's massive. First item for Light as well. Xiaohu can't be far off. He's got a recurve bow. He's optimized different ways, hence not having his first item yet.
Bit of a build-a-bear in the mid lane.
He is. He's putting it together. Lego day at school today. As okay, thank you MasterCard for this late economy snapshot.
Yeah, that's a snapshot, all right. Huh. I mean, Chris really kind of, you know, dragging the team down a little bit.
That's it, man. 208, stepping up.
Calls himself a world champion, am I right?
Not anymore. Look, the experience on this roster is huge. NRG we set up as well. You know, this is a team that's the first seed for a reason. But struggling here against the 4th seed ain't the biggest sign, but it is Swift. The Shy flashes forward onto Dokla. It is matched, but he's overheating for the auto attacks. Hits once, hits twice, and Call the Forge God layers there, but he sits in the fire of Middle Earth. And the Shy, after burning that summoner, says, Dokla, go away.
Gonna force him to base. Maybe even force the TP out from him.
Maybe.
With the Herald starting, both top laners do have that as an option. But no ultimate from Dokla means that this is going to be a hard fight.
None for the Shy either, as Weiwei sends go away too, but Contracts avoids. Smite comes down, however, but Weibo need the eye. NRG trying to zone them out, look for the re-engage. Xiaohu on top of Ignar. And the Sand Soldiers just go, yeah.
Never underestimate Xiaohu's ability to find some way of engaging, whether it be small or large.
Told you. What can he do here? Emperor's Divide, Glide, oh, Contracts! Interrupts, matches a flash, they just need a kill! NRG just need a kill and they've got it. Palafox from downtown. And NRG are finally alive.
Finally, NRG gets something back. But Weibo are relentless with their pressure. They push down mid. They secure the tier 1. The Shy can't quite get that tier 1 in the bot lane, but even though NRG at the very least finds something, the map is still in control of Weibo.
They need a bit more, but I'm happy to be optimistic about this team, especially when Palafox, bit of a king getting the kill here, but meanwhile Dokla in a bit of trouble. That turret's gonna melt, that's non-existent. Light running in with his boys, and the Shy ready to cook. I've been loving the food here in Korea, so let's see what Dokla tastes like.
Juicy is what I believe Light said.
Yep.
300 gold picked up for him, the Shy. I've often been told that he's a generous god. He doesn't need the kill.
He doesn't.
He will give it to his AD carry.
Because I mean, the right word though, so well done. No god, more like.
Yeah, wait until we see Adam versus the Shy, okay? Then we can figure out.
Don't tempt me. I'm excited for that. The boys going head to head in the top side, and you know that's what disappoints me about this is that like Dokla I think has that chat energy as well.
Oh, he
right?
does.
But the sad thing is that we didn't see it with the Ornn. We saw the Ornn picked into it, and the Shy already had the Rumble locked in by B2, B3.
Yeah, he did. You know, Dokla wanted to play, he wanted to be on the weak side. He wanted to give Contracts that agency to play through bot, but the bot lane 2v2, it was shut down at level 2, man.
Level 1, Betty.
Well, level 1, you can even go to say. Weiwei once again finding his way into the enemy jungle. Herald dropped. I'm sorry, you guys have probably made those Wei jokes to death.
Well, there's big Wei in the LPL. There's also single Wei, you know, RNG's Wei in the past. I'm just waiting for no Wei to come through as a...
Oh, he's in EU.
Yeah, that's right. That's right, waiting for it to join the LPL. As Herald gets a double charge, mid is open. And NRG losing out by gold by the thousands every minute we go by. As it's an easy dragon setup right now for WBG as they move towards the objective.
Blue buff going to be transitioned over to Xiaohu. What else is there to say here? Weibo should look to pick up this dragon uncontested. I guess they're waiting for the Baron before they try and end this game. But it feels like that this is Weibo's to lose.
Yeah.
You just kind of look at how the comps work, and Weibo's is just so straightforward. You know, they do have a lot of range and poke, but they're not going to use it like that. This is all about diving. They're going to have Crisp engage. They're going to have Weiwei try and find a flank. The Rumble ultimate's going to come down. What am I saying? Xiaohu is going to E in. He's going to ult, and then the wombo combo. Using the ult, Weiwei will CC someone into it, and then the dive will follow up.
The Shy will flash auto overheated versus 3 people.
He will be chasing FBI, who is kiting him backwards. That's how this fight is going to play out.
You know what's crazy about this game is I think it's the first time in a while that people haven't set a tent up top for the Shy. You know, there's very few games I can say, even throughout this whole year, where people have not sent 2, 3 members up to deal with the Shy.
They didn't have a chance, mate.
But he had a free lane. I guess, yeah, the whole map's burning. And the Shy, of course, is saying this is fine because he's outside watching the fire. He doesn't have to care.
Weiwei has brought the hammer to bot lane.
Oh, yeah.
And he has just kept the pressure up. Baron, 30 seconds. Now, how confident are you in Weibo's Baron setup and secure? Confident, huh?
Sorry, ask me the question again.
How confident are you in Weibo's Baron setup and secure?
100%. 100%.
All right. It's a lot of confidence, Asterix.
Yeah, sorry.
Let's see. It's spawning in 10 seconds.
They're not the cleanest team. That's the problem. They can throw leads.
That's looking very clean so far.
It is. But I won't
But you're
say
just
anything.
waiting. You're just waiting.
Yeah, that's right.
No spoilers.
I'm not a doubter. I think sometimes I'm just realistic.
If anything, I would say you're a realist.
I am a realist, yeah.
How many years have you been casting the Shy?
Since 2019 spring, which was his best year, by the way, best split. That was an insane one alongside Rookie. Semi-finals at Worlds, remember, against FPXs. We'll pause on that. This is what's happening now. Look at the lines of scrimmage laid down, but the Shy's not dead. They don't have enough damage. Dokla knocks him up. They're trying, equalizer down. Maybe they do indeed. But Baron goes down because of him. So there's the trade as Palafox now the next target, flashes away to the skies to get him out of there. And that's what it costs to kill the Shy. Everything, the kitchen sink, the front door, all the new kitchenette, and the fridge, Vedius, for the cost of Baron.
The question is, for you as the Shy follower, would you say that this is worth it? His life for a Baron? A meager Baron?
No, you know what I'd say?
What?
Impressive.
NRG, they're able to find that pick. They bring the kill score up to 2, but they still find themselves at a colossal deficit. Contracts. Really good idea here.
Yeah.
A good flash response from the Shy. And just great awareness. Like, Dokla used his W on the wave, thinking that this play wasn't going to continue. But now Contracts, no flash.
The Shield of Daybreak lands. NRG are there to back up, but Christmas and Leona taking uppers. See you later. Wei sends Ignar packing as the flash over to bring Contracts back on in. They used everything in the last play. Xiaohu gets one from FBI on the side as well, but as Contracts drops down, Xiaohu buys some time and sets up for kill number 2. Who's it going to be? Ignar. He's got his flash available, but a blast cone to help him out. As Weibo try to get some stuff done, well, at least Palafox is getting a trade, but what is the cost on the other side of the map? Wei's still here.
Wei knows that this jungle belongs to him. He's going to force NRG completely out of it. They're going to have to walk back to base as they group up top and push towards this tier 2. The Jace, after securing a mid-tier 1, getting a bit of gold back for NRG, will now recall as they find themselves with an 8k gold deficit. From start to finish, a clean performance from Weibo.
Yeah.
And Wei just being instrumental in how this team has just been dominating.
Well, as we look back at this, Chris takes so long to die, and it's a full commit after the play we saw before where NRG threw everything.
The hilarious thing is, look, he actually gets dragged back by the Fate's Call, so even though he gets yeeted off, maybe NRG can find a fight, but the positioning is just too awkward. Xiaohu, you've already talked so much about it. He sees a 3-man engage, he goes for it, forces the flash out from FBI, knowing that his team is right behind him. And unfortunately for NRG, they constantly find themselves on the back foot. Baron still 35 seconds left, Dragon spawning in 45. Weibo will use this pressure to secure their 3rd Dragon of the game.
Red Bull Baron power play at 3k for Weibo. They're already in a gold advantage, but it moves to 8,000, as spoken before. Thank you for that win probability powered by AWS.
It's looking pretty positive.
It looks almost 100%, but we know no game can be 100%. Okay, no game.
If anything, it looks like that towards the end it tapered down a little bit.
Ooh.
When the Shy died, the game knew.
They probably went down 50% or something. Well, it's going to take a lot more than that. 10 seconds again as the Shy. No teleport available. Dokla does have it with the Ram Jam available as well. So you can potentially pick that angle for NRG, but it's grasping at straws as Weibo have full vision control in this enemy side of the jungle. And that Dragon is as good as theirs to lead some Mountain Soul Pick'ems people into a happy place.
That it does.
I got to say, Vedius, I'm one of the few people that picked Mountain, yeah.
I was Ocean, I think.
Wow, I think you were doing the worst.
Hey.
At some point.
I would say that I'm trying the best.
Oh, okay, yeah, right. I mean, I'm the real fool for not picking Cloud in Korea, okay?
Yeah,
everyone knows it's Cloud's sole domain.
Yeah, who would pick Cloud?
Probably all the LCK cast.
Now, this is normally the part where I'd be like, here's how NRG can come back into the game.
Say it. There's always a way. Optimism.
I mean, Weibo would have to do something very Weibo, which I feel is quite unlikely at this point.
Yeah, maybe.
Just don't hesitate. You know that, like, they're not going to lose this game.
Probably not.
I feel like I'm trying to get blood from a stone right now. You're like, I don't know, man. It's kind of like when I was casting the G2 game and you're like, surely, man. And I'm like,
I don't know. They're up there at the Nexus. You're like, oh, it's going to wait till it's over. But look, I mean, again, very different. I feel like Weibo, as the 4th seed for a reason, However, to be realistic with your point, you know, again, up 9,000, they've got the whole map. We're talking to Dead Horse here about how Weibo are in control, but I want to point your attention towards the most obvious fact. It's been obvious all game long, thanks to Weiwei. Look at the bottom side of the map. 3 items versus 1 and a bit. Yep. That is a budget Winsu's Rage Blade that you know, picked off a side store down the road.
Yep. Light is 2 full levels over FBI as well. Palafox has been doing his best to keep up in experience, but the Shy now ticking over to level 16. That's going to be a max level ultimate as well.
Yep.
If NRG aren't squishy, he's going to make him look like it.
Oh, yeah.
Baron spawns in 35 seconds. They're going to get deep vision. They're going to push in these waves, and they're going to look to secure it. Likely they can do it with just Light and Weiwei. They can use Xiaohu. They can put him behind the wall, and with his range, he can chip away at it while he zones away the rest of NRG. They have so many tools, so many easy ways to play this. They've actually sent Xiaohu down bot to keep that pressure up. He has the TP to join the fight. A lot of options. All Weibo need to be is patient.
Yep, and just wait. But I also want to point out, you know, much to the success of this team, Crisp having a really good game to open up Swiss here. And his ward score is actually impressive. You know, 26 minutes into the game, 103. That is insane.
Yeah.
I know there's been a lot of wards to clear, but still, that's like every second of your life is spent to getting rid of these things stuck in the ground on Summoner's Rift.
Right now, NRG do have a bit of vision on this top side. They want to try and contest. Doklo has been sent to try and answer Xiaohu.
Well, they'll try at least. Solarflare lands, though. Look at the equalizer. The carpet's laid down as the Fates call gets him out. Contract! Oh my, that's the flash. Palafox covered, but it didn't matter. That threat from long range is too much to bear as the Shy waits for them to reconvene.
It was literally just an ultimate from the Shy. He just single-handedly forced NRG back. And that will be the Baron. A dominant performance from the entirety of Weibo. And now with this Baron, they can look to end it right here, right now. Maybe they want to wait for the Dragon Soul. I really don't think they need to. With the gold lead they have, with the power that they have, I think they should just look to end it and try and end NRG's suffering.
Yeah, because NRG not hitting expectations today, but at least trying to get towards this Baron to no success as Crisp starts this off with a big solar flare.
So we see the ultimate come down. It applies the slow.
Yuck.
Followed up with the Shy's ultimate.
Oh.
And then Palafox box it, but Contracts, he reacts a little too quick. Doklo tries to look for a knockup, won't be able to find it. Weibo pressuring in bot lane. Using this wave, they should be able to crack the base open. Dragon in 35.
Well, this is the pick, though. They get the Shy's flash, call the Forge God. There's the Weaver's wall. Contracts not getting the shove back, though. The Shy will walk it out as Weibo like, all right, you want to go for our top laner. We're going to try and end the game. There's the equalizer to stop 3, 4 backs, really. Solar Flare as well. Another backstop. Hang on a minute. Weibo are just ending the game with the Baroned up minions. The Shy's done his job. NRG are going to find a pick onto Chris, but as Dokler gets back, he's shattered as well. Ulti's a little early from Xiao, but Palafox gets burned down nonetheless. With their debut at Worlds, Weibo are tearing apart North America. Piece by piece by piece. Weibo in under 30 minutes are destroying the first seed of NA. I'm sorry to the LCS, but WBG might be the 4th seed, but they are here to play.
A dominant performance from Weibo from start to finish. And it did not take them long to start. Level 1 in the 2 versus 2, getting the summoners out from FBI. Quickly followed up by a dive. Just well executed across the board. A clean, straightforward performance. And Weibo will have the opportunity to join some of the top dogs at the tournament. The 1-0 group. Competition's only going to get harder from here for Weibo.
It's a big win to open up. It's the confidence booster for the LPL, as I think banning Poppy needs to go on the list. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to toss it back to the analyst desk after that. Barnstormer, Barn Burner. Shocks, you're going to have to fix me on that one.
Yeah, Barnstormer, Barn Burner, whatever
that
you want to
wasn't-
call it. The base burn, okay? Let's put it that way.
That's like a base burner. That wasn't a barn burner.
This is
Barn
why.
burners need to be close.
This is why in the intro I played the Poppy clip from regional finals.
Yeah.
Way. Yep. He did the exact same play, light and crisp, so good. Burning the early summoner spell off of FBI, setting up the dive. Way, level 3 Poppy comes down. It's the exact same. And then this Kalista lane is just dominated. I mean, we'll go backtrack to the draft as well and the Kalista pick into a Poppy. But once again, Way comes out huge for them. The bottom lane really setting it up, though.
I think this is also an example of NRG misplaying or saying their expectations to Contracts, because I feel like if they're going to be trapped under turret like that, Contracts would start top side, finish bot side, and be able to prevent that dive. I think that was one of those jungler checklist things where he says, bot lane, do you have prio? And they're like, well, we'll be fine. And then it's definitely not fine, and by the time it's not fine, it's too late.
Yeah, they're not supposed to have the level 1 fight with the level 1 Alistar and get flash blown.
No, and it was over very quickly, I want to say. But you said it. You said it, Kobe. Brought up the Poppy, like kind of brought up exactly what that win condition is, and then were you not happy with the draft, with the responses?
So I will say that this game is actually kind of what I expected from the Scrim rumors. that went about as well as the Scrim rumors have gone for this matchup. But I mean the Kalista pick, already seeing the Poppy I was very worried because I don't have confidence in them snowballing that bottom lane in the first place, and then it went the other way.
Yeah. So I'll cope.
Okay.
For 30 seconds to a minute.
Yeah.
Okay. This was bound to happen.
Yeah.
I don't think it's that big a deal. They lost the early game substantially to a team who was the hardest against them in scrims.
Yeah.
I know they've never played them on stage, but that legitimately felt a little bit like a mental block. And for what it's worth, NRG, they are slow starters. They were slow starters throughout the entirety of the LCS season. The #1 seed very rarely is 9-9 in the regular season. So they've dropped down a little bit. You still need to beat 3 unique opponents to make it through. In fact, their opponents now are going to be easier than if they had won.
This is such a cool.
The beginning of the Swiss stage is really like the regular season.
I love it.
Really, this is just a seeding mechanism until we get to the best of 3.
Yeah, so the Mad Lions, it's just,
It's the same thing applies. But I will say, to kind of wrap this up, Weibo did look very impressive.
Yeah.
I mean, the fact that the Shy had 25% kill participation, it didn't look like it mattered, meant everyone was winning their matchups individually.
That says a lot, actually.
Yeah.
But we can talk about that some other time. We're going to take a quick break because when we come back, we're going to intro LNG versus Fnatic.
Hey, why not us? Energy can do it.
That's why. We just saw why.
Why not us?
This is Weibo's game right now. Oh no!
Hang on under turret! The Spring King returns!
That's no flash, he has no flash, he has no flash. They're gonna go down mid.
Go!
You guys go.
In orange side moving over.
Nice.
Nonetheless, with their debut at Worlds, Weibo are tearing apart North America. Piece by piece by piece. Weibo in under 30 minutes are destroying the first seed of NA.
Red Bull gives you wings.
feel 작게만 보인 세상 그나마 향기로 You can make it better 숨이 막혀버린 네가 가진 매력 와찬녀니까 아름다운 lady 너 없이 꽉 막혔던 내 하루가 버리게 돼 You can make it better 멈춰버린 심장을 또 뛰게 해 We're the partying 날 데려가 새로운 세계로 We're the partying 날 노려봐 뜨게 볼수록 더 원하니까 가깝해 언제 내가 이제 보여줄게 우연한 건 세상에 하나 본 적 없어 네가 가질 테니까 오직 아주 작은 별 내가 비출 테니까 너를 그냥 보여줘 까만 저 하늘에 널 준대도 내가 비출 테니까 너를 그냥 보여줘 So 절대로 찾지 못할 나의 parade 신께서 주신다는 나의 선물 How you feel 작게만 보인 세상 그나마 향기로 You can make it better 멈춰버린 심장을 또 뛰게 해 We're the partying 날 데려가 새로운 세계로 We're the partying 날 노려봐 뜨게 볼수록 더 원하니까 가깝해 언제 내가 이제 보여줄게 우연한 건 세상에 하나 본 적 없어 네가 가질 테니까 오직 아주 작은 별 내가 비출 테니까 너를 그냥 보여줘 까만 저 하늘에 널 준대도 내가 비출 테니까 너를 그냥 보여줘 볼 때마다 점점 나 땡겨내 시리도록 푸른 내 하늘 위로
We're back. Yeah, 2 games to go. I wonder if we've gone through like a couple of different iterations of viewers in the day. You know, we had the people who were up for the first games and got up
the
later.
West Coast NA fans who went to bed really happy, and the East Coast NA fans who woke up really sad.
Yeah.
Because they got to see that last game.
And usually because of the time zones. Anyways, let's do a Swiss update, a Swiss swish. Let's take a look at what's happened, but also that just means we see the teams in the 1-0 pool and then the teams in the 0-1 pool because we'll have a draw at the end of the day to see who actually the opponents are going to be.
Yep, absolutely. So everybody in 1-0 can play anybody else in 1-0, likewise for 0-1. And if you can make it to 2-0, then you will only need to win 1 best-of-3 to make it through to the bracket stage.
And I'm seeing there already in that 0-1 pool is a DK. I think they're like, there's an imposter among us.
There's going to be some really, really scary opponents in that pool. So the draw at the end of the day is really exciting. You're asking, you know, are there any viewers that are still with us from the beginning of the day? Really good stuff coming at the end when we draw for tomorrow.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. And if you've been there the whole way, cool. So have we. Respect it. So let's talk about LNG versus Fnatic. It is our 7th game of the day. I'm going to start by kicking it off about Fnatic. Fnatic's year, they took a long time to get going, guys, in Europe. I mean, a very, very long time. But it doesn't matter because they peaked at the right time, Jack. 9th
in winter, 8th in spring. It started with second to last place, but ended with second place.
Did you just say it started in a Fnatic match intro? You are such.
But it ended with the number 2 seed, and they had so many roster changes even within the same season, as you mentioned.
Yeah.
Razork, the one who wasn't switched out, though, second highest skill participation of World's Junglers.
They started winter with Reckless. That's how crazy it was.
I mean, yeah, a lot of roster changes went into this iteration. And to your point, though, what matters is peaking at the right time and what you can do with it now because, you know, having to go through all of the wrist issues and everything.
Yeah, exactly. I think we should mention it that Oscar, of course, had a wrist issue. Oscar Rinnan in the top lane, if you're not familiar. Wonder had to come in actually for the season finals, where Fnatic made the finals, the grand finals of the season finals. But I think a lot of that was up the back of kind of finally seeing a Razor that we wanted to see.
Yeah, absolutely, and I feel like Noah stepped up in a big way. Noah Trimby were big playmakers throughout the whole playoffs, but it does call into a little bit of question about what type of Fnatic are we going to see, because they started the split so low, they had so many roster changes. The team that actually qualified is not the same as the team that is actually here, so as always, Fnatic is going to be fascinating.
It can never be not fascinating. It can never be easy. You know, I know Oscar, we know from his own post that he got here a little bit later as well, so you have to take that into account. But actually, everyone's dealing with things, so I hope that he's feeling fit going into this first game. Yeah, it was Fnatic plays a lot around Humanoid. Fnatic relies a lot on Razor on making that happen as well. And that has been their formula for success.
Yeah,
Getting a little bit tired, sorry.
I feel like it's always early Razork, later Humanoid. You
exactly.
know? The kind of the
they give them all the resources.
The tag team duo here, yeah.
Exactly, but I think it's a good question by Jack. You know, which Fnatic are we going to see? How are they going to approach this game? And it is a spicy one, I want to say. LNG is coming out of the LPL, and I've seen a lot of people undervalue them for a while because they came a little bit out of nowhere. Very much a two-horse race there with JDG and BLG in LPL, but they made that run to the grand final, and now I'm hearing more and more voices saying, you have to take these guys serious.
Well, I think in the same way that Fnatic's roster changes were beneficial, the roster change that LNG made to get Gala for LP.
Massive.
Yeah.
Big change.
One of the best pickups, you know, of all time there. One of the best trades, for sure.
We see some parity between kind of the pickups across from Fnatic and LNG.
Yeah, Gala, multi-time MSI champion, so has a lot of international experience already. I think he's a great complement to Scout as well. So for those of you who don't know, Scout was the world's MVP, but we're focusing on Gala at the moment. Solid numbers, nothing that looks out of the ordinary when you rank him against Swiss, but he was also doing this in the LPL, perhaps the deepest league in the world.
And you're bringing Gala in a Xayah Kai'Sa meta. So perfect meta for him as well.
Yes, sir.
Very excited to see them on the Rift. You mentioned Scout briefly, and Scout is definitely one of the ones, you know, winning the MVP award. So much work done by this player for this team. I actually have a clip here of one of the games where LNG was behind, and Tarzan and Scout are able to make this huge comeback play by focusing on pinpoint accuracy here, assassinating enemy carries. So this is the game 2 versus TS where they were down 6,000 gold. But LNG, you can see on the minimap, Tarzan right now knows there are no summoner spells on Jackie Love, so this is the carry to try and go fight, and he knows Jackie probably going to go eat up those mid lane minions. So Tarzan goes very early with the control ward towards that mid lane brush right here, and you can see him, even though the rest of TS are going to slip in, and Tarzan will be outnumbered, he's got the positioning on Jackie, and it's a perfect follow-up there from Scout, so they can completely delete one of those carries, and they actually come back and win this game because of this team fight and being able to snowball off of that bounty and get right back into it. So this team does so many good things. You can talk about how creative Tarzan is. You know, he's building redemption on Olaf 8 years ago or 6 years ago or whatever it was. He's always got that creative eye for a jungler, but also how they pick and choose their fights, and they're never going to give up on one of these games, even if they're 6,000, 7,000 goal behind.
Yeah, I imagine if we had win probability for that LPL game, it would have been like 10% before that play, down 6,000 gold and 2 dragons in 18 minutes, but coming back to win. And I am very interested to see LNG. I do think they had a very late surge in the LPL. I think BLG, JDG looked like the 2 best teams from the LPL very clearly throughout the entire split. But now, in fact, LNG was actually able to go all the way to the finals and really push JDG. So 12-4 in the LPL summer. We mentioned before, like, Scout is a world champion.
Yeah, and was MVP though, so.
And is the MVP of the LPL despite not being first team because he was the carry in so many
he was also the
cases.
finals MVP in 2021 when they ended up winning EDG. And I think it's very interesting for LNG. This is something we say often about LPL teams, but that is the most gruesome region to qualify out of. The amount of best of 5s you have to play in the playoffs, and then also in the regional qualifier. Of course, LNG only played 1. You're going to get a lot better from playing those.
This is an amazing graphic.
Yeah, it looks great.
Yeah,
Wonder's just at the tail end. Obviously, a lot of the changes, as we said already, for Fnatic, but also for LNG. And I think you can really identify kind of the core swaps, right? The things that made the teams what they are now.
I will say, in terms of the LNG playstyle, what I'm going to be looking for, Tarzan ganks a lot.
Yeah.
Like, he is one of the lowest farm, usually junglers, that is more active in trying to set up his laners. It's almost like that old school style, all the way back to his early days in the LCK. So, in terms of what Hysterics was talking about before, the LPL teams that were sent to Worlds being very distinct, right? This is not your BLG style. This is not your JDG style. It's kind of driven by the way Tarzan and Scout play. So don't look for a super explosive game just because they're from the LPL.
It's also part of the reason he has a fascination with support items on junglers. Willing to sacrifice some gold for teammates, willing to build for them as well.
Yeah, very interesting match, and I'd love to hear Hysterics talk about it, actually. LNG, do you underrate them? Do you overrate them? Where do you put them?
Well, I can tell you one thing. A lot of people will say they're the true second seed, but unfortunately, they didn't get the points in spring, so they're third. But at least they secured third, because otherwise we'd have a lot more questions than that.
Yeah, at least they secured third, and now they have to play against Fnatic.
Damn.
This will be our first, competitive cast, because we've got EU on one side, LPL on the other. EU doesn't have a great history against the LPL. Even Fnatic themselves, I do remember a top esports series that didn't quite go the way that we wanted.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And there was also that IG series that we didn't really love.
Oh.
Yeah, but here's what I'll say, right? Obviously, LNG coming in as heavy favorites, especially given their performance, with how competitive they were against JDG, who's even considered a tournament favorite, right? You haven't gotten to see Oscar Rinnan play for 6 weeks. This man was developing as both a carry and a tank player, and the way in which Fnatic qualified was Wunder being very limited in his role as basically being a Renekton one trick. So I'm excited to see what Oscar Rinnan has been cooking, what his synergy would be like with the team, and him going up against Zika, two international rookies. It's going to be exciting for sure.
It's going to be hard to prep for, surely, as Fnatic come out on the stage, the second seed from the LEC. And while they might not be able to topple G2, I mean, again, Fnatic, your historic organization here at Worlds, they've got such a bigger name. I mean, LNG going up against them obviously don't have that depth of quality of organizational understanding. That's not a real sentence, but you guys all know what I'm talking about.
Oh, yeah. I mean, in Europe, a lot of these players are very well known. Humanoid has been... Well, he's made it to Worlds every single year. This man hasn't missed one as a European representative.
Which is nuts.
Trimby returning to the World stage. He wants to redeem himself after the Narcissus of last year.
Yep.
He wants to fix the expectations around him. But to say that while LNG as an organization doesn't have a lot of reputation, the players certainly do. Tarzan, a titan of the jungle. Scout, a world champion.
Oh, yeah.
This roster has some players that you need to be afraid of, especially when you look in that AD carry position.
They swapped LP. It was one of the biggest trades. I know the desk was talking about it, but LP to Gala is literally like trading Faker for any other mid laner in the world that's not in the top 5, not top 10. You're like, holy moly, it's significant. And as you're highlighting before, Scout with 31 individual regular season MVPs over the course of this year. He got snubbed for all LPL Pro first team, but this guy deserved MVP in both splits. And this guy right now, I think, is our best individual mid laner. And if he wasn't in anyone's top 5 tier list, they were trolling.
And that's why I'm so excited to see him going up against Humanoid, because
yeah, me too.
We always talk about the Worlds buff that this player gets. He's someone that kind of thrives in an environment where he is the underdog, where he has to be challenged. Domestically, during the regular season, the stakes when they're low for him, you don't get to see peak Humanoid. It's hard for him to take those games as seriously as, but when you get to the World Championship, especially in a format like this, where the games are so important to your progression, that's where we get to see the best form of him. So I'm hoping that we get to see that best form against Scout today.
So while we are on the topic of Fnatic, before we get into pick and ban, Run me through a little bit about the playstyle for people maybe outside the LEC who don't know, because as you and I were talking, we know that Razork is very crucial to this team. We know that Humanoid, as you were just highlighting as well, is the finishing touch as well.
I mean, Razork is a player that has no fear. He's developed a lot as a young player in Europe, and he is someone that will be aggressive regardless of the nameplate that he is playing against. He is a player that likes it when his team can play for him. He will constantly leverage the prio that he has to find early advantages, and if he cannot do that, Fnatic struggle to be relevant in the early game. So far, this split, they've been very dependent on those early game leads, and I think stylistically, LNG isn't the type of team that typically goes hard in the early game, but they are the masters of turning games around even from a deficit.
They are. I mean, even though sometimes in the mid-game they can do it to themselves, I think the most important takeaway is yes, they are the team that can slowly choke out and hold control, force teams to make mistakes and capitalize off them. Our slowest LPL team on the blue side here, Fnatic Vedius on red, as they've taken some key notes away from that last game with the Rumble ban.
They're looking to get counterpick for Oscar Renin. The Rumble is going to be banned away. Orianna and Maokai, nothing too surprising. Karlin getting himself Xayah very quickly in the draft.
Also a takeaway from Noah there as well, with
Also
the priority
a big
taken
one.
out.
Oh, for sure. That's a great spot there. I wonder if he will respond with Kai'Sa, or if he's got something else prepared in our time between the season finals and now. Azir is another champion. We always have to be very mindful of. Both these mid laners love the champion. Gives you a lot of lane control and also scales very well. Razork, also known for his AP junglers. Talia is something that in solo queue absolutely smurfs on, and if he can get his hands on it, he will always look to do so.
No, Blubber earlier in the day from C9 was like, I don't think we'll see much more of the Talia jungle. Well, we've seen a hell of a lot so far, and expecting that to go through. While Fnatic gets some strong early game picks, Tarzan likewise, we talked about him being a heavy ganking jungler, really dependent here, and when Hung syncs up with him, which he consistently does, these are strong power picks for LNG.
Oh yeah, I mean, most of the supports at this World Championship are Rakan mains.
Oh, you have to be.
I mean, it's a champion that whenever they get their hands on it, it's just fantastic at finding engages, and Hung, throughout the playoffs of the LPL, he had some fantastic moments on this champion. The engage from LNG is good. Fantastic skirmishing, already powerful mid lane presence. I am now kind of turning my eyes to, like, I wonder if things like Ahri are going to raise in priority. Ahri, Jarvan, Syndra Jarvan are two, LeBlanc Jarvan, all very powerful mid lane jungle combos that can give you a lot of agency.
Well, we'll ponder that a little bit as the Syndra is taken out off the back end by Fnatic. Just wondering as well, the other engage tool taken away from Trimby. I think that's important. Your LEC supports are very good Alistars. I don't know if you have that feeling.
They're not bad, they're not bad. Surprised we've seen very little Nautilus coming out throughout the tournament as well.
Too.
Disappointing for people's pick'ems who rated that as the most deaths champion.
Think
I may have done that as well.
Yeah, I did.
Syndra now being taken away by Fnatic. I'm a little concerned about this Ezreal. A lot of EU fans didn't work out for BDS. Didn't work out earlier in the day for Mad. Ezreal is not a champion that is having the level of impact that EU teams want it to have.
True, and again, running against Gala and Hung, when you've got high expectations, if Noah can stand up to them. On the other side, Nico's banned away. Wonder if we are going to get that Nautilus ban you talked about. Was banned in the previous game before with Weibo, but it would take an engage tool out from Trimby. Also haven't seen so much Brom. We talked about it earlier on, but we're going to ignore supports anyway because they're like, hey, just in case, don't give Razork the Viego.
Definitely a targeted ban there. They're concerned about the potential flex. Ral, the hover for Trimby. Trimby had a bit of a stigma around him where it was believed that he couldn't really play engage supports that well. It was always that he was the better enchanter support. But his Rakan, his Rel, his Alistar, 3 of his highest win rate champions, period, throughout his entire career. And he's gotten himself on one of them. The Rel is something that I imagine will be going into supports with Azir for scouts and Zika on his Jax.
Jax is a big one. Hang on, Vedius, is that for you or what? Just flexing across. Not sure we're really going to get that one. But as we kind of idolize what the final pick is going to be, the Jace gets locked in. Bit more range here again, Betty. I think it's important to note for Fnatic.
So, let's start with LNG.
Okay.
Skirmishing. So much power there. Team fighting, mid-game. They have a lot of ability to team fight you, right? The Rakan engage, the Jarvan lockdown. the advantage of things like Ezreal is you have a lot of mobility, right? If the Jarvan tries to lock you down, it's very difficult unless Jax is able to find a flank or Hung can find a flash engage onto you. But in terms of the front to back, Fnatic have a lot of range at their disposal. It's what we've been seeing a lot today, right? Engage comps versus poke comps. And when you have Ezreal and Jace and Talia playing around these objectives, you're just going to chip away at the opponent's HP bar. The question is, can you really do that against someone like Scout on his Azir, where he's going to have a lot of presence, and also the split push threat of Zika on this Jax. There aren't really great options to shut him down. He's going to get to a point where he becomes unstoppable in the side lane, so their ability to play around these objectives is going to be very difficult for Fnatic to manage as well.
I'm also worried on that note of Zika. On the Jax, this is a pick that is constantly banned away against him in the LPL. It's more importantly a pick that he has lane presence on as well. And when we talked about this team bringing together Oscarinin back into the top lane, it is a bit of a concern, Vedius, because, you know, Fnatic, what little did we see of this top laner again? We saw one to fill in the position.
The irony was on Renekton.
Yeah. And so you're wondering, what form are Fnatic going to be in? Because this is our first good look at them in a long while.
It certainly is. LNG have shown a lot of data throughout the playoffs, throughout the regional gauntlet.
Lots and lots. Lots of BO5s.
A lot
lots of
BO5s.
game 5s as well.
Whereas Fnatic, they qualified without even having their main top laner. But still, he will be on that Renekton in the top lane. LNG, I do like what they've drafted for themselves. Yep. They too, I think, have gotten a lot of comfort picks. And while players like Humanoid and Razork have a lot of experience in the international stage, a player like Noah doesn't. This is his first time. The pressure can get to him. He can definitely feel those nerves. But he's a player that, when he's in the right mindset and he's given the right resources, can be a massive, massive carry player. Going up against Gala, though, is going to be no easy feat.
True.
I'm excited. I know you're excited. EU versus LPL.
Oh, hell yeah.
Second seed versus third seed. I'm hoping for a banger. We start off with a pretty standard line of scrimmage. Nothing too crazy to boot. Looking for those early wards, though. Zika trying to get some vision on the red buff.
We'll do so. No hassle, no harm as Razork starts towards Raptors as well.
Ooh, you'll notice that ward in the river as well to track for a potential Tarzan EQ over the Dragon buff to go for a potential blue buff steal. Blue, very important on a champion like Talia. So Fnatic want to make sure that that one is not yoinked away.
Tarzan great at exemplifying resources, taking what's his, really. Anything on the map is going to be his. As already the trades start aggressively up in the top side. Bettis, I got to say, I'm hoping this one a little bit closer than what we saw first seed versus fourth seed before. NRG versus Weibo. Just had to bring it up. But LNG are a different beast. We're talking about it a little bit in draft. If you missed the conversation, this team, our slowest LPL team, I think I'd put them akin to old school LCK as, look, Zika, not proving my point for the time being, but don't expect as much bloodthirsty action like a level 2 gank bot.
But something that you talked to me extensively about is often a lot of their early leads just come from solo kills, right? Like just individual performances from, it could come from anywhere on the map, but Scout is often the player we look at as like being able to find those kills. And then off the back of that, all of a sudden LNG could look to blow the game open, or they can just use their control to steadily but securely build up their lead.
I mean, it's clean performances like that that netted him the best MVP throughout the entire year. As Hung and Gala getting pushed back in their own lane, at least Fnatic's bottom lane. Pushing the aggressive for the time being.
Everything going relatively even. You can see a bit of a CS deficit in the mid lane. Conqueror once again for Scout. As Zika continuing his pressure in top lane. Nice trade there from Humanoid. We'll use the phase rush to get away to safety. Keeping my eyes on the jungle once again. Razork. When you see things like Talia and Renekton, often it's a lane that is great for that combo specifically. It's the same reason why Nidalee Renekton was such a powerful combo too.
Oh yeah.
So I was actually kind of expecting him to path towards the top side of the map and look for some early ganks. He's going to walk over this ward. He has full information that it's there. We'll look to clear that one out. But now Tarzan making his way top.
Timing's huge. Counter-strike there, used early. Oscarinin feels safe, but welcome back to the stage, buddy. Tarzan looking to burn the flash, flags out, but holds on to the trigger.
Great awareness there from Oscarinin. I definitely know that I would have died to that gank. Oh, nice E there from Zika as well, mitigating the stun from Oscarinin, hoping to get a good trade. Tarzan using this as an opportunity to get deep vision on the Raptors that are respawning now. Is he going to start those off? Because Razork dropped a ward of his own on the bottom Raptors. Question is, can he actually get here in time? The smite is up from Tarzan. Wouldn't be surprised to see him smite that one just so that he can get away to safety.
Should be super easy. Does exactly what you say, Betty, and walks away. It's crazy going from that last one, like Weibo's pace, to this, right? Yeah. This is the thing about LPL. When you go from games like that to this, and you're like, man, it's 4 minutes in the game, no one's died. What's going on? Why does this feel so strange?
I mean, Fnatic is also the type of team that can very quickly balloon a game out of control.
Like this, maybe.
Don't be surprised when you see Razork looking for like those level 3, level 4 invades. Are they threatening a dive here?
It's
Tarzan's on the way.
Wave. I mean, I'd be scared. There's a flash straight away. Zeka gonna flash away. Straight up, he's got some help though. Tarzan's coming in and they haven't done the damage. Oh no, Oscarinen gonna get knocked up, first blooded, and Tarzan now in a beautiful spot as Razork dodges away from the turret aggro, but this guy is gonna hammer you down. He's the king after all. Razork running for the hills, trying to slow down, but if Scout doesn't kill him, Tarzan sure will give it over to the Azir, and LNG punish.
And they're gonna hand the blue buff over to Scout as well, giving him that advantage in the mid lane. Fnatic tried too hard to force that play. They wanted to make something happen, relieve some of the pressure from Oscarinen, but they went too deep. Tarzan was in a position to counter, and he does just that. 1k gold lead now to LNG.
Betty's disaster early game here, especially when Zika gets mitigated, stays alive. A guy who's so prominent on this Jaxus now, you can see. He wants to go all in. Six is not hit yet, but that's some great damage. And Oscarinen is just forced out. But all those resources given over to some of the carries we talked about, like Tarzan, like Scout, who are now hitting their level 6 or getting close to, as we look at it again.
I mean, the idea is good, you know? The flash in, but the problem is it's not synced up. Once Oscarinen is flashing in, Razork kind of needs to commit to the flash as well. And he uses all of his damage there, so the moment Tarzan arrives, there's nothing that they can do. Zika walks away to safety, and now they're threatening a dive.
Now we're going to show you how we do it, but there's no jungle intervention. Dominus used those to Renekton doing what Renekton does best, but all it takes from Zika is one more bob. But the wave is gone, so he survives.
Nice play there from Oscarinen. He was only level 5. He eat into the creeps, Q'd to get the level up, and then pops the ultimate at the last second, which fully builds up his Fury bar and gets him away to safety. So well played there from Oscarinen. Won't give another kill over to LNG.
Has teleport as well, so he won't lose any CS. It's getting crashed into the turret. So for LNG trying the dive, both dives unsuccessful in their own ways so far from our two teams as Scout. Might get hit here. Trimby setting it up, Shattering Strike. He reads it, but he won't get the Shifting Sands away. Instead, he gets knocked back on in. Scout jukes it out. Okay. Thinks he's going one way, but goes the other.
Yeah, the E wasn't quite interrupted by Trimby. A nice play, did use the Ignite, forces back, but Scout doesn't lose the flash. Maybe he's forced to go back to base, but he does have that health pot, so he's going to say, you know what, I'm fine. Tarzan is covering me. Great work here between the mid-jungle of LNG and Fnatic. That deficit hasn't gotten any bigger, but still concerns start to rise when you look at the scoreboard and you see Tarzan with that early kill and Scout right behind him.
But at least for the side of Fnatic, going to clench some of the gold for now as Oscarinen turret plating, plus he's also got a CS lead. Close to 2 plates actually, and the minions will help him get it. It's a huge amount of gold here for the Renekton that was already 10 CS up with an Iron Spike whip, so feels really nice to say that his return, his debut back on this Fnatic roster, so far, despite the dive not going well, I think you'd say is relatively successful.
Yeah, I mean, it's not all doom and gloom just yet for Fnatic. The deficit is pretty much non-existent thanks to Oscarinen's, turnaround in the top lane 1 versus 1. He's now reset. We'll come back with the Iron Spike whip and the Phage. So he's looking pretty solid. Talia needs to go back to base. And remember, we saw this earlier with Cloud9. Sure, Renekton will eventually get outscaled, but Talia, if she keeps power farming against the Jarvan, she's going to continue to get stronger. The poke is only going to continue to get stronger from Fnatic. Very reminiscent as well of that G2 Damwon series where D+, my apologies.
Yeah, right.
D+, when they got their Varus and their Azir ahead, you saw how devastating that poke could be. So Fnatic just looking to try and do that same thing as LNG will secure this Herald for themselves, largely uncontested. Still Dragon up on the map. It looks like Fnatic are going to respond in kind.
But I just love, you saw on the, thanks to our observers, Hung backs away at the Herald timer and threatens to roam with Tarzan as he normally does. This guy's proximity to jungle is high. He's pretty much like on from BLG, who we'll be seeing next. He syncs up with Tarzan consistently on some of these engaged supports, like you're seeing, who has level 6 now, and starts making plays across the map. So look for that, as the lane proximity to each other isn't really all that high. Zika included, by the way. Some of those fights, some of those early objective fights could be coming from LNG. As it's only a 200 gold lead, but we're still waiting to see when those first items come across, as Dragon, at least for Fnatic, is picked up to open up.
A slow and steady early game. Honestly, kind of what we expected. You already set up how LNG typically like to play the game. Mid to late game is really where this team kind of explodes. Their team fighting is incredibly terrifying. Obviously, Fnatic not really coming in as the favorites in this matchup, but a best of one, a lot can happen. And our eyes are going to be on what Razork can do with this Taliyah.
Favorite says who? Maybe they are the favorites, Vettis. Who decides?
Me. I'm deciding.
You're really deciding.
I've said LNG
I thought you were going to support
In
EU.
this matchup. I can support them with also having realistic jet-lagged eyes, okay? I can. My eyes may be physically in pain right now, but
you're still
I
here, man.
I can see the advantage that LNG is coming in with. I mean, you got to remember, like I was having this argument with Kobe, right? He was like, he thinks that they've been underestimated coming into this tournament, you know? A team that pushed JDG, the tournament favorites, to 5 games multiple times.
Yep.
You're like, why shouldn't they be sitting at the top? Why shouldn't they be considered one of the top teams?
Close.
Nice dodge there. From,
but you're right.
Noah. And, you know, like, it's understandable why they should be rated that high. And, like, there are many analysts out there that do rate them that high, right?
A scout, ulti's out. Okay, there's a flag and drag. Cataclysm down. This is why the mid jungle of LNG is so fierce. Tarzan and Scout, they're pros.
It's a clean execution. And what else is there to say? Humanoid burned the flash, made it easy for Tarzan to lock him down. Now the Herald is here. Trimby and Razork are going to try and mitigate the damage. But the damage is done. TP is available for Humanoid, or it should be in at the very least a few seconds.
Yep.
So you should be able to get back to lane. You can see how LNG slowly but surely securing that lead. And it's exactly the way that you described it. Getting a couple early kills early, and it's not about snowballing out of control. It's about slowly taking your time. And Humanoid, you just wasn't expecting Scout to be in that bush, and how quickly LNG converted that into a kill.
It's so scary when you see resources on Scout, especially as well. Not only the pace being comfortable, but a 2-kill Azir here for Scout as Hung pops a quickness now, looking to knock up Razork, zoning him out, waiting for that flash out. He tried to predict it, and the patience is there. Scout with another. Stop giving him kills.
You can't, man. He's the LPL's MVP for a reason, and it's crazy to see this synergy. Scout, Tarzan, Hung, just moving so fluidly together. There's an opportunity, they're quick to take it. 4-0 now, the kill score in favor of LNG. 1.5k the gold lead.
Again, Fnatic, limited options here. We've seen that top play, but apart from that, I guess Oscarinen with some lane leads.
But it's, to me, something you described. Excuse me.
Oh,
something
right.
you described.
Yeah.
Something you described perfectly, which is LNG aren't necessarily the most proactive team, but they're fantastic at punishing your mistakes. And look at how small this mistake is from Razork. He's just trying to clear a ward in the river, but Scout has priority. Hung is in a position to punish, and Tarzan is making his way through the bottom of the river, right? Everything lines up, and they're just so quick to react to these tiny mistakes that teams will make.
Like this, not doing due diligence, clearing the ward. Of course, Lens is not available, unfortunately, for Razork. But information gathered, Tarzan starts moving up, and look at Hung. Again, not in lane, he's deciding to play ball with Tarzan. Peekaboo! Flag and drag doesn't work, he's like Cataclysm instead. Locked down as Fnatic might punish this. LNG, have they gone too far? Hung now roams on in, quickness is not available, but has the engage, and Fnatic are just going to have to watch him walk out. Maybe?
Scout now on his way.
The engage is there, good flick back, but onto Razork. Scout boops him away. And straight away, his 4th kill. Now Trimby, Oscar in a bad spot as Zika might turn this into a solo kill. This Jax doing it by himself, jumps on in. The rest of LNG watching a Scout, gets his flash out as well. Trimby might be next on the menu, boys, as LNG are 5-0 up. Noah in trouble, but is it Gala really as Humanoid makes a roam down? And finally, it looks like Fnatic are going to strike. It is a trade across the map, though, unfortunately. Well, fortunately for Fnatic, they get 2.
Fnatic are able to get something back, but the problem we're consistently seeing is Scout's priority in mid means that he is always able to move first.
Yep.
Every single play that is happening, it is Tarzan and Hung. And just look at the minimap right now. You can see push in top lane for LNG, push in mid. And this is how Tarzan uses that information so well. Misses the EQ combo, lands the ultimate, gets forced back. But who's the first to collapse? Of course, it is Scout. Makes his way over towards the plate. Razork sticks around too long trying to secure that red buff, which he is just not allowed to contest. And it's another kill going in favor of Scout. Oscar Rinin tries to come and help, but Zika's right behind him. LNG is playing with their pressure so well, and Fnatic is getting torn apart bit by bit.
Slow burn coming through. Now, a couple of kills out for Fnatic can't be understated, but it depends on this next fight as Dragon goes over to LNG. We come back from the replay into a live party. A good charm in the end, as well as Razork's burning down, because Gala is now going to have his say. Demacia returns with a massive arena in the mix. 3 more dead, and LNG continue to fight fire with their own fire.
3 kills and a Dragon to boot. Fnatic get nothing off the back of that play. The only reason this goal gap doesn't look worse is because of Oscar Rinin securing that tower in the top lane. Scout is so far ahead. I talked about being excited about this mid lane matchup, but it's just LNG doing a fantastic job of every tiny mistake Fnatic make. LNG is there to punish it.
That MasterCard lane economy was huge. I mean, Scout Humanoid, it's our matchup, but is it close? Ladies and gentlemen, you can answer that one yourself. Almost 3,000, 6-0 versus 1 and 2. And Vedius, I love how you said it. The priority's been used so well. Scout's getting it first, he's moving. And on this Azir, he now has 2 items versus only 1 for Humanoid.
It's a rough situation for Fnatic to be in. And LNG can just take their time. There's no need to rush anything. The Herald is going to be uncontested. Yeah. You can see Humanoid. I think he may be even setting a bit of a freeze in bot lane. He doesn't need to push it out because they're not looking to contest anything. But LNG can now set their sights on the tier 1 in the top lane, and they should be able to secure this one, with Fnatic having no choices but to give it up.
That'll punch the gold even further up. Tarzan holding onto the Herald, not needing to burn that either. And look, Hung is so annoying. That guy hasn't been in lane for years. I think Gala forgot his name. He's just walking all over the map, consistently hovering around Tarzan, as we know. And now for the inner turret, threatened by the Herald getting dropped down. LNG can always threaten to dive here, Betty. That's the scary thing about this comp.
But LNG is also very respectful. They won't take risks that they don't need to. They know that they're ahead right now, and they're just going to chip away. Humanoid will cross map. Can he get this tower? Looks like he will be able to, and he's going to immediately disengage. He does have information as to where the rest of LNG are, as they secure another tower for themselves.
Cosmic shove there, good onto Hung, but they can't finish up the damage nor keep him in place. LNG make it a turret trade in the end. 3-2. Just look at this replay down towards Dragon, where they're able to find 3 quick kills.
Oh, 62 HP after the smite from Razork means that Tarzan can easily pick that one up. Humanoid was immediately forced to disengage, but he was just run down by Scout, while the other 2 members of Fnatic were chased into the blue and executed by what was a great job and ultimate from Tarzan, but that pretty much just finished the job.
Yeah.
LNG, I think, continued their performance. What you kind of saw from them in the playoffs is exactly what we're seeing from them now. Cool, calm, collected, with Scout just being the beneficiary of all these early kills and doing work with it.
I think we're also seeing what we know of Fnatic, right? If Razork's not in a position of power, if Razork doesn't have control of the game state, then for Fnatic, the direction's not there. And I think we're seeing in this game, 0-4 here has been out-jungled a bit by Tarzan.
Oh, yeah.
Hasn't been able to find that same impact that we've seen. He's such a great aggressive jungler, but unfortunately, it just hasn't been here in their debut in Swiss.
That single force on top lane just had so many consequences for the rest of the game. And LNG, 18 minutes in, 9 kills up, just short of a 4K gold lead, are keeping their pressure up, suffocating Fnatic out of their jungle, chipping away at the tier 2 tower top lane while Gala solo farms in mid. Some clean and excellent League of Legends from LNG right now. It's very clear from this game why you consider them one of the least LPL-like teams in the LPL.
That's right, man. We're not running our heads against the wall. It's not the level 2 gank. It's just concise league, as you were saying, where Scout is so strong, but at least Trimby wants to change that, but the feathers fly out. Straight away, they regret it as Tarzan dives under turret, flashes out. Great seismic shove. Razork, welcome back. He finds a kill as Fnatic mitigating the dive. Well, LNG, a bit of a mistake. They can be control, but sometimes they can throw it all away. And Razork knows. Scout with the turret out's great, but the flick back's even better. Razork has woken up to the show.
Well, Trimby finds a fantastic engage. If nothing else, it buys a little bit of time for Fnatic. Will Noah know? Oh,
close.
Gala chooses to take the safer path, walks away, and goes back to base. So that's 3 kills for Fnatic. Initially, I thought this wasn't going to be good. You even called it in the team fight, right? It looks like they regret it. A good engage from Trimby. The response from Gala is immaculate. And the ultimate coming out from Scout to disengage. But then it's Razork on the flank. We've seen him make these great Talia plays before. I wasn't expecting it right there. He just kind of tore the backline apart by himself, forcing them to disengage. And kind of leaving the front line isolated to allow Fnatic to pick up a couple picks.
And I mean, finally, it's massive, right? Dragon now comes down after the replay. Fnatic move it to only 3,000 as the difference. Back in the game in some regard, but now that Baron's up, LNG on spawner like, hey, Scout still does a quadrillion damage.
It's dead. Look at how fast that dies.
Run. Are they going to get their hung zoning out? Nope. And we are right back to square one as that's a good flick back, however. Razork now on a killing spree, but at the cost of Baron, it is still a net positive for LNG.
I mean, they took that so fast and with such confidence. 20 minutes in, they knew how strong they were, and without any hesitation, they secured that objective, knowing that Fnatic just did the Dragon, knowing that there was a window for them to secure that objective. Great awareness on the map from LNG. And they return to a comfortable position with the gold lead.
Do indeed. 4,000 now, the Red Bull Baron power play. It begins. And just another note, I'm going to keep tracking Scout. He's close to the Sonya's hourglass. He's got all the components. Just needs the finishing touch. And I think this is going to be it with this back here.
I think it will be. It'll be a surprise, but it's guaranteed to be locked in, surely.
A surprise?
Well, we still don't see his item. Where's the item?
I've seen the little square box.
You saw, I was looking at the bottom of my screen.
No. We've got magic down there. Look, 3rd item picked up. That's nice.
If you're an LPL fan, yeah.
Oh, well, tell me how you feel.
Sad. Do you remember I said that my eyes hurt before?
Oh, yeah?
They just bleed now.
Oh, wow.
It's just from the tears of suffering, you know, just the usual, being an EU fan.
The usual.
Just the usual.
How do you think North American fans feel, brother? At least you got something. Look at me talking from my high horse here. Well, look.
We lost to NA, but
yeah, true. That you did. Fnatic try to keep this game going. At least this LPL team is back doing what they did best earlier on. 5,000 once again. Humanoid trying to get something in the side lane. At least getting some gold from Fnatic is good. But against Baron, how much can they hold out?
Well, not for long would be my estimation.
Okay, I like that.
The range that you have on Gala and Scout should be enough. Tarzan losing a bit of HP, but he should be fine overall. Zika has the TP in top lane, so he can join if any fight should kick off. The poke, not bad from Fnatic, but I don't think it's enough.
Well, the Weaver's Wall is out, but Scout's over it. At least trying to mitigate this Baron power play. And again, it hasn't really moved from 1.3k. I mean, less than the Baron itself is worth, so Fnatic can take pride as the all-ins air Scout shuffles back. Humanoid's caught in the middle, but that is a great magnet storm from Tremby. Welcome back, but Zika gets in with the counter-strike. They have to take him out, however, as Scout still not dead. Oscarinen at half HP wants to re-engage, but Gala now on the wing. He flashes onto him, but the cleanse is there. He'll get the kill, he'll survive, and Noah's now in trouble as the turret must go first. But Tarzan backs away. It's a messy one, but it's a 1 for 2 as Gala flashes away almost the 2 for 2.
It's a messy one, as you said. Trimby did everything he could in that situation. He did all the right things. A fantastic engage, and if Fnatic had a little more gold, maybe this fight goes very differently. But look at that engage from Scout, trying to tear Humanoid apart, but the re-engage from Trimby, Humanoid gets the first kill. LNG are forced to escape, but I think the crucial thing here is Gala rooting Oscarinen up, preventing him from getting into the fight. Good flash from Oscar. But then the cleanse from Gala, the ultimate as well to get him to safety. Just LNG kind of beating Fnatic with their wallets there.
Ugh.
But props to Fnatic. They haven't given up just yet. They're trying to find what they can. And a single fight like that could be what they need to turn the game around. But so far, they haven't quite been able to find it.
But Vettis, you know what I think they need? They need Scout, they need Gala, they need one of those big shutdowns. Look at the value of Scout on that Azir.
Oh, yeah.
You take him down, you take away a big source of the damage in this game, and LNG might be left a bit stranded. And remember that Fnatic are also the one with double Dragon. They've got a bit of the mountainous stats as well, as in 30 seconds, it looks like they're going to contest, as they're just waiting for Scout to misstep. But the problem about our MVP is he rarely does.
Yeah, it's annoying. Scout's really good. Really, really, really good. 14 seconds on this Dragon. Scout suffocating Fnatic out of this choke point. They're going to try and find a way through mid lane. They have the push now, but immediately LNG responds. Gala's there to catch the wave. LNG move into that choke point, and look at what they're doing. They're using numbers to zone Fnatic away from the choke itself. So even if they want to try and contest LNG, they kind of have to walk into the feathers, into Scout, and it's such a difficult thing to do. Dragon secured, uncontested. The wall comes down from Razork as Fnatic tried to get themselves a tower.
But does that wall cost them? Oscar in a bit of trouble. Zeka's looking for the 1v1. The rest of Fnatic getting engaged on, or at least looked at once again. They have the inside track to mid, but the minion wave thinned out as Tarzan goes the all-in, but misses. Cataclysm's down, but Razork survives. Meanwhile, on the back of it, Trimmy gets a Magnus Storm, but no one's... G are looking for the finishing touches, and just while Fnatic were looking closer to bringing this back, they are separated. That blast going a little bit troll, but over the wall, Scout is legendary with Gala looking for another kill. He ults out. Next is Razork, and ladies and gentlemen, LNG return to the powerhouse.
Some of these fights look so close for Fnatic, but they're just too far behind. Scout will pick up another one. Humanoid is the last man standing. The gold gap continues to increase. 9-0-4 is the scoreline for Scout. Honestly, Tarzan, he over-aggressed there. I know he had the stopwatch to buy time, but I think he went in way too deep. And it could have been a very dangerous fight for LNG, but the backline make it work. They're largely untouched, and you'll see it here. Tarzan sees an opportunity, flashes in, gets stunned up, takes so much damage. And then this engage on Trimmy onto the backline is good, but he's isolated. He doesn't actually create the space that he wants to, as Zika now gains access onto the backline. Humanoid is chased away, and Fnatic are just forced to retreat.
A blast cone almost sending Noah to his doom as well. But from over the wall, Scout gets his 9th kill. And LNG, let's have another one. We're at 7,000 gold lead. Scout, his total damage, far and above Zika, who was already far and above Razork. And as you were saying, Betty, I mean, there were some great moments from Fnatic. I think we can't discount the fact that Fnatic here in this game, there were some great elements of coming back in. Razork as well with his pick potential was huge. But the problem is that no one's capitalized. No one's gotten that gold off of Scout, off of Gala. And there's always another element of engage, and that's a problem with Spear Shojin too.
Yeah,
Flag and drags up every 3 seconds or something.
I think the problem is that these plays have just come in too late, right?
Yeah.
And that single force in top lane, I think, had such a cascading effect in how it set up Scout for success. Level 16 for him, level 16 for Gala. Level 17 for Zika. He is hovering around in this interim, now moving over towards mid, playing on 2 lanes. I like what LNG is trying to do here, chip away at the towers. And again, calm, patient play from LNG. To a degree, it can feel slow, but they're sub 30 minutes right now.
Yep.
They've been commanding, they've been decisive, and they've been clean.
As we talked about the comp, right? You know, you've got Xayah, you've got Azir. Look at the elements of play that they can choose to play from. As Zika goes between, there's the Weaver's Wall to separate, but LNG have flag, drags, and the thank you, ma'ams. The charms there, knocked up. Trimby is in a bouncy castle, but he ain't 4 years old. That man gets out of there straight away, but Scout again! That's our MVP, but as he goes golden, Fnatic are trying to get the shutdown. Zika jumps back in, Scout still lives, Gala lives, everyone from LNG sitting there. The man who's a pentakill king is looking down 2 more. A triple in the bag as Razork tries to do it again, at least getting one onto Zika. The feathers around, the inhibitor down. Razork next up, but Scout takes it, and he deserves it. A double for the mid lane legend, and LNG hold up to their name. They won't be dropping to EU 2nd seed. They'll be holding the LPL rep high as it flies today.
3 LPL teams find themselves victorious today, and LNG do it in commanding fashion, sub 30 minutes.
Yep.
But this was a perfect representation of how LNG play. Patient, collected, and just, they are phenomenal at punishing your mistakes. The way that the whole team reacts to anything is just fantastic. It feels like that their eyes are glued to the minimap at all times with the way in which they move around the map and they find opportunities. This is going to be a scary team to play against because how do you beat them? You don't make mistakes.
That's right. Even when they make some themselves, they then go back to that very easy approach of gameplay that we talked about. There was that dive topside where it was a little bit back and forth, a little bit clumsy, Razork punished, but how many more moments were there like that? I mean, LNG, their windows into the game are few and far between. There's a lot of people saying this is our 2nd best team. I think in moments in this game you can see why, and you can see why Scout is such a legend. Like, this is our best mid lane, or at least one of our best here at Worlds.
I definitely agree. Been super impressed with what we've seen from Scout. His debut performance, I think it was 11-0-7, the final scoreline. He did not die. And there's a reason why so many people regard him as one of the best mids at the tournament. Maybe even the best mid. Of course, still a lot of opposition to go through.
Yeah.
He's going to be joining the other LPL teams.
Wouldn't say that yet, because if we say that, people are going to get a little bit upset,
Well,
especially if they want to switch.
I hope we get to see the rematch versus Knight. I hope we get to see some matchups against Chovy. A lot of exciting stuff for us to see up ahead moving forward with this LNG roster.
Yeah, hopefully. It's LNG who are exciting. It's our 2nd last of Swiss. Ladies and gentlemen, Vetis, I believe we're going to throw it to the analyst desk, are we? Or are we not?
Is that what that says? I don't know.
Oh, well.
I don't
Let's not. Let's get our Oppo player of the game instead going. Because who else could it be but Scout?
I mean,
surely.
it has to be, right? This man is fantastic. I mean, we've only sung his praises. But actually, it turns out you're right. We've talked too much.
Have we?
We were just waiting for someone. So now we're ready for the desk.
I've spoiled her. I've thrown a spoiler in anyway. So I guess at the very least, we can throw it over at some point. Bye. Thanks, Betty.
Bye. Bye. Let's ask the audience. Who do you think was not here when they needed to be?
Anyone?
Who could have guessed? You can let us know. Let us know. We don't know. You know, Fnatic, they weren't there, seemingly, for some of that game. That was rough. And that was really great out of LNG, I think. It was really rough from the side of Fnatic, and it was particularly really great out of our Oppo player of the game, Scout.
Yeah, I obviously like it when Fnatic succeeds, but as a storyteller, I do enjoy it when we set up a player like Scout, the LPL MVP, and then he delivers. Because not only did he get 11 kills this game, but his movement was clean, he was setting up plays, he was shifting in aggressively in multiple different situations. He really did have maybe the best single performance of the day, dare I say?
I like that.
It's hard with like...
It's been a long day.
You know, I forgot some, I gotta say, but I mean, he's making
That's what I feel like
for
right
it.
now, so I'm gonna say it.
Yeah, and it's not, I mean, that's, I don't want to say that's surprising, right? When you look at kind of Scout's career and his trajectory, and I think maybe some people think back to kind of like some performances, some singular performances, maybe at Worlds last year, whatever. But it doesn't take away from the fact that he's such a phenomenal player, and particularly in the LPL, he's had an incredible year, and it's just class, right? And it's timeless, and you can see it here.
Definitely so. And LNG as a team, too, we kind of touched on this story with some people underestimating them, but they were so close with JDG in both of those best of fives, and this absolute domination here really does kind of put them in the forefront for people's minds. I think Tarzan had a really good opening to the game as well. As much as Scout has the biggest damage bar here, and well-deserved, Gala had some really good movement as well, dodging so many things with the ultimate, with his flash as well. So
really big day for the LPL so far.
Huge.
They're pretty good.
They're 3-0,
Yeah.
right? Best region so far. We'll see what happens in the next game.
BLG, KT.
With KT and BLG, the two regular season gods. But in terms of the overall storylines of the World Championship, Korea, traditionally, even if they are underhyped coming into Worlds because LPL is dominant MSI, has really dominated the group stage, which would be considered the Swiss stage right now. Maybe we're seeing a little bit changing of the guard.
It's day one of the Swiss stage.
But it's different.
It's just best of ones
but
right
there's
now.
only like 2 days of best of ones.
Specifically, Korea's been better on day one.
This is
so
just
this is the change.
Yeah, I mean, I'll run with it. And also, we've only got 2 days of best of ones. Okay, there's 16 of them in those 2 days.
True.
But we've only got 2 days. I think LNG looks scary, and you're right. I think overall, LPL looks scary as well. But we are going to take a quick break in just a second. And as we're approaching the final game of the day, of course, if you missed any of the action, which I would understand, you can check out all the VODs and the highlights of Worlds 2023 over at youtube.com/gaming. We'll be right back with BLG versus KT.
Just do that
They
QR
should be
code.
rated that high. Like, there aren't many analysts out there that do rate them that high, right?
The scout ulti's out. Okay, there's a flag and drag. Cataclysm down. A good charm in the end as well as Razork's burning down because Gala is now going to have his say.
I can engage now if you want to go.
Yeah, I'm going. Go.
Look on Azir, Here's stopwatch.
Okay. Look at that's it.
Nice.
I get the 3 here.
You're alone with it. Okay. Look at that. Nice.
The inhibitor down, Razork. Next up, the scout takes it, and he deserves it. A double for the mid lane legend.
Bringing in a new roommate to save money, is that the plan?
Say hi to Glenn from work.
Yeah, I think I have a much better plan. We switched to my plan from Verizon.
That is a good plan. Glenn.
Get my plan starting at just $25 when you bring your own phones. Plus, save when you add perks like the Disney Bundle. It's your Verizon.
I'm an ocean, like a grenade. You can't hold it, no. I'm leaving ashes wherever I go. I strike matches, and just to see the smoke, I let go, turn loose. You better run when I'm lighting the fuse. I'm all in, I can't lose. I'm about to catch fire. It gets hotter, close to the sun. When you're a renegade, on the run. 'Cause there's victory in the palm of my hand, and I'll be the last one to stand in the end. It's getting dark now, so I'm gonna let the spark out. Let go, turn loose. You better run when I'm lighting the fuse. I'm all in, I can't lose. I'm
everyone to Worlds 2023 live from Seoul, South Korea, as we have 7 games behind us and 1 left to go. And you know,
one banger.
Yes,
this one is going to be a banger.
If you're snoozing, if you're almost napping, if you're saying this has been a long day, this is when you're going to wake up. BLG versus KT. It's almost like a headliner, I feel like, for day 1 of the Swiss stage.
In terms of total team strength, this is the best match of the day, by far.
Yeah.
And these two teams are absolutely furious that they have to play in the first round. Like
yes,
the same way that Cena and Mad were happy to get each other, these guys were really angry that they had to play each other.
One of the scariest things is that one of these two teams is going into the 0-1 pool.
Oof.
This is going to be the biggest shark in that pool that we will see about the draw afterwards that nobody wants to draw.
Crazy. And we're also then going to see if the LPL is going to go 4-0 today in case of a BLG win. If, you know, in that case, it would be a 2-2 coming out of Korea, or if they're going to go 3-1 with KT winning that last game. A lot of stakes at the end of the day.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to the regional overreactions if that ends up happening.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, 4-0 versus 2-2 is a lot different than China 3-1.
It's very different. Let's take a look at BLG and kind of their year. I think the international audience fell in love with them during MSI, probably,
the
right?
big swagger.
I mean, yeah.
Listen, and then also throughout the entire LPL summer split, 15-1 in the regular season, but 0-7 in series against JDG.
So the best team in the LPL, or maybe even the world, if JDG doesn't exist.
So people people keep saying that, but they also lost to LNG pretty handily. I'm like, yeah, if JDG didn't exist and LNG.
No, I disagree. If you lose, they are so tilted after losing to JDG again. The LNG game was 2 days later. Like, imagine the thing that you're most insecure about in life, Kobe, like, happened to you. And then 2 days later, you like, I beat you in a basketball game. Like, you're not going to say that I'm better than you at basketball.
No shot. Give the credit to LNG. They
so I am better than you at
credit.
basketball.
Fine. I will take that hit to win this argument and get LNG their credit.
I'm so confused. Is LNG good at basketball?
We'll see. I'm not sure.
Yes.
What I do know is
BLG good at basketball.
Was very good at dunking on people. Bin specifically getting so many roams from his support, who has the lowest lane percentage of all supports in the World Championship, actually. They're an incredibly aggressive team, an incredibly fast-paced team. Part of the reason they're able to steamroll the LPL regular season, and I still think they're a force.
And the fact that On roams the most of everybody at the entire tournament is actually balanced by Elk still being one of the most aggressive AD carries that has made his way here. Plus, he's very efficient with the gold that he does get. Even though he's not getting as much attention from the rest of the team, he is one of the most efficient with the damage he's able to deal with.
I'm glad that we're giving them their praise, because I think some people maybe, you know, as how the playoffs went in LPL and, you know, they weren't able to run it back. And then there was a lot of time before we saw them again. But I think if you look at the year that BLG has had how much they incrementally improved after everything they did, if they did get knocked out, I think that's something that they should be really proud of and makes them really, really dangerous.
It's also really impressive that they're a team with a very distinct style in a time where a lot of teams have become homogenous. They still will pick Fiora for Bin in their last-ditch effort. They still let Shun play Kha'Zix and Nidalee. Right? Fine, go play some assassin junglers. Still have been on these split pushers, and it's a very unique style that they are playing to the very top level. The regular season dominance, though, is something that they actually share with their opponent, KT, who also got memed on a lot for having every single player be on the All-Pro team and then also losing in playoffs.
It's not quite as kryptonite as JDG to BLG, but KT to T1 is pretty bad.
Yeah.
Because they had such a dominant regular season, only losing one match, getting all 5 of their starters voted for First Team LCK All-Pro, but then when they chose their playoff opponent, they chose T1, who they then lost to, so that moved them to 0-3 in series against T1 in 2023. But overall, this team was very scary in the LCK until the playoffs, aiming a big part of that. He led all LCK bot laners in gold at 14. Gold difference.
Exactly.
And that's in contrast to what we're talking about with Elk, who did not get any of the resources, way less gold, yet still performed
very well.
When it mattered. I know we have Mao standing back because he's about to cast, but I think we should pull him in because when it comes to KT, I mean,
is he
LCK
excited?
Caster, is he? Is he excited for KT? Are you happy to see that?
So this is a very sensitive topic, and if you're not, if you don't know, if you've never seen this KT, if you don't know rules for you, might be like, why were they joking about excited? The excited, or the E word, as it's often dubbed by KT fans. I'm not kidding. You will get tweeted at afterwards if you say you're excited about KTs because this team has a lot of history, and a lot of it, unfortunately, isn't great. Falling in Game 5 to IG in 2018, right?
I liked that game.
I know.
That was my favorite.
I mean, that was a great series. But I think that curses aside, KT really should be respected here. And yes, they dropped out in playoffs. They were unable to keep the, I think, basically perfect streak going of LCK teams who finished with as well of a record as they did in summer, actually winning the split. But they lost by 2 games, right? And this were excruciatingly close series that could have gone either way. And I'm just hoping we get to see the world's form of players like BDD, who actually were 1 game away from knocking out EDG in 2021.
Very consistent as well. I'm kind of scared of BDD, especially when...
Should be, yeah.
In the downs, you're like, well, at least BDD's still there and still reliable force. One of the best mid laners in the world still. So, I don't know. I wouldn't be scared, though, if I had more faith in BLG, which I should as an LPL caster.
Do you?
Surely I should.
Tell me, Asterix. How are you feeling?
I mean, look, BLG might have lost out to LNG. They might be the 3rd seed, or sorry, the 2nd seed. I almost walked into that myself. But they're still insane. It's just that JDG get to them.
Yeah.
And then any other team
Which is
falls
fair,
to the wayside.
because JDG.
Yeah. But still, BLG are monsters. I mean, the desk are on it. They know.
Yeah, I'm ready. Do we still have the desk? Can we still?
Oh, we could. We could if we wanted. I don't know. We could just chill out.
I mean,
here.
I'm fine with you.
Dude, you just came in. You're a very strange-looking Vedius.
Well, yeah, because I'm not. Because it was KT, so I kind of had to.
Well, hell yeah.
Although I have casted a lot of KT losses.
Yeah, Atlas backstage was like, he's a bad luck charm, which maybe is very good for me.
I hope not. I would like for a 3-1 to happen for my region. I'm sure you'd be happy to go 4-0.
Yeah.
But I think what we're both looking for is quality gameplay. And I do want to go a little bit more into, because we talked a lot about BLG, as did the desk, right? But for KT, I think mainly today I'm going to be looking towards the form of Lehens in particular. Because Lehens' playoffs were not pretty. He had a lot of struggles, and I think particularly against Elkin On. You can't really...
You can't
really for that. No,
you can't. But is he in lane? Does he stay in lane a bit?
Depends, really. Yeah. I think ideally for KT, he won't.
Well,
and he'll head out. But we'll see if he gets the opportunity.
I'm going to tell you many things about BLG. One of them is that On won't be there anyway. So if you're looking for a 2v2, throw that out the window. But BLG first. Bin is looking fresh, by the way.
A great move. He dyed his hair blonde. I think that's.
You think people that do that, they know what they're doing, eh? Well,
I'd say so.
Chronicler himself then. Look, BLG, in all reality, our 2nd seed based on points. It was a spring finish, of course, against JDG. They didn't win, but they went to MSI. We saw it in the MSI finals as well, their rivalry. And then we got to summer. We almost did the same thing again, but of course, LNG clinched that finals position. But due to points, to round this out, BLG are our 2nd seed. And are our best regular season finishers ever. 15-1. No team has ever done that.
Not only that, I think for me, even though JDG won it, BLG was the big story of MSI. They were kind of the breakout stars, right? The fact that they were able to handle the dispatch of both T1 and Gen G, although not in that order, ended up being, I think, something insanely shocking. Of course, overthrown by the fact that they then faced against JDG.
Well, that's right. And also, look, I'll come back and just to roll it into KT as they come on the stage and, of course, have home ground support. I mean, a historical organization. Everyone loves the Telecom Wars, and everyone loved the T1 KT rivalry that we got in playoffs as well, 5-game series.
And even at the beginning of the year when KT wasn't in the form that they were in summer, they still, every single time they faced off against T1, those series were amazing. I can only hope we get that type of gameplay.
Yep.
And it's also, I think KT to me is a story of a lot of redemptions. BDD last year on Nongshim had one of the worst years of his career. And that's coming off of him almost, again, having a great run at Worlds 2021. And Keen, he is still part of Africa 2018, which you say 2018 to an LCK fan, and they'll know. They'll have a tough time. Yeah, I think for Keen, it's a really big opportunity to try and show, particularly against the player, as not only strong, but also I think as iconic as Bin.
That's right. Bin's lane is everything, really. It's not always about the solo kills. It's not always about the turret plays. It's about this guy just naturally beating out and being better than the majority of LPL top laners. Is Keen too hard to ask for? I mean, again, these are quality top laners. And when I look at Keen, especially Chronicler, I look at this top laner and I go, man, regular season Keen, one of the best players in LCK.
Oh, yeah,
he was
100%.
insane.
And then, yeah, I appreciate you don't bring up playoffs because it was.
I did say regular season for a reason.
Because I do think that even though Keen's drop-off was not quite as sharp as particularly Lehens, who I think really was one of the big reasons why the series against T1 was as rough as it was, he also didn't look the same. And against BLG, I think he's going to have to step up to the form that we know. That man has had a harder carry gain on Quinn than I've seen in a really long time, and he was also facilitated very well by the rest of the team. And we'll see if he's able to do that here today, because if not, I'm a little bit worried about my LCK record. I would really like it to be nice and even on day one.
Yeah, you would, wouldn't you?
Yeah, no, that'd be great. But I would love that.
I mean, look, I'm not sure if BLG are going to allow it. However, I can say, you know, coming to meet in the middle, the fact that this finishes off day one of Swiss, like, it's perfect. BLG and KT,
it's a headliner.
It's massive. Big names, big growing names on both the rosters. Redemption arcs mixed with, I guess, narratives that are just only taking place now. On is a great one for me. Remember, came into Suning after the era of Sword Art, after 2020. He was, in his first couple of years, not the greatest support. Just going to throw that out there, and it's something obviously we can touch on as we get in the game, because BLG on blue, KT on red. Chronicler, take me through the priority bans, the must-dos against KT.
It's tough because KT were a team that I think was outside of specifically the Kai'Sa for aiming, which I do expect to be just prioritized here on BLG's side. A team that actually was very willing to go deep into their champion pools, because was leaning very strongly towards things like the Viego as well as the Sejuani. But outside of that, it's hard to really pin down what to expect from KT. As mentioned, I do think that archetypical KT draft, you look at a strong lane for Keen and BDD with Cuz on something that can scrap towards the top side of the map, aiming on something self-sufficient. Particularly during the Shiv Kai'Sa era, where Kai'Sa could just be under a turret forever and clear very easily. That was also something that he used to great effect. And I want to see what we get here for Lehens, because again, I think comfort for that player and him having a big game here is going to be absolutely pivotal. Also happy to see that Hirai, his back was absent for large parts of KT's run toward the later end of the split.
But as we go for first pick, just a quick side tangent. If you're talking about something comfortable in Lehens, I mean, this guy plays anything and everything. I'm more curious to see if Rakan gets taken away here, because for On, also another big pick. Alistar has been massive today as well. Yeah. While not always successful, I think just here we're showing the priority of Alistar in our first couple of red side drafts.
And I think, knowing KT, they might want to go for the Alistar, but you have to break up the Lovers duo. Can't really give that over. Simply takes away too many of the weaknesses that are normally associated with the Xayah lane. And it's going to be a continued reliance here on this Taliyah. Now, I know Taliyah has mostly been a flex for KT. Would expect this to go towards BDD. It's a pick that works really well with his style, where he tries to play heavily towards his side lanes. We'll see if that's actually where it goes, depending on the response from Yagao.
And it's also a really good takeaway from Yagao on that note as well. This guy is a supportive mid. He flexes down to his sides. Elk never gets attention from On, so at least he needs a brother and comrade in arms to help give him some leverage. More importantly, Bin is a focus as well. So this time around, we're going to get the chase. Could go top, could go mid, but a lot of the time that has been for Yagao.
Chase Maokai, obviously a very feared combination.
Good duo.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. I do think that the Maokai is not as strong as it was, but we've still seen in this tournament. Does what it says on the box. For KT, though, getting aiming on Kai'Sa, I think, is a really big win. I do think that aiming, to me, is the player that over the years has improved the most on KT. I was not a big fan of aiming. He was great at times, but then other times, you know the Jackie Love killer instincts, where you're like, Jackie, no, but then he does it anyway. Aiming had a few of those as well, but with a little bit less on the upswing.
Had a few of them in the LPL too. Remember, aiming was on BLG.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
You know, in the time of Zekka as well. So it's funny how these guys kind of met, and funny how these organizations end up meeting again as well.
And but he didn't do any of that. I think his playoffs was actually the only one on KT who looked like themselves.
Yep.
And we'll see if he's able to maintain that level, because I think high pressure situations have been this player's kryptonite at time. As we do see the Alistair, no surprise, Nautilus remains like, I feel like Nautilus is banned second rotation every single game.
It really is, isn't it?
He's good enough to be banned, but not to be picked in the first rotation.
Especially against LPL supports, I think, at the moment. Chris was the only one I'm a bit sus on, but he showed up with the Leona rather earlier on. But against on, these are quality bans. You've also taken away the Rakan. So some of the engage options for one of our best supports in our league, if not the best, honestly, at the moment, is minimized. KT have done their research, while on the other side, they're thinking, hey, okay, we know BDD, as you said, Chronicler, is going to be taking this Taliyah towards mid. Let's get rid of some of the engage options from Cuz. This feels like a specialty. I'll let you take it.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I love that. Cuz has not pulled this one out in a while, but it is a pick that I think is very undervalued right now.
Okay.
I think that obviously do need to make sure that you actually get through the early game, as Rel really the only like S-tier engage support still available, so it wouldn't surprise me if that gets locked in.
Yep.
And I do think that specifically the combination of Taliyah and Zach can run into some issues in the early game. Merc Threat's really high value, and so is Amar. But at the same time, the team fighting that KT have been able to pick up with cousin picks like this is really, really a big part of what made the team so versatile throughout the summer split.
Well, with that locked in, I mean, it's already spiced up the draft. BLG going for a different approach. I mean, Bin is someone who plays carries top. He doesn't really play tanks outside of the Cassante. So it's not completely new, but it's not his perfect wheelhouse. A little bit disappointing when we hyped up, you know.
Waiting for the blind Fiora.
Yeah, is it going to
The
come?
gauntlet? Well, no, I mean, I would have loved that from Ben.
Yeah.
But I think that this is a good call. And yeah, I think ideally you'd want to go towards the Gwen here, which we've seen be very successful against the Cassante.
Yep.
But that would leave you with a full AP topside, which makes itemization, particularly for Cassante and Maokai, like very, very straightforward. On the flip side, though, BLG also very samey damage profile, very AD focused. Wouldn't surprise if we see Shun go for like the hybrid first strike and demonic embrace build, try and get some damage from there. And looking at these two drafts, I think that for KT, right, on my end, you have Lens on something that can roam, BDD on something that can impact the map. Only point of worry for me is how well is Keen individually going to perform, because I do think Aatrox kind of needs these pop-off moments. And how is that mid-jungle 2v2 for Cousin BDD going to go? Because Taliyah, Zach, early on, bit rough.
Yeah, a little bit rough, but again, look, I'm kind of just wondering what form KT are going to be in. There's a lot of questions coming into this, right? I know LCK fans will be saying the same thing. And it's strange because there's another part of me seeing the contrast between them and BLG. It's like, what form of BLG are we going to get in? Because last time we saw them was against LNG. It was a loss. It was a little bit disappointing, and they've had a lot of time off. Of course, naturally securing their position thanks to points. So a lot of questions hopefully to be answered, and we get to find out at the end of Swiss Day 1 here at Worlds. Whose cuisine reigns supreme?
And that one locked and loaded?
Yeah.
I love it.
I mean,
it's a good one.
To be honest, for about 5 seconds only, but it was in there.
Really?
Yeah. My brain.
Look at you.
Sometimes, you know.
Incredible. I have to get used to this. It's our first cast together.
That's true, with another Australian.
I know.
You walked out of LCK cast into LPL cast, but Australians just reign everywhere.
Yeah, I hope Atlas is okay.
He'll be all right.
I hope he'll forgive me.
He'll get over it.
Sure he will.
I think he likes me. I don't know. We'll be right.
I think it's a safe bet.
Yeah.
I think you can make a statement.
Well, welcome nonetheless. BLG versus KT, as we were saying before, we've hyped this one up because these two teams, you know, expectations fell a little bit short in playoffs. It's third seed versus second seed, but remember that BLG finished third in playoffs too. So because they qualified on points, a lot of people are saying LNG are our second best team. In terms of, you know, how we rounded out the split, and BLG are our third.
And this is kind of the, and you never know, right? But KT, how they looked against Gen G seemed like it was so much of a more comfortable matchup for them, where their strengths, I think their mid-game acceleration, and the way that they can break open games in early game, while still having a really consistent team fight, and sideline impact, was something that Gen G seemingly was able to really deal with. And obviously, And I will defend the decision from KT to pick T1 because T1, you gotta understand, they even knowing that Faker came back, right? They looked really rough even before when he was still in.
Yep.
Is something that I don't think you can hold against KT, but it does leave a lot of questions of what if they had just gone for the obvious choice, picked Hammer, would have gone from there, but we don't know, and we never will, and we'll see if they can find a return to form for themselves here today.
You'd hope so. Again, BLG, big task to ask. I think more importantly, while you're talking about playstyles there, just a quick note for anyone who didn't watch the LPL, BLG, this is a team that skirmishes very heavily. They're not the best team fighting team. That goes to JDG.
It's quintessential
LPL. That's
exactly.
right. That's right. And look, you look at this draft and you're like, what does this team do very well? Well, I think there's going to be a lot of fighting, a lot of skirmishing coming through. Ladies and gentlemen, don't forget, there's one thing you need to do out there as well. Don't forget to connect your League of Legends account with Prime Gaming to grab the exclusive Experimentation. Damn, so close. The emote, of course. You know what I'm talking about.
I've seen enough Heimer at Worlds 2022. Like I don't fault you for that. That was not a fun meta.
You all get what I'm saying anyway. Heimer wins lane, so I guess it works out anyway. But
I'm not sad that Champion is gone. He didn't really allow for a lot of interactive gameplay.
Very true.
Looking at the early game here, we do see aiming also going for call, which is about as face-up of a I don't expect a lot to happen in lane as we can possibly get.
Yep.
And I want to see to what extent BLG is able to actually punish Cuz, because I do think that if Zach just gets to get to at the very least level 6, but ideally to level 9 when Elastic Slingshot is maxed, becomes so much harder for a lot of these champions on BLG to really play the game. Bindo starting off very well here in the early game. Keen struggling to pick up the CS under the turret.
I mean, this is what we know Bin for, a great laner. And again, Keen might have been regular season hero, but we know recency there as well. Bin has a recency, Keen doesn't. So I think it's more important to note that so far expectations being hit in the top lane, while Cuz has hit level 4, has the extra range on Slingshot here, Chronicler. That angle is so genius, but Yagal's like, nah, never mind. Gates out, brings it back, shove! Only mildly in the air.
Oh, I think because of the position of the wall there, Yagal didn't actually get thrown onto the E. Wouldn't have made a difference, right? Early Talia damage is
maybe a flash.
Not something, maybe. Yeah, I think, I think Yagal, he's cool like that. He'll just...
It'd pay respect.
No, I don't know if he would. I don't think you have to. Like, early Talia really is... I say as someone who plays a lot of jungle Talia, it doesn't feel as good as it used to, unfortunately. Does mean that Cuz is able to get a little bit of early action going. Also picked up the bot side Scuttle, so won't be falling too far behind in that regard. We'll see if he's actually able to do anything, because I do think that trying to gank the Cassante early on when the Aatrox doesn't really have any items yet is somewhat of a tough ask.
True. Very hard indeed as Yagal runs out with mana in mid. Bin will just look for the shove in top side. Still that CS lead. I mean, it's impressive that we start the game off 5 minutes in. Bin is already doing exactly what you want.
I have flashbacks to this, and they're not good. At MSI, Sean level 4 in bot lane.
Yeah.
That happened a lot, man.
Quite creative with his angles. I mean, he's on a ward, but KT not respecting. Flash burnt by Lehens. Shouldn't did burn his own, but you get a summoner out of the bottom lane at the very least.
Yeah, I'm not too sure about that one, Lehens. I do think because Sean actually had to flash, might be calling maybe on that. It's a maybe, right? But knowing that the Maokai is there, it feels like he should be able to just absorb the pressure and buy space for Cuz. Because again, Cuz just wants to farm as much as he possibly can. While Sean does indeed go for the Giant's Belt first, so might be heading towards at least a Demonic Embrace, but didn't go first strike. So that does mean that some of the damage, I think we saw it in the game of G2 against D+, right? How much that still could do in the late game. Cuz just going for the same gank again.
Same. Yagal's part of it's like he's expecting it to come through. He wants that cannon, but hang on, this time the flash is gone. If it doesn't work the first time, just try again.
Yeah, and like extra level on your Slingshot, easy peasy. Gets the flash there now. We'll have to see whether they're actually able to aggressively punish this lack of flash from Yagal, as Elk and On might be looking to contest the Dragon here, but with Shun on the other end of the map, don't think that they can really get too much going. Aiming still catching the wave though.
Ooh. Interesting angle here.
Oh, BDD has ult.
No vision gain. Cuz now appears out of nowhere. On's like, hang on a minute, there's 4 people surrounding. Weaver's wall's been picked up. BDD with his level 6 uses it well, but On now flashes over the wall. The shove not connecting. They dissipate, but hang on. Elkwith goes to Shattering Strike. They're turning a 2v4. Elk's out. The feathers, one more, but Cuz holds on to the bloblets. And Elk was feeling that one.
Still, a really big success here because the gank is absorbed, no dragon goes over to KT, Yagao gets unmatched waves in mid,
that's right,
able to pick up a plate as well, and Shun is able to just farm his top side of the jungle. Now 12 CS ahead here. And KT going in aggressively there, but a little bit disjointed there, right? You have BDD on one side of the wall, and then you had Cuz on the other end, but not really able to actually lock down. And you have aiming and Lahens without ultimate, so they don't offer too much in terms of early damage or playmaking.
Yep.
And the first play from KT not quite working out.
I mean, again, Cuz has been really creative with these angles. I think you could say the same happened again, but as the all-in comes through, Lahens tries to set up for aiming. Problem is, no quickness there, nor any damage to follow through. And On just holds on while he waits for Elk to return to lane, while BDD, that ulti's not available, but he's starting to try and move around the map. And this is what I love, you know. BDD and Yagao, I know they share some similarities. I expect this is Yagao. Talia, he moves across, he moves that pressure to one of the side lanes. BDD doing exactly that here in this opening game.
Oh, Shun has his ultimate available.
He can match it across. Aiming, no, just picked up 6 though. On goes for the all-in. Lahens just walks it out against Rakan. Even without the flash, it is pretty hard.
And while the previous play was absorbed by the bot lane of BLG, KT now returns the favor. And immediately, with the shove there for Keen, they're able to start up the Heralds. KT looking to pick up an early objective. We'll see if BLG try to go for a response or just fight them.
Just do that. I mean, this team skirmishes all the time. Shun held on to his ulti. Bin has his with flash as well. Herald's going to go down, but look at the shock blast damage. Zoning the eye while aiming onto Elk. The cleanse out immediately. The flash is there. Forward he goes. Second skin. First blood for aiming. Take that, BLG, he says.
And aiming, getting a first blood on the Kai'Sa is going to make KT fans extraordinarily happy.
Yep.
This is the champion he kept getting. I think it was like a 10-game win streak, and everyone was like, why? Why does he keep getting Kai'Sa able to punish the overextending Elk? Now, BLG was able to deny the actual pickup of the Herald, but they won't get the objective themselves. But with aiming picking up a kill on the bot side of the map, I think KT is still going to be very happy. A lot of CS denied here as well to Elk. On trying his best to pull the wave back so that the gank doesn't hurt as much, but big win for KT.
It's 500 gold lead off the back of that as well. As you mentioned, aiming on Kai'Sa, getting a lead is just naturally something to get excited for. I'm sure the KT fans out there can agree. But more importantly, I think it helps with this next setup coming through. Dragon's still not touched. I guess we can talk about it in a second, and we'll see how this solo kill followed out.
It's just a bait, right? Aiming not actually on any vision. Lahens also was pathing towards bot. Looked like he was actually responding.
What happened here?
Yeah, they didn't. I did timeout, as mentioned. So good job on BLD on that one because they were a member up, because Lahens wasn't actually there.
Yep.
But with the kill going over, I think KT's still going to be not too unhappy about it. It's been.
Oh, hang on. Keen at half HP. Is the World Ender going to be popped out? Not yet. Looking for the flip of the wrist. Gets Keen, but again, holds on to that all out. Bin continues to do well in this lane despite what's happening in the bottom side as we continue to wait for this Dragon a little bit later than what we've seen for the rest of today with 10 minutes in and both teams trying to pivot around. That's a long way for Cuz to go if he wants a sausage roll, but he's just going to walk out for that one and Elk stands his ground.
Pretty sure he was also standing on vision, so good job on Elk making sure that he absorbs that. Cuz does have his passive, but doesn't really want to get caught by On here.
An award for the time being. Slingshots out. Shattering Strike zones. BLG thinking about starting it, luring them in on the Scuttle Crab. On takes away the Blast Cone as well. KT looking at this one. Elk's tagged on the back end. Lahens looking for the engage. Cuz is there. Teleport as well. Elk immediately ults and he's about to turn into Flubber for the time being. I mean, Cuz is out of action, but can he rejuvenate? No! And the engage from On is massive as well. Quickness out. KT burning flashes left, right, center, but should now twisted advance. Aiming's going to drop down. And just as we're singing the praises of KT, BLG fight back.
Really big play there by BLG, able to turn around the engage from KT seemingly not on the same page. And crucially there, Keen's TP was a couple of seconds off. The moment that Bin channels his teleport, I think KT, rightfully so, says, hey, we can't win this. We have to back off. But at that point, the damage is already done. Cuz has already gone in. The follow-up isn't really there. And yeah, again, look at the timing here, right? Great setup as well. Bin already has priority. And even with BDD making his way over, this is way too early from Cuz. If the Talia is already there and you have some threat, maybe that's enough. Instead, lands BDD, get rooted up by the ultimate from Shun, making an easy setup for On. And by the time Bin joins, the rest of KT are just trying to get out of there.
And Elk picked up the kill from that as well. So one apiece here for both AD carries. The difference is that aiming is getting to the item first. Close for Elk it must be. To mention that there's going to be a bit more power here coming through from KT's AD carry.
The one upside for KT, and the reason why I think the gold still skews slightly towards them, is that Keen was able to both alleviate a lot of the damage that was done in terms of CS because Bin TP'd away, while also picking up, I think it was one blade, maybe two. He had not gotten a whole lot done his On.
Okay, Cuz going to be lured in, but this is pretty good for KT. On tries to jump on down. Remember, Cuz has no passive, but On is bitten off way too much. The aggro gets punished, and KT know just what to do.
This time around, going in on their own works. Oh, Shun knows!
All right, Cuz back on in, and look at the follow-up lands in form today as BDD joins in. This map movement from the Zac is on point.
Elk, reinforcements are on the way. Yagao is almost there. I don't know if that's enough to actually call the play.
Doesn't need the passive, does he? Elastic slingshot now that it's down. Oh, Elk can feel happy for the time being, but Yagao gets zoned out. KT still putting on the pressure points. Well, Keen roams down to mid to swap this turret plate.
And I think Yagao made the right call because making sure that Elk can still catch that wave is really big. But it also means that with Keen roaming down towards mid, he doesn't find anyone. He's able to trade plates relatively even. And we see plates dropping in about a minute or about half a minute. We'll see if we get more picked up. As here, Cuz he has been so active. Sure, one time didn't really work out, but this is really what you're looking for. This is what KT was able to consistently do. That 1-2 of Cuz and Lahens going in aggressively, setting up plays, and then it's aiming and BDD to get to reap the spoils.
And it's crazy that I'm casting BLG right now, and I'm like, KT are out proactiving them. Let's try for English better. They are being more proactive than BLG. I didn't think I'd say it.
Hey, you're Australian. You don't.
Yeah. Oh, we don't even speak English.
No, you're good. And this is what I think is also how a lot of the KT games look. And if you only watch LCK in playoffs, you didn't really see this team. But if you watched any of summer,
now we're getting flashbacks.
Oh, absolutely. And I think the thing that was really big as well, the only match they lost was a match in the first week against Genji that had a lot of other factors as well. And outside of that, they looked like by far the best team. We'll see if they're able to keep it up, though. Because can never count out an LPL team when it comes to fighting.
No, you definitely can't. BLG will keep smacking.
Just keep trying.
At the very least, look, being 1,000 gold behind ain't great. You saw the MasterCard lane economy before, 1,000 ahead, or 1,200 to be specific for aiming. Still looking good on his Kai'Sa, as KT are getting more than that. Cuz picks up the Rift Herald. It looks like mid might be open, or at least trying to open the map. Cuz threatening and trying to be flexible. I mean, that's the thing as well. He's been so flexible. He's been ganking Yagao over and over this game. It's been the bot lane ganks that Elk and On have been suffering by. I wonder when Bin gets his medicine, because surely Cuz at this point go to any of these lanes and find success.
And Cuz also now maxed out the elastic slingshot, right? So it's going to be a really big threat for the backline. Elk, of course, does have 11-8 safety with his ultimate, but if you have to press your ultimate every time a Zac jumps on you, not going to be feeling too good. We will see, though, like once we actually get to the team fights with KT having this lead, to what extent they're able to use this Aatrox. It's kind of the odd one out for me. I do think that the backline access of Zac combined with Keen, who can then make his way over, and aiming, obviously, with Kai'Sa can then join the backline dive. In theory, I really like it, but then you look at what is on the opposite side, and the counter-engage and kind of ability to absorb pressure of particularly Maokai, K'Sante, and Xayah. still, a lot of power there for BLG when it comes to the team fights.
But how scary is the pick as well, the range at which that can come through? I know we've seen Cuz early on play through.
Oh, the Zach? Oh, yeah.
When Zach pairs up with Talia, you know, because early on you're like, Zach Talia early, not as great, but now with levels under their belt and items as well, you're like, well, that duo can kind of one-shot and find an opening in this game, like they've already done. As teleport comes through, I guess they want to try and force it around the Dragon Chronicler. It's going to start off with the Magna Storm down, but on it's only on the one. It's Keen as well. There's Cuz again, right in the back as Elk sends the feathers out to Asgard. Keen's already picked up the kill to make him go zoom zoom as aiming's in as well onto Elk. Almost finds the kill.
Going in.
BLG are running for their lives. They don't know what they've run into.
And initially when the TP came in, I was a little worried for Keen.
Yep.
BLG looking ready to respond, but it felt like only On was actually in a position to do some damage towards this Aatrox. And then that counter engage from Cuz, the amount of threat he was able to put on the backline, immediately forced a response. Hextech, oh, that's my favorite.
Oh.
I love Hextech.
You put that in your pick'ems as well or something, did you?
No, Cloud, because I'm an LCK guy.
I said that before the Venice. I knew you guys would.
No, of course, I had to. But Hextech, I think Hextech Gates are my favorite addition to the game.
Agreed. Actually,
in like the last, I don't know, 4 years. It's so good. There's only upsides, right? It speeds up objectives. It enables plays.
Creative plays at that, right? It's so good, and especially when you're like, oh, Baron play, everyone died, but guess what? They're there in 10 seconds.
Oh, yeah.
So we get to see more action. Yep. Well, with that coming through in the game, that means we get to keep speeding things up. And I will say, you know, KT have been the ones doing that so far. It's 2K gold lead for them. And we'll look at this single play. You were saying On was in position, but unfortunately the rest of BLG weren't really.
Yeah, it feels like some split comms here, right? Because if Shun also jumps onto Keen, I think they can CC chain him.
Yeah.
The rest of KT is so ready, though, and Cuz forces immediately the rest of the backline to retreat. Lahens has a lot of offensive pressure, and by the time Aiming jumps in, fight has already been won. Due to them being able to kill a target early, it's been...
He's in trouble, 1 versus 2. The Weaver's Wall cuts him off, but he flashes over the top. But Keen, without his summoner, can't chase up. Still, you get a summoner out of a Cassante. Feels like a big win.
I'm just happy to see BDD back at Worlds. Like, if you're a BDD fan, 2022 was a really rough year. Struggled a lot with long COVID on the Nongshim team, where the expectations at the beginning of the year were pretty good. And particularly after his, I think, unexpected and really iconic overperformance at Worlds 2021. It was a tough year. Seeing him come back and actually have the impact on the map the way he did in LCK regular season makes me very happy. It's really good to see. We'll see if KT can really build a decisive lead from here, because the 2K gold lead obviously going to be happy about that. I think aiming in particular being accelerated is a really big thing.
Yeah.
And generally when teams start falling behind in side lane tempo against KT, it gets really dicey, particularly with the TD, which I'm sure BLG have used themselves a lot as well.
A lot. Again, I'm usually saying that about, you know, teams that fall behind BLG, it continues to ramp up. But I think more important than our rivalry, than the LPL versus LCK, I have to sit here and be impressed by KT, because again, it's been a while. You know, as you were saying, through playoffs, through what we've seen of KT, you know, coming through as 3rd seed, we're getting that regular season power, and that's what impresses me the most. That's what gets me excited for the rest of Worlds, and at least the rest of their run. Regardless of win or loss, at least this is a great opening for a team that we have high expectations of if we stop watching before playoffs.
And we'll see if they're able to keep it up. KT fans are, as mentioned, a superstitious bunch. Do not get the drop on Yagao there. That definitely was expecting some stretching strike shenanigans to happen there. But see if they can close out. Generally, in these type of positions, with a comp as comfortable as this, KT have been very consistent in the LCK in closing out games. See if BLG are going to be able to equalize that account. I do think that until we get a lot of Drake stacking built up for KT, they're really going to have to respect the threat towards Baron.
Yeah.
With the amount of damage that is available from the BLG, particularly from Elk.
Well, Yagao as well thrown into the mix. Almost got that Mirror Mana fully stacked up. So 2 item on the Jace. We've also got a Thornmail from Bin to negate a lot of that power. And when we have Navori Quick Blades for aiming, you can see who it's targeted towards. The Aatrox, of course, from Keen on top of that. And I know, you know, our player matchup was aiming versus Elk. And it's still going to be quite interesting, even though aiming is at 2 items here and has a lot more gold than Elk right now. Elk is getting towards his second 2. We are going to have very powerful scaling ADs to hover again that build on aiming. That, of course, is going to scale so well. And I love it because these guys are huge. I don't know, we can just highlight, we can literally go through every matchup. Let's just go through them all.
Yeah.
Shun versus Cuz
do
next.
it.
I think
I
it makes sense, but this is one of the matchups today where you're like, you know, these players individually are so talented.
And something that I think was on my mind and the mind of a lot of LCK fans at the beginning of the day was what form of some of the LCK teams, particularly of D+ and KT, are we going to see? For D+, we're actually going to hit all of them! Amazing. Love that. And here you see as well that when it comes to Cuz actually getting an in gold, not really. He hasn't really been picking up a lot of the kills. Zelk might be in trouble here.
BLG bottom lane, it depends. There's a flash from Lahan's. Instant reaction. Inhuman maybe, but there's a flash away as Cuz follows up the double trouble on re-engages, but it's dangerous with the feathers flying. Onto Cuz are huge as BLG are trying to take the fight. Keen in the middle of whoop. Shun looking for the flash, finds a kill. BLG back in this has been. Now finally shows up the all-out there. BDD caught out as well, and you can never nap against BLG.
And Elk knew something was up. I'm telling you, he had his finger on that flash key.
He did.
Didn't know if it was going to be Lahans, didn't know if it was going to be Cuz.
Aiming.
KT, they're still contesting this.
Yagao has flash, Lahens might be a Rakan, so he should be
3 versus
fine.
5.
You're exactly right there. The poke comes through.
Okay, they're not contesting.
KT sent backing, and they can't anymore. Dragon picked up. And I mean, Elk, this is why he comes in clutch. This is why he's one of our best team fighting 80 carries. How good was this reaction?
Oh, actually able to get away there, then flashes, and then this is where things go dire as Keen goes in trying to help Cuz, but then Keen is by himself. It's the split decision that we saw earlier from BLG, this time for KT. Even with aiming in full health, they're saying, hey, we've been teleporting in, we gotta respect. And that means 2 members are giving up. Drake goes over, and gold! That even.
Yes, it is, making things interesting. Of course, Elk did quite a bit. Apparently, so did Shun, as well as Baron getting started. All right, Chronicler, we're making things more interesting.
They're really going for it. It's not traditionally a KT move to just start the Baron. It's more of a T1 thing, but we'll see if they can execute on this fight.
The poke's there. Cuz isolated over the time being. Bin has his number. He's got flash, and he's got the ulti up again as well, but Cuz gets out with the slingshot. Ladies and gentlemen, that ain't great. KT are burnt down, and BLG now trying to think about it.
Do want to make sure that you don't try and flip a Baron against Zach. He's one of the most iconic, you know, the over the Baron wall drive-by steals. Still, though, we're seeing KT, I think, slipping back into some of the old patterns. Oh, aiming. They're setting up a trap for Elk here. He does have his ultimate available, but he's not going to walk in. And KT won't be given an opportunity to take him down.
No, indeed. And I have to be honest, you know, again, this back and forth in the game, I feel like KT and BLG, we've been hyping up how close these teams are. We've been hyping up how important this matchup is to start Worlds because their end wasn't ideal. Against LNG, against T1, I'm sorry to say. They gave us entertaining games, but it's not what we wanted to see. But at the very least, as we come to this point in the game where Baron sits and stares at us in the face, we can see what these guys are like for now. It's nice of you to join me for the last one. You know,
great
last
time.
one of the day.
Yeah, it's delivering.
It is. And I feel like some of the games today have been barnstormers, to quote. And this one's the biggest storm I've seen so far. Well, maybe.
I do think that the game, you know, some people might look at this score and see 4 kills at 25 minutes and think not a lot has been happening. But those people, they're wrong.
They are
They
wrong.
don't know.
What do they know? Nothing.
Well, I mean, I don't know about nothing, but they definitely don't know about this game.
A little bit then, a little bit. I know that Cuz is getting ready to angle on in. I mean,
he's looking.
BLG are going into the enemy jungle, but Cuz is always there.
And that's why I love these wards that you see BLG put down, right? Like these continuous wards, like look, 1 on Krugs, now 1 on Raptors, because you know for a fact that Cuz is going to be looking, and if you know the Zek is coming, makes preempting it so much easier. I do think one of the big issues for both these teams is that with how good the engage is on either side, actually starting on up an objective can feel like bait. Because if you're the one tanking the initial brunt of Baron damage, right? If you're the one who is clumping up, trying to stay safe from the opposing team, then one big ultimate from On, one big elastic slingshot from Cuz can spell a lot of disaster in a very short amount of time.
And again, not expecting this pick to come out. There's very few Zacks in the world. One I would throw in is Tarzan from LNG. Of
course.
Who historically was just amazing. Was his time on Griffin where he pulled that out a few times? It was kind of the meta around the time. Going a little bit back now.
I love Zac. I'm happy.
Oh,
I'm
so
happy
good.
he's picked, and happy to see the champion diversity shoot up still as all aiming is level 2 ults.
Yeah, because Bin is confident in this matchup. He's winning it out, but until the ult comes through, until aiming comes through, now you're in trouble. Bin getting out. He's got about 1 million dashes, but is it enough for aiming? KT forced
Still
his flash.
stalling.
They're still doing so much work. There's the flash from aiming. One more, and Bin's down. But KT have over-aggressed here as Yagal trying to jump in, but Big Brother Keen helps out aiming concept. KT, welcome to the party, pal. The elk pullback is huge, though. BDD coming in clutch, but now Shun ready to cover with the ulti of his own. Cuz covering again. These guys are friends forever. As On brings them together, but it's up to Elk to bring the damage. He needs to get close, but he's scared of Lahens, of Cuz, of even aiming in the wing. It's messy. It's a 2-for-2 in the end. But it looks so good for KT.
It's just a 2-for-2, but it's mayhem. Hysterics, both
Absolute.
teams going all in. You know, teleports coming in, reinforcements are called upon. By the end, I think it's BLG that will have priority towards this dragon, but with Keen having teleport available, as does Bin, and Hex Gates on the map, we'll see if KT try to contest, because if not, then by the end of all of this, it will be BLG getting out ahead, right?
Yep.
Ebo, as hands, he's going to be in trouble. Oh, they're going to start Nash.
Sneaky
They're pulling the
Baron.
trigger. It's the Hex Gates.
28 minutes in. You said it made the game interesting. Chronicle, you're on point with this. Behind
faking
Lahens
it.
is going. He's like, all right, we're trying to contest. He flashes over Yagal. Now interested in the meat. But
They
look at
don't
this.
know.
This is the bigger prize. KT have outsmarted, outthought. BLG caught by surprise while Lahens
Does he
is
get
grinning
out?
from ear to ear. The Baron. Oh, Ignite. It doesn't cancel it. All 5 with Baron. Thank you very much.
And Lahens continuously staying there to ensure that BLG think that they're going to contest. Love that. As we go back to this play, so Bin stalls this out so well, right? Actually getting a knockback on aiming, buying so much time, and even though he eventually ends up going down, so much is invested by both Keen and aiming. And then here is where you think, okay, BLG have this.
Oh.
But then the amount of damage, and even with aiming, tanking that one turret shot, him stepping back from Elk, and then able to stay alive, even with the feathers coming down. Really, really big. But then Shun, earlier to the play, really nice dodge there with his W on the re-engage. And then at this point, Cuz and Lahens don't have damage. Right, so they're not able to actually get anything on. Aiming standing there, he wants to join, but he can't. But then the fact that they make it look like they're contesting. And even Lahens get, that's the most Lahens moment, man. That guy's a troll.
Yeah.
I'm shocked he's not emoting.
Oh man, Red Bull Baron power play. It's already at 2.5. KT, the big brain move, has led them back into an advantage in this game. Now, BLG have moved to Soul Point, but that's 3.5 minutes away. What is this Baron going to take? Because already you can say that aiming's a big deal.
Oh yeah.
BDD, 3 items strong on this Talia as well, is going to pop someone.
Now, aiming is a big deal. I'm also worried because he has a GA. Aiming has been very trustworthy, even in this game. But I see that, and I'm a little worried. But as long as his Baron buff is there, KT can keep up this pressure. That's really ballooning the gold with the pickup of the inner turret.
True.
And we do see BLG obviously able to match in the mid lane with the wave clear of the Elk. But outside of that, rest of the team not going to have the best of time. Great defensive wards though, so no one should get caught here, and that should be the end of KT's Baron power play. But they are back towards that about 3k gold lead, but with Soul Point in BLG's hands.
Yeah, it's a 4k Baron power play, by the way. I mean, again, huge swing of momentum.
Yeah.
And I've been impressed. It's cool because, you know, obviously I don't cast KT normally. Obviously I don't cast LCK. It's cool coming into this and being like, man, from what I saw on VODs, from what I saw in regular season, world-class players like this. We've already talked up BDD, we've talked up aiming, especially on his Kai'Sa. Kaz has been legendary for me in some of the early ganks to get the momentum rolling.
Yeah.
This Zac pick, I think it caught us by surprise. I think it caught BLG by surprise, to be quite honest.
And it is very in line with KT. They are a team that is very happy to just do their own thing. As we now see KT trying to set up a lot of pressure here.
Yep.
Don't have the Baron buff anymore though, so Elk definitely going to be able to just clear out. And yeah, Bin not really the target that you want to try and dive. So,
Flash, wait, Bin, what is he doing? The shove back though, Bin gets the half HP, but the all in, the all out is there. BLG fighting under that inner turret. Going golden, going into GA. Cuz now caught up here as well. Maybe KT weren't expecting the Spanish Inquisition. BLG are chasing them out. Where did that come from, Chronicler?
It's Bin making the magic happen, finds aiming. I'm going to take responsibility for that one. I haven't told, even with the GA. He just ends up going down, and those kills are really big because they will allow BLG to set up for this soul point. Hextech Soul so valuable. It's, yeah, Bin sets it up, and initially it looks like there isn't enough damage follow-up, but between On as well as Shun, they're able to lock him down, and Keen isn't there. There's no teleport for this Aatrox. A couple of knockups could have changed everything there, but instead BLG smell a moment of weakness, go all in, and that flash Q from Bin might net them the dragon, which in turn could be the game decider because Hextech Soul is so obnoxious to play into.
Just when I let my guard down, I mean, look, goal difference over time. Powered by AWS to tell us that it's going up and down. It's swinging up and down. Gold's near even again. In fact, BLG for some reason have a lead. Look at that. That looks like an LPL Sunday.
That's perfect.
It is perfect, isn't it? I mean, BLG to their fighting breath, really. And as you said, it's about the soul. So Chronicler set us up because we have almost full item 80 carry on KT. They're still really strong. But the problem is no GA there. Elk now has his.
And that's something that I don't know if KT can deal with. Elk has Flash, GA, and Ultimate, is level 16. So consistently trying to shut down the Xayah is going to be tough.
Oh, good pick though. Onto On. Magnustorm used early. Support's just dead. KT.
He's gone.
Brilliant pick.
And that, I think BLG, yeah, just abort. You don't need to fight to the death over this guys.
You're telling
you
BLG.
Don't need to fight over to the death.
It's BLG. They look for the steal. They don't find now. Keen for the angle. They've got the numbers advantage, but they're looking for the pick as he goes golden. BLG, are they in a bad spot? No, the answer is absolutely no, but the healing is absurd. All out over the wall while Keen runs for his life, and Bin is ready to play budget Aurelia. KT run away. I cannot believe BLG were going to take that 5v4.
Well, BLG immediately turning that into tempo towards mid here. Again, KT wasn't sitting at soul point, so they can give that one up. Still able to get something out of that. On getting caught there means that KT at the very least is able to prolong the soul going over to BLG. And both teams, again, it's the Hex Gates already at the Baron Pit, ready to go another round. Although I'm pretty sure that this time BLG not going to let them have it so easily.
Are you counting the Barons? How many are we up to in this one?
It's the second one, right?
Yeah, second or is it third? I mean, I had this with Vedius too. Games like this and you're like, man, how many Barons? How long have we been here? There's so much back and forth today. And to finish off Swiss Day 1 at Worlds, I don't think you could ask for a more perfect end.
Regardless of, you know, who ends up losing this game, I think the people that might feel like the loser, whoever has to face off against whichever team loses.
Agreed.
Because it's looking rough. Gaming, as mentioned, has been able to stay up, but at this point, like 16 to 70k gold, it doesn't make that big of a difference. His GA still on cooldown as well. And with the gold, basically that even, it's all going to come down to, can you find access to that backline, right? Aiming and BDD on the side of KT, Yagao and Elk on the side of BLG.
Yep.
If they stay alive in a fight, if they don't get jumped on, then you're fine. But like the CC chains for both these compositions are disgusting, right? Because it's like Maokai, Cassante, and Rel versus Aatrox, Zac, Rakan, and Taliyah.
Yeah.
It's not fun.
No, it's really not. Someone's going to stop moving. I think that's why it's important that we kind of take care of summoners. I mean, Keen, without his flash on the Aatrox, okay, dunk down potential or follow-up engage.
Absolutely.
I think another one there is Shun. I'm not sure of the timer on it. We've got about 20 seconds, maybe less, on his flash on the Maokai to get into the backline too. So all important counters, and we get to that point in the game where it is so important to start tracking those minute differences. I would say a minute, maybe not minute, but a significant one is the fact that GA is almost up for aiming.
Yeah.
How much longer do you reckon we have on that?
I don't know. I think that BLG might be looking to go in on a big engage to try and force KT to fight before the GA is up.
Yeah.
Even though it wasn't of any value in the last fight, generally it allows aiming to play so much more aggressive. Do you know, they don't have any vision in the pit, but they do have the little ward outside. So they have a pretty good idea that BLG isn't actually going for this as Keen doesn't have flash.
Oh, there's a flash again. Bin might be doing it again, but this time it's onto the Aatrox. Mobility, his friend, he gets popped back, and BDD tries to help out his brother, but he gets blasted out. Massive shutdown is aiming. Ulted him, but he's isolated. The wall is not his friend either. He'll take it down, though, is on. Disrupts the other back line. Elk ulties once again onto Kazu, flashes in, gets feathered down, but in the backside, aiming is dead, but that GA is all the difference. Elk survives, Kuz is out of there. BLG make it a 1-for-2 as now Bin once again has got the blades out and KT have to run for their lives.
I do think that Lahen's BDD and Kuz still being alive might be enough.
Okay.
We'll see if they want to risk it. Zach's still opportunity is still here with the E. Is KT going to go for it? Right now it looks like they're not. Just going to give this one up and try and get a reset in for the Hextech Soul instead. And again, it's Bin.
These flashes on Cassante every time.
Able to set up the play. Keen getting caught out there. Doesn't have the flash, as you already highlighted. And even with the healing, it's not enough. And then that Duskblade proc ends up being such a big difference maker. Aiming in no man's land. The rest of his team not able to get quite that deep due to On doing a really good job of keeping the rest of KT segmented away from that 80 carry. And then Alex like, okay, well, Cuz, you got me. I have GA. Watch me care. And at this point, KT making the call. Guys, this Baron contest, if it's a flip and we lose it, game's done. We're going to try and fight. But will they actually be able to? Baron Power, or Rebel Power Power Play coming up here for BLG should give them free prio in the lanes. And if they get this, that is the Hextech Soul over to them.
I mean, is it going to be a 4-0 LPL day or a 3-1? Can LCK get another? It all comes down to this to round it up as Kuz goes to the engagement. Look, once again, Keen is caught out. Shun finds him. BLG group up while the tanky members go through, but aiming. Is this his clutch factor coming through? He goes golden, he sets up with BDD. Elk is out of there. The flash on! KT are coming up clutch, but Bin has the swords out again. Stop the Cassante. Can you do it? Lahens runs for the hills while Kuz is left isolated. Just when you think aiming has done it all, they put him in the bin.
And with that should be Soul going over to BLG. If they don't just make a mad dash for it, they do still have the Baron available. They don't have a lot of damage though. It's just Bin, Shun, and On. So they do lack the ability to go for the turrets very, very quickly. But we're almost 40 minutes into the game, right? I don't know if KT's going to be able to clear the waves. Keen up in 20. But is that enough?
It's massive. Again, Lahens has the watch here. 15 seconds will count it down. Keen to save the game. BLG with the Baron are going to break the base at the very least. On going to take the Hex Gate, and with a Hextech Soul in the back pocket, we have flipped this game. Enough, Chronicler. On our first day of Worlds, we have sat on the seesaw. My backside's getting a little bit sore here. Got to get off the seesaw at some point. Maybe BLG are the ones to send us away.
And crucially, their Kuz isn't able to actually make it onto the back line. And even though aiming goes in, there's so much stall to come through. Elk doesn't actually go down, and the amount of damage that Bin is able to do through this elongated fight is such a big problem, right? And that's even before he uses his Stone Blade. Yeah. And then this is the problem. The moment that BDD gets actually engaged on, you know, once Cassante is on top of Talia, you just die. There's not a whole lot you can do, even with a more shred-oriented build like he went for. And as a result, aiming dead, BDD dead, there's not enough damage available for KT.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
I like Cassante.
You know,
it's nuts.
Yes, Cassante is a champion, but I gotta credit the Bin.
You do.
Man's playing like a madman.
I mean, it's great. Again, exemplifying plays here in this series, rather game. Feels like a series.
It does. It does.
It's 41 minutes in. I mean, look, it's gone quite a while.
Look at the Hextech slow.
It's annoying, isn't it?
Aiming getting poked out as well by the Jace.
Will LPL finish 4-0 on their debut to Swiss? What do KT have left in his back pocket? You need to tell me, Chronicler, before they just run it in. I mean, Bin's tanking a turret. Great wall. Elk is caught, Bin's caught, but the ulti from Shun in response is massive. Cuz also poked out. The Hextech Soul is brilliant. And as BDD gets slowed walking back to his base, BLG, I thought they were the ones caught out.
And I think BLG ideally try to avoid flipping it on a final fight, right? Try to just poke them down, wear them out with Hextech. So look at those procs. Actually taking a fight, I think, is the one way that you lose this game. Because if somehow KT are able to, you know, get a miracle team fight, get into the back line, that's going to be the end of it. But knowing BLG, that's not what they're going to do.
Yeah, I mean, again, they were willing to take a 4v5 before.
They don't have Nash, though, so actually pushing through when everyone in KT is up,
makes it harder.
Still a hard thing to do. And we'll see if KT can hold on. At this point, the gold lead, not really the big thing, but it's more the map control that's available for BLG, plus the Hextech.
Elastic slingshot, it's on to on. Bin steps up, but he's out straight away. Cuz has gone a little bit deep, but there's no follow-up damage, so he's okay for now. Keen's the one who took half his health just from the poke of BLG.
And BLG, I think backing off here is still the right call, trying to set up vision. You have full map control, so making sure that you are first to the Dragon Pit, or the Baron Pit rather, is what you're going to be looking towards. But the big benefit for BLG is that you can kind of posture towards Baron and then just run down mid, right? And KT have to fully respond. And if they don't, if they make the wrong call, then they might get Baron, but trade it for Nexus, which generally is considered not worth. And if they hesitate,
as opposed to who? Who says that?
Hey, you can find. It doesn't matter what opinion you have. You can find someone who think it might be worth it. You know.
You know, previous World Team. Shout out to SOFM on Suning in the past. There have been games where previously in previous years, SOFM has made that trade more than once in the LPL.
Was he happy about it?
Who knows? He got enemy Krugs. That was the main thing, but. Hey, in this game, KT trying to get whatever they can left of the remnants of their jungle. They're still behind 4,000 gold. Gold is getting to the point of being irrelevant, but still we're waiting for some of the final items and some of the final carries of this game.
I think we're going to get one more fight.
I think we're going to get one more Baron at the very least, right? Or maybe it turns into the Elder as BLG have priority here, and it's KT who have to walk in.
Look at the poke. Lance already taken down fairly low. They have all the vision. Lance goes in, doesn't actually end up working. Cuz can get in.
They're going to flip it, but it's down. Never mind, you can't flip it when you have a Xayah. Cuz just has to run away for now as he flashed out of that before dying and making this a GG.
And for BLG, with two options, either you go all in on mid, try to end it with this Baron power play, third Baron of the game, just running down mid, shove them out. As long as you can keep track of where this Aatrox is, Keen just hasn't been able to have a big impact, right? Aatrox is so reliant on actually getting onto the enemy backline. BLG has been doing a really good job of keeping him away from there. Or you just play it safe and you go for Elder and you go for the 100%. Now I know what an LCK team will do.
But this ain't one. It's BLG who with Baron are going to try and force their way in. Keen doing that with the GA. He's confident, but Bin once again on top has been the better top laner as Cuz finds Elk, but the feathers have landed once more. A shove back won't save the day, but Lahan's trying what he can do, but the problem is his damage is getting resurrected. Aiming repositions, but Elk stands strong. KT started with grins on their faces, but as the ace comes through, it is LPL who will start 4-0 here on the Swiss stage at Worlds. It is BLG who will never say die.
This game delivered what we expected from a fight between the number 2 seed of the LPL, number 3 from the LCK. And man, I don't know who's facing BLG in winners. I don't know who's facing KT in losers. We're going to have a draw at the end of the day, but...
Either one's rough.
That felt like a series. It was one best of one, Hysterix.
Yep.
One.
But it was great, and I wouldn't mind seeing this one again. Shout out to KT, getting to experience aiming firsthand, BDD in some of those power moments. Cuz on the Zac Chronicler. one of my favorites. I mean, that early game was triumphant. A shame they couldn't hold on. A shame that, again, some of the flashes from Bin was so huge to change the whole game state.
Yeah, Bin really the biggest difference maker to me. I think that BLG in general played well. Elk, some of the reflexes that he had really took a lot of the aggressive angles away from KT.
Yep.
But specifically, multiple but lead securing catches, right? The catch on Keen, the flash Q on aiming towards the bottom half of the map, which I think really, it felt like at that point KT, if they get that turret, if they're able to get a little bit more, that might be enough, but it wasn't.
Wasn't.
Did we cross 45 minutes? Did we?
I don't know. Your pick'em's right. Yeah,
I'm a 45-minute guy.
I'm a 45 to 49, right?
Hey.
Yeah, we had to do it. But hey, ladies and gentlemen, it's been a pleasure from us. Been a pleasure to cover the 8 games to start off Swiss at Worlds. And of course, myself to get a 4-0 for LPL. Alongside Chronicler, especially.
It's fine.
We're
fine.
It's okay.
Well
deserved.
Yeah, 4-0 for LPL, being a 45-minute person. That's great.
I like Swiss.
I like Swiss too.
So
why do you like
Swiss, the LPL, and you know why?
Why?
So we had 10 years of groups, 2014 through 2023.
Whoa.
10 years of that format, of the 4-group system. Through that, LCK made it out of groups 28 of 29 times. LPL was 21 of 29. LCK had a 77% win rate, LPL 61% win rate. So clearly LPL was much better. Swiss, LPL's yet to lose.
Yeah, they're yet to lose.
Did I mess up the LPL LCK?
You did. You
Korea
almost
was good. China wasn't as, and it's flipped.
It's flipped. You know what's flipped also?
Wasn't as?
That's grammatically correct.
Yeah.
You know what's flipped also? This game a lot between the two
It
hands.
was amazing.
This was
amazing.
we saved the best for last.
Yeah, we did.
This
It was like
game was the best game for sure.
it was like the cherry on the cake. It was amazing. We were talking. It gave me like IGKT vibes. You know, like back in 2018 when we saw that insane series.
Yeah. KT fans do hate you at the moment, but I completely agree. Like, that was a game where when you look back at it, you thought, wow, if KT was able to win that game, what could have been?
Yeah.
And we don't know what's going to be after this because KT's now moved down into the 0-1 pool to get drawn into an opponent tomorrow.
Oh my
They're
God.
likely the biggest fish in that pond, so we'll see what happens from there. But I absolutely agree. It's like these two teams faced each other before it felt right to do so because they're so good, it feels weird having them play in the first game of Swiss.
Honestly, it feels right to me. I loved it. You know, this entire game, the fights back and forth, been so massive though for BLG, making a really, really big difference here. My goodness. Every single team fight, we could go back and analyze all 39 million
Yeah, we'll
of
do
them.
that after this. But also, like, for BLG, kind of reminded me also of why we like them so much, you know, both in the LPL, but I mean, as I said, for international fans at MSI, they're so scrappy. But KT as well, and as you said it, BLG in the 1-0 pool, and KT, what a big fish, a shark in that 0-1 pool.
In the Swiss pool. Anyone who lost today, you're promised an easier opponent because it's all the 0-1 teams.
Yeah.
Welcome to KT.
Not
It's gonna happen to
really.
one team.
DK also not too shabby, I gotta say. In there, it is crazy. So we are going to have a draw in a little bit, or the draw. Oh my God. Only 12 hours. A draw for, of course, the matches that we're going to see in the next round. Before that, though, we want to talk a little bit about what happened today, and I want to start with the top of the day because it was T1 beating out Team Liquid in an absolutely crazy opening game, and Laura did get to chat to Carria in the Verizon post-game interview.
And we're back in the interview area after the first game of Swiss stage, and T1 grabs the victory after Team Liquid. And I have Carria with me to talk about this amazing game together in Nida. Thank you so much for joining us. It didn't really look like you were actually behind this game, and it feels like you had all the team fight tools you needed to actually grab the victory in the end. Tell me about navigating this one and closing it with the Nexus 4.
오늘 사실 경기를 보면 뭐 엄청 크게 밀린다라는 느낌은 없었지만, 그리고 T1이 언제든지 이제 한 방으로 이제 한타를 이기고 경기를 끝낼 만한 그런 도구들은 충분히 갖추고 있었던 것 같습니다. 오늘 경기 어떤 식으로 좀 풀어 나가셨나요?
일단 오늘 경기 같은 경우에는 일단 뱀픽만 서로 스윗에서만 맞으면 충분히 이길 수 있는 상대라 생각해서 뱀픽을 그렇게 준비해왔고, 근데 저희가 생각했던 것보다 뱀픽이 훨씬 좋게 나와서 좀 저희가 잘할 여지가 많았던 것 같은데, 오늘 같은 경기는 너무 말이 안 되는 경기력이라 생각해서 좀 잘해야 될 것 같아요. 다음 경기부터는. 오늘도 잘 피드백하고.
So when we were prepping for the series today, we were like, as long as we can get the draft we want, it would be really good for us, and we would be able to get the win. And I think we were able to get an even better draft than we even planned. So we were really happy with the outcome of the drafting. And then I'm very unhappy with how we performed today. So I think we really have to go back to the drawing board, go back to what everything happened today, and we have to focus up and perform better.
That's something that I will follow up a bit later. But talking about previously today, I saw you in the makeup room and Pioshi coming behind you, hugging you. I know that you guys are really close. What did it mean to you to play the first game at Worlds against Pioshi and also winning against him, taking the revenge?
오늘 사실은 경기 전에 이제 분장실에서 표식 선수와 좀 이렇게 상호작용하는 그런 모습을 볼 수 있었어요. 이렇게 메이크업 받고 계실 때 뒤에서 와서 표식 선수가 껴안고 있는 그런 훈훈한 장면을 제가 목격했는데 이렇게 또 올해 월드 첫 경기를 표식 선수를 상대하게 된 소감은 어떠신지, 특히나 1년 만에 리매치였잖아요. 어땠나요?
일단 창현 형 같은 경우에는 워낙 잘하는 선수라서 이번에 좀 많이 신경 썼고, 그리고 리퀴드의 중심이라 생각해서 창현 형을 되게 많이 신경 썼고, 오늘도 창현 형이 너무 잘해가지고 좀 긴장 많이 됐는데 인게임에서, 그래서 이겨서 다행이고 창현 형도 너무 잘해줬던 것 같아요. 잘했던 것 같아요.
Yeah, I mean, I've always thought Pyosik is the centerpiece of Team Liquid, so I was keeping my eyes on him, you know. He was the player to watch out for, and today he was popping off. I was a little bit nervous because he was so good, and yeah, I think he did a great job today.
As you said, a lot of learnings from this game, prepping for the next match. It's actually going to be hard because this is the first time ever we have this format at Worlds. 3 losses, you're out. How do you plan on keeping your head cool and adapting after every game to be ready and to the level that T1 is expected to play at?
네, 이제 아무도 이번 월드에 도입된 스위스 스테이지를 경험해보지 못했기 때문에 여기서 정말 매판마다 좀 적응을 잘 해나가고 좀 침착하면서 경기를 풀어나가는 게 정말 중요할 것 같습니다. 이제 3패를 기록하면 탈락하는 그런 시스템인 만큼 어떤 식으로 좀 준비하고 계신지 궁금합니다.
그리고 롤드컵 초반에는 이제 롤드컵 초반에는 아무리 강팀이어도 티어 정리가 잘못되거나 메타 해석이 잘못되면 충분히 떨어질 수 있는 대회라고 생각하고, 그런 경우도 굉장히 많았고, 그래서 이번 스위스 스테이지 같은 경우도 계속 연달아서 경기를 하다 보니까는 메타 해석이나 티어 정리에 대해서 좀 많이 신경 써야 될 것 같아요. 올라가시려면.
So just every time at Worlds, doesn't matter how strong a team is, it's actually coming down to how they read the meta and how they kind of solidify the tier list. If they have a wrong approach, they're out of the tournament, and it happened multiple times before. So same goes for the Swiss stage, because we are playing match every single day. So I think we really have to focus on having the best read on the meta and also knowing the best champions.
All right, well, wishing you the best of luck in the next game. 인터뷰 감사합니다.
감사합니다. Thank you.
Jason, amazing to have you by my side as always. And back to you.
Yeah, thank you so much. I mean, they can't hear us. This was earlier
meta
today,
rules.
of course. But yeah, the meta rules, it is important. And as said, in Swiss stage also, it can happen fast. But actually, I think it can happen slightly slower because of the Swiss stage. Because, you know, you go into best of threes as opposed to only playing best of ones all the way.
Yeah, I think as we get used to this format, the first 2 days are extremely important, but then you will be able to play a best of 3 if you're going to advance or be eliminated. So the third unique team you're playing against for those teams will be able to advance or get eliminated. It's interesting for Carrier because he's obviously been deep in many international tournaments, and I am curious, like, what he sees as the reason they haven't made it through. It almost sounds like it's like, ow, just didn't get the patch right. So I think every team has a slightly different approach to that thought.
Yeah, it's crazy. And I also think, you know, you said it, we had like 10 years of kind of similar systems.
Group stage, yeah.
And winning Worlds is really hard because it does come down to a lot of factors. That is why very often the favorite going into Worlds does not make it, because it's those incremental changes you have to make throughout the tournament. And I think now also a team that has to adapt to a new system, which is, I think, pretty tricky, the best of ones into the best of threes. And of course, the bracket stage as well. So it's going to be interesting to see which team adapts to that the best, because it's new for everyone.
Yeah, I like that one of the skills that you're purposely testing is the skill of players to adapt and the skill of the coaching staff of these teams to set them up for success as well, because that's such a huge part about it, the prep that they're able to hand to the players.
Yeah, I do wonder if the teams thought about their prep differently for Swiss than they would for groups.
Yeah.
Because the group draw would happen a couple days or a week, depending on the year, before you then had to prepare for 3 different opponents that you're going to play 6 total times. But here, they had a couple days to prepare for their first opponent, and they're going to have like 8 to 12 hours to prepare for their second opponent once they get drawn against them.
Yeah. Also, a quick caveat, we're going to have the draw for the matchups, but we won't have the order of the matchups or when they're going to be played yet. So that makes it tricky. We're 2 minutes out or a minute and a half. Do you want to pull up kind of the Swiss graphic as it is now with the teams in the pool so that you can, you know, I don't know, maybe excite us about certain matchups if
we're gonna play fantasy, dodge, KT, and D+.
I want to explain the format really quickly though. So the 8 winners from today are in this top pool, and the 8 losers will be in the bottom pool. So anyone in either of these pools can play against anyone else. So like T1 can play against any of the other 7 teams.
Yeah, there's no region.
And TL could play against any of the other 7 teams. So a lot of variability.
What do you want to see?
Left. So
G2 Cloud9.
I'm
a little bit
draw,
more NAEU round 2.
I'll draw some lines for maximum entertainment.
Gotcha.
So that's the one for sure.
Yeah.
I think then, Kobe, you draw the next line.
I kind of want to see tournament favorites.
Oh,
Genji,
wow.
JDG
I like that.
already?
I would then like to see a T1 BLG MSI grudge match.
Okay.
And then like it leaves like a little team kill opportunity, but I think that's worth it.
Yeah.
For what else? What's most entertaining in the bottom bracket?
Oh my God.
First of all the NA teams are going to dodge the Korean teams. Okay, so we just load up on NA versus
I'll do TL Mad 100%.
Yeah.
That's
also, I definitely like more matches for us versus Mad.
I mean,
stop.
We're doing max entertainment because I do think it's a fair statement to say GAM would be considered underdogs in any matchup. So if you're going for max NA advancement, you put a team against that.
But wouldn't Matt also be underdog?
Double NAEU would be a dream for me.
That's true.
And then I'll say I personally want to give KT a pass because they had to play BLG, so we'll put them against GAM. And then, it just happens. Like, BDS has to play DK. I think that would be fun.
They're also the team that, they struggled through the qualifier and then through the play-ins, and they had to play JDG rather, so now they could just play D+K.
And just while we're here, I do want to call a little bit of attention to the dates of this. So if the 1-0 teams do end up winning, they're in this 2-0 match on October 21st. If we can pull back to the screen, unless the draw is ready.
I think it's closed.
If the draw is ready, then who cares about what I'm saying?
I'm not sure.
But if not, either way,
the draw is ready.
It is forgiving in the sense that teams that are losing will have a couple days to prep before their elimination match, which is nice.
Right. The draw is ready, though.
Nice.
We're getting into it, I'm sure. The draw show will be hosted by Yejin Ham for the second round of the Swiss stage. That will take place tomorrow. There she is. So, we're going to take a look at that. And as you showed already, there are so many very scary options there. I think, you're going to be kicking yourself if you're one of the teams that was a little bit more competitive. I'm thinking of a Team Liquid versus a T1, that you don't close that game out, and now maybe you're up versus an impossible opponent in the second one.
Yeah, this is one of the most stressful but uncontrollable moments for any team with the World Championship right now.
Yes. So, we had a little primer already, Jad, but walk us through how this works.
Yeah, really quickly again, we had 8 matchups today. All of the winners are thrown in the same pool. All of the losers are thrown in their own pool. That's the 1-0 pool and the 0-1 pool you see on the screen now. So any team on the left here can play any other team on the left. And any team on the right can play any other team on the right.
Yep. No region blocking or anything. You can just play anyone. And since it's a Swiss stage where teams with the same record face each other, each individual match, of course, has gained even greater significance. And a reminder again for viewers that the match order for tomorrow's games will not be decided before later today. So there we go for the draw.
First team doesn't actually matter.
Yeah, it's teams with the 1-0 record that are being drawn first. Take a look.
Because this is not even pulling for your time slot.
Yeah, well, we won't be pulling for time slots at all. We're going to be pulling for opponents and the time
Have you not been listening?
That's why I just made the point. This is not pulling for the time slot.
Oh, I see. Okay, I see. Sorry. All right.
And I believe that this is going to be their opponent. I'm not 100% sure. They'll have to see the bracket populate because they could be pulling all like the blue side teams first.
Yes, it is the matchup. G2 plays Weibo. So the gift that G2 get for winning that extremely hotly contested game versus Team.
Hey, listen, they're the #1 team from EU. They play LCK4 and LPL4. That's fair.
They've got PTSD from the Shy, Jad. Anyways, next up, BLG.
BLG의 맞대결을 펼칠
Only just we saw them. Formidable opponent as well.
BLG is so good.
They're so clutch. But we'll see.
If they have to play JDG, it'll be a Greek tragedy.
It will be, and at Worlds, unfortunately, sometimes that has panned out as such.
No way! There is no way! They are 0-7 in matches this year against JDG, but they have beaten basically everyone else in the world.
But if you only get one chance where you beat them, do you want it to be this one, or maybe
This is a better time to face them than later,
Yeah.
for what it's worth. But oh my goodness.
Oh my god, that is crazy.
LNG입니다.
LNG up next.
Okay, so we got
Fnatic earlier today.
T1's left, C9's left, and one other team is left.
Are we blanking? But the LPL teams went for Genji's also left.
Yeah, Genji as well.
Okay.
네, C9이 나왔습니다.
C9.
LNG C9.
2번 시드 C9과
Scrappy.
Okay.
LNG가
Scrappy.
I'll take
mean,
it.
every matchup was going to be difficult. But
네,
yeah.
마지막 두 팀이
The draws
나왔는데
for, getting EU and A draws has not been good lately.
So now we know the last matchup.
You remember? See if it's Genji drawn
네,
first.
젠지입니다.
Genji.
LCK 1번 시드 젠지가
Genji
나왔고요.
T1.
젠지와 맞붙을 상대는
Wow, that is incredible.
LPL, not finals, but 1 and 2 seeds.
LPL.
And LCK, 1 and 2 seeds. This is MSI all over again.
This is insane. I can't believe that it's playing out like this again.
네, T1입니다.
Wow.
이렇게 젠지와 T1이
Wow.
승차가 됐는데요.
So you know what's funny?
LCK
There was this.
These reaction shots are so good.
This is what happens when you cheer for the JDG BLG teams. That means the LCK teams are more likely to have to play each other.
That's true.
And
They
the
were
LPL
so
teams are
loud.
they're like, yeah. You know what that means? That means Genji's gonna play T1.
Exactly. Oh my god.
I love it.
And it also, I don't want to think too far ahead, but I'm thinking already about the 1-1 scenarios. Oh, it's gonna be spicy.
Also, just remember though, these are not elimination matches. So
No.
this is still
Correct.
basically seeding and getting into where
But-
you're going to play your elimination
But
matches.
it's, I guess, so important because you don't want to be in a position.
Getting to
I mean-
2-0 this fast is so nice.
I mean, you want to get out of here as soon as
Soon as you
possible.
can.
You want 3-0 the dream.
Here we go. Team Liquid.
위키드가
Okay.
나왔습니다.
Okay.
Okay.
3번 시드
Not
Cross
KT,
your fingers,
not
not
KT
KT.
or D+.
More specifically, not KT, in my opinion.
Oh, it's from the bottom right. I'm so nervous.
Don't do this to me. I can't.
I'm
look.
so nervous. This is
팀이
crazy.
나올지
NRG!
Oh, what?
We didn't even think about that possibility. It's an
Okay, this
LCS
is like-
matchup. This is sad.
So many team kills already.
Wow.
It's good and bad.
Yeah, and it's not a team kill, right? So that only means we'll get more diversified ones further on, region-wise. Hopefully. Okay. Come on. Keep
네, D 플러스
Okay.
기아가
Let's Kia.
나왔습니다.
All right.
Are we going to get KT now?
플러스 기아와
Okay, that would be tragic.
That would be extremely tragic.
I actually don't want that.
That would be super tragic. You know,
No, no.
Fnatic's still in that mix as well,
No,
so maybe
no.
they get it.
No, just don't.
Or
Do
Mad.
not pull.
Or Mad. Let's take a look. This is insanity.
It keeps happening.
Somebody buy a lottery ticket. What is happening?
This
I mean,
is crazy.
so
Jack-
here's what's even worse about this. This means there will be an 0-2 match guaranteed with either DK or KT.
You know, this is what we set up, that things
Wow.
could go away.
BDS입니다.
Team BDS.
플레이스테이지에서 올라온 BDS가 등장했습니다.
I mean,
Mad?
Gam is left, Fnatic is left. I mean, three
They get an EU team, right?
or Gam. They
Yeah,
get an
or
EU team or
Gam.
Gam.
Hey, a win is a win.
Wow.
Insane.
네,
And the last is going to be Fnatic versus
Fnatic
Gam.
versus Gam.
Yeah.
This is really, really crazy. You know what? At least in the region matchups for NA and EU, one team's got to win, right? So.
For sure, yeah, totally. It's great. Yeah, right.
No one. Really weird stuff would have to happen for one team not to win.
Yeah.
2번 시드 스나틱과
Fnatic.
Yeah, on the
Check the draw
on
here.
the bright
마지막으로
side,
남은 복주머니를 확인해 보겠습니다.
no region went winless of the 4 majors. No region went winless today, and no region will go winless tomorrow.
Tomorrow, yeah.
Everybody gets something every day.
Positivity.
네, 감 e스포츠입니다.
We have validated the draw with
마지막
it will be Gam.
대진 추첨을
Wow.
No shot.
This is absolutely insane. We're gonna cook up the graphic for you, and as a reminder, we don't know the order of the games yet. Of course, thank you so much to that draw. But we do have the matchups.
Yeah, match order
So
will be TBD.
we were talking a lot about prep and day one prep. Day two prep is going to be way easier because all these teams know each other in the same region.
It's done. Yeah, easy.
That's a great point.
Prep is already in the books.
Yeah, and of course we'll have 8 best of ones tomorrow, so both the 1-0 matches and the 0-1 matches. We'll have some more best of ones because we'll end up with 1-1 teams, of course, as well. But it's going to be crazy. TL played in the first game today, is now watching this draw, and then at least they have an LCS opponent for tomorrow that, you know, they have data on
that they
already.
got beaten by in playoffs multiple times, 2 best of 5s in a row.
This is insane. We do have some super hype games tomorrow, like BLG JDG, MSI Finals rematch, of course, the Spring Finals rematch, Genji versus T1, the LCK Finals rematch.
Yeah.
It depends on how you look at it, I guess.
Just look at this. Like, just, what is this? What is this? Like, what are these basically regional finals that are happening?
And keep going.
I mean, this is the most important one. That's it.
Yeah.
But then this one, like, this is the most evil game of Swiss stage.
Hey, we can sneak this one in there.
That's just a little evil, but the guarantee from here is that one of these teams at least gets to go here, right? And then, like, even if C9 loses to LNG, they can go here, and then we'll just get TLC9, and then one of those teams can go there, and, you know, things, like, wouldn't be that bad.
Yeah, or you get, like, KTC9.
This is just so funny.
This is, yeah.
Unless you're BLG.
That's a good point.
They're not laughing.
No,
They're
but-
definitely not laughing.
Yeah,
right
I
now.
asked you the question before, and I think you have to rethink it because I asked you, you know, if BLG was to beat them, but they only get one chance to do it this World Championship.
I don't think you have to rethink it. Why would you ever take that now?
Yeah, you want to take it later. That's
exactly.
my point. Yeah.
But if
So
you're
that's
gonna,
an instant
so here's the
answer.
thing.
Yeah.
If you're gonna lose to JDG again, which is likely,
Yeah.
you do it now
Yeah,
rather than in a best of 5.
Exactly.
That's
Oh, I thought you said you want to beat them now.
No, they're never gonna beat
them.
them.
It was
it's cursed.
no faith. Wow, crazy. It's been a very long day, and there's a lot to think about, I think. You've heard our thoughts as well, so I think we're going to wrap up and get ready for those matches.
For tomorrow.
For tomorrow. All the information, of course, as always, on lolesports.com. And that's a wrap for day one of the World's 2023 Swiss stage. But tomorrow we'll be back with another 8 games of best of 1 action. If you missed anything, of course, you can take a look at the rebroadcast at 10:30 a.m. PDT. And we're going to say goodbye. We'll see you tomorrow. Thank you for watching. The draw was crazy.
Which region was the luckiest?
Nobody?
Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, everyone drew themselves.
I think EU was a little lucky.
Yeah. I mean...
Now Gushik is coming down. There, the all-out comes through. The Q's going to land. And Zeus, he knows that he's dead. The Q's going to land beforehand. If Gushik gets another bit too expensive, but the Q3 is going to connect. And now Gamushi's in trouble. The arrow's going to connect onto Young, but it was Summit that was the problem. That is going to be the pickoff to start this one. Even the Rip Skull is going to be the kick on the finger from Gushik. That ward there, but Leap striked a little bit early. That is going to be the flash to follow up. Still gets the knock up, and that is first blood with the last tick of Ignite for JC.
Get the block. Yep. Oh, he's dead actually. Nice. There we go, Dragon.
Bring it on. We'll see what else you can do, but there it is. First blood comes down. Relatively low towards this top side, but Doran going to find the flash. The all-out comes through, and he just chops up the Jax. Adam's just going to flash for it. They find the silence, and 369 will be put down. First blood to the Garen.
No flash, no flash, no flash. He has no flash. Okay, look. Do the flash up there. I'm going back mid. Let's do that.
Couple of autos too. Kellen with the flash away as well. And G2's bottom lane matches it. Oh my god! This team's pretty hot.
Do G2 still want to fight this? Yes, they do.
Yes, they do. With the ulti from Yike, it's there, but the Magnet Storm and the boot bag! Showmaker, playmaker!
Ja, jeg ser sitting hans så begge har second flash, look! Okay, yes, stopwatch. Just kill front, sorry. Guys, yes. Yeah. Nice. Guys, good job, good job. Guys, good luck, guys. Oh, nice. Well played, pivot.
But this is Weibo's game right now. Oh no,
Hang on, under the turret!
They're gonna go down.
Go, 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 go!
In orange, start moving over.
Nice. I can engage now if you want to go.
Yeah, I'm going. Go, 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 go.
Look on Azir, look on Azir. Just stop watch.
Okay.
Look
Look at that's it.
Guys,
I get the 3 here.
Lahan's trying what he can do, but the problem is his damage is getting resurrected. KT started with grins on their faces, but as the ace comes through, it is LPL who will start 4-0 here on the Swiss stage at Worlds.
What's your play, God? What's your play, God? They gotta crumble one by one. Let me go right to the sun like it's the day my kingdom come. Baby, we're 난 신경 안 써 love me or hate me 그냥 follow me now 멈추지 말고 놀자 미치자 just follow my lead we're going loco 춤출까 볼륨을 높이고 I'll take it to where 돌리고보다 더 뜨거운 곳으로 하루의 스트레스는 뒤로 하고 내일 걱정은 잠시 접어도 yeah Oh baby it don't matter 오늘은 걱정 마 Oh baby 나를 따라
I'm your type. 누르게 되지 like.